in the divine wilderness realm, eastern domain, the holy sun peak of the primordial sacred land. Lu Chen, are you serious? If I spend the night with you, you'll let my brother go? In a room decorated with antique elegance and lavish luxury, a stunningly beautiful young girl with delicate features and a slender figure bit her crimson lips, her voice trembling as she spoke. The girl was about 18, dressed in a long green dress, her skin fair and tender, her figure youthful and exuding the vitality of spring. In front of the girl stood a young man in a white robe, exceptionally handsome, with a transcendent aura like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Lu Chen stood still, his eyes vacant, as if completely petrified. Looking at the pure and stunning girl before him, his heart was filled with utter confusion. Where is this? Wasn't I in heaven on earth rescuing fallen maidens? Before Lu Chen could think further, a tidal wave of memories surged within his mind. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. The past life of this body flickered through his mind like scenes from a movie. Memories raged like a storm in Lu Chen's mind. In an instant, he fully assimilated the memories. When the memories were fully merged, Lu Chen was completely stunned. I've transmigrated into the world of a brainless fantasy web novel. From the assimilated memories, Lu Chen understood his situation. He had transmigrated. Moreover, he had crossed into a brainless fantasy novel he had once read called The Legend of the Divine Wilderness Emperor. The Legend of the Divine Wilderness Emperor is a brainless fantasy novel. As the title suggests, it's a mindless power fantasy where the protagonist, armed with plot armor, slaughters everything in his path and eventually becomes the invincible heavenly emperor. And the identity Lu Chen had transmigrated into was not the protagonist, but a villain in the novel, the holy son of the primordial sacred land. At the same time, Lu Chen also recognized who this stunning girl before him was. She was one of the destined heroines of this novel, also the protagonist's sister Lingxi. The current plot was that the protagonist Bufan, relying on his powerful, ancient, desolate saint physique, had just joined the primordial sacred land and was rising in fame. Bufan had only recently joined the primordial sacred land, yet he arrogantly provoked Lu Chen without knowing his place. Using his status, Lu Chen employed some minor schemes to get Bufan captured by the law enforcement hall, where he was subjected to punishment. The protagonist's sister, worried about Bufan, came to beg Lu Chen to let him go. Of course, Lu Chen did not easily agree. Instead, he proposed a transactional condition for Lingxi to spend a night with him. Having read the original novel, Lu Chen knew exactly how miserable this identity's fate was. Apart from gaining some advantages early on before the protagonist had fully grown, later on he was completely crushed. As the holy son of a top-tier sacred land, he was utterly thrashed by the protagonist in every aspect. In the end, he not only perished in body and soul, but his entire clan was annihilated by the protagonist. Lu Chen, you're not going to back out, are you? Lingxi, in her flowing green dress, pure and moving, saw that Lu Chen remained silent for a long time. Her face filled with worry as she spoke hastily. Ding. The destined heroine Lingxi is currently begging the host to spare Bufan, triggering divine choice. Choice 1. Since Lingxi has spoken, this holy son will not bother with Bufan. The transaction is off. Reward Lingxi's favorability 10. Choice 2. This holy son was just joking. I am irreconcilable with Bufan. You can get lost now. Reward Lingxi's personal undershirt 1. Choice 3. This holy son's word is law. As long as you fulfill your part, everything will be fine. Reward Supreme Bone 1. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Lu Chen's ear. Hearing that cold mechanical voice, Lu Chen's heart surged with wild joy. The voice was a system. Excellent, excellent, excellent. With a system, it's all good. A villain. I am the strongest villain. Soon information about the system surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. It turned out to be the divine choice system. As the plot progressed, the system would present choices at unpredictable times. By making a choice, one would receive corresponding rewards. After understanding the system's function, Lu Chen began to ponder his current options. Lingxi's favorability. Although Lingxi was pure and stunning with exceptional talent and was the goddess of the primordial sacred land, countless disciples regarded her as their dream girl. But what use was that? He was going to be killed by the protagonist anyway. What good was the heroine's favorability? As for Lingxi's undershirt, he wasn't a pervert. Why would he want that? And if it wasn't even worn, wouldn't he be losing out? No. I choose 3. Lu Chen made the decision without hesitation. Choose 3. Supreme Bone. This was a top-tier super physique. Although his own talent was decent compared to the Supreme Bone, it was far inferior. With the Supreme Bone, the path of cultivation would be much smoother, a true posture of supremacy. This holy son's word is law. As long as you fulfill your part, everything will be fine. Lu Chen then walked up to Lingxi, lifted her chin, and spoke with a condescending gaze. Having read the original novel, Chen knew that this suppression would have no effect on Yi Bufan. On the contrary, because of this incident, Yi Bufan shone brightly in the law enforcement hall, earning the appreciation of the primordial sacred land's supreme elder. From then on, Yi Bufan, with the supreme elder's favor, began to slowly suppress Chen. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. Obtain supreme bone. Would you like to fuse it now? The moment Chen completed his choice, a cold mechanical voice quickly appeared in his mind. In Chen's system space, a supreme bone emitting golden Dao patterns appeared. Excellent, excellent, this system is awesome. Making choices yields rewards. How amazing. Hearing the system's mechanical voice, Chen's heart was filled with delight. With such a system, how could he fail to rise against the current? Do not fuse for now. Chen thought to himself. Now is not the time for fusion. The transaction with this destined heroine was not yet complete. Alright, Chen. If you go back on your word, even if it means mutual destruction, I will make you pay with blood. Looking at the handsome and ethereal Chen before her, Lingxi bit her silver teeth and spoke in a trembling voice. Snap. Chen lightly snapped his fingers. A shadow seeped in from outside, materializing into a middle-aged man. The shadow guard Su Fu humbly knelt before Chen, speaking respectfully. Holy Son, what are your orders? Go tell elderly of the law enforcement hall to release Yi Bufan. This matter is a misunderstanding, Chen said indifferently to the shadow guard before him. Yes, Holy Son. Su Fu asked no questions, directly acknowledged the order, then transformed into a shadow and vanished from the room. Yi Lingxi saw the shadow guard leave with Chen's orders, and her suspended heart slowly settled. As long as her brother was safe and could cultivate well, everything was worth it. Alright, this Holy Son has already spared Yi Bufan. Now is it time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. Chen said flatly, his gaze burning into the stunning girl before him. Yi Lingxi was one of the destined female leads, also the younger sister of the protagonist. Her talent and appearance were unmatched across the entire divine wasteland realm. Chen's gaze sent chills down Yi Lingxi's spine, causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. But now that things had come to this, it was her own choice, and there was no turning back. They'll just pretend I was bitten by a dog, she thought to herself. Yi Lingxi sighed inwardly, then silently walked over to stand before Chen. She clenched her small fists tightly, her face a picture of utter despair, not daring to look at him. With an attitude like that, who would be interested? Chen said indifferently, his face full of disdain as he looked at her lifeless expression. Such an attitude made it hard for Chen to enjoy himself. After all this, what more do you want from me? Yi Lingxi's voice trembled with grievance, feeling even more wronged by his coldness. As a goddess-like figure of the primordial sacred ground, countless people yearned to be favored by her. Yet even now Chen remained unmoved, causing Yi Lingxi to doubt her own charm. Chen snorted coldly, rubbing Yi Lingxi's cheek roughly. I, the Holy Son, can spare Yi Bufan, and I can also continue to crush him. Hearing Chen's words, Yi Lingxi dared not say more. She had paid such a great price for Yi Bufan's sake. If she provoked Chen and he continued targeting her brother, she would have nowhere to cry. Chen, please don't hurt my brother. I understand. I know what to do. Yi Lingxi's face turned pale, then she whispered softly. Primordial Sacred Ground Enforcement Hall. The Enforcement Hall was the disciplinary body of the Primordial Sacred Ground, wielding great authority. Any disciple who violated sect rules or committed a grave offense would be sent to the Enforcement Hall to face judgment. The many disciples of the Primordial Sacred Ground held this hall in great awe and dared not offend it. Inside an ice chamber of the Enforcement Hall, exuding a chilling aura, a young man with a clear, handsome face and resolute eyes was imprisoned within. The bone-chilling cold continuously assaulted the young man's body, but it could not shake him in the slightest. Instead, it made his aura even deeper. The young man remained calm and composed, no trace of fear on his face. Yi Bufan, a good seedling, but what a pity. Outside the ice chamber, elderly Xiao of the Enforcement Hall looked at the calm Yi Bufan, a hint of regret flashing across his face. This ice chamber was made of supreme mystic ice containing extreme cold. Prolonged exposure would severely damage a cultivator's body and soul. It was specifically used to punish disciples who had committed grave offenses. And Yi Bufan could remain so calm inside the ice chamber, clearly possessing extraordinary talent and foundation. Fold thing, you and that Chen are two of a kind. Why put on a hypocritical act? Just wait. There will come a day when you regret it. Hearing Yi Bufan's words, Li Xiao's face turned ugly. As an elder of the Enforcement Hall, everyone treated him with utmost respect. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this. Yi Bufan, you are too arrogant. You've only broken 3 heavenly shackles of the primordial saint body. Do you really think you're something special? Yi Bufan's words made Li Xiao's face darken. As an elder of the Enforcement Hall, everyone was respectful to him, and no one had ever dared to threaten him like this. The primordial saint body was a supreme saint body. Because of its immense potential, the heavenly Tao had placed 10 heavenly shackles upon it. In the past, the once mighty primordial saint body had become a crippled physique due to these 10 shackles. But Yi Bufan possessed a top-tier opportunity, breaking 3 heavenly shackles. His strength and foundation were extremely formidable. It was precisely because he had broken 3 shackles that the primordial sacred ground made an exception and accepted him as a disciple. Just wait and see. Yi Bufan said no more, closing his eyes and continuing to absorb the surrounding mystic ice power. Find this old man will wait and see how long you can last in this ice chamber. The extreme cold here will only grow stronger, and soon you will taste suffering. Li Xiao sneered, his eyes cold. This ice chamber also contained a top-tier array which would continuously amplify the extreme cold. At its peak, even he would find it hard to endure. Yi Bufan ignored Li Xiao, filled with disdain. This ice chamber was a painful punishment for others, but for him, it was a top-tier cultivation ground. No matter how many times the extreme cold intensified, it would never affect him. Elderly, the Holy Sun orders the release of Yi Bufan. Just as Yi Bufan was absorbing the mystic ice power, a disciple of the enforcement hall approached Li Xiao and said respectfully, "Release Yi Bufan." Hearing the disciple's report, Elder Li Xiao's expression flickered with uncertainty, his eyes filled with shock. He never expected that Lu Chen would actually order him to release Yi Bufan. After asking repeatedly and confirming the truth of the message, Li Xiao let out a deep sigh. Coldly, he said to Yi Bufan, "Yi Bufan, the Holy Sun is magnanimous and won't bother with a wretch like you. You can get lost." With that, Li Xiao did not hesitate. He opened the ice chamber door, used overbearing spiritual energy to seize Yi Bufan, and directly threw him out of the enforcement hall. Yi Bufan was utterly dumbfounded. That bastard Lu Chen actually let him go. What was going on? Isn't that Yi Bufan? Yi Bufan offended the Holy Sun, yet the enforcement hall let him off so easily. Didn't you hear, elderly? The Holy Sun is not bothering with him. The Holy Sun is truly generous. This Yi Bufan is so arrogant, he deserved a harsh lesson. I'm moved to tears. The Holy Sun is too kind, even forgiving someone like Yi Bufan. At the entrance of the enforcement hall, many disciples of the primordial sacred ground watched as Yi Bufan was thrown out, discussing among themselves. Although Yi Bufan had astonishing talent and strength, he was extremely arrogant and overbearing. Many disciples harbored a deep dislike for him. "You useless bastards, what are you barking about? If you have time to bark, spend it cultivating instead. How does the sacred ground have trash like you?" Yi Bufan's face darkened as he heard the surrounding comments. Yi Bufan, as an ancient sacred body that had shattered the shackles of heaven and earth, believed himself destined to rule the 9 heavens, and held even Lu Chen, the sacred son of the primordial sacred land, in utter contempt. In Yi Bufan's view, these ordinary disciples of the sacred land were no different from trash and waste. Upon hearing Yi Bufan's words, the surrounding disciples were instantly provoked, spewing insults and reproaching him. Naturally, Yi Bufan would not waste more time with them, and he directly left the enforcement hall. Although he did not know why Lu Chen had let him go, Yi Bufan felt a surge of restlessness and bitterness in his heart, as if something of great importance was slowly fading from within him. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Though I am reluctant to admit it that Lu Chen does have some skill, I must cultivate swiftly and in the future crush him utterly to vent the hatred in my heart. Yi Bufan suppressed the inexplicable emotions in his heart, murmuring to himself. Then he quickly returned to his dwelling to cultivate. The next day at the sacred sun peak. After a night of cultivation, Yi Lingxi had already departed. In the antique room, Lu Chen's face was filled with excitement. Within Lu Chen's body, there were 5 creation spiritual veins radiating an immensely profound and miraculous power of creation. These spiritual veins were the mark of a cultivator reaching the creation realm. The 5 creation spiritual veins within Lu Chen signified that his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the creation realm. Yi Lingxi also possessed a top-tier constitution, the Supreme Yindao body. The Supreme Yindao body was a supreme cultivation physique. Cultivating alongside it could greatly enhance one's cultivation speed. The first cultivation session in particular offered immense benefits, helping to break through bottlenecks and elevate one's realm. In the divine wasteland realm, the cultivation stages are Qi condensation, mysterious pill, spirit river, divine, sea nirvana, life and death, creation, Dao palace, saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor, supreme, great emperor. Each stage is divided into 9 levels. The effect of the Supreme Yindao body is so powerful. It seems I must firmly take hold of this Yi Lingxi and make her my exclusive cultivation tool. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, Lu Chen's mind began to scheme. In the original story, Yi Lingxi's heart belonged to Yi Bufan, but due to their identities, she never expressed her feelings. Lu Chen believed that such a valuable asset must be firmly grasped. I need to plan carefully, for the bond between Yi Lingxi and Yi Bufan is quite deep. Chen murmured to himself. Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi had depended on each other since childhood, sharing a profound and deep bond. This was evident from the fact that Yi Lingxi was willing to sacrifice herself for Yi Bufan's safety. Their connection was not easily shaken. Then I must start with Yi Bufan. Chen stroked his chin. Since Yi Lingxi cared so much about Yi Bufan, targeting him was the best. Su Fu from now on have the shadow guards monitor every move of Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi. Chen then snapped his fingers, summoning his shadow guard Su Fu. Having decided to win over Yi Lingxi, intelligence work was essential. Although Chen had read the original story, his own emergence had undoubtedly altered events, and the future plot might take new turns. As you command, Sacred Son. The shadow guard Su Fu replied respectfully, then dissolved into a shadow and vanished from the room. In the original tale, Chen had dismissed Yi Bufan as insignificant. But now Chen was a new man and would not underestimate this protagonist favored by fate. And there is a supreme bone. I hope this supreme bone does not disappoint me. Chen then looked at the supreme bone, radiating golden Dao patterns within his system space. System, fuse the supreme bone. Chen silently commanded, preparing to fuse the bone immediately. With a thought from Chen, the golden supreme bone flew out from the system space. Countless rays of golden light emanated from the golden bone. The bone was covered in numerous mysterious Dao patterns, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Once the supreme bone appeared, it slowly merged toward Chen's chest, and a flood of golden light surged toward him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the golden bone entered Chen's body, releasing a mystical power as it fused with him. As the supreme bone integrated, Chen's blood boiled, and countless visions manifested behind him. Chen felt his body undergoing an unprecedented transformation, his potential and foundation expanding wildly. At the primordial sacred land, the Heavenly Extremity Peak. The Heavenly Extremity Peak was a towering and majestic mountain in the primordial sacred land, rich in spiritual energy and scenic beauty, where many inner disciples cultivated. In a tranquil bamboo grove. Brother, are you alright? Outside the grove, the pure and graceful Yi Lingxi with a slender figure looked at Yi Bufan, cultivating diligently within the bamboo grove, her face filled with concern. That mere enforcement hall is nothing to me. Your brother is destined to ascend above the 9 heavens. Yi Bufan, seeing his sister, immediately spoke, his face radiating an invincible arrogance. After Yi Lingxi left the Sacred Sun Peak, she had learned that the enforcement hall had released Yi Bufan. Nevertheless, worried for her brother's safety, she decided to check on him. Brother, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Yi Bufan as confident and proud as ever, unaffected by the incident, she finally revealed a long-missed smile. As long as her brother was safe, everything was worthwhile. That big villain indeed kept his word. Though he was wicked, he still had some integrity. As she watched her brother, who seemed as usual, Yi Lingxi murmured inwardly. Pa, what am I thinking? He's a demon, a great demon, a colossal demon. Then, as if recalling something, Yi Lingxi felt nothing but humiliation and hatred in her heart. Chen's methods filled Yi Lingxi with deep fear, as if she had fallen into an endless hell. Yet unnoticed by her, there seemed to be faint traces of pleasure buried in her heart. However, this pleasure was hidden so deeply that even she hadn't discovered it. Lingxi, are you injured? Has someone bullied you? At that moment, an icy, piercing voice interrupted Yi Lingxi's thoughts. Yi Bufan's eyes were filled with coldness, staring fixedly at Yi Lingxi's neck. On the fair skin of Yi Lingxi's neck, there was a strange mark. For some reason, seeing this mark stirred a wave of irritation in Yi Bufan's heart. No, it's nothing. Last night, while practicing martial arts in the mountain forest, I was bitten by insects. Yi Lingxi quickly covered the mark on her neck, lowered her head, and said softly. Before coming, Yi Lingxi had used spiritual medicine to erase most of the scars, but some traces were nearly impossible to remove. So that's it. The insects in the forest are truly venomous. Lingxi, you must be more careful in the future. Yi Bufan didn't doubt Yi Lingxi's words. Their bond was deep, and he never thought she would deceive him. Yi Lingxi nodded in agreement. I will, brother. Lingxi, you have no idea how foolish those people from the enforcement hall were. They tried to deal with me using the ultimate ice chamber. But I, your brother, possessed the primordial sacred body. How could a mere ice chamber subdue me? It was actually an opportunity for me. What bad luck, though. That brainless Chen actually let me go. Who asked him to release me? If they had locked me up a bit longer, I might have broken through to the next realm. Yi Bufan stopped dwelling on the matter and spoke with indignation, his face full of discontent. Yi Lingxi, Hearing Yi Bufan's words, Yi Lingxi felt her mind buzzing and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. That enforcement hall couldn't harm her brother at all. It was even a boon for him. Then what about herself? Thinking of this, Yi Lingxi felt an overwhelming sense of collapse within. I sacrificed something so precious, and in the end I messed everything up. Lingxi, what's wrong? Are you Yi Bufan noticed the change in Yi Lingxi's complexion and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Maybe I overexerted myself in training yesterday and feel a bit tired. Yi Lingxi forced a faint smile and spoke softly. Though she was seething inside, she didn't want Yi Bufan to know that Chen had already taken her body. Lingxi, you don't have to push yourself so hard in cultivation. In the future, I will become a peerless powerhouse and protect you. Yi Bufan looked at his seemingly fragile sister, his heart aching. He knew that although she appeared delicate, she was incredibly strong-willed and steadfast in her Tao heart. Her desire to grow stronger was no less than his own. Yi Lingxi nodded blankly, still tormented and immersed in regret. Lingxi, I heard you have a good relationship with Fairy Chen. Can you arrange a meeting for me? I wish to see her. After a moment, Yi Bufan spoke again, looking at Yi Lingxi with eager anticipation. Xianxia was the saintess of the primordial Holy Land and a princess of the imperial Jiang clan. Her beauty, status, and talent were unparalleled, and she was renowned throughout the desolate realm as the Fairy Chen. The moment Yi Bufan laid eyes on her during the primordial Holy Land's recruitment ceremony, he etched that ethereal beauty into his heart. He secretly vowed to win over that noble primordial saintess. However, Yi Bufan was still merely an inner disciple of the primordial Holy Land and had no way to reach Xianxia. Thus, he planned to use Yi Lingxi, who had a good relationship with her, as a bridge. Yi Bufan was supremely confident that once he had the chance to meet Xianxia, she would be captivated by his charm, and he would surely win her heart. Brother Yu. Sister Chen is devoted to the Tao, oh she is not one to be easily moved. As Yi Lingxi heard her brother's words, a gentle and breathtakingly beautiful woman flashed through her mind. Although Xianxia was gentle and enchanting, Yi Lingxi, having interacted with her often, knew she was equally resolute in her Tao heart and would not be trapped by romantic entanglements. Moreover, Xianxia was the princess of the imperial Jiang clan. Though she had faith in her brother, Yi Lingxi instinctively felt that their statuses were too disparate. Lingxi, your brother is destined to rule above the 9 heavens. A mere Xianxia. Just arrange a... Yi Bufan frowned slightly at his sister's words and continued. All right, I'll try. Yi Lingxi bit her red lip gently and spoke slowly. Lingxi, you're the best. I knew you would help me. Seeing Yi Lingxi agree, Yi Bufan's expression turned excited and thrilled. In his mind, the scene of Xianxia being conquered by him had already formed. 3 days later, in a room on the St. Peak. After 3 days and nights of fusion, the Supreme Bone had completely merged with Chen. Countless golden spiritual lights shimmered around Chen, especially at his chest, where the radiant light had nearly solidified. A vast array of heavenly laws and mystical spiritual energy constantly interwove around Chen. Already exceptionally handsome, now possessed an ethereal and transcendent aura due to the fusion of the Supreme Bone, resembling a primordial sovereign and exuding an air of mystery. Finally, the fusion is complete. As expected of a Supreme Bone from the system, it merges perfectly with my body, without any flaws, as if it were innate. Before long, Chen slowly opened his eyes, mysterious spiritual light swirling within his gaze. The fusion of this Supreme Bone was exceptionally flawless, as if he had been born with it. Chen had initially worried that since the bone wasn't his own, there might be some anomalies. Now it seemed his concerns were entirely unnecessary. Chen clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power flowing within his heart. Although the fusion with the Supreme Bone did not elevate Chen's realm, it significantly enhanced his foundation. In particular, his strength skyrocketed by more than 10 times, and his spiritual power, divine sense, and soul strength all experienced tremendous boosts. Chen was originally the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land, gifted with extraordinary talent, possessing the power to confront enemies 3 realms above him. This meant that relying on his innate talents and abilities, Chen, who was at the 5th layer of the creation realm, could defeat opponents at the 8th layer of the creation realm, particularly those experts in the late stage. Now, after fusing with the Supreme Bone, Chen's foundation was once again greatly enhanced. He felt that he could easily defeat peak experts at the 9th layer of the creation realm. Even those at the 8th level of the Tao Palace realm beneath the saints were not beyond his reach. Moreover, I possess a top-tier divine ability, the Heavenly Calamity Light. Utilizing this ability will certainly allow me to slay Tao Palace realm experts. Chen touched his chest, and an immense Tao pattern emerged, seemingly drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, carrying the strength to annihilate everything. Its mere presence caused the surrounding space to subtly fracture. This power belonged to the accompanying divine ability of the Supreme Bone, the Heavenly Calamity Light, which could summon the forces of heaven and earth to unleash a destructive calamity with immense power. System check. Personal panel. Chen silently commanded in his heart. While fusing with the Supreme Bone, he examined his system and discovered that in addition to triggering selections, it also had a property panel function. As Chen concentrated, a virtual panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Host Chen. Identity: Holy Son of the Taichu Holy Land. Realm: 5th layer of the Creation Realm. Physique: Star Tao Body Supreme Bone. Talent: Holy Grade. Cultivation Method: 9 Yuan Star. Art: Holy Grade. Martial Arts: Stellar Sword Technique, Heaven Grade. Shadow Shift, Earth Grade. Thunder Fist, Earth Grade. Divine Ability: Heavenly Calamity Light. Treasure: Qinghong, Sword, Heaven Grade. Tianyao Xian, Armor, Earth Grade. Gazing at his panel, Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. As the Holy Son of the Taichu Holy Land, Chen was naturally a person of exceptional talent, endowed with a powerful Star Tao body. The Star Tao body was quite profound. Although it belonged to the spiritual body category, it could absorb the power of the stars for cultivation, slightly enhancing the speed of his training. Moreover, during combat, he could leverage the power of the stars, achieving remarkably powerful effects. The 9 Yuan Star Art was a holy grade cultivation method of the Taichu Holy Land, extremely powerful and perfectly suited to Chen's Star Tao body. Chen's Star Tao body belonged to the holy grade talent. The levels of cultivation talent are divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, heaven grade, hollow grade, and emperor grade. Holy grade talent is already considered extremely powerful, and as long as one does not fall, they are assured of starting as a saint with a good chance of breaking through to a great saint or even the supreme realm. After fusing with the Supreme Bone, Chen's cultivation talent, while not reaching the Emperor grade, had still improved significantly, making him one of the top-tier talents among the Holy Grade. Furthermore, the Supreme Bone inherently belonged to the power of the Supreme, offering tremendous benefits for Chen's future pursuit of the Supreme Realm. This fusion with the Supreme Bone marked a tremendous transformation for Chen, who was already a top-tier prodigy, elevating him to the status of a super prodigy. Such a top-tier super prodigy is rare not only in the eastern region, but also in the central region, where the cultivation civilization shines even brighter. It can be said that after fusing with the Supreme Bone, Chen now possesses the potential to stand at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness realm. Now, with battle power comparable to that of the Tao Palace realm, perhaps I should seize the opportunity from Bufan at Silver Sword Peak in advance. That opportunity is quite significant. After reviewing his panel, Chen stroked his chin, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. As the destined protagonist, Bufan naturally accumulated various opportunities and treasures wherever he went. Even in the Taichu Holy Land, it was no exception. However, Bufan, as an inner disciple, had obtained a top-tier opportunity within the Taichu Holy Land. What had previously eluded others was seized by Bufan after his arrival, showcasing the unreasonableness of a protagonist's halo. However, now that Chen was aware of those opportunities, he naturally would not allow Bufan to take them. Before that, I still need to freshen up. The fusion with the Supreme Bone has caused me to shed quite a bit of impurities. With that, Chen retracted his aura and left his quarters at the Holy Sun Peak, heading toward the spiritual spring of the Holy Sun Peak. Within the spiritual spring of the Holy Sun Peak, numerous spiritual plants were cultivated, exuding a rich fragrance and spiritual energy. There was also a top-tier spirit gathering array, gathering the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Due to the presence of numerous spiritual plants and the spirit gathering array, this spring served as an exceptionally beneficial cultivation ground. As Chen stepped into the spiritual spring, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged wildly into his body, causing his creation's spiritual veins to rapidly consolidate. Indeed, after fusing with the Supreme Bone, my innate foundation has improved significantly, while my cultivation speed has increased at least 5-fold, allowing me to enhance my strength even faster. Watching the continuous influx of spiritual energy, Chen felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Your Highness the Holy Sun, I have something to report regarding Bufan. At that moment, a melodious and clear voice rang out. Outside the spiritual spring, a stunningly beautiful woman with delicate features and graceful figure slowly approached Chen, her eyes filled with warmth. The woman was dressed in a black long dress, her figure alluring, particularly with an almost bursting curve. This black-clad woman was Chen's maid Yinger, who was also his confidant, assisting him in handling various matters at the Holy Sun Peak. Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it? What has that guy Bufan been up to?" "Your Highness, Bufan went to the Holy Maiden Peak yesterday with Lingxi to meet with the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden Peak has strong restrictions, making it difficult for us to probe. We do not know what they discussed." Yinger respectfully knelt beside the spiritual spring, reporting on Bufan's situation. "Has Bufan already met with Jiang Yuechan?" Chen stroked his chin, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Zhang Yuechan is one of the destined female protagonists of this story, not only the holy maiden of the Taichu Holy Land, but also a princess of the Jiang clan with an extremely powerful status and background. Of course, this noble fairy with such a rich background would also be one of Yi Bufan's future harem members. In the original story, after leaving the law enforcement hall, Yi Bufan met Zhang Yuechan with the introduction of Yi Lingxi. However, the conversation between them did not have any substantial content. Only leveraging his powerful mental strength, Yi Bufan discovered the Dao injury on Zhang Yuechan and claimed he would find a way to treat her injury, which piqued her curiosity. Zhang Yuechan's background was extraordinary. If Yi Bufan gradually won her favor as depicted in the original text, it would undoubtedly provide him with tremendous support. In that case, I must quickly seize the opportunity at Silver Sword Peak. Chen thought to himself, already formulating a plan. The opportunity at Silver Sword Peak would greatly aid in treating Zhang Yuechan's Dao injury, and Chen did not want to leave that opportunity to Yi Bufan. Chen's mind was instantly made up. Deep within the primordial sacred land amidst a desolate mountain peak. The peak was utterly barren with scattered remnants of ruined walls and fragments exuding an aura. Around the mountain a faint, yet piercing and murderous sword intent could be sensed. Though weak, it seemed to possess the power to tear everything asunder. Even Chen with his current strength felt a stinging sensation from that formidable sword intent, as if his skin were about to be ripped apart. This was Silver Sword Peak, once a thriving main peak of the primordial sacred land. Its master, the Supreme Sword Saint of Silver Sword, was a top-tier great saint-level swordsman of immense power. With his incomparably dominant supreme sword intent, he had at the Great Saint realm slain a peak powerhouse at the quasi-emperor level, earning instant fame and becoming a legendary figure in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. However, since the fall of the Supreme Sword Saint of Silver Sword, the peak had lacked worthy successors, gradually declining into its current state. Yet the supreme sword intent left behind by the Supreme Sword Saint remained potent even after 10,000 years. Thus, Silver Sword Peak served as a sacred ground for cultivation. Many disciples of the primordial sacred land tempered their bodies or cultivated here, harnessing the residual sword intent. Numerous cultivators also sought to comprehend the supreme sword intent from these remnants to elevate their own swordsmanship. Greetings, Holy Son. Some cultivators bowed respectfully upon seeing Chen. He acknowledged them with a slight nod and continued his slow advance deeper into Silver Sword Peak. The closer he drew to the heart of the peak, the more terrifying the emanating sword intent became, causing faint cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Under the assault of the formidable supreme sword intent, the spiritual energy within Chen's body roiled incessantly. Threads of golden divine light within him began to merge continuously with his flesh. The sixth fate spirit vein seemed to be slowly coalescing amidst the surging spiritual energy. Indeed, after fusing with the supreme bone, a vast amount of spiritual essence remains now gradually being stimulated by the supreme sword intent. Feeling the fusion of the golden divine light within him, Chen was deeply satisfied. This divine light was the spiritual essence from the supreme bone, now activated by the supreme sword intent to slowly elevate his cultivation base. After a short while, a terrifying roar echoed from within Chen's body as the sixth fate spirit vein was fully formed. This signified that Chen's cultivation had broken through to the sixth level of the fate realm. Moreover, the spiritual essence continued to merge slowly, aiding him in condensing the seventh fate spirit vein. Before long, with his unhurried steps, Chen entered the inner peak of Silver Sword Peak. The Holy Sun is incredibly strong to be able to enter the inner peak. The sword intent in the inner peak can instantly kill cultivators at the Dao Palace realm, yet the Holy Sun has withstood it. Truly worthy of the Holy Sun, he hasn't even broken through to Dao Palace, yet he can enter the inner peak. Silver Sword Peak was divided into the outer area, inner peak, and depths, with the sword intent increasing exponentially in each zone. Most disciples of the primordial sacred land cultivated only in the outer area, finding it nearly impossible to enter the inner peak. Only a few elders could withstand the sword intent there and cultivate within. As for the depths of Silver Sword Peak, the supreme sword intent reached its extreme, unbearable even for top-tier great saints. Thus, since the Supreme Sword Saint's death, no one had ventured there. The elders cultivating in the inner peak looked at Chen with surprise and admiration in their eyes as, once inside, the fusion of spiritual essence within Chen accelerated dramatically. Soon the seventh fate spirit vein was fully formed, and he broke through to the seventh level of the fate realm. Excellent. Breaking through multiple realms in such a short time to reach fate realm 7th level. Silver Sword Peak is truly a wonderful place. Delighted by his consecutive breakthroughs, Chen pressed onward, his goal being the depths of the peak. The Holy Sun is still advancing. Could he be aiming for the depths? Impossible. The supreme sword intent, there is absolute too much even for top great saints. Though the Holy Sun is powerful, his realm is too low. I think not. Perhaps he just wants to get closer to the depths where the sword intent is stronger for cultivation. Many cultivators and elders marveled at Lu Chen's terrifying strength as he continued past the inner peak toward the depths. Some disciples speculated whether Lu Chen intended to enter the depths. That's Lu Chen. Is he also cultivating at Silver Sword Peak? At the outer area of Silver Sword Peak, a young man with a handsome face and resolute eyes stared intently at Lu Chen's slow progress within the inner peak, his expression shifting slightly. Beside Yi Bufan, Yi Lingxi, dressed in a flowing purple gown and radiating pure charm, was also tempering her body under the baptism of the supreme sword intent. Yi Lingxi opened her eyes, her gaze complex as she watched Lu Chen in the inner peak. He's still moving forward. Could he be trying to enter the depths? Yi Bufan watched Lu Chen, who showed no sign of stopping, his face darkening with disbelief. Not long ago, while selecting martial techniques in the Sutra Library, Yi Bufan had discovered records about Silver Sword Peak and its secrets. He knew that the depths of Silver Sword Peak likely held the inheritance of the Supreme Sword Saint. Moreover, there was a supreme divine ability there that could heal Jiang Yuchan's Dao wounds. The reason Yi Bufan was now training at Silver Sword Peak was to acclimate himself to the raging Tai sword intent and venture deeper into the peak as soon as possible. He sought to obtain that supreme divine ability, thereby approaching Jiang Yuchan, healing her hidden injuries and winning her heart. Now seeing Lu Chen steadily advancing toward the depths of Silver Sword Peak, how could Yi Bufan not be incensed? No, that is mine. Whether Lu Chen intends to enter the deepest part of Silver Sword Peak or not, I cannot simply stand by and watch. As Lu Chen drew ever closer to the inner sanctum of Silver Sword Peak, Yi Bufan could no longer remain idle. He immediately unleashed his power and dashed toward the inner peak. Brother, the inner peak is extremely dangerous. Do not go. Yi Lingxi, seeing her brother suddenly charge into the inner peak, turned pale and hastily tried to stop him, but Yi Bufan's figure had already vanished from her sight. The Tai sword intent within the inner peak of Silver Sword Peak was overwhelmingly fierce. Only those with the strength of the Dao Palace realm could withstand it. Although Yi Bufan possessed the primordial sacred body and had broken 3 heavenly shackles, he had only recently broken through to the life and death realm. He was far from capable of enduring the violent Tai sword intent. With this thought, Yi Lingxi gritted her teeth and also dashed toward the inner peak. She could not bear to watch her brother venture into such a perilous place alone. At the boundary between the inner peak and the outer area of Silver Sword Peak, many disciples of the primordial sacred ground watched Lu Chen's advance, curious whether he would truly enter the depths of Silver Sword Peak. Just then a dazzling golden light flashed, and a figure shot across the boundary into the inner peak with light. Who was that? Another one entering the inner peak. A disciple spotted the figure and exclaimed in surprise. It's Yi Bufan, the primordial sacred body. Can he actually enter the inner peak? No way. Is the primordial sacred body so powerful? He only broke through to the life and death realm not long ago. How can he withstand the Tai sword intent of the inner peak? Could it be that this primordial sacred body is truly this formidable, with such terrifying potential after breaking only 3 heavenly shackles? Some recognized the figure who had entered the inner peak as Yi Bufan, an inner disciple of their primordial. They had not expected that Yi Bufan, a recent recruit to the primordial sacred ground still in the life and death realm, could also enter the inner peak of Silver Sword Peak. At this moment, within the inner peak of Silver Sword Peak, Yi Bufan, his body radiating golden light, wore a face twisted in pain. The wildly surging Tai sword intent, like a tide of spiritual energy, relentlessly battered his body. A dense golden divine radiance enveloped Yi Bufan, forming a suit of armor on his skin to protect. However, the Tai sword intent of the inner peak was too formidable. Even with the golden divine light shielding him, Yi Bufan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Bloodstains slowly began to appear on Yi Bufan's skin as if blood were seeping out. This sword intent is indeed powerful. Even after multiple breakthroughs to the 7th level of the creation realm, I still find it hard to bear. Lu Chen, standing only a few zhang from the deepest region of Silver Sword Peak, gazed at the almost tangible Tai sword intent ahead and spoke slowly. Though the sword intent was formidable, Lu Chen did not stop, but continued forward. As he approached, the sword intent grew even stronger. Vaguely, Lu Chen seemed to see a vision. A streak of sword intent carrying boundless power tore through the sky, and countless drops of emperor blood fell from the heavens. Lu Chen halted, suppressed by the overwhelming sword intent before him. He felt that if he advanced any further, he would perish within this immense force. This feeling was profound, deeply rooted in Lu Chen's soul. The threat of death. Unfortunately, I already know the secret here. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and there was not a trace of fear in his gaze. He knew that this threat of death was the trial left by the Tai Sword Saint. Only by embracing the courage to face death could one enter the depths of Silver Sword Peak and obtain the Sword Saint's legacy. The sword intent here only stirred fear within the heart and did not harm cultivators. With that understanding, Lu Chen continued forward, nearing the deepest part of Silver Sword Peak. Lu Chen, stop right there. You cannot enter the depths of Silver Sword Peak. Yi Bufan, having entered the inner peak and seeing Lu Chen about to step into the deepest region, roared with bloodshot eyes. From records discovered earlier in the scripture library, Yi Bufan also knew that the sword intent of Silver Sword Peak would not harm people. He had planned to enter once he reached the Dao Palace realm. But now seeing Lu Chen attempt to enter first, Yi Bufan felt as if his own opportunity was being stolen. How could he tolerate this? Ding! The host is about to enter the depths of Silver Sword Peak, provoking Yi Bufan's fury. Triggering divine choice. Choice 1. Heed Yi Bufan's words. Leave Silver Sword Peak and do not enter its depths. Reward Yi Bufan's favorability 10. Choice 2. Turn back and beat Yi Bufan thoroughly to assert the dignity of the primordial Holy Sun. Reward Ancient Spirit Beast Egg 1. Choice 3. Ignore Yi Bufan's words and enter Silver Sword Peak. Reward Heaven-defying comprehension 1. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lu Chen's mind. He paused. Another choice had been triggered. Yi Bufan's favorability and Ancient Spirit Beast Egg Heaven-defying comprehension. The obvious path was to turn back, beat Yi Bufan, and then enter Silver Sword Peak. He would claim both the egg and the comprehension. Lu Chen took a deep breath, then slowly turned and walked toward Yi Bufan. So he didn't go in. Seeing that Lu Chen had stopped advancing into the depths, Yi Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. The opportunity within the deepest part of Silver Sword Peak was crucial to him. Since you know your place, when I ascend to the ultimate peak in the future, I'll grant you a quick death, Yi Bufan murmured to himself. Although Lu Chen's halt brought Yi Bufan some relief, the latter still harbored deep hatred for him. But at that moment, Lu Chen suddenly flickered and appeared before Yi Bufan in an instant. What do you think you're facing? Lu Chen, whose expression was icy and who radiated immense spiritual energy, Yi Bufan's heart skipped a beat and his hair stood on end. Who are you to tell me what to do? Whether this holy sun enters the depths of Silver Sword Peak is none of your business. Lu Chen's voice rang in Yi Bufan's ears like divine thunder, shaking him to the core. Boom! Then Lu Chen swung his fist carrying immense power and blasted it toward Yi Bufan. Boom! Lu Chen's fist effortlessly struck Yi Bufan's body, and the golden light shimmering on his surface shattered, instantly scattering into fragments of spiritual radiance. Yi Bufan's body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into a withered tree in the distance. You Lu Chen, you go too far. Yi Bufan spat blood, his expression turning extremely grim. He never expected Lu Chen to suddenly launch such a violent assault against him. Going too far? So what? Who told you to stop me from entering the depths of Silver Sword Peak? Lu Chen sneered coldly. Then his body rushed forward once more, displaying overwhelming strength as he unleashed a full-force barrage against Yi Bufan. Soon, under Lu Chen's fierce onslaught, Yi Bufan became bruised and battered, utterly disheveled. Yi Bufan wanted to resist, but their strengths were on entirely different levels. He could only endure Lu Chen's brutal beating. Stop, please stop, Holy Sun. I beg you, let my brother go. Before long, Lingxi, clad in a flowing purple dress and exuding pure charm, entered the inner peak. Seeing Yi Bufan being viciously beaten, her face was filled with worry, and she pleaded pitifully. So little Lingxi has come too. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Then he transmitted a message to Lingxi. I'll spare your brother if you come cultivate with me again tonight. Hearing Lu Chen's telepathic words, a chill ran through Lingxi's heart. I agree. Stop hitting him, don't hurt my Bufan brother. Watching Yi Bufan being brutally beaten, Lingxi hesitated only briefly before accepting Lu Chen for her brother's sake. What was a little hardship? Remember your place. Next time you bark in front of me, it won't be so easy to let you off. After Lingxi agreed to his terms, Lu Chen kicked Yi Bufan heavily aside and said indifferently. Without sparing Yi Bufan another glance, he turned and sped toward the depths of Silver Sword Peak. You dare humiliate me like this? Yi Bufan, slowly coming to his senses, saw his own state and was filled with grief and fury, stammering incoherently in rage. As the chosen one, blessed by fortune, possessing the primordial sacred body, he had never suffered such indignity. After Lu Chen left, Lingxi quickly took out healing pills to treat Yi Bufan. This Yi Bufan never learns his lesson. Serves him right. I've long been tired of him. Exactly daring to teach the Holy Sun what to do. How laughable. Who does he think he is? He should be grateful he's a disciple of the primordial sacred ground, otherwise the Holy Sun would have killed him long ago. The surrounding disciples of the primordial sacred ground showed no pity for Yi Bufan's state, chiming in with their remarks. Ever since joining the primordial sacred ground, Yi Bufan had been arrogant and overbearing, constantly belittling his fellow disciples, which had long sparked widespread resentment. However, because he possessed the primordial sacred body that shattered the world's restraints, many disciples were still wary of him and dared not offend him too much. Chen, if one day I become the heavenly emperor, I will. Hearing the murmurs around him, Yi Bufan's eyes turned bloodshot and his voice was hoarse. Slap. Before Yi Bufan could finish, a massive shadowy palm formed of spiritual energy appeared before him and delivered another fierce slap across his face. The tremendous force knocked Yi Bufan unconscious, instantly silencing him. Idiot, still dreaming of becoming the heavenly emperor. Who do you think you are? Heavenly emperor? Huh. Wasn't that beating enough? Still daring to threaten the Holy Sun. A shadow slowly materialized ahead, and Su Fu's figure appeared before Yi Bufan, speaking with a calm demeanor. Brother, oh brother. You. Not far away, Lingxi watched as Yi Bufan was slapped again. She bit her red lips, softly sighed quietly in her heart, and ultimately said nothing, silently walking toward her brother, who lay like a beaten dog. The Holy Sun has entered the depths of Silver Sword Peak. My heavens, the Holy Sun is terrifyingly powerful. No one has entered the depths since the fall of the Supreme Sword Saint, and now the Holy Sun has done it. Just how formidable is the Holy Sun that even our sacred Lord couldn't step inside? The surrounding disciples of the primordial sacred ground ignored Yi Bufan, who had just been slapped again, and focused their attention on the boundary between the inner peak and the depths of Silver Sword Peak. By now, Chen had already stepped into the depths of Silver Sword Peak. The supreme sword intent within the entire peak was raging violently, emanating an immensely vast aura. All the disciples and elders saw Chen entering the depths of Silver Sword Peak, their faces filled with disbelief. Especially the elders of the primordial sacred ground. They had all attempted to enter before. But the overwhelming supreme sword intent, like a divine sword hanging over their heads, instilled in them an infinite terror, making it nearly impossible to step inside. Now that Chen had managed to enter Silver Sword Peak, how could the elders not be shocked? I'm in. This is the depths of Silver Sword Peak. In the depths of Silver Sword Peak, Chen slowly opened his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy was incredibly dense, and the once fierce supreme sword intent had become gentle in this inner region. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice and receiving the heaven-defying comprehension. Do you wish to fuse it now? At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again in Qin Tian's mind. In Chen's system space, aside from the ancient spirit beast egg rewarded from the recent beating of Yi Bufan, there now appeared a mysterious seven-colored light orb. This seven-colored orb seemed to contain the principles of the Tao, radiating a wondrous and profound power. System fused the heaven-defying comprehension. Chen silently commanded in his mind. Such a powerful comprehension must be fused immediately. With a thought from Chen, the seven-colored orb in the system space swiftly surged toward his mind. Chen felt as if his brain were being nourished, continuously transforming and evolving, with countless inspirations and divine Tao sounds swirling wildly within his mind. After a while, Chen's spiritual power had greatly increased, and his mind became crystal clear. Many divine abilities he had never fully grasped before were now easily comprehended. Chen slowly opened his eyes, golden divine patterns flowing in his gaze. He looked around as if he could perceive the trajectories of all things and the principles of heaven and earth. The ever-flowing supreme sword intent held no secrets before him. The heaven-defying comprehension is truly powerful. Chen murmured softly, observing the supreme sword intent, which was now composed of countless threads of spiritual mechanisms. Chen felt that if he wished, he could grasp the supreme sword intent in just 2 hours or even less. Let's give it a try. After all, obtaining the supreme sword saint's legacy requires mastering this intent. Chen then carefully observed the surrounding supreme sword intent, using the gentle energy to comprehend the true essence of the supreme sword intent. Time flowed slowly, and soon a quarter of an hour passed. Around Chen's body, streaks of formidable supreme one sword intent began to manifest. The gentle supreme one sword intent from the surroundings, drawn by the sword intent emerging from Chen, surged violently toward him. Chen seemed to transform into the master of Silver Sword Peak, as all the surrounding supreme one sword intent fell completely under his control. I still underestimated the power of my heaven-defying comprehension. To grasp the supreme one sword intent in just a quarter of an hour, this is simply terrifying. Gazing at the submissive supreme one sword intent around him, Chen felt a surge of satisfaction within his heart. The Supreme One-Sword Intent was an overbearing and ruthless sword intent, embodying the ultimate power of slaughter. It could easily cleave mountains and part seas and defy enemies against the odds. Ordinary sword cultivators, even those with unparalleled talent, would require a vast amount of time to comprehend it. Originally, Lu Chun had believed that even with his heaven-defying comprehension, it would take 2 hours to grasp this sword intent. To master it in just a quarter of an hour was truly beyond his expectations. Clearly, this heaven-defying comprehension was immensely powerful. Since I have mastered the Supreme One-Sword Intent, I will not be modest in accepting the legacy left by the Supreme One-Sword Saint. Lu Chun then withdrew his Supreme One-Sword Intent and strode forward. Having mastered the Supreme One-Sword Intent, the depths of Silver Sword Peak no longer posed any threat to him. With leisurely steps, Lu Chun reached the summit of Silver Sword Peak. There the vegetation and structures had long been withered and desolate under the erosion of time and the ravages of the formidable Supreme One-Sword Intent. At the summit, an ancient and weathered sword stele stood like an eternal relic towering upon the peak. The stele bore extremely arcane inscriptions seeming to contain a chilling aura. Lu Chun silently approached the sword stele ahead, channeling the Supreme One-Sword Intent he had comprehended, surging it toward the stele. The legacy of the Supreme One-Sword Saint resided within this sword stele, but it required the Supreme One-Sword Intent to unlock it. Rumble. As Lu Chun's Supreme One-Sword Intent surged forth, the sword stele emitted a terrifying boom. 2 radiant beams of spiritual light flashed, flying straight toward Lu Chun's body. Lu Chun did not dodge, allowing the spiritual light to enter his mind. He understood that this light was the legacy of the Supreme One-Sword Saint. As the spiritual light entered, a supreme martial art belonging to the Supreme One-Sword Saint appeared in Lu Chun's mind, the Supreme One-Sword Art. The Supreme One-Sword Saint was truly an invincible sword saint who could defy a quasi-emperor even at the Great Sage realm to have created such a peerless sword technique. After a moment, Lu Chun perceived the immense power of the Supreme One-Sword Art. Its grade had reached the emperor level, and although it was only a low-grade emperor technique, it possessed extraordinary potential and overwhelming destructive force. Aside from the Supreme One-Sword Art, the spiritual light contained several other sword techniques, but their grades and potential were inferior to the Supreme One-Sword Art. And there is also a great divine ability of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. At the same time, under the powerful effect of Lu Chun's heaven-defying comprehension, the other spiritual light was fully absorbed by him. It turned out that this spiritual light contained the great divine ability of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was an ultimate nirvana divine ability possessing heaven-defying healing effects and was even highly effective against injuries to the primordial Tao. Moreover, when cultivated to its pinnacle, the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra could grant mastery over the power of nirvana, the core essence of the Phoenix clan, capable of reversing life and death, and was immensely formidable. Not a bad harvest, it was worth the time I spent. Looking at the Supreme One-Sword Art and the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra in his mind, Lu Chun felt deeply satisfied. There is one more secret. Beneath the sword stele lies the Supreme One-Sword Saint's life-bound spiritual sword, the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Lu Chun then turned his gaze to the sword stele ahead. In the original story, the protagonist Yi Bufan, after obtaining the legacy of the Supreme One-Sword Saint, inadvertently destroyed the sword stele of Silver Sword Peak, thus discovering the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword beneath it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without any hesitation, Lu Chun channeled the Supreme One-Sword Intent around him, attacking the sword stele ahead with swift ferocity. As the Supreme One-Sword Intent blazed continuously, the ancient and weathered sword stele was instantly shattered. Rumble. After the stele was destroyed, a dazzling light shot into the sky. Immediately after, a sharp, ancient, divine sword radiating brilliant spiritual light flew out from beneath the stele. This sword bore unusually mysterious Tao patterns, seemingly capable of absorbing the power of the stars. When this divine sword appeared, the entire Silver Sword Peak trembled incessantly, as if unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Lu Chun leaped high into the sky, flying toward the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword and grasping it in his hand. Having already comprehended the Supreme One-Sword Intent, he easily took control of the sword. Lu Chun continuously infused his soul power into the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, imprinting his own soul brand upon it. A quasi-emperor weapon. This 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword has evolved into a quasi-emperor weapon. Having fully mastered the sword, Lu Chun's eyes lit up with delight. This 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword was originally a Great Sage Tao weapon, but it was forged from top-grade Star Tao Gold and Dragon Clan blood, allowing it to absorb stellar energy. Having absorbed stellar energy for a long time beneath the sword steel of Silver Sword Peak, it had long surpassed the limits of a great sage Dao weapon and reached the Quasi-Emperor grade. Excellent. With the Quasi-Emperor weapon 7-star Dragon Abyss, sword and mastery of the Supreme One Sword intent, I am invincible beneath the sage realm. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the sword, Lu Chen's heart swelled with pride. With such a formidable Quasi-Emperor weapon coupled with his Supreme Bone Star Dao body and the powerful Supreme One Sword intent, Lu Chen was confident he could slay or defeat any powerhouse below the sage realm. Since he had already seized all of Yi Bufan's opportunities, it was time to return. He could cultivate the Supreme One Sword art and the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to further enhance his strength. And there was also that little girl Yi Lingxi of the Yin Dao physique who had promised to come again tonight to share pleasure and assist in my cultivation. He could not afford to waste this hard-earned cultivation opportunity. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Then he put away the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and left Silver Sword Peak. This Lu Chen has considerable potential. It seems that my primordial beginning Holy Land will once again produce a super prodigy capable of entering the Starry Sky Road and contending for supremacy on the Emperor path. High above the clouds of the primordial beginning Holy Land, a middle-aged man dressed in an ink-colored robe with a dignified aura watched Lu Chen depart, his face full of admiration. This middle-aged man was the leader of the primordial beginning Holy Land, the primordial beginning Holy Lord. Senior brother, you overestimate Lu Chen too much. He merely had the luck to obtain the Supreme One Sword Saint's legacy. To enter the Starry Sky Road and compete with those monstrous talents on the Emperor path, he still has a long way to go. As Li Daohong spoke, a stunningly beautiful woman beside him dressed in a red palace gown with a voluptuous figure and captivating charm furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly unimpressed by Lu Chen. Elder Yuning Lu Chen is the holy son of our Taichu sacred land, possessing unparalleled talent and potential coupled with the fearless courage to venture deep into the Silver Sword Peak. Such strength and character already make him quite formidable, and he undoubtedly has a significant chance of entering the Ancient Star Road in the future. Indeed, Elder Yuning, we must believe in Lu Chen. Since he has obtained the legacy of the Taichi Sword Saint, it signifies that he is also a person of great fortune. Why would he be unable to enter the Ancient Star Road? We need to give Lu Chen some time. Although his talent may not match that of those super prodigies, talent is not absolute. As Elder Qin Yuning spoke, the surrounding top elders of the Taichu sacred land immediately refuted her, clearly disagreeing with her words. The terrifying sword intent at the boundary between the depths of the Silver Sword Peak and the inner peak has blocked countless powerful individuals. The deathly aura that seeps into one's bones is enough to make one's soul tremble, completely extinguishing any will to advance. Now with Lu Chen entering it and his identity as the Holy Son, he has already gained recognition from many elders. Elder Yuning, who else in our sect apart from Yuchan is qualified to enter the Ancient Star Road? At this moment, the Taichu Sacred Master Li Daohong turned around, looking calmly at Qin Yuning beside him. That goes without saying, it must be Yi Bufan. He possesses the ancient sacred body, and a perfected sacred body can even challenge the extreme Dao Emperor. In the past, a single sacred body could intimidate the Ancient Star Road. How magnificent that was. In the future, Yi Bufan can do the same. As soon as Li Daohong's words fell, Qin Yuning immediately replied without a second thought. Yi Bufan has barely broken 3 of the heavenly lock barriers. He had just been thoroughly beaten by Lu Chen without any means of resistance. A guy like that wanting to suppress the ancient road, TSK. A nearby elder of the Taichu sacred land said with a sigh. Yi Bufan's ancient sacred body is indeed powerful, but with 10 heavenly lock barriers suppressing him, many elders still do not look favorably upon him. You see, that is the suppression of realms. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Just wait and see. You will understand later that Yi Bufan is the hope of our Taichu sacred land. Hearing the elder's words, Qin Yuning's eyelids twitched, and she quickly replied. After saying this, Qin Yuning turned and transformed into a streak of light as she left the cloud. Sister Yuning's temper is still the same. Who could blame her for being from the Qin family? Never mind, let's not talk about her. If Sister Yuning finds out, she'll get furious again. Seeing Qin Yuning leave directly, another elder of the Taichu sacred land said in a low voice. The other elders nodded in agreement. Qin Yuning is from the imperial Qin family of the middle domain, and her noble status means that the elders of the Taichu sacred land cannot easily offend her. Thus, Qin Yuning holds a very unique position in the Taichu sacred land. Although she is merely an elder, even the sect master Li Daohong does not dare to be overly harsh with her, fearing the hostility of the Qin family. However, it's the first time Sister Yuning has shown such favoritism towards a disciple. What do you think? Could there be some connection between that Yi Bufan and Sister Yuning? At this moment, an elder of the Taichu sacred land suddenly spoke up, his face reflecting a meaningful expression. Enough, let's not discuss Sister Yuning anymore. Since the sword intent of the Silver Sword Peak has been unsealed, you may all go and cultivate there for a while. The Taichi sword intent in the depths of the Silver Sword Peak will benefit you greatly. Just as the elder's words were about to spark discussions among the others, a cold and authoritative voice echoed, Yes, the sect master is right. Let's go cultivate at the Silver Sword Peak. Upon hearing the sect master speak, the surrounding elders did not dare to voice any objections. They hurriedly flew towards the depths of the Silver Sword Peak, preparing to enter and cultivate using the formidable Taichi sword intent. Soon only Li Daohong remained in the clouds. Li Daohong stood in the clouds calmly watching Qin Yuning as she departed. His gaze seemed capable of penetrating through the clouds, easily spotting Qin Yuning heading towards the Tianji Peak, looking with pity at Yi Bufan, who had been beaten to the point of resembling a dead dog. Sister Yuning, the trajectory of fate has already shifted. After a while, a black and white pattern slowly flowed in Li Daohong's eyes as he muttered to himself. Taichu Sacred Land, Holy Sun Peak. In a beautifully scenic mountain forest, Lu Chun wielded the Qinghong sword, executing the Taichi sword art with countless sword lights and sword intents intertwining like fleeting shadows. The entire forest erupted with a sharp, piercing sound of sword cries. The violent Taichi sword intent nearly shattered the surrounding forest and mountains. Taichi breaking the void. After a while, Lu Chun unleashed a divine ability from the Taichi sword art, swiftly slicing towards the surrounding space. With a violent flash of sword light, the space ahead was completely torn apart by the sword light released by Lu Chun, and countless spatial turbulence surged forth from the rift. The forest began to tremble violently, emitting a faint mournful cry. Strong as it is, it consumes too much spiritual energy. It can only be used as a trump card for a one-hit kill. However, the power is indeed tremendous. Below the sage level, I fear no one can withstand this strike. Looking at the spatial turbulence ahead, Lu Chun, whose face was pale from the immense consumption, exhaled a breath of foul air, and the Taichi sword intent slowly returned to his body. After 2 hours of cultivation, Lu Chun had fully comprehended and mastered the Taichi sword art. The imperial-level martial arts did not disappoint Lu Chun. The divine abilities contained within were imbued with extraordinary destructive power, and when combined with the Taichi sword intent, they exuded an aura capable of annihilating everything. However, the consumption was excessively great, and Lu Chen's current strength could not allow him to use it freely. Lu Chen did not dwell on it too much, as this was already a top-tier martial art at the imperial level. He was quite satisfied with his successful cultivation. As for the issue of consumption, it would naturally be resolved as his cultivation improved in the future. Holy Sun, the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystal, has been retrieved. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang in Lu Chen's ears. A figure named Inger, dressed in a black long dress, and with a stunning figure, rushed in from outside the forest, respectfully speaking to Lu Chen. In Inger's hand was an enormous fired spirit crystal emanating an overwhelming heat. Nice you brought it back so quickly. Once I finish cultivating this divine ability, I'll be sure to reward you well. Lu Chun took the fired spirit crystal from Inger's hand, pinched her cheek, and smiled. This fired spirit crystal is the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystal, one of the essential spiritual materials for cultivating the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. The Phoenix Nirvana Sutra consists of 9 levels, with each level significantly enhancing its healing effects. Upon reaching the 9th level, one will master the power of nirvana, possessing the ability to reverse life and death. After comprehending the sutra, Lu Chun immediately instructed Yinger to search for the necessary Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals for the first 3 levels of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. To Lu Chen's surprise, Yinger found them within just a few hours. Upon hearing Lu Chen's promise of a reward, Yinger's face flushed with embarrassment, her chest gently trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with both anticipation and joy. After reporting on some matters concerning the Taichu Holy Land, Yinger took her leave. After Yinger departed, Lu Chun went to the spiritual ground of the Holy Sun Peak to absorb the violent spiritual power from the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals and practiced the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. With his extraordinary talent, Lu Chun comprehended the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra in no time after returning to the Holy Sun Peak. Therefore, this training session proceeded smoothly without encountering any bottlenecks. Moreover, after merging with the Supreme Bone, Lu Chen's physical body experienced a tremendous boost, allowing him to effortlessly absorb the terrifying violent spiritual power from the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals. Half an hour later, Lu Chen successfully entered the first level, and a fiery red spirit core appeared. This fiery red spirit core is the mark of having completed the first level of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Lu Chun can harness the power within the spirit core to heal his injuries and even restore his essence. Continue to cultivate and strive to complete the second level. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and he could feel the immense power of the fiery red spirit core within him. The healing effects contained within it were even more formidable than some earth-grade healing elixirs. This was merely the first level, or should he achieve the subsequent levels, the effects would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Lu Chen then continued to absorb the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals, cultivating the second level of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Why is the Spirit Beast Egg showing signs of disturbance? Just as Lu Chen absorbed the power from the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals, he sensed that the ancient Spirit Beast Egg in his system space seemed to be trembling slightly. The ancient Spirit Beast Egg was adorned with ancient patterns looking extremely mysterious. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and took out the ancient Spirit Beast Egg. After taking out the ancient Spirit Beast Egg, the violent fiery spiritual power escaping from the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals slowly dissipated in Lu Chen's hands. It seems that the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals aids in the hatching of this ancient Spirit Beast Egg. Realizing that the ancient Spirit Beast Egg could absorb the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals to hatch, Lu Chen thought, in that case, let this ancient Spirit Beast Egg absorb the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals along with me. Lu Chen quickly devised a plan to have the Spirit Beast Egg absorb the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals to aid in its rapid hatching. Then Lu Chen continued to absorb the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals to cultivate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, while also channeling the power from the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals into the Spirit Beast Egg. The Spirit Beast Egg, now infused with the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals, indeed trembled even more violently, with its shell seemingly on the verge of cracking. 2 hours later, Lu Chen successfully completed the second level of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Within Lu Chen's body, 2 fiery red spirit cores intertwined and released an endless stream of mysterious power. After cultivating the second level, the healing effects of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra increased several-fold, already comparable to the effects of having great elixirs. Crack! At the same time, the shell of the Spirit Beast Egg that was absorbing the power of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Crystals shattered completely. As the shell shattered, an incredibly terrifying scorching aura erupted from within, causing the temperature of the spiritual ground space to rise continuously, making Lu Chen feel a slight sense of suffocation. Then a small ancient phoenix radiating blazing flames flew out from the broken shell. Once it emerged, the small ancient phoenix immediately perched on Lu Chen's shoulder, affectionately licking his cheek. This is a juvenile ancient phoenix. It turns out to be a phoenix egg. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the ancient phoenix on his shoulder, which was releasing intense flames. The ancient phoenix is one of the most elite demon tribes from the ancient era, possessing an extraordinarily powerful physique, mastery over blazing flames, and immense potential. Upon its birth, the ancient phoenix already possesses strength comparable to that of a human sage, making it exceptionally formidable. Once matured, it can rival the supreme beings of humanity, being a super divine beast from the ancient era. Even now, the Phoenix tribe still exists in the divine wilderness realm, but those Phoenix clan members are merely ordinary ones lacking the ancient bloodline, making their potential incomparable to that of the ancient Phoenix. However, even without the ancient bloodline, the Phoenix tribe still stands as a dominant force among demon races in the divine wilderness realm, remaining exceedingly powerful. Then Lu Chen employed various methods to test the strength of the ancient Phoenix. Not bad, not bad. The system is truly impressive, granting me an ancient Phoenix Spirit Beast Egg. Once this Phoenix grows up, it will be equivalent to having a supreme henchman. Plus, it already possesses the strength of a sage. This is fantastic. Yi Bufan, you truly are my lucky star. Lu Chen felt a wave of satisfaction after the tests. This ancient phoenix indeed possesses the strength of a sage and immense potential. Since you are red, I shall call you Xiaohong from now on. Lu Chen then named the ancient phoenix Xiaohong. Screech. As a reward from the system, Xiaohong had completely recognized Lu Chen as its master and complied with all of his requests. After playing with Xiaohong for a while, Lu Chen allowed it to find a place to cultivate on the Holy Sun Peak. He then prepared to continue practicing the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Holy Sun, I have arrived. Just as Lu Chen was about to continue his cultivation, a melodious voice rang in his ears. Lu Chen looked up towards the source of the voice. He saw a pure and charming girl with fair skin and exquisite features walking towards him with a pale complexion. The girl wore a white long dress exuding an ethereal aura, and her delicate figure resembled the sharp tip of a lotus leaf, radiating a youthful vibe. Beneath the white dress, her long slender legs were wrapped in thin white stockings, appearing extraordinarily tender. Lingxi, you finally made it. Looking at the delicate girl who appeared timid and fearful, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Truly being one of the fated heroines, this pure and beautiful appearance is undoubtedly the goddess of many Taichu Holy Land disciples' dreams. Chen spoke indifferently. Since you're here, let's begin training. Don't waste time. Yes, holy son. Lingxi bit her red lips softly. The next afternoon on Tianji Peak, in a simply decorated room. Chen, I am the primordial sacred body. When my sacred body reaches perfection and I dominate the heavens, I will not let you off. From the room came a hoarse, hurried voice. On the bed lay a young man with a delicate but pale face, his eyes tightly shut, sweat pouring down his forehead as he muttered incessantly, as if trapped in a terrifying nightmare. No, don't. Lingxi, I'm coming to save you. After a long moment, the young man yelled, then jolted awake from the bed, gasping heavily, his body trembling slightly. Bufan quickly looked around upon awakening, spotting a familiar figure nearby. He hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. So it was a nightmare. Good thing it was just a dream, just a dream. As long as Lingxi is safe. Bufan murmured softly, looking at his unharmed sister in the room. Brother, are you all right? Lingxi noticed Bufan had woken and quickly came to his side, asking. I'm fine, Lingxi. I'm sorry for making you worry again. Seeing Lingxi's haggard face and eyes full of exhaustion, Bufan's heart ached with concern. The terrifying scene from his dream lingered in Bufan's mind like a nightmare. No, I will never let such a thing happen. Bufan thought firmly in his heart. Lingxi forced a faint smile. As long as brother is safe, that's all that matters. Lingxi, your neck and arms. Did you go train in that mosquito-infested forest again? Bufan noticed the strange marks on Lingxi's neck and arms and asked. At that moment, Lingxi's neck and arms bore distinct marks even deeper than before. Lingxi lowered her head slightly, avoiding Bufan's gaze. Yes, brother, I want to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Seeing the marks on his sister, Bufan felt a flicker of irritation. Lingxi, that place has so many insects, maybe you shouldn't. Wait, power of life and death. Your realm, have you broken through to the life and death realm? Just as Bufan was about to persuade his sister not to train in that forest, he suddenly noticed wisps of life and death energy emanating from Lingxi. Clearly, Lingxi had already broken through to the life and death realm. Yes, I broke through this morning. Lingxi showed no joy on her face, instead her expression was complicated. You broke through this morning. Lingxi, you're incredible. In less than half a month, you've gone from the third layer of the Nirvana realm to the life and death realm. Hearing that Lingxi had indeed broken through, Bufan spoke slowly, his eyes filled with pride as he looked. Even with his primordial sacred body and numerous opportunities, it had taken him a full 2 months to go from the third layer of the Nirvana realm to the life and death realm. Yet Lingxi had done it in just half a month, leaving Bufan almost in disbelief. Lingxi remained silent, her heart filled with a cold helplessness. She knew well that her rapid cultivation progress was also tied to Chen. The primordialine body was a supreme dual cultivation sacred constitution, with a partner's cooperation. Cultivation speed could be astonishing. While Chen used her body for cultivation, Lingxi's own cultivation level also rose swiftly. This allowed her to break through continuously in such a short time, reaching the life and death realm. Lingxi, I shouldn't have stopped you. Since that forest is beneficial for your training, then go there more often. A few insect bites are nothing. I believe you can overcome them. Bufan took a deep breath and then said firmly to his sister. Lingxi's rapid advancement in cultivation made Bufan overjoyed. After all, she was his sister, and the stronger she was, the better. A few insect bites were, in Bufan's view, the smallest of problems. Moreover, the scene from his nightmare, where his sister was taken by Chen, still cast a shadow over his heart. As long as my sister keeps growing stronger, the scene from my dream will never come true. Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly, and an overwhelming weariness filled her heart. Finally, she said weakly, train there more often. I understand. By the way, what happened afterward? Did that bastard Chen go deep into the Silver Sword Peak? After a moment, Bufan seemed to remember something and asked urgently, his face tense. He had lost consciousness after being knocked out by the Shadow Guard Su Fuss Slap and had no idea what happened next. As sacred, Chen has entered the depths of the Silver Sword Peak and seems to have obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Sword Saint. Because Chen entered the terrifying sword, intent in the depths has dissipated, allowing the disciples and elders of our sacred land to enter the main peak of Silver Sword Peak for cultivation. The sect also awarded Chen a considerable number of contribution points and treasures. Lingxi then spoke slowly, recounting the subsequent events to Bufan. Chen's entry into the main peak of Silver Sword Peak and his dissolution of the terrifying sword intent within brought immense benefits to many disciples. His reputation within the primordial sacred land soared considerably. An increasing number of disciples were filled with admiration for Chen. He entered. How dare he? And he stole the inheritance of the Supreme Sword Saint. Why? That should have been mine. Damn it. Damn you, Chen. Hearing Yi Lingxi's words, Yi Bufan's mind buzzed. His body trembled slightly as he let out a low roar. Yi Bufan understood the immense significance of the opportunity within the main peak of Silver Sword Peak. Setting aside the inheritance of the Supreme Sword Saint, it was highly likely to contain something that could cure Jiang Yuechan. Thus he had desperately tried to stop Chen from entering. Yet he failed, and in doing so suffered a brutal beating from Chen for nothing. Brother is at it again. Yi Lingxi watched her brother's fury, a wave of exhaustion washing over. Her brother was always like this, believing everything good belonged to him and acting without ever considering the consequences. He had suffered so many losses already, couldn't he just cultivate diligently? In contrast, Chen, though equally overbearing. No, how could I think Chen is good? He is a great demon, a fiend. I will never like him in this life. Yi Lingxi's thoughts churned, and she quickly suppressed the strange feelings rising within her. What is a mere inheritance of the Supreme Sword Saint? You are the primordial sacred body destined to tread the ancient starry road and vie for supremacy on the Emperor's path with countless prodigies. What is this pathetic state you are in now? Just then a light snort echoed through the room. A stunningly beautiful woman in a red palace dress with a voluptuous figure and an enchanting demeanor slowly walked in. Her gaze was calm as it fell upon Yi Bufan on the bed. Seeing the sudden appearance of this exquisite woman, Yi Bufan's mind and spirit trembled. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from her. The faint traces of her presence seemed to cause a slight distortion in the surrounding space. His face pale, Yi Bufan stammered, "Senior. Who are you?" "Brother, this is the guest elder of our primordial sacred land, Chen Yuning. I was cultivating last night, and it was Elder Chen who took care of you and healed your injuries." Yi Lingxi, who clearly knew this stunning woman, quickly introduced her to Yi Bufan. "Elder Chen Yuning. Thank you, Elder Chen, for saving my life." Yi Bufan's pupils constricted, his heart filled with shock, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. He had long heard of a guest elder named Chen Yuning in the primordial sacred land, breathtakingly beautiful, yet acting without restraint and being unreasonable. Although merely a guest elder, her background seemed so formidable that even the sacred lord and the headmaster of the primordial sacred land had to show her respect. Yi Bufan never expected that this Elder Chen would help heal his wounds. It was merely a small effort. "I want to ask you, now that Chen has obtained the Supreme Sword Saint's inheritance and his strength seems to have increased, what do you plan to do next?" Chen Yuning was indifferent to Yi Bufan's gratitude, her gaze fixed intently on him. Her stare made Yi Bufan feel as if needles were pricking his back, his body feeling completely suppressed. "Chen goes too far humiliating me like this. No matter how strong he becomes, I will never bow to him. One day I will trample him underfoot and ensure he never rises again." After a moment of deliberation, Yi Bufan took a deep breath and slowly spoke, revealing his thoughts. Hearing Yi Bufan's words, Chen Yuning's face showed approval. "Not bad. Not fearing the strong. This is the primordial sacred body I have my eyes on. From now on in the primordial sacred land, I have your back. Show your strength to your heart's content. Chen is nothing to fear. As long as you don't commit a fundamental mistake, I can protect you." Hearing Chen Yuning's words, Yi Bufan's heart surged with excitement. He quickly replied, "Yes, Elder Chen. I will not let you down." He had previously been wary of Chen's status as the sacred son, fearing he would use his position to oppress him. But now with Chen Yuning's backing, he had nothing to worry about. "Just wait, Chen. The humiliation you inflicted on me will be repaid 100-fold. Chen Yuning continued, "Since you are so ambitious, I am not a stingy person. From now on, you and Lingxi may come to my Purple Mist Peak to cultivate any time." "Yes, thank you, Elder Chen." Both Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi replied respectfully. The Purple Mist Peak was a powerful spiritual peak in the primordial sacred land with an abundance of spiritual energy and a cultivation environment several times superior to that of the Supreme Peak. Although he had been severely beaten, being valued by Elder Chen Yuning brought a new turning point for him in the primordial sacred land. Yi Bufan mused to himself. He did not know why Chen Yuning had specifically chosen him, nor did he care. As long as he could grow stronger and eventually suppress Chen, everything would be fine. "Keep it up. I appreciate you. This is for you, use it well." Chen Yuning then produced a jade bottle which exuded an ancient, desolate, and weathered aura and handed it to Yi Bufan on the bed. After giving the item to Yi Bufan, Chen Yuning transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the room. Yi Bufan looked at the jade bottle Chen Yuning had left behind, feeling the blood within his veins continuously boil. It was as if something inside the bottle was stirring the very essence of his primordial sacred body. Yi Bufan then opened the jade bottle, discovering a vial of blood that exuded a majestic aura. This is the essence blood of a primordial sacred body, and one that is broken through 10 heavenly shackles. Gazing at the blood, Yi Bufan immediately recognized it as the essence blood of a primordial sacred body. Excellent, excellent. With the help of this essence blood, I will surely be able to break even more heavenly shackles. Just wait, Lu Chen. The day I suppress you is not far off. Yi Bufan licked his lips, then opened his mouth and directly swallowed the essence blood. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxi's supreme Yindao body is truly effective for cultivation. Another night, and my cultivation has broken through another realm, reaching the 8th layer of the creation realm. In the spiritual grounds of the sacred sun peak, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. 8 creation spiritual meridians had already condensed within him, and a surging, incomparably powerful spiritual energy flowed wildly through his body. At that moment, the once clear sky was suddenly covered by layers of clouds. The vast clouds swiftly shrouded the area above the supreme beginning sacred ground, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Then streaks of blue-purple lightning crackled and flashed. The terrifying lightning, like divine light, tearing everything apart, unleashed its power. Within the sky, ancient and mysterious heavenly chains faintly appeared with countless threads of Tao energy surging through the clouds. From afar, some force seemed to be slowly rending those ancient and mysterious heavenly chains. Before long, 7 heavenly chains fully materialized, as if sealing away something dreadful, their terrifying aura nearly overwhelming heaven and earth. Yinger, also drawn by the vast spiritual energy, said, "Holy Sun, it's an anomaly from the heavenly extreme peak." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at the distant sky. That direction was indeed the heavenly extreme peak. It's Yi Bufan. He is about to break the heavenly chains of the primordial sacred body. After observing for a while, Lu Chen realized it was the phenomenon of Yi Bufan shattering the heavenly chains. Having read the original story, Lu Chen knew that breaking these chains would produce such signs. The current overwhelming phenomenon was clearly the sign of Yi Bufan breaking the chains. Even after I snatched the opportunity at Silver Sword Peak and gave him a thrashing, he still found a chance to break the heavenly chains. Truly a chosen protagonist. Lu Chen frowned, murmuring to himself. In the original story, Yi Bufan had passed through the terrifying sword intent of Silver Sword Peak, and under its violent baptism, he broke one heavenly chain, greatly enhancing his potential and strength. Lu Chen had thought that after disrupting that sword intent, Yi Bufan would not break the chain so easily, or at least not so soon. Now it seemed he had underestimated this chosen protagonist. A chosen protagonist is truly blessed by fate. Despite all his suppression, Yi Bufan still found a way to rise. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yinger was momentarily stunned and said incredulously, "How is that possible? The heavenly chains of the primordial sacred body are incredibly strong and hard to break. What right does Yi Bufan have?" After the primordial sacred body was sealed, many such bodies had appeared in the divine wilderness realm. Yet few could break the heavenly chains. Breaking 3 was already remarkable. Now, after breaking 3 chains, Yi Bufan was breaking another, truly astonishing. Yi Bufan had always clamored to deal with Lu Chen, and as Lu Chen's trusted aide, Yinger had kept a close. In Yinger's view, though Yi Bufan had talent, he had merely broken 3 chains by chance with little further potential. Do not underestimate Yi Bufan, he is far from simple. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and continued, "Didn't I have the shadow guards monitor Yi Bufan and his companion? Go ask them, perhaps we can learn the reason for his latest breakthrough." Yinger nodded and immediately sent a message to the shadow guards. Holy Sun, yesterday Elder Chen Yuning of the Purple Cloud Peak visited Yi Bufan at the heavenly extreme peak and stayed for a considerable time. After she entered, we shadow guards dared not pry too closely. However, the anomaly at the heavenly extreme peak began shortly after Elder Chen Yuning left. Perhaps this matter is related to her. Soon a shadow guard arrived before Lu Chen and respectfully reported the surveillance results. Chen Yuning? But in the original story, she only approached Yi Bufan after he defeated me. Why now? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, recalling a voluptuous, coldly beautiful woman. Lu Chen knew Chen Yuning's identity well. She was a member of the Chen clan in the central domain, noble and prestigious, who had been quietly watching Yi Bufan at the supreme beginning sacred ground. The reason Chen Yuning watched Yi Bufan was not only his primordial sacred body, but also because she was. In the original story, Chen Yuning had only observed Yi Bufan from afar in the early stages without special attention. An act like personally visiting the heavenly extreme peak had never occurred. After all, Chen Yuning prided herself on being from an imperial clan and was extremely proud. Even as Yi Bufan's aunt, she would not lower herself until he had proven his worth. It seems my choices have altered the plot to some extent, gradually deviating from the original. Lu Chen realized that his decisions were slowly changing the storyline, and the future had shifted since his arrival. His choices not only changed his own fate, but also interfered with and altered the destinies of others. Wasn't that more interesting? If everything followed the original story with a fixed future, and everything proceeding as planned, what value was there in breaking through such a world? Chen exhaled deeply, his resolve quickly strengthening once more. After a while, with a series of terrifying collisions, one of the 7 heavenly chains above the heavenly extreme peak was shattered by a dreadful force. As one chain broke, all the phenomena in the sky dissipated and countless strands of spiritual energy surged violently toward the heavenly extreme peak. It's over. Bufan has truly broken another chain. His sacred body has now shattered 4 heavenly chains. Yinger said slowly, gazing at the fading chains in the distance, a complex look in her eyes. Holy Sun, should we have someone eliminate Bufan? Yinger made a throat-cutting gesture and spoke softly to. After the previous events, Chen and Bufan had developed considerable enmity. Now that Bufan had broken another chain, allowing him to grow further would surely lead to great trouble in the future. It might be better to kill him now to eliminate the threat. No need. He is not simple. Let's just play along with him slowly. Even if he breaks all 10 chains, I am confident I can keep him beneath my feet. Chen shook his head, rejecting Yinger's proposal. Bufan's identity was not ordinary. His mother was an imperial daughter of the Qin clan, and his father's background was equally profound, with many hidden figures watching over him. Within the bounds of the rules, it was fine to tease or even humiliate Bufan. But to kill him now would invite opposition from those hidden forces. The difficulty of killing him rivaled that of slaying a peak great sage, if not more. Even if he managed to kill Bufan by luck, Chen doubted he could survive the full fury of those hidden giants. After all, he was merely a minor villainous holy son, a small fry compared to the behemoths lurking in the Thus now was not the right time to kill Bufan. A chosen protagonist was not to be taken lightly. That was why Chen did not rush to eliminate him. He had no desire to throw his life away. With the divine selection system, he had an infinitely bright future. For now, the best course was to develop steadily, slowly suppress Bufan, and build his own strength and foundation. As for Bufan, Chen believed the day he would finish him off was not far off. Holy Son, I understand. Yinger nodded obediently, offering no doubt about his words. Continue monitoring Bufan and Lingxi. That fellow has broken his shackles, so his strength should have increased considerably. Stay hidden and be cautious. Chen addressed the shadow guard ahead. The shadow guard member replied respectfully. Yes, Your Holiness, the Saint's son. This subordinate will be careful. Chen continued. Also gather a large amount of crimson flame spiritual liquid. The more the better. Crimson flame spiritual liquid was a spiritual substance needed for cultivating the 4th to 6th layers of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, and the quantity required was immense. Although Chen's Phoenix Nirvana Sutra had only reached the 2nd layer, crimson flame spiritual liquid was a top-tier body-tempering divine liquid, extremely precious and exceedingly rare. Thus, the sooner it was collected, the better. The shadow guard nodded, and then went to execute Chen's orders. Since Bufan has broken another shackle, I cannot afford to slack off. After finishing the 3rd layer of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, I will make contact with Xianxia. Chen gazed at the distant Tianji peak, which was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and had already formed a plan in his heart. A day later, at the Saintis Peak. The Saintis Peak was located in the southern region of the primordial sacred ground. Here, spiritual energy was dense, and numerous spiritual plants exuded an intensely rich fragrance. Due to Xianxuan's special status, the spiritual land of the Saintis Peak was even more abundant in spiritual power than the Sacred Lord Peak of the primordial sacred ground. On the Saintis Peak, many disciples of the primordial sacred ground were cultivating. At the center of the Saintis Peak stood a grand, luxurious palace surrounded by numerous spirit-gathering formations that drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Welcome, Your Holiness the Saintess, as you emerge from seclusion. Reverent voices echoed from within the palace. Many disciples of the Saintis Peak knelt before the palace, their faces full of respect. Then a peerlessly beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor, pure and refined with captivating features, slowly walked out of the palace. The stunning woman was clad in a purple long dress, her figure exquisite and her skin as delicate as white jade, like a celestial maiden untouched by the mortal world. Continue your cultivation. Xianxia gently raised her jade-like hand, and a soft stream of spiritual energy lifted the many disciples before the palace. Yes, Your Holiness the Saintess. The disciples replied respectfully, then resumed their cultivation on the Saintis Peak to enhance their strength. Beside Xianxia, the charming maidservant Yenner followed her as they walked through the Saintis Peak, and asked, Your Holiness, did the 9 revolutions soul-shaping pill work? Xianxia did not speak, merely shaking her head gently. Even the 9 revolutions soul-nurturing pill failed. This Tao injury must be too dreadful. Seeing Xianxuan's response, Yenner's face showed disappointment. It's fine. I've long grown accustomed to it. Even with this Dao injury, I can still contend with the most exceptional prodigies. Jiang Yuechan said indifferently, her words brimming with disdainful confidence, utterly unshaken by the Dao injury that clung to her like an unbreakable curse. Yin'er couldn't help but think, if the saintess didn't have this Dao injury, she could easily suppress those supreme prodigies. Jiang Yuchan's talent was extraordinarily terrifying, and with the support of the imperial clan Jiang, her innate strength placed her among the top-tier young generation in the entire divine wasteland realm. This was even with the Dao injury present. Without it, Yin'er dared not imagine how terrifying Jiang Yuchan's. After a moment, Yin'er seemed to recall something and spoke up. Your Holiness, that primordial sacred body, who came to our Sanctus Peak last time with you, Lingxi. Why not let him take a look? Perhaps he has some way. Jiang Yuechan parted her cherry lips slightly and said faintly, even the patriarch of the medicine spirit clan couldn't find a solution. What means could a primordial sacred body possibly have? Forget it. Those were just his excuses to get close to me. Yin'er continued, Your Holiness, that Yi Bufan is no ordinary person. Yesterday he broke another heavenly shackle, and now he has shattered 4 in total. Another heavenly shackle broken. Hearing Yin'er's words, a flicker of astonishment passed through Jiang Yuchan. The primordial sacred body was an incredibly heaven-defying constitution, and breaking its shackles was extremely difficult. Breaking them consecutively was in some ways even harder than her Dao injury. This Yi Bufan could break 4 shackles. He must have exceptional qualities. When she met him last time, Jiang Yuechan had also sensed some peculiarities about him. Though somewhat arrogant, he still had real strength and foundation. In that case, perhaps she could let him give it a try. Many thoughts raced through Jiang Yuchan's mind. Thinking this, she was about to speak. In that case, I shall. Your Holiness, Saint Sun Lu Chen has arrived at the Sanctus Peak and requests an audience. Before Jiang Yuechan could finish, a disciple of the Sanctus Peak came to her side and reported. Lu Chen, what does he want? Jiang Yuechan was full of doubt. Although they were the Saint Sun and Saintess, they had no interaction whatsoever. Unable to fathom his intent, she said calmly, let him in. I'm already in. A clear voice rang out at that moment. A streak of black light flashed in the space ahead, and Lu Chen's figure materialized before Jiang Yuechan. The grand perfection realm of illusory shift. Seeing the sudden apparition, Jiang Yuchan's pupils contracted. She recognized it immediately. Lu Chen had used the primordial sacred grounds, earth-grade martial art illusory shift. This illusory shift was extremely profound, a highly advanced movement technique. Though only earth-grade, its difficulty and cultivation was no less than that of a typical heaven-grade martial art. Jiang Yuechan had also cultivated this technique, but despite spending considerable time, she had only reached the minor achievement stage. As expected of Jiang Yuechan, you recognized it at a glance. Seeing that she had identified his martial art, Lu Chen did not hesitate to praise her. His cultivation. Has he reached the late stage of the creation realm? Jiang Yuechan did not reply to Lu Chen's words, but was inwardly more astonished. Both were prominent figures in the primordial sacred ground, so she had naturally paid some attention to Lu Chen. Jiang Yuechan knew that not long ago Lu Chen was still at the life and death realm. Now in a short time, he had reached the creation realm, and even the late stage of it. Moreover, the faint aura emanating from Lu Chen gave her a supreme prodigy of the younger generation who had already broken through to the saint realm a slight sense of pressure. Seeing Jiang Yuechan staring at him, Lu Chen quickly asked softly, what? Is there something on my face? No, it's just that after many days apart your strength seems to have greatly increased, brother Lu Chen. I'm rather surprised. Jiang Yuechan smiled gracefully and spoke with poise. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, it's merely a minor breakthrough. He was not surprised that Jiang Yuechan could discern his significant enhancement in strength. After all, Jiang Yuechan was one of the supreme prodigies of the Shanhuang realm and a princess of the imperial Jiang clan. Although both were the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Taichu sacred ground in the original story, their talents and strengths had never been on the same level. Without the advantages of the system and being transported into a book, Lu Chen did not believe he could ever stand shoulder to shoulder with her, let alone surpass her. Even now, having fused with the supreme bone and greatly enhanced his foundation, Lu Chen still had no confidence that he could defeat the elegant young woman before him. Jiang Yuechan gave Lu Chen a meaningful glance, but said nothing more. Jiang Yuechan then addressed Lu Chen ahead of her. Brother Lu Chen, this is your first time on my Holy Maiden Peak, isn't it? Let me show you around and enjoy the scenery. Then I shall gladly accept your kind offer. Lu Chen agreed cheerfully. Immediately after, the two began to roam around the Holy Maiden Peak. As they admired the surrounding beauty, they also exchanged insights and realizations on various martial arts and divine abilities. With his heaven-defying comprehension, now Lu Chen effortlessly articulated profound insights, and some of his words proved highly enlightening for Jiang Yuechan. As a supreme prodigy of the Shanhuang realm, Jiang Yuechan possessed top-tier comprehension herself, and backed by the heritage of the imperial clan, she too offered many unique perspectives. Their conversation flowed harmoniously, and their exchange was exceptionally congenial. This is the first time I've seen the Holy Maiden converse so joyfully with anyone. Looking at them, they seem so well matched, like a couple destined by heaven. From a distance behind them, some disciples of the Holy Maiden Peak watched Lu Chun and Jiang Yuechan speaking in astonishment. Yenner, standing nearby, felt the same. Having served Jiang Yuechan for years, she knew that despite her gentle demeanor, the Holy Maiden was immensely proud at heart. Previously, many supreme prodigies from the central domain had visited, yet Jiang Yuechan had never shown them a friendly expression. Now she was conversing so harmoniously with Lu Chun, truly unbelievable. No one is to speak of today's events. Yenner seemed to recall something, then fixed a sharp gaze on the surrounding disciples. Yes, senior sister Yenner, we will keep our lips sealed, they all promised. Not long after, as the sun set, Jiang Yuechan reluctantly ended their discussion and hosted a banquet in the palace to entertain Lu Chun. Everyone says I, Jiang Yuechan, am the top prodigy of the Eastern Domain, yet little do they know that Taichu's sacred ground hides a freak like you no less than those supreme prodigies from the Central Domain. Jiang Yuechan spoke softly to Lu Chun, who was drinking wine before her eyes shimmering with admiration. Initially, she had doubted whether her earlier feelings were mere illusions. But after their recent exchange, Jiang Yuechan was certain that Lu Chun was far from ordinary. The insights he casually uttered made her feel as if she were listening to the elders of her clan expounding the Tao. Even the aura he exuded was vast as the starry sea, carrying an elusive, mysterious quality. Though Lu Chen's cultivation base still lagged behind those supreme prodigies in Jiang Yuechan's view, given his current potential and foundation, it was only a matter of time before he grew into one of them. Lu Chen drank a cup of spirit wine and said nonchalantly, Miss Yuechan flatters me. Had anyone else received such praise from Jiang Yuechan, they might have been elated, but Lu Chun paid it little mind. He knew that this world was vast, so vast that even with his system and knowledge from the book, he dared not claim absolute certainty of reaching the pinnacle. Jiang Yuechan did not dwell on the topic and instead asked about Lu Chen's purpose. By the way, brother Lu Chun, what brings you to my Holy Maiden Peak? Their conversation had been so pleasant that Jiang Yuechan had forgotten to inquire about his intentions. Lu Chen's gaze was clear and his expression calm as he looked at Jiang Yuechan. I heard that Miss Yuechan suffers from a Tao injury. I happen to possess a profound divine ability that might help you try to heal it. It's for my Tao injury. Jiang Yuechan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected that to be the reason for his visit to the Holy Maiden Peak. After a long silence, Jiang Yuechan let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, Brother Lu Chun, I appreciate your kindness, but my Tao injury. Lu Chen's gaze was resolute as he interrupted her, still looking calmly at her. How can you know without trying? Are you willing to resign yourself to fate, Miss Yuechan? Resign to fate. Looking at Lu Chun before her, Jiang Yuechan felt as if her heart had been touched by his gaze, stirring countless ripples. Holy Maiden, please let the Holy Sun examine you. Your Tao injury has troubled you for so long. Yenner, standing nearby, couldn't help but urge. Though Yenner knew the hope was slim, she didn't want to let any opportunity slip by. Moreover, Lu Chen seemed different from before and had such a rapport with Jiang Yuechan. She felt it was worth a try. Well, then it'll trouble brother Lu Chun to examine me. Jiang Yuechan hesitated for a moment, recalling Lu Chen's unique insights and his profound gaze that seemed to pierce the soul, and finally agreed. Jiang Yuechan then led Lu Chun into a cultivation chamber within the palace. The chamber was rich with heaven and earth's spiritual energy, enhanced by numerous spirit-gathering arrays, making the energy almost tangible. At the center of the chamber lay a wide spirit pool filled with abundant spiritual liquid, truly worthy of an imperial princess. The spiritual energy density here was over 10 times that of my Holy Sun Peak's training grounds. As he took in the dense spiritual energy and the top-tier cultivation resources everywhere, Lu Chun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Brother Lu Chun, my Tao injury is on my back. How would you like to examine it? Once inside the chamber, Jiang Yuechan blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Chun. Lu Chun said slowly, just give me your hand, Miss Yuechan. Jiang Yuechan nodded and extended her fair, delicate hand. Lu Chun gently took her hand in his palm and began to probe her physical condition with his spiritual sense. As Jiang Yuechan watched Lu Chun carefully, sensing her body, a slight ripple stirred within her. It was the first time someone had held her hand like this, making her feel somewhat unsettled. As I thought, Jiang Yuechan's Tao injury isn't caused by damage, but because her origin is too powerful, too mighty for the laws of this world to contain. After a thorough examination, Lu Chun confirmed the cause of Jiang Yuechan's Tao injury. Jiang Yuchan's physique was exceptionally formidable, known as the legendary immortal spirit body, which granted her control over an immensely terrifying transcendent immortal spirit power that surpassed spiritual energy. Although the divine desolate realm was a powerful top-tier, mystical world teeming with countless peak experts, it was in essence still a realm of spiritual energy, a world devoid of the laws of immortality. Jiang Yuchan's immortal spirit body could only fully manifest in the immortal realm where the laws of immortality existed. In this divine desolate realm, it was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. The Tao injury Jiang Yuechan suffered was also due to this reason. The fault lay not with Jiang Yuechan, but with this world. Young Master Lu Chen, how is it? Have you discerned anything? After a moment seeing Lu Chen withdraw his palm, Jiang Yuechan inquired further. Lu Chen nodded, not concealing his findings from Jiang Yuechan, and said, "It is a matter of Miss Jiang's physique, which is somewhat incompatible with the laws of heaven and earth in the divine desolate realm, leading to the emergence of the Tao injury." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Jiang Yuechan spoke with a complex expression. Young Master Lu has such keen insight, seeing the crux of the problem at a single glance. Previously, when the Tao injury frequently manifested, the Jiang family had paid a great price to consult a living fossil-level ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Sacred Land, and the result they obtained was consistent with what Lu Chen had said. That ancestor proposed some methods, but they were extremely risky. Even if she could be saved and barely survive, Jiang Yuechan would become a cripple incapable of cultivation. This was unacceptable to Jiang Yuechan, so she refused and merely used the spiritual pills from the Pill Cauldron Sacred Land for recuperation. Jiang Yuechan asked, "Then young Master Lu, do you have a method to treat it?" Lu Chen replied, "I do. I knew it. Thank you for your examination, young Master Lu. I've long grown accustomed to it." Believing Lu Chen also had no solution, Jiang Yuechan's voice was soft, tinged with melancholy. Before she could finish, Jiang Yuechan seemed to realize something. Her eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen before her, she said in disbelief, "Wait, young Master Lu, you said you have. You have a way?" Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I do have a way." Hearing Lu Chen's clear voice, Jiang Yuechan was momentarily dazed. Since childhood, her family had taken her to visit countless renowned physicians and ancestors. But the results they obtained were always that there was no cure. Even the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Sacred Land had no absolute certainty and could only provide some relief. Now Lu Chen actually claimed to have a way. Young Master Lu isn't just teasing me, is he? Jiang Yuechan lightly bit her rosy lips, her gaze fixed straight ahead on the handsome and ethereal Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze was gentle as he slowly said, "Whether it succeeds or not, Miss Yuechan will know with one try." Jiang Yuechan nodded and said, "Very well then, please proceed, young Master Lu." Lu Chen asked, "Is Miss Jiang's Tao injury on her back? I need to treat it through the wound." "Yes, young Master Lu." Jiang Yuechan replied, removing the upper part of her robe. Seeming somewhat shy, she hugged her chest, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lu Chen. Then Jiang Yuechan turned around, baring her smooth, jade-like back before Lu Chen. Her skin was exquisitely delicate, as captivating as fine lard. However, on her back there was a red wound-like mark from which emanated wisps of vast and profound doubt. Lu Chen collected his thoughts and said to Jiang Yuechan, "Miss Yuechan, I'm about to begin. It might hurt." Jiang Yuechan's voice was soft yet firm as she said, "Young Master Lu, please proceed. A little pain is something Yuechan can endure." Lu Chen said no more and pressed his palm against the red mark on Jiang Yuechan's back. The moment his hand made contact, he activated his supreme bone, drawing in the formidable immortal spirit energy within Jiang Yuechan's body. Resolving Jiang Yuechan's Tao injury was both difficult and simple. The key to the solution lay in extracting the excess immortal spiritual source energy from her body. However, extracting this immortal spiritual source energy would subject one to an immensely powerful impact from the origin force. It required an extremely strong physique to withstand it, such as the primordial sacred body or Lu Chen's supreme bona physique of the highest caliber. Moreover, extracting the immortal spiritual source energy was not the hardest part. After its extraction, Jiang Yuechan's foundational origin would suffer tremendous damage, potentially endangering her life and soul. This involved the very origin of the Tao, a problem even the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Sacred Land could not solve. The Phoenix Nirvana Sutra that Lu Chen had obtained from Silver Sword Peak could resolve this issue. In the original story, it was precisely by relying on the miraculous Phoenix Nirvana Sutra that Yi Bufan successfully cured Jiang Yuechan. As Lu Chen continued to extract the energy, Jiang Yuechan's face grew deathly pale and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The pain nearly tearing her soul apart caused her immense suffering, yet she still bit her silver teeth and persevered, not uttering a single cry. The supreme bone on Lu Chen's chest under the impact of the immortal spirit Bodis origin force revealed golden divine patterns resisting the powerful assault. Before long, under Lu Chen's extraction, a wisp of golden spiritual energy, containing an exceedingly pure force, began to flow above his dantian. I've got it, the immortal spiritual source Qi. Gazing at this wisp of golden spiritual energy within his dantian, Lu Chen felt immense satisfaction, his eyes brimming with elation. The reason Lu Chen came to treat Jiang Yuechan was not only to attempt to win over this destined female lead, but also for this very immortal spiritual source Qi. The immortal spiritual source Qi was a source energy containing the essence of the immortal spirit body, a rare and precious, heavenly, earthly treasure. It could be used not only to enhance cultivation divine soul and physique, but also to refine spiritual pills and even various top-tier spiritual treasures. Moreover, the immortal spiritual source Qi possessed a remarkably mystical effect. With a sufficient amount, one could condense a saint immortal soul. The sacred immortal soul was a soul light that had reached the immortal level, immensely powerful and possessing heaven-defying potential. It was said that condensing a sacred immortal soul could increase one's chances of breaking through to the immortal realm, making it a heaven-defying treasure coveted by countless peak experts, even supreme emperors. However, to condense a sacred immortal soul required a vast amount of immortal spiritual source energy, and the supply from an ordinary immortal spiritual body was far from sufficient. Moreover, immortal spiritual bodies were generally born only in the immortal realm in Jiang Yuechan, but this Jiang Yuechan's constitution is different. Due to the Shanhuang realm's unique laws of the Great Tao, her origin power has reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level, more than enough for me to condense a sacred immortal soul. Lu Chen murmured to himself. At that moment, Jiang Yuechan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning deathly pale, without a trace of color, her vitality rapidly fading. Jiang Yuechan could no longer hold on, her body collapsing into Lu Chen's arms. Damn it, I forgot to Seeing Jiang Yuechan so weakened, Lu Chen had no time to savor the tender moment in his arms, and quickly activated the Phoenix Nirvana art to heal her body. After his previous cultivation, Lu Chen's Phoenix Nirvana art had reached the 3rd level, greatly enhancing its healing effects. As the Phoenix Nirvana art circulated, 3 fiery red spirit cores in Lu Chen's dantian began to release a mysterious and wondrous Nirvana power. The fiery red Nirvana power surged into Jiang Yuechan's body. Nourished by the Phoenix Nirvana art's energy, her health visibly improved, her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and she slowly opened her eyes. I am not dead. Jiang Yuechan stared at Lu Chen, who was earnestly healing her, slightly stunned. When the source of her immortal spiritual body was being drawn out earlier, the pain had made her feel as though she was falling into hell. Now, feeling her body gradually recover, Jiang Yuechan experienced a surreal sensation of instantly returning from hell to the mortal world. Because of this feeling, Jiang Yuechan sensed a vague figure in her heart, one that seemed somewhat similar to the Lu Chen before her. Seeing Jiang Yuechan awake, Lu Chen asked with concern, "Miss Yuechan, are you all right?" Jiang Yuechan's face flushed slightly as she whispered, "I'm fine." Lu Chen continued, "I've already extracted some of the immortal spiritual Bodis origin. Can you sense your Tao wound? Has it recovered a bit?" Jiang Yuechan closed her eyes, sensing her body, and found it much lighter. The suppression of the great Tao of heaven and earth had weakened. "It really works." Jiang Yuechan's eyes brimmed with joy. Though the relief was slight, she had tried countless times to heal this Tao wound, all in vain, yet Lu Chen had actually succeeded. Lu Chen added, "Let's continue then. That was just a small extraction. There's still plenty of excess origin power." Jiang Yuechan gladly agreed. So Lu Chen continued to draw out the excess immortal spiritual body origin from Jiang Yuechan. Time passed slowly, and after several hours, Lu Chen's face grew much paler. Extracting the immortal spiritual Bodis origin placed a tremendous burden on Lu Chen's supreme bone. However, within his body, 10 strands of immortal spiritual source energy now radiated an exceptionally mysterious power. Moreover, after absorbing so much immortal spiritual body origin, Lu Chen's cultivation had also advanced, reaching the 9th level of the creation realm, just one step away from the Tao Palace realm. Jiang Yuechan slowly opened her eyes as well. After the excess origin power of her immortal spiritual body was drawn out, her Tao wound had healed considerably, granting her an unprecedented lightness. "Thank you for your help, young Master Lu. You've worked hard." Jiang Yuechan quickly expressed her gratitude, seeing Lu Chen's pallid, almost bloodless face. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Yuechan's treatment will require several sessions. Let's stop here for now. Your body needs proper rest." "Will do as you say, young Master Lu." Jiang Yuechan agreed, without hesitation. Jiang Yuechan could also sense that although Lu Chen's healing technique was powerful, the depletion of her origin from the extraction was not something that could be easily restored. Young Master Lu, can I put on my clothes now? At that moment, Jiang Yuechan felt a coolness on her chest and remembered that she wasn't fully dressed. The pain from the extraction earlier had left her no time to think, but now with some recovery, a wave of shame rushed to her heart. Thinking that she had been in such a state with Lu Chen for so long made Jiang Yuechan extremely embarrassed. Her delicate face flushed crimson. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he reluctantly glanced at the alluring scenery before meeting her eyes with a clear gaze. Of course you can. Jiang Yuechan rose and took out a brand new magnificent long dress from her spatial ring. After taking out the dress, she put it on directly. But just then a sudden wave of weakness from the extraction overwhelmed her and her body collapsed. The weakened Lu Chen hadn't expected Jiang Yuechan to suddenly fall onto him. Caught off guard, he was pinned to the ground by her body. The two of them lay on the ground, Jiang Yuechan breathing softly, her face flushed, her eyes flustered. Thank you, young Master Lu, Jiang Yuechan said with grateful shyness. Indeed, as in the original story, although Jiang Yuechan was exceedingly aloof, appearing like an unattainable flower, her heart was still incredibly tender. As long as he cultivated a bit of goodwill with her, he could get along well. Even doing something slightly excessive would. Now it seemed indeed so. The more aloof and saintly, like a celestial maiden, a woman appeared, the more. Lu Chen stroked Jiang Yuechan's scattered strands of hair and said softly, Yuechan, no need to be polite. Yuechan, your Dao injury will likely be fully resolved after about 6 more treatments. Before it's completely healed, it's best not to stir the immortal origin within your body, or it will exacerbate the rampage of the origin and prolong the time needed for full recovery. Lu Chen then told Jiang Yuechan the number of treatments still required. Jiang Yuechan nodded and said softly, I understand, thank you, young Master Lu. Yuechan will remember. Young Master Lu, I truly appreciate your trouble in healing my Dao injury. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yuechan took out a mysterious ancient ring and gently offered it to Lu Chen. This is... Looking at the mysterious ancient ring before him, Lu Chen asked in confusion. He could sense that the ring contained an immensely mysterious power, but he was unsure what it was. Jiang Yuechan continued, Young Master Lu, this is merely a small void ancient ring. The void ancient ring, the void ancient ring of the Void Emperor. Hearing Jiang Yuechan's words, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, his heart filled with astonishment. The void ancient ring was the ring of the ancient Void Emperor. Though not an ultimate Dao weapon, it contained the ultimate power of the void, allowing one to traverse the void at will by channeling its void energy. Moreover, when encountering lethal danger, it would activate on its own, leading its master away from peril. Even against the onslaught of a peak great sage, or even a quasi-emperor supreme powerhouse, one could escape unscathed. It could be said to be an unparalleled life-saving artifact, in some ways even more precious than an emperor weapon. After all, this ring required no expenditure of one's own power, offering excellent protection. Truly worthy of a princess of an imperial clan. Such profound heritage, even possessing a top-tier treasure like the void ancient ring. Gazing at the ring, Lu Chen mused inwardly. Seeing that Lu Chen recognized the name of the void ancient ring, Jiang Yuechan said earnestly, Yes, it is indeed the void ancient ring of the Void Emperor. Young Master Lu is truly knowledgeable. Your treatment of my Dao injury is akin to a rebirth for me. This mere ring is nothing, please do accept it. Ding, the host has treated the destined female, lead Jiang Yuechan. Jiang Yuechan gifts the host the void ancient ring, triggering a divine choice. Choice 1, refuse Jiang Yuechan's gift and express your love, reward Jiang Yuechan's affection. Choice 2, refuse Jiang Yuechan's gift and use it as leverage to demand her surrender, reward 7 kills Sword Qi from Jiang Yuechan's guardian, Quasi-Emperor Yuqin. Choice 3, accept the void ancient ring openly and honestly, reward immortal eradication. Scripture 1. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. A divine choice had been triggered. Indeed, only by interacting more with the protagonist and those destined female leads could more choices be unlocked. The instant he heard the system's voice, Lu Chen thought to himself. Previously, Lu Chen had tried interacting with other characters, but hadn't triggered a divine choice. Yet looking at these choices, his heart faltered. Was there even a choice? Choice 1 was clearly a sycophant's path. What use was affection? As for choice 2, it seemed tempting, but with the guardian Quasi-Emperor Yuqin's 7 kills, Sword Qi, Lu Chen felt it wise to exercise some restraint. However, this choice also revealed that Jiang Yuechan was not to be trifled with, as she had a Quasi-Emperor guardian protecting her. If he did anything out of line. Lu Chen also felt relieved that he hadn't forced things during the treatment, otherwise he would likely be in danger now. He had to choose 3. Lu Chen made his decision in an instant. Miss Yuechan, I'll accept it then. Lu Chun then said calmly, taking the void ancient ring from Jiang Yuechan with openness. Ding, congratulations host on completing the choice obtaining the Immortal Eradication Scripture. Immortal Eradication Scripture, the supreme immortal level cultivation method. Upon reaching perfection, one becomes immortal and eternal, transcending permanence. The moment Lu Chun made his choice, the system's prompt echoed again in his mind. Simultaneously, a golden scroll appeared in his system space, the Immortal Eradication Scripture, the supreme immortal level cultivation method. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement. Immortal level methods surpassed even the Emperor tier, not meant to exist in the divine wasteland realm. Now the system had granted it so effortlessly. Cultivating this method to perfection would grant immortality and transcendence. The system was truly incredible. Lu Chen couldn't help but praise inwardly. Seeing Lu Chun accept her ring so openly, Jiang Yuchan's eyes softened even more. Then she led Lu Chun out of the secret chamber and had Yen'er prepare a feast to entertain him. At the summit of Tianji Peak, a young man with a clear countenance sat cross-legged. An extraordinarily vast aura of celestial energy radiated from his body. Within the young man's body, 6 heavenly shackles seemed to seal his inner potential. Rumble. After a while, a terrifying roar erupted as a formidable life and death chi surged within the young man. With the emergence of this new chi, the 8 existing life and death chi streams within him burst forth, and 9 streams intertwined and circulated in his dantian. 9 heavens of the life and death realm, breaking 4 saint body shackles. Lu Chen, how can you beat me now? I will never give you the chance to trample me again. Soon Yifan slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze filled with bloodshot hatred. Brother, you've broken through to the peak of the life and death realm. At that moment, Lingxi, dressed in a light green dress, pure and moving, arrived by Yifan's side, her eyes brimming with joy. Lingxi could sense that Yifan's strength had greatly improved compared to a few days ago, with the life and death chi within him reaching its peak. Yes, the peak of the life and death realm. Now that scoundrel Lu Chen won't be able to humiliate me anymore. The disgrace he inflicted upon me, I will repay 1,000-fold. Bufan clenched his fists and spoke coldly. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered days ago, his heart blazed with towering fury. Since breaking the shackles of his sacred physique, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly disgraced, something he simply could not accept. Upon hearing Bufan's words, Lingxi felt a shadow of unease creep over her heart. She wished to counsel her brother, but seeing his overwhelming anger and hatred, she held back. She knew her brother was immensely proud and would tolerate no slight. Her persuasion would only be counter. Yet if she did not dissuade him and he provoked Lu Chen again, what if danger befell him? Would she have to intervene once more? Thinking this, Lingxi sighed inwardly, feeling as though she had fallen into an endless, terrifying vortex. It seemed she would have to find another way, Lingxi lamented in her heart. However, recalling the times she had cultivated alongside Lu Chen, a subtle, delicate sensation stirred within her. Her graceful form trembled faintly, as if that feeling was not entirely unwelcome. Lingxi, take me to see Lady Yuechan again. Now that I've broken through to the life and death realm's peak and shattered 4 shackles, I am confident I can alleviate her injuries. After a long pause, Bufan spoke to Lingxi again. Hearing this, Lingxi was taken aback, then replied, Brother, didn't you say you weren't yet certain you could heal Yuchan's Dao injuries? Bufan slowly raised his head and said, Rest assured. The past is the past, now is now. I have changed. Since I dare to speak, I am confident in my ability. Bufan's soul was exceptionally powerful. During his last meeting with Jiang Yuechan, he had also discerned the crux of her Dao injuries. Originally, he lacked sufficient confidence to heal Jiang Yuechan, so he had placed his hopes on the main peak of Silver Sword Peak, seeking a solution there. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen had beaten him to it. However, while absorbing the sacred physique's essence blood to break his shackles, he had obtained the sacred physique's inherited secret art within the blood, which could resolve Jiang Yuechan's Dao injuries. Then I'll take you there once more. Lingxi nodded and agreed. She knew Jiang Yuechan's identity and did not mind her brother cultivating closer ties with her. If he could resolve Jiang Yuechan's ailment and gain the Jiang family's friendship, nothing could be better. Then Lingxi led Bufan toward the Sacred Maiden Peak. The Sacred Maiden is currently receiving the Holy Sun and is not seeing visitors. Lingxi, take this fellow back. In front of the Sacred Maiden Peak, Jiang Yuechan's maid Yen'er addressed Lingxi, who had just arrived, to request an audience. Before Lingxi could speak, Bufan, standing beside her, broke down. His expression turned extremely grim, and the spiritual energy within him churned violently. Lu Chen. How could Yuechan meet someone like Lu Chen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In Bufan's eyes, Lu Chen was a heinous villain, utterly unworthy of approaching Jiang Yuechan, a goddess as pristine as the moon. Moreover, Bufan had long regarded Jiang Yuechan as his woman. Hearing this news, how could he not seethe with rage? Upon hearing Yi Bufan's words, Yenner's countenance turned icy cold and her spiritual energy surged. The Holy Sun is an honored guest of our sacred maiden peak. Insult him again, and I will not be lenient. Yi Bufan took a deep breath and then said in a low voice, Miss Yenner, I have found a way to alleviate the sacred maiden's injuries. Please allow me to see her. The priority was to heal Jiang Yuchan's Dao injuries and win her heart. As for Lu Chen, now that he had reached the peak of the life and death realm and had Elder Qin Yuning as his backer, there would be ample opportunities to suppress him. Yenner sneered disdainfully. Alleviate the sacred maiden's injuries. No need. The Holy Sun has already healed her. Lu Chen healed the sacred maiden. How is that possible? How could he possess such means? He must be. At Yenner's words, Yi Bufan's face turned pale, and he stood as if petrified, gritting his teeth. Clearly, he found it hard to believe. Let me see the sacred maiden. That scoundrel is surely tricking her. I will expose him. Yi Bufan continued, his features twisting with rage. Yenner's gaze turned icy, and her voice was sharp. Insulting the Holy Sun. Who gave you the audacity? With that, she motioned for her attendants to seize Yi Bufan. Seeing this, Lingxi quickly apologized to Yenner, then dragged her furious brother away from the sacred maiden. After leaving the sacred maiden peak, Yi Bufan's face remained ashen. He muttered to himself, how could this be? How? Brother, wake up. That Lu Chen is no simple man. Let's not contend with him. Focus on your cultivation, there will be other opportunities. Seeing her brother like this, Lingxi could no longer hold back and tried to reason with him. Having interacted with Lu Chen multiple times, Lingxi was well aware of his formidable nature. He might indeed have a way to heal Yuchan's injuries. Yes, he's not simple unlike those useless fools before. But I've already shattered 4 heavenly shackles and reached the life and death realm's peak. I only need an opportunity, a chance to prove myself. Yi Bufan clenched his fists and whispered, the madness in his eyes growing more distorted. An opportunity. An opportunity. Right, Yuchan, wait for me. Soon I will prove myself, crush that scoundrel underfoot, and expose his hypocrisy. In the luxurious palace of the sacred maiden peak, Jiang Yuchan and Lu Chen were enjoying a pleasant time. After having some of her Dao injuries healed, Jiang Yuchan's features radiated newfound brilliance, and her every movement exuded an even more ethereal grace. After feasting and drinking, Lu Chen took his leave, intending to cultivate the immensely powerful, indestructible, immortal scripture. He also needed to absorb the immortal spiritual source energy he had drawn from Jiang Yuchan. As they parted, Lu Chen scheduled the next extraction of origin power for 1 month later, as both parties required time to recover their own origins. Jiang Yuchan said gracefully, then a month from now I shall await your arrival, Master Lu. Lu Chen nodded and departed from the sacred maiden peak. Back at the Holy Sun Peak, Lu Chen first had Yenner attend to him, thoroughly cleansing his body before entering the peak's cultivation grounds to practice. Although the Holy Sun Peak's spiritual grounds were not as superior as the sacred maiden peaks, they were still rich in spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Entering the grounds, Lu Chen began to comprehend the indestructible immortal scripture. To others, this immortal-level cultivation art might be as incomprehensible as a wordless heavenly book. But Lu Chen, with his heaven-defying comprehension, could fully grasp it. Time passed slowly. Soon 3 hours elapsed, and Lu Chen had achieved initial comprehension of the indestructible immortal scripture. His mind was filled with profound and arcane knowledge. Next, I must switch my cultivation technique. I hope this indestructible immortal scripture does not disappoint me. After comprehending it, Lu Chen murmured softly, golden light surging in his eyes. The Unfading Immortal Sutra is a Dao-level cultivation technique exceptionally powerful, surpassing Lu Chen's 9 Yuan Star technique by numerous levels. The two techniques are entirely different in caliber. Once all preparations were complete, Lu Chen began to operate the newly comprehended Unfading Immortal Sutra, slowly transforming the spiritual power of his 9 Yuan Star technique into the Unfading Immortal Sutra. The purple spiritual power infused with the power of stars gradually transformed into golden unfading spiritual power under the flow of the Unfading Immortal Sutra. This unfading spiritual power is precisely the essence of the Unfading Immortal Sutra, astonishingly powerful and imbued with the attribute of immortality, fierce and domineering. With the emergence of the unfading spiritual power, Lu Chen's body seemed to undergo a tremendous transformation, with flesh and meridians evolving toward an unknown realm. Truly worthy of a Dao-level technique, it can perfectly transform my spiritual power while also gradually modifying my body. As the spiritual power began to transform, a look of joy filled Lu Chen's eyes. Initially, Lu Chen was concerned that the transformation of his spiritual power would result in significant loss, diminishing his cultivation. However, this unfading immortal sutra is exceedingly domineering, perfectly converting his cultivation power without any waste. Moreover, this unfading immortal sutra is not only a top-tier cultivation technique, but also possesses the ability to refine the body, allowing Lu Chen's physique to grow stronger as he cultivates. This transformation led Lu Chen, who already possessed the Star Dao body and Supreme Bone, to evolve his physical form into a more terrifying realm. Additionally, with the immortal spirit source Qi, I can conveniently absorb Jiang Yuchan's immortal spirit source Qi as well. As the spiritual power slowly transformed, Lu Chen began to gradually absorb the 10 strands of immortal spirit source Qi from his dantian. The immortal spirit source Qi is the primal essence of the immortal spirit body capable of forging a supreme immortal soul. Under Lu Chen's absorption, his soul gradually grew stronger, and the mysterious ethereal soul seemed to be slowly infused with a golden sacred glow. After 7 days, Lu Chen's spiritual power was completely transformed into golden, unfading spiritual power with countless strands of golden spiritual power surging within. The 9 creation spiritual veins had also entirely transformed into gold, radiating an exceptionally fierce aura. Lu Chen's body emitted wisps of golden aura, and as the golden aura dispersed, he seemed to transform into an ancient divine beast exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The 10 strands of immortal spirit source Qi were thoroughly absorbed by Lu Chen. A small portion of his soul power had evolved into a supreme immortal soul, though just a fraction the power contained within was still astonishing. This allowed Lu Chen's spiritual power, which was originally at the mystic stage, to achieve a tremendous enhancement, reaching the peak of the heavenly stage, only a step away from breaking through to the saint-level spiritual power. The levels of spiritual power are divided into yellow stage, mystic stage, earth stage, heavenly stage, saint king stage, great saint stage, quasi-emperor stage, supreme stage, and emperor stage. Each level contains early, mid, late, and peak stages. Next, I can consolidate my Dao Palace. Lu Chen did not sense the overwhelming power and spiritual energy within him. Instead, he focused entirely on the 9 creation spiritual veins in his dantian. After 7 days of transforming his spiritual power, Lu Chen's foundational strength had become considerably more robust due to the unfading immortal sutra, with an immensely deep foundation capable of breaking into the Dao Palace realm. Boom! Lu Chen then began to charge toward the Dao Palace realm. As Lu Chen's technique operated, the creation's spiritual veins within his body rapidly expanded, with countless strands of golden spiritual power intertwining and flowing. After several hours, the creation's spiritual veins radiating golden spiritual power transformed into a golden Dao Palace. The golden Dao Palace floated above Lu Chen's dantian, resembling an ancient golden temple imbued with a mysterious and ancient aura, while the emitted golden spiritual power shone like a star river, suppressing the heavens and the earth, extraordinarily brilliant and profound. I have broken through to the Dao Palace realm, with peak heavenly stage spiritual power combined with the Supreme Bone and Star Dao body. Even if facing a saint from the saint realm, I can still overcome the odds. After consolidating the Dao Palace, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with countless flowing golden lights. At last, I have some ability to protect myself. The surging power within him and the various methods he possessed gave Lu Chen immense confidence and security. After the breakthrough, Lu Chen did not continue in seclusion, but left the spirit realm. With the Supreme Bone and Star Dao body, along with Lu Chen's cultivation of the unfading Immortal Sutra, his foundation and origins had reached an extreme level. Merely cultivating was not sufficient for Lu Chen to rapidly advance his cultivation. Only with numerous opportunities and a plethora of precious spiritual items could Lu Chen achieve rapid breakthroughs. Having read the original work, Lu Chen naturally knew where to find these opportunities and items. After leaving the spirit realm, Lu Chen first went to soak in the spirit spring. Yinger had already been waiting quietly at the spirit spring for Lu Chen's arrival, tenderly bathing him. As Lu Chen soaked in the spirit spring, he asked, "Have there been any movements from the Yi siblings recently? Your Highness the Holy Sun, while at the Holy Maiden Peak, Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi went to the Holy Maiden Peak, but it seems they were driven away by the people there." After Yi Bufan left the Holy Maiden Peak, he has been cultivating at Elder Chen Yuning's Xianxia Peak and has not left since. Yinger slowly explained, relaying the information to Lu Chen. Driven away by the people of the Holy Maiden Peak and went to cultivate at Xianxia Peak. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It seems he is preparing to help Jiang Yuechan treat her Dao injuries. The protagonist of Destiny is indeed troublesome. Lu Chen's mind was filled with thoughts, and he quickly understood. In the original work, Yi Bufan received help from Chen Yuning and opened his holy body shackles, obtaining the secret technique of the holy body, which could also resolve Jiang Yuechan's Dao injuries. However, due to his interference, Chen Yuning's assistance was advanced, allowing Yi Bufan to obtain that secret technique ahead of time. Fortunately, I acted first, otherwise if he got involved with Jiang Yuechan, I would have a hard time dealing with it. Lu Chen thought. Your Highness, after 7 days the disciple competition of our Taichu Holy Land is coming up. Should we recruit some outstanding talents for the Holy Sun Peak? After Yinger rose, her graceful figure leaned against Lu Chen, her voice soft. The disciple competition is a grand event held annually at the Taichu Holy Land. Disciples of the Taichu Holy Land can showcase their strength and talent at the disciple competition. As long as their potential and foundation are sufficient, they can be accepted as disciples by the elders of the major peaks. Inner disciples and outer disciples are considered peripheral members of the Taichu Holy Land. Only by becoming disciples of the main peaks can one be regarded as part of the core of the Taichu Holy Land and receive deeper training. To grasp the authority of the Taichu Holy Land and gain more resource allocation, it is essential to become a disciple of the main peaks. As the Holy Son of the Taichu Holy Land, Lu Chen, residing in the Holy Sun Peak, also has the qualification to recruit excellent main peak disciples. However, previously Lu Chen did not concern himself with this, focusing solely on enhancing his own cultivation. After all, his own talent is also top tier, and he did not care about others. I must go and see the disciple competition. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he whispered. Yes, Your Highness, sacred son. I'll arrange it at once. In Lu Chen's embrace, Yinger hastily agreed. Once she spoke, she immediately set about carrying out the tasks Lu Chen had assigned. Yi Bufan, rest assured. I will not give you a single chance to turn your fortunes around. Watching Yinger flee in panic, Lu Chen's mind brimmed with schemes, his gaze hardening into absolute resolve. However, before that I must seize all the other opportunities in the Taichu Xingdi that should have belonged to Yi. Although he now suppressed Yi Bufan on every front, Lu Chen would not relinquish a single chance to press him further before he could be completely erased. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen departed the Lingquan and set about plundering the opportunities within the Taichu Xingdi that had once been Yi Bufan's, using them to bolster his own strength. In every hidden corner of the Taichu Xingdi, secret and precious spirit herbs, esoteric techniques, celestial terrestrial spirit relics, and concealed lineages gradually fell into Lu Chen's hands. Having acquired so many fortunes, Lu Chen did not slacken. He applied them to raise his cultivation. Strange. There should have been a millennium spirit herb here. How could it be gone? In the Taichu Xingdi, within a verdant woodland outside Xianxia Peak, Yi Bufan stared at the land emptied of spirit objects, his brow drawn into a tight frown. Junior brother Yi, perhaps your sense was mistaken. This place does not seem like one that would yield spirit herbs. Beside Yi Bufan, a youth in a white robe exclaimed in surprise. The youth was Lin Mo, a main peak disciple of Xianxia Peak and a direct disciple of Chen Yuning, gifted with astonishing talent. He had been sent by Chen Yuning specifically to guard Yi Bufan. Lin Mo understood how highly Chen Yuning prized Yi Bufan, and so though Yi Bufan was only an inner sect disciple, Lin Mo dared not show the slightest disrespect. Though foliage thrived in this stretch, the spiritual aura was thin. It was hardly the sort of place where a millennium spirit herb would be born. Yi Bufan said nothing. He closed his eyes slowly and activated Hun Tian Shu Soul Heaven technique. Hun Tian Shu was a soul force divine art Yi Bufan had obtained within an ancient secret realm. Its miraculous utility lay in sensing the surrounding spirit resources. By relying on this art, Yi Bufan had discovered numerous hidden spirit resources and thereby greatly advanced his strength. With Hun Tian Shu invoked, Yi Bufan's perception rose sharply. He could clearly sense the spiritual opportunities in the vicinity. Strange. I clearly sensed it a few days ago. How can it now be? After a long pause, Yi Bufan opened his eyes slowly and murmured to himself. A few days earlier, after breaking through to a higher realm, Yi Bufan had used Hun Tian Shu to scan the surrounding spirit resources and had discovered the Millennium Spirit Herb outside Xianxia Peak. Perhaps I misread it. Let us try another place, he said, forcing his thoughts down with a faint, composed tone. It was only a single Millennium Herb, and Yi Bufan did not dwell on it. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the life and death realm, his soul force had grown. He perceived far more spirit objects now and could afford to lose this one. Lin Mo nodded and led Yi Bufan on toward another area. None. Next area. After searching through one area after another, none. Next area. The repeated emptiness frayed his patience. Damn, what's happening? Has Hun Tian Shu failed? There are no spirit items at all. Several hours later, after traversing more than a dozen sectors with nothing to show for it, Yi Bufan finally snapped. His expression turned exceedingly sour. If it had been one or two barren areas, he might have tolerated it, but so many empty sectors in succession was unbearable to Yi Bufan. Lin Mo said nothing, though contempt filled his heart. The places Yi Bufan had led him to were remote, and nearly devoid of spirit aura. If spirit treasures were found there, it would have been strange indeed. Lin Mo had once wondered whether Yi Bufan was truly onto something. Now it seemed he had been completely. Junior brother, Yi, we should return to Xianxia Peak to cultivate. Master has prepared ample spirit resources, more than enough for your training. Seeing Yi Bufan unable to let the matter go, Lin Mo finally spoke. Yi Bufan retorted with cold resentment, no. I will rely on my own strength. How can I remain so dependent on Elder Chen? Lin Mo swallowed his disgust and spoke slowly. I know, junior brother, yes, prodigious talent. The primordial saint body that broke the world's shackles, but the disciple competition is near. If we delay too long, I'm afraid it will harm your cultivation. Lin Mo's words left Yi Bufan's expression unsettled as he weighed his options. After a moment of thought, Yi Bufan came to a decision. Very well. You are right. The disciple competition is imminent. I cannot waste time. In that case, I will first borrow Elder Chen's cultivation resources. Having decided, Yi Bufan did not press on to another region. He returned to Xianxia Peak and used the resources provided by Elder Chen to cultivate and strengthen himself. That so-called ancient soul force great art is utterly unreliable. It wasted so much of my time. What rotten luck. If I trust that art again. He swore inwardly as he walked towards Xianxia Peak. Before long, Yi Bufan was back at Xianxia Peak, obediently employing Chen Yuning's spirit resources to raise his power. With those resources' assistance, his strength steadily improved. Lu Chen naturally had no idea that it was by his doing that Yi Bufan had begun to doubt the ancient soul force divine art. At this time, Lu Chen was devoting himself to absorbing numerous spirit resources to advance his cultivation. After plundering the spirit treasures that had belonged to Yi Bufan, he returned to Xianxia Peak to train. After several days of cultivation coupled with abundant spirit materials, Lu Chen had condensed 3 Dao palaces. The 4th had appeared as a phantom image and was slowly taking shape. Just a little more. The foundation is overwhelmingly strong. A more forceful method is required to condense the 4th Dao palace. Lu Chen opened his eyes slowly, his body radiating a vast inexorable aura. Lu Chen cultivated the Bu Mie Xianjing undying immortal scripture and possessed constitutions such as the Xingqian Dao body and Jizuan Gu Supreme Bone. His foundational depth had reached an extreme, and the difficulty of breaking through was many times that faced by ordinary cultivators. He then produced a pill that emanated a dense spiritual radiance, its surface inscribed with 6 Dao patterns. It was the 6-pattern Saint Spirit pill, a top-tier refining pill capable of elevating saintly cultivators, a fortune that had rightfully belonged to Yi Bufan. Without hesitation, Lu Chen swallowed the 6-pattern Saint Spirit pill. Instantly, countless torrents of overwhelming spirit power surged within him. With the pill's surging spirit might, Lu Chen's 4th Dao palace rapidly condensed. It would have been only a wraith of a palace abruptly solidified into a resplendent golden Dao palace. The Dao palace has reached the 4th tier. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, delight flooding his gaze. In his dantian, 4 golden Dao palaces blossomed, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. That mysterious ancient presence inspired awe and deepened Lu Chen's bearing. It seems that seizing vast quantities of spirit resources is truly the proper path of cultivation. Lu Chen had cultivated the Bu Mie Xianjing unfading immortal scripture and bore the blessings of the Jizuan bone and the Xingqian Dao body. His foundational reserves were so extraordinary, they defied comprehension, leaving him unconcerned by realm bottlenecks. With sufficient spirit resources and spirit items, he could break through swiftly without being constrained by cultivation ceilings. Within Lu Chen's body, the spiritual power of the Luwen Shengling Dan 6-pattern sacred spirit pill still raged on, gradually elevating his cultivation. However, condensing the 4th Dao palace had consumed the greater part of the pill's power. The remaining energy, though tumultuous, was insufficient to push Lu Chen to another breakthrough. Not only has my cultivation reached the 4th tier of the Dao palaces, the void ancient ring is now fully refined, and under my command, I can use it. Lu Chen stroked the mysterious antique ring on his middle finger. The void ancient ring had once belonged to the Void Emperor and contained immensely powerful void force and numerous mysteries. To fully refine and master, it was no easy matter. Even with Lu Chen's many methods and deep foundation, it had taken considerable time. He continued to channel his spiritual energy into the ring, slowly acquainting himself with its capabilities. Time to calculate. The disciple grand competition should be about to begin. I must leave. 2 hours later, having grown largely familiar with the ring's power, Lu Chen ceased his cultivation and departed the training ground. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, you have finally emerged from seclusion. The disciple grand competition is tomorrow. After leaving the training ground, the enchanting, graceful Yinger approached Lu Chen and murmured softly. Lu Chen nodded and then asked after Yi Bufan. Yinger told him that Yi Bufan had searched the Taichu sacred land for treasures in vain, and had since gone to cultivate on Xianxia Peak. Have you prepared everything I asked you to? Having learned of Yi Bufan's situation, Chen asked. Yinger nodded and replied in a gentle voice, everything is ready. Very well. Wash up and rest tonight. We will depart for tomorrow's disciple grand competition. Chen said calmly. The next day, Taichu Sacred Land Luoxing Hall. Luoxing Hall was a magnificent and stately chamber located at the central region of the Taichu Sacred Land. The towering edifice exuded an ancient weathered aura. Its surrounding ornaments and spiritual devices added a profound sense of vastness to the venerable hall. Before Luoxing Hall lay the immense Luoxing Plaza. A great multitude of Taichu disciples gathered there, their eyes burning with fervor as they prepared for the commencement of the grand competition. Not only the disciples awaited upon the high platform of Luoxing Hall, the masters and elders of Taichu's great peaks had also assembled. The disciple grand competition was not merely a stage for disciples to demonstrate their innate talent, it was also an opportunity for each great peak to expand its influence. All the great peaks would seize this occasion to select outstanding disciples from the competition to enter their own. Shengzhou Peak, Xingzi Peak, Xingve Peak, Danling Peak, Jinling Peak, Zixia Peak, Xiaoyao Peak, Mingyue Peak, Shuanggu Peak. Within the Taichu Sacred Land, there were 14 great peaks in all the very core that held the land's authority. The disciple grand competition is about to begin. The moment that decides our fate has arrived. In this competition, I will surely become a great peak disciple and enter the core of Taichu Sacred Land. Come on, over 50,000 disciples have entered, and there are only 1,000 slots for great peak disciples. You must place in the top 1,000 to qualify. With your Xian rank talent, wake up, stop dreaming. In the waste. What about your Huang rank talent then? Fool, do you think I'm like you? My uncle is an elder of Jiguang Peak. Even without talent, I can become a great peak disciple. As time passed and more elders arrived, the atmosphere in Luoxing Plaza grew increasingly intense. Before long, a middle-aged man in an ink-colored robe bearing a solemn and imposing air descended and stood at the center of the high platform above Luoxing Plaza. Hail the Holy Sovereign! The great peak masters and elders on the platform saluted respectfully, their eyes wholly deferential. Li Daohong was the head of Taichu Sacred Land, his power and foundation immensely profound, one of the pinnacle strongmen of the Shenhuangyi Eastern Domain. Li Daohong nodded and signaled the great peak elders to rise. Now that all the disciples have assembled, let the disciple grand competition begin. After taking his seat, Li Daohong spoke in a voice like a great bell, resonant and stirring. Yes, Holy Sovereign, replied the Tianyin Peak master respectfully. With a swift motion, he sent forth a scroll that emanated a dark black aura. The scroll unfurled slowly above Luoxing Plaza, expanding into a vast tableau that blotted out the sky, its black aura surging like a tempest. This disciple grand competition will be held within the Huangquan myriad beasts diagram. There are countless fiendish beasts within those who survive in the diagram until only the final 1,000 remain will be selected as great peak disciples. Gazing at the Huangquan myriad beast diagram in the sky, the Tianyin Peak master said coolly, Huangquan myriad beast diagram. Elder Chen truly did not deceive us. In that case, I am set on taking first in the trial. In a corner of Luoxing Plaza, dressed in white, Yi Bufan looked up at the diagram with a gaze full of confidence. Beside Yi Bufan, the pure and ravishing Yi Lingxi likewise stared fixedly at the Huangquan myriad beast diagram. A few days earlier, Qin Yuning had informed the two siblings of the competition's assessment. Lingxi, let us go, the trial has begun. Shortly after, the Tianyin Peak master announced the start. Yi Bufan turned to Yi Lingxi and said. Yi Lingxi nodded, and the two of them soared into the Huangquan myriad beasts diagram suspended in the sky. Not only Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi, but all the other inner and outer disciples on the Starfall Square entered the Yellow Springs myriad beasts diagram as soon as the heavenly Yin Peak master announced the commencement of the grand competition. Every disciple who could join the primordial sacred ground was a prodigy from various regions of the eastern domain of the divine desolation realm, brimming with confidence in their own abilities. Naturally, they would not miss this opportunity to advance further. Moreover, this grand competition tested survival within the Yellow Springs myriad beasts diagram. To a certain extent, this rule diminished the importance of innate talent, reigniting the confidence of many disciples who had previously lacked faith, prompting them to join the competition. As disciples streamed in, fierce battles erupted within the Yellow Springs myriad beasts diagram. This sacred treasure of the primordial sacred ground was akin to a vast secret realm teeming with countless beasts. Tens of thousands of disciples, like fish entering the sea, displayed their prowess within the diagram. On the elevated platform of Starfall Square, many peak masters and elders observed the scenes within the diagram. Within mere breaths, numerous disciples of weaker talent and strength were defeated and expelled from the diagram. Being expelled from the diagram meant elimination from the grand competition. The Yellow Springs Myriad Beast diagram is too harsh for these new disciples, they cannot withstand it. Such a competition is thrilling, the previous ones were far too dull. Though many have been eliminated, there are still some promising talents who handle the siege of beasts with ease. Indeed, the quality of this competition far surpasses previous ones. Numerous elders of the primordial sacred ground's main peaks spoke, their eyes gleaming with peculiar light as they watched the scenes within the diagram. Never before had the grand competition adopted such a method. This battle within the Myriad Beasts diagram astonished many among the higher echelons. Within the diagram, the disciples each showcased their unique abilities, displaying their skills with great fervor. That primordial sacred body is impressive, cultivating the thunder path, he fights countless beasts without yielding. Truly worthy of the primordial sacred body. It seems the top spot in this competition is destined for Bufan. His sister is also formidable, so young, yet she has broken through to the life and death realm with astonishing techniques. Excellent, excellent, both have the potential to become true disciples of our sacred ground. Soon Bufan, who was wreaking havoc with his thunder path, drew the attention of many elders. Other disciples fled in chaos, maneuvered, or banded together. But Bufan, relying on his formidable primordial sacred body and thunder attribute abilities, single-handedly battled numerous terrifying beasts, stealing the spotlight. Though Lingxi was not as powerful as Bufan, her movements were exceptionally agile, and her spiritual energy bursts were immensely potent. She too fought fiercely against many beasts using her own strength. Do you old fools need to say that? He is the one I have my eye on. Winning the top spot in this mere competition is as easy as reaching into a bag. As the elders gossiped about Bufan, Chen Yuning, clad in a red palace dress and exuding charm, spoke calmly, her tone cold and indifferent. The elders felt somewhat uneasy at Chen Yuning's words, but deferred to her status and said nothing more. Elder Chen speaks truly. Bufan's potential and strength are indeed impressive, and he might easily seize the top spot. However, this fellow is a scoundrel who betrays his master. I believe his character warrants further scrutiny. Just then a clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. Chen Yuning frowned, looking toward the source of the voice. She saw a handsome, ethereal youth with an extraordinary aura slowly ascending the high platform. Chen, what do you mean? Even if you are the holy son of our sacred ground, you cannot slander our talents at will. Chen Yuning's eyes flashed with cold light as she stared intently at Chen, who had arrived on the platform. The other peak masters remained silent, merely watching the scene unfold. Chen said calmly, slander. Elder Chen, this holy son is not one to speak without basis. Take a look at this jade slip. And you sacred lord esteemed elders may also peruse it to see if I speak the truth. With that, Chen produced several jade slips and distributed them to the elders on the platform. Chen Yuning's eyes were icy as she accepted the slip and examined its contents. The sacred lord and the other peak masters also inspected the information within the jade slips. What? Bufan actually killed his own master and seized his sage origin to cultivate. I never expected Bufan to be such a person. How absurd that someone like him could become a disciple of our primordial sacred ground. Outrageous. A man like him is unworthy of our sacred ground, he must be expelled. Moments later, exclamations of shock arose from the platform, and the faces of many high-ranking elders darkened. It turned out that the jade slip recorded some intelligence about Bufan before he joined the primordial sacred ground. Before entering the primordial sacred ground, Bufan had already taken a sage as his master. Not long ago, he killed his master and seized the sage's origin to enhance his own strength. The jade slip briefly documented the intelligence regarding this incident. A pack of lies. You seek to slander Bufan with intelligence of dubious authenticity. Chen, I know you envy Bufan's talent, but such methods are far too despicable. Anyone with a shred of sense would not believe the contents of this jade slip. Chen Yuning sneered, unleashing a terrifying burst of spiritual light that shattered the jade slip in her hand into countless fragments. Chen shook his head slightly, gazing calmly at Chen Yuning. This intelligence comes from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Even if Elder Chen does not trust me, she should rely on the pavilion's reputation. Indeed, this jade slip bears the mark of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It is their intelligence and should not be erroneous. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is the foremost intelligence organization in the divine desolation realm, standing for hundreds of thousands of years. Its credibility is beyond doubt. If this is true, then Bufan's character truly warrants careful consideration. After Chen's words, the surrounding peak masters also noticed the mark of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion on the jade slips and spoke up. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion specialized in intelligence and enjoyed excellent credibility in the divine desolation realm. Chen Yuning's expression shifted uncertainly. She then snatched a jade slip from a nearby elder and examined its mark. After confirming the authenticity of the mark, Chen Yuning's face grew even darker. After a moment, she clenched her teeth and snorted, perhaps there are other circumstances. Though Yi Bufan is somewhat arrogant, he is certainly not the kind to betray his master. As she spoke, Chen Yuning glanced toward Li Daohong, the primordial sacred lord seated at the center of the platform. Li Daohong pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "The matter of Yi Bufan's betrayal and theft of his master's origin is too grave, it requires further deliberation. After the disciple competition concludes, I shall have a thorough investigation conducted." Chen Yuning's expression softened somewhat upon hearing this, and she resumed her haughty demeanor, saying, "Indeed, the matter is still open to discussion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's infallibility does not preclude the possibility of error." Seeing that even producing such evidence failed to expel Yi Bifan, Lu Chun felt a wave of speechless. Truly the protagonist of fate, guilty of betraying his master, stealing his origin, with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's reputation vouching for him, it seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Such an accusation would have been enough to seal anyone's fate irreversibly. Yet despite this, the primordial sacred lord and Chen Yuning were still willing to give Yi Bifan a chance. However, Lu Chun did not dwell on it excessively. He had not intended to eliminate Yi Bifan with a single piece of intelligence. Planting a seed of doubt about Yi Bifan's character among the higher echelons of the primordial sacred land would suffice. Lu Chun then added meaningfully, "I cannot say whether there are hidden circumstances, but Yi Bifan has indeed cultivated by seizing his master's sacred origin. A person of such talent, TSK, should he commit another act of betrayal in the future. Esteemed elders, please be cautious." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, many of the senior elders present changed expressions, slightly a flicker of unease in their eyes. Chen Yuning sneered, her eyes icy. That is none of the Saint Sun's concern. Yi Bifan will naturally be under my personal tutelage. That would be for the best. Lu Chun shrugged nonchalantly, then dismissed the matter and waited on one side of the platform. Within the 10,000 Beasts diagram, the disciple competition continued. More and more disciples were eliminated and expelled. Yi Bifan's performance remained valiant as he rampaged through the diagram, unmatched and invincible. However, the many senior elders at the Falling Star Square had lost interest in Yi Bifan. Such a person who betrayed his master, they dared not accept as a core disciple regardless of his talent and strength. Chen Yuning noticed the subtle shift in the platform's atmosphere and felt a surge of anger. She certainly did not wish for Yi Bifan's situation in the primordial sacred land to become so dire. After all, Yi Bifan's wings were not yet full, who he needed to cultivate within the primordial sacred land. A tarnished reputation would greatly hinder his progress. Curse this Lu Chun. Chen Yuning turned her gaze toward him, her eyes glinting with faint malice. Lu Chun naturally noticed Chen Yuning's stare, but he paid it no mind. As the saint son of the primordial sacred land, she would not dare to openly move against him. Moreover, he now possessed enough aces up his sleeve. Even if Chen Yuning attempted any tricks, Lu Chun had ways to counter them. Time flowed slowly, and the disciple competition within the 10,000 Beasts diagram continued. As time passed, more disciples were eliminated. After several hours, only a few thousand remained within the diagram. These remaining disciples were the elite of the primordial sacred land, possessing top-tier strength and talent capable of withstanding the onslaught of the many beast waves within the diagram. In a desolate valley within the 10,000 Beasts diagram, Yi Bifan, clad in white robes, radiated with lightning and shimmering golden light, exuding an aura of terrifying power. The primordial sacred body was already a supreme sacred physique, and with Yi Bifan's preparation in cultivating lightning-based divine abilities, the combination transformed him into a thunderous war god of immense combat prowess. Vast hordes of ferocious beasts were easily slaughtered by his overwhelming power. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, turning the valley into a charnel house filled with an atmosphere of destruction and death. Other disciples watching from a distance felt their scalps tingle and their bodies tremble uncontrollably. "You worthless lot, what are you staring at? Get lost." After slaughtering the surrounding beasts, Yi Bifan noticed the onlooking disciples and immediately barked coldly, his tone extremely hostile. The distant disciples turned pale with anger, tempted to retort. Yet witnessing Yi Bifan's formidable strength, they dared not speak and silently left the valley. Worthless indeed, too cowardly to even resist. These fools will amount to nothing in this life. Yi Bifan shook his head, his face full of derision. Why did Elder Chen instruct me to slay as many beasts as possible in the diagram? These creatures are utterly worthless. After the valley fell silent, Yi Bifan fell into contemplation. Chen Yuning had not only revealed the competition's content, but also urged him and his sister to kill as many beasts as possible. Well, if I can't figure it out, I'll stop thinking. They'll just kill as many beasts as I can. It will hone my martial arts and divine abilities anyway. Unable to reach a conclusion, Yi Bifan suppressed his thoughts and leaped into the distance, continuing his hunt of the surrounding beasts. The disciple competition raged on. The remaining elite had adapted to the environment of the 10,000 beasts diagram, engaging in fierce combat with its creatures. Yet as disciples were eliminated, the beasts within the netherworld 10,000 beasts diagram grew increasingly powerful and numerous. The combination of formidable beasts and their overwhelming numbers caused more disciples to falter, with the remaining ones being swiftly eliminated. It's almost over. Only a dozen or so disciples remain. On the platform of the Falling Star Square, the heavenly Peak Master remarked, observing the scene within the diagram. The remaining disciples were exceptionally talented prodigies, all at the life and death realm, wielding powerful secret arts. Though not as invincible as Yi Bifan, they barely withstood the tidal wave of beasts. Oh, what a rare guest. I never thought the saintess who usually ignores worldly affairs would come to watch the disciple competition. Just as everyone was focused on the battle within the diagram, Chen Yuning's icy voice rang out on the platform. In the distance, Jiang Yuechan, clad in a white immortal dress, noble and radiant, her beauty captivating, drifted gracefully onto the platform. The disciple competition is a grand event of our primordial sacred land, of course I should attend. Does Elder Chen have any objections? Jiang Yuechan did not even lift her eyelids, utterly disregarding Chen Yuning's coldness. At this, Chen Yuning narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on the dazzling Jiang Yuechan, a cold glint flashing within. Chen Yuning met her stare without backing down, and the atmosphere on the platform grew tense. The surrounding high-ranking members of the primordial sacred land remained silent, watching the two women's confrontation with keen interest. Both the Chen and Jiang clans were colossal imperial families of the central domain, locked in a bitter and long-standing rivalry that burned like fire and water. Thus, despite both Chen Yuning and Jiang Yuechan belonging to the primordial sacred land, they remained irreconcilable. This was not the first time they had clashed so fiercely within the primordial sacred land. Indeed, instances of them coming to blows were not unheard of. Ahem, today is, after all, our primordial sacred land's disciple competition. Senior Sister Chen and Yuechan, do me a favor and refrain from quarreling here. Seeing the increasingly tense atmosphere on the platform, Li Daohong, the primordial sacred lord, who stood not far away, finally could no longer hold back and hastily coughed as he spoke. Seeing their sacred lord so humbly submissive, the surrounding high-ranking elders of the sacred land all twitched their mouths slightly, silently averting their gazes as if they hadn't heard a thing. This sacred lord has absolutely no authority. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. In other sacred lands, the sacred lord's word was law, and no one dared to act presumptuously before them. Yet their own sacred lord couldn't even keep the elders and the sacred maiden in check. Truly a pitiful. Lu Chen could understand, however. After all, both women were members of the colossal imperial families of the central domain. Although Li Daohong was a peak powerhouse of the eastern domain, he was still somewhat insignificant when faced with such behemoths. Thus, even as the master of the primordial sacred land, he dared not be too harsh with Chen Yuning and Jiang Yuechan. Nevertheless, Lu Chen knew that Li Daohong was no simple man. Though he now appeared utterly servile, he was a cunning old fox, seemingly timid on the surface, yet striking ruthlessly in the shadows, having pulled off countless underhanded deeds. For the sake of the sect leader, I'll let you off this time, you little girl. Chen Yuning snorted coldly, then withdrew her imminent burst of spiritual energy and returned to one side of the platform. Jiang Yuechan shot a deep glance at Chen Yuning before saying nothing more and walking toward Lu Chen. Brother Lu, it's been days, and you still look as splendid as ever. Soon Jiang Yuechan arrived before Lu Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of melancholy as she gazed at him. Seeing the somewhat sorrowful Jiang Yuechan, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. What was going on? The look in this girl's eyes was off. What had happened? Your Holiness, my apologies for forgetting to inform you. During your seclusion, Lady Yuechan twice sent invitations for you to discuss the Tao, and I declined on your behalf, citing your closed-door cultivation. At that moment, Yinger's voice transmission echoed in Lu Chen's mind. So that was it. Lu Chen, knowing the crux of the matter, Lu Chen spoke slowly. Lady Yuechan, during these days of seclusion, I have made further gains. Once the disciple competition concludes, I shall surely engage in a thorough discussion of the Tao with you. Jiang Yuechan's dimples deepened as a beautiful smile bloomed. Then it settled. Without further words, the two turned their gazes to the disciple competition unfolding within the 10,000 beasts diagram in the sky. As the beasts within the diagram grew increasingly ferocious, more disciples were eliminated, leaving only, besides Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi, in a forested area of the diagram, there was a young girl with twin ponytails clad in a light purple immortal dress, her features exceptionally pure. The girl was petite, yet the curve of her chest was already quite pronounced, complementing her innocent face with a unique charm. Notably, her hair was silver white, and a mystical white mark adorned her forehead. A formidable surge of ice, spiritual energy swirled around her, keeping the vast horde of beasts at bay, unable to approach. That is a member of the Ice Spirit clan. Someone from the Ice Spirit clan has joined our primordial sacred land. A high-ranking elder of the sacred land recognized the girl's identity and couldn't help but exclaim. The immense and pure ice spiritual energy along with the white mark on her brow were unmistakable signs of the Ice Spirit clan. The Ice Spirit clan was a top-tier force in the divine desolate realm, having stood for hundreds of thousands of years with immense power and heritage, one of the colossal powers of that realm. Many high-ranking members of the sacred land were captivated by the Ice Spirit clan girl. Sacred Lord, that member of the Ice Spirit clan. The Peak Master of the Shadow Yin Peak furrowed his brow, looking at Li Daohong. The Ice Spirit clan, a supreme behemoth of the divine desolate realm, never joined the forces of other races. The appearance of this girl in their sect was an omen of unknown fortune or misfortune. Li Daohong's eyes flickered with a dark light as he said calmly, "No matter. Since she has entered our sacred land, she is one of us. Treat her like any other disciple." Hearing Li Daohong's words, the surrounding elders of the sacred land said no more. Since their sacred lord was so confident, they had nothing to fear. Both Jiang Yuechan and Lu Chen also watched the Ice Spirit clan girl within the 10,000 beasts. The girl was indeed eye-catching. Though she appeared young, her combat style was exceptionally ferocious. Wielding a pair of terrifying hammers, she relied on her formidable ice, spiritual power, and raw strength to mercilessly pound the surrounding beasts. Her destructive power was in no way inferior to Yi Bufan, who possessed the primordial sacred body. The beasts in the diagram are going berserk again. This should end soon. Jiang Yuechan remarked with astonishment, watching the scene unfold. Lu Chen nodded. At that moment, the 10,000 beasts diagram grew even more fearsome, and Yi Lingxi could no longer hold on, about to be overwhelmed by the raging beast tide. As expected, half an hour after the diagram's onslaught intensified, Yi Lingxi was unable to persist and was teleported out. Next was the Ice Spirit clan girl, who held out for another quarter hour before being expelled as well. Finally, Yi Bufan, after exhausting the last of his spiritual energy, was also transported out of the diagram. This concludes the disciple competition. Here is the ranking list. Those in the top 1,000 will become main peak disciples of our sacred land. After the competition ended, the Peak Master of the Shadow Yin Peak waved his right hand, and a beam of spiritual light appeared in the sky, revealing the ranking list. First place, Yi Bufan. Second place, Chu Bingyan. Third place, Yi Lingxi. 1,000th place, Wei Tonglin. 10,000th place, Yin Yuji. Damn it, so close. 1,001st. If only I had held on for one more breath, just one breath, I would have made the top 1,000. Tisk serves you right. You always slack off in training, always good enough, and when it counts you fall short. Now what use is almost useless. Brother, you're so arrogant. What rank are you? Am not much to speak of, just 10,100. Idiot, a 10th exam plus rank, telling 1,000 rank how to do things. Haha, I made the top 10. I get a reward. Indeed, that Yi Bufan, though arrogant and overbearing, has undeniable strength. He really got first place. As the list appeared, the disciples buzzed with discussion, revealing a panorama of human nature in the Falling Star Square. Those who advanced into the top 1,000 were all brimming with excitement and joy, while those who failed to become disciples of the main peaks were mostly dejected. Yet many steeled their resolve, vowing to cultivate diligently and strive for an outstanding performance in next year's disciple competition. Soon elders from the various main peaks approached the disciples who had made it into the top 1,000, recruiting them into their respective peaks. The mere first place in the competition is well within my grasp. At the Falling Star Square, Yi Bufan gazed at his name sitting atop the rankings, his face brimming with pride. Brother is truly incredible. Beside Yi Bufan, Yi Lingxi raised her small, delicate fist. But why are the elders of the main peaks completely ignoring me? I am the first place winner after all. At that moment, Yi Bufan seemed to sense something amiss, and his expression shifted slightly. After the competition within the 10,000 beasts diagram concluded, the elders of the main peaks at the primordial sacred land began selecting disciples for their peaks, and the entire Falling Star Square grew even more lively. Especially for the top 10 prodigies, many elders and even peak masters vied for them. Numerous main peaks clashed fiercely, arguing heatedly over the most talented disciples. Yet no one came seeking Yi Bufan. In fact, he felt that the high-ranking members of the sacred land seemed to deliberately avoid and ignore him, passing by without a single glance. Their gazes were also peculiar, as if they were looking at something repulsive. Yi Bufan sensed something was wrong. Could there be some other issue? Beside him, Yi Lingxi also felt the same unease, though she too was at a loss as to what was happening. Know that second-place guy isn't being approached either. Yi Bufan then turned his gaze to the stunning twin-tailed girl who was likewise being ignored in the falling star square. Within the 10,000 beast diagram, he had noticed this incredibly powerful girl and learned her name Chu. This girl who appeared several years younger than him possessed strength that was in no way inferior to his own. Lingxi Bufan, would you be willing to become my disciples and join the xianxia peak? At that moment, a clear, gentle voice reached Yi Bufan's ears. Dressed in a red palace gown, the enchanting Chen Yuning approached them, her gaze soft as she looked at Yi Bufan. Above the main peak disciples were the true disciples, the direct disciples of the main peak elders who enjoyed even more abundant resources than ordinary main peak disciples. However, the main peak elders imposed stricter requirements on true disciples, requiring more thorough evaluation before accepting them. Chen Yuning was thoroughly familiar with both Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi, so there was no need for such a waiting period. Disciple pays respects to master. Upon hearing Chen Yuning's invitation, Yi Lingxi and Yi Bufan immediately knelt and bowed reverently. The xianxia peak was already a formidable main peak, and with Chen Yuning showing them considerable care, they accepted without hesitation. Seeing their agreement, Chen Yuning beamed with joy and looked at them approvingly. Good, from now on you are my true disciples. In the primordial sacred land, no one will dare to bully you. Then Chen Yuning bestowed several supreme treasures as a master's gift, which the two gladly accepted. Thank you, master, for these gifts. But why do the elders seem to despise me despite my excellent performance in the disciple competition? After accepting the treasures, Yi Bufan voiced his confusion. He knew he might have been somewhat arrogant, but with his exceptional talent and the invincible primordial sacred body, he believed such minor flaws in character could be overlooked. It's that Chen fellow. He said that before you joined the primordial sacred land. Chen Yuning spoke slowly, recounting the information jade slip that Chen had provided. Upon hearing Chen Yuning's words, Yi Bufan's face instantly turned ashen. His body trembled slightly and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Damn that Chen! Yi Bufan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Is that story? Chen Yuning fixed her gaze directly on Yi Bufan. Though she didn't mind, she had now accepted him as her disciple and wanted to hear the truth from him directly. Master, I did seize my former master's sage origin to cultivate, but... Before Chen Yuning, Yi Bufan had no courage to conceal anything and spoke with a hint of fear. Enough, I understand. We'll discuss this later. Chen Yuning cut him off before he could finish. Master, Yi Bufan tried to explain further. Bufan, those things don't really matter. This world follows the law of the jungle, where might makes right. As long as you ascend to the pinnacle in the future, your past will naturally become glorious. No one cares about such trivial matters. Chen Yuning looked intently at Yi Bufan and spoke calmly. Yi Bufan took a deep breath, a gleam of light flickering in his eyes as his spirit reignited. Yes, master, I understand. Beside them, Yi Lingxi unconsciously clenched her fists, her heart filled with confusion and even a hint of wavering. She hadn't known her brother had such a past. Yi Bufan seemed to recall something and asked, what about Chu Bingyan? Her strength is no less than mine, so why is she also being ignored? Chen Yuning sneered dismissively. She's from the Ice Spirit clan. Those old fools wouldn't dare to casually accept someone from the Ice Spirit clan. So she's from the Ice Spirit clan. No wonder she's so powerful. Upon hearing Chen Yuning's words, Yi Bufan understood. If she's from the Ice Spirit clan, then... Suddenly a glimmer of fervor flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes. Master, since others dare not take Chu Bingyan and could our xianxia peak accept her? With this thought, Yi Bufan looked at Chen Yuning, his eyes full of anticipation. Chen Yuning slowly lifted her head and said calmly, of course. I'm not like those cowards. If they don't dare to take her, I certainly will. Yi Bufan's eyes lit up. Master, then let's bring Chu Bingyan into the xianxia peak. Chen Yuning pondered for a moment and finally nodded, agreeing. All right, since this is your first request, I'll take her in. I'm quite interested in that girl myself. Then the group slowly approached Chu Bingyan nearby. As they drew near, Yi Bufan stated his purpose. Miss Chu, would you be willing to join our xianxia peak? Chu Bingyan's face flushed slightly. She looked at Yi Bufan and the others timidly, her silver twin-tails gently swaying in the breeze. Perhaps the wind was too boisterous, as she seemed not to have heard Yi Bufan clearly and spoke softly. You. What did you say? Looking at the shy girl before him, Yi Bufan felt a pause in his heart. This little girl's speaking style was completely at odds with her combat style. The contrast was striking. During the 10,000 Beasts diagram, Yi Bufan had witnessed the girl's combat style. Despite being a delicate, adorable, twin-tailed little loli, she wielded two massive hammers with ferocious intensity like a berserker. Yet before him she was shy and spoke so softly, stirring a peculiar rippling sensation deep within Yi Bufan's heart. This was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Yi Bufan quickly suppressed his inner musings and continued, I would like to invite you to join our Xianxia Peak. Xianxia Peak. Can I truly join Xianxia Peak? Upon hearing Yi Bufan's words clearly, Chu Binjian's eyes brightened, and she gazed at him with eager anticipation. Just moments ago, numerous disciples had been selected by the elders of the various main peaks, yet she had been overlooked. Though Chu Binjian's expression remained impassive, her heart was frantic with worry, terrified that she might fail to become a disciple of a main peak. After all, her purpose in coming to the primordial sacred land was to enter its very core. Chen Yuning beside her smiled gently and said, of course, with your exceptional talent and strength, you are more than qualified to join our Xianxia Peak. Seeing that Chen Yuning had also spoken, Chu Binjian cast aside all her lingering doubts and quickly replied, very well, I am willing. Wait, Miss Chu, this Yi Bufan is a despicable wretch who betrayed and murdered his master. Are you certain you wish to join the same peak as this scoundrel? Why not join our Saint Sun Peak instead? I believe it suits you better. Just then a clear voice interrupted Chu Binjian's words. On the other side of Luoxing Square, Lu Chun, clad in a white robe and possessing an ethereal aura, approached them with a gentle smile. At the sight of the suddenly appearing Lu Chun, Chu Binjian's eyes lit up, captivated by his transcendent temperament and flawless visage. Lu Chun, what do you mean by this? Trying to poach disciples from my Xianxia Peak? Do you think that just because you are the sacred son of our sect you can speak so arrogantly before me? Before Yi Bufan could speak, Chen Yuning could no longer contain herself. Her gaze locked onto Lu Chun, her eyes glinting with a chilling, eerie light. Lu Chun showed no sign of fear and replied calmly, the recruitment of disciples by main peaks is a mutual selection process. Miss Chu has not yet agreed to join your Xianxia Peak, so how can you accuse me of poaching? Lu Chun let out a cold laugh and continued, moreover, am I wrong? Is Yi Bufan not a man who killed his master? There might be some hidden circumstances behind Yi Bufan's seizure of his master's sage origin for cultivation, but killing one's master was an undeniable fact. The curve of Chen Yuning's bosom trembled incessantly as she said coldly, Lu Chun, stop twisting the truth. I am discussing Chu Binjian's matter with you. If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for being discourteous. Yi Bufan, standing nearby, clenched his teeth and dared not speak, but his eyes were fixed on Lu Chun, blazing with murderous intent, as if he wished to annihilate him with a mere glance. Elder Chen, by threatening the sacred son of our sect in this manner, have you no regard for our sect's rules? At that moment, Jiang Yuechan approached from the distance and stood before Lu Chun, staring coldly at Chen Yuning. Fairy Yuechan, please let me explain. Seeing Jiang Yuechan appear, Yi Bufan's face turned pale with panic as he quickly spoke. Yi Bufan cared little for others' opinions, but his heart was tied to Jiang Yuechan, and her perception of him mattered greatly. He did not wish to leave any negative impression in her heart. There is no need for you to explain. There is nothing between us, Jiang Yuechan said indifferently, completely unmoved by his words. Hearing this, Yi Bufan's heart sank into the abyss, and a growing fury began to fester within him. Yi Lingxi, watching her brother's demeanor, felt deep concern, yet recalling his act of killing their master to seize the origin, she found him strangely unfamiliar, leaving her in a daze. You damned girl, I've always indulged you, but do you think I truly fear you? Today I'll show you my true power. Unable to bear Jiang Yuechan's assertiveness any longer, Chen Yuning let her spiritual energy surge forth, unleashing a vast sage's might that rolled toward Jiang Yuechan. Jiang Yuechan also activated her sage's might, and the terrifying spiritual energy clashed violently with Chen Yuning's, generating a powerful shockwave. In an instant, a fearsome spiritual storm erupted across Luoxing Square, spreading outward and creating a wave of spiritual pressure. As expected of a celestial spirit body, even at the 5th heaven of the sage realm, she can stand against a peak sage at the 9th heaven. Lu Chun observed the two confronting each other, his expression turning grave as he gained a new appreciation for Jiang Yuechan's power. After having some of her celestial spirit Bodis origin extracted last time, Jiang Yuechan had advanced from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven of the sage realm. And having just broken through to the 5th heaven, she could already contend with Chen Yuning, an established peak sage, a truly terrifying talent. Moreover, Jiang Yuechan's Dao injury had not yet fully healed. Once completely recovered, her potential and foundation would undoubtedly ascend to another level. At that point, she might even be capable of defying the laws of the Dao to challenge a sage king in the kingly Dao realm. Enough, let this end here. Today is the disciple competition. What kind of spectacle is this, with an elder and a holy maiden brawling? Just as the two were about to unleash an even greater impact, a deep voice rang out, and Li Daohong, the primordial sacred lord, slowly approached. Accompanying Li Daohong's arrival was an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual energy. This energy was fierce and unyielding, like a divine pillar suppressing heaven and earth, easily overpowering the sage might of both Chen Yuning and Jiang Yuechan. The storm that was about to rage across Luoxing Square suddenly dissipated into a calm breeze. Brother, don't stop me this time. I must teach this insolent little girl a lesson. Qin Yuning showed no change in expression upon seeing him, and continued, I said enough. Li Daohong's voice boomed like a great bell, and his terrifying spiritual energy surged outward rapidly, sweeping across the entire square. Everyone around felt an indescribable profound fear and oppression, as if they were being crushed by an ancient primordial beast. Just how powerful is this Li Daohong now? Lu Chen pondered inwardly as he watched him like a world-destroying demon god. In the original story, Li Daohong's strength had always been a mystery, with no clear indication of his realm. In every battle against formidable foes, he barely managed to win by a narrow margin. Yet whether facing a sage king, a great sage in the great sage domain, or even a quasi-emperor, Li Daohong could always barely emerge victorious. In the later stages, when myriad races rose across the divine wasteland, Li Daohong even managed to barely suppress an invincible sovereign. His power was simply absurd. Qin Yuning was also awed by the overwhelming spiritual energy staring blankly at the stern face. She had never imagined that her usually unassuming and gentle senior brother could be so formidable, so unfamiliar, utterly unfamiliar. Yes, brother. Thinking this, Qin Yuning spoke submissively, not daring to act out further. Junior sister, with so many people here, don't go too far. I am after all the sacred lord of our sect. Just as Qin Yuning finished speaking, Li Daohong's helpless voice echoed in her mind. Hearing that familiar tone, Qin Yuning paused. Nothing had changed. Her brother was still her brother, still the same. Still, she ought to give him more face, as he was after all the sacred lord of their sect. After Li Daohong's appearance, both sides ceased their conflict, and everyone became docile. Even the usually arrogant Yi Bufan dared not speak, deflating like a frostbitten eggplant. The recruitment of disciples is a mutual choice. Miss Chu, you may decide for yourself whether to join the Holy Sun Peak or the Xianxia Peak. After pacifying Qin Yuning and Zhang Yuechan, Li Daohong turned his gaze to the pale-faced Chu Bingyan nearby. Chu Bingyan suppressed the fear in her heart and nodded obediently. Yes, thank you, sacred lord. Having said this, Li Daohong did not linger, but returned to the high platform to continue overseeing the proceedings. The Luoxing Square once again buzzed with activity. However, after Li Daohong had displayed his terrifying strength, many disciples no longer dared to act rashly. Since the senior brother has spoken, I shall not bully you. Let Chu Bingyan choose whom she wishes to join. After Li Daohong departed, Qin Yuning looked calmly at Lu Chen. Behind her, Yi Bufan steadied himself and took a deep breath. That's right, let Miss Chu decide for herself. Lu Chen nodded. Chu Bingyan was a member of the Ice Spirit clan, and he had no power to force her to do anything. Not now, nor even in the future. When he entered the supreme domain would he dare to harbor ill intentions toward her. For Chu Bingyan was no ordinary Ice Spirit clan member. She was also one of the destined heroines, and her origins were astonishing. She was the reincarnation of the Ice Ancestor, the progenitor of the Ice Spirit clan. The Ice Ancestor was the founder of the Ice Spirit clan, a pinnacle powerhouse of the primordial era, and one of the 8 primordial ancestors. During the primordial era, the human race was weak, ranked among the lowest races in the divine wasteland realm. Many powerful races even preyed upon humans, and humanity's plight was utterly miserable. In that era, 8 supreme powerhouses emerged, known as the 8 primordial ancestors. When the human race was still feeble, the 8 primordial ancestors used their immense power and unyielding conviction to uphold humanity's backbone, guiding them through those arduous times. Chu Bingyan's origins were so extraordinary that had she not possessed one of the greatest secrets of the divine wasteland realm, Lu Chen would have preferred to avoid entanglements with her. More importantly, in the original story, Chu Bingyan's secret ultimately benefited Yi Bufan, granting him incredible advantages. Now Lu Chen certainly would not allow such a thing to happen. Having decided to let Chu Bingyan choose, Qin Yuning spoke again with supreme confidence. Miss Chu, if you join our Xianxia Peak, I can accept you as my true disciple and personally guide your cultivation. You may freely practice any of the divine techniques and scriptures of the primordial sacred land. Qin Yuning seemed genuinely earnest and added, moreover, I am from the Qin family, an imperial clan of the central domain. You need not worry about cultivation resources. Chu Bingyan's eyes lit up at Qin Yuning's words, a look of anticipation on her innocent face. However, as if recalling something, she suppressed her eagerness and turned her gaze to Lu Chen. If you join our Holy Sun Peak. Lu Chen paused for a moment, looking at Chu Bingyan before him. I can also accept you as my true disciple. And ridiculous. A mere Holy Sun dares to take a genius of the Ice Spirit clan as a disciple. What qualifications do you have? Before Lu Chen could finish, Qin Yuning interrupted coldly, her eyes filled with mockery. In Qin Yuning's view, although Lu Chen had some talent and perhaps some strength, it was utterly laughable for him to take Chu Bingyan as a disciple. Elder Chen, do you wish to challenge the authority of the sacred lord? Jiang Yuchan's gaze turned icy as she spoke, seeing Qin Yuning's provocative words. Qin Yuning fell silent, but then said lightly, I'm merely speaking the truth. For Lu Chun to accept a genius of the Ice Spirit clan as a disciple at his level. Tisk, I wonder where he gets the nerve. Beside her, Yi Bufan wore a contemptuous expression, having expected Lu Chun to offer some generous terms. But it was merely an offer to take her as a true disciple. Chu Bingyin, a top genius of the Ice Spirit clan, whose strength rivaled his own, would never bow to a mere holy son like Lu Chun. This was no condition at all, it was an insult to Chu Bingyin. Yi Bufan was certain she would not agree. And I can teach you this secret art. Ignoring Qin Yuning's sarcasm, Lu Chun continued speaking to Chu Bingyin. As he spoke, his fingertip gently touched the white mark on her forehead, and a soft spiritual light surged toward her. This is... Sensing the information contained within the spiritual light, Chu Bingyian's eyes widened in shock, her innocent face filled with astonishment. Seeing the change in Chu Bingyian's expression, Yi Bufan and the others felt a sinking sensation, vaguely sensing something amiss. Your disciple Chu Bingyian pays respects to master. Chu Bingyian only hesitated for a moment before kneeling and performing the apprenticeship ceremony. At the sight of Chu Bingyian immediately accepting Lu Chun as her master, Qin Yuning was momentarily stunned. What had happened? How had the situation reversed so suddenly? Miss Chu, please reconsider. Whatever Lu Chun can teach you, I can teach you as well. I am from the Qin family, and even the sacred lord of primordial sacred land dare not defy me. If you become my disciple, you can do as you please in the primordial sacred land. Qin Yuning quickly recovered, trying to win Chu Bingyian back. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qin, but my decision is made. Chu Bingyian refused Qin Yuning, and then turned back to Lu Chun, kowtowing several times. I beg you, master, please accept me as your disciple. Lu Chun then spoke calmly, rise. From now on you are my disciple Lu Chen's. Yes, master. Chu Bingyian stood up and obediently positioned herself beside Lu Chun, her eyes still shimmering with brilliance. Seeing that Chu Bingyian had truly become Lu Chen's disciple, Yi Bufan's expression turned extremely grim. He had originally hoped that after Chu Bingyian became his fellow disciple, he could use her ice spirit power to break the heavenly shackles of his primordial sacred body. But now that Chu Bingyian had become Lu Chen's disciple, given the enmity between him and Lu Chen, his plan was certainly doomed to fail. Damn Lu Chen. Cursed Lu Chen. He stole my opportunity at the Silver Sword Peak, humiliated me so thoroughly last time, and now he's taken Chu Bingyian away. I will never rest until I settle this with you. Lu Chen, I challenge you. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? The more Yi Bufan thought, the angrier he became. His fury finally erupted as he glared at Lu Chen and roared. His roar spread like a tidal wave, surging through the square and reaching every corner, drawing the attention of most disciples. Isn't that Yi Bufan? He wants to challenge the Holy Sun. Idiot. Does he really think winning the tournament gives him the right to challenge the Holy Sun? The Holy Sun is beyond his reach. Exactly. Has he forgotten how he was beaten like a dead dog last time? He dares to challenge the Holy Sun again. What a joke. Great. We get to become core disciples and watch another beating of Yi Bufan. How satisfying. The outcome isn't certain yet. You haven't seen how strong Yi Bufan was in the 10,000 Beasts diagram, like an invincible war god. Yeah, there's still some suspense. The Holy Sun might not necessarily defeat Yi Bufan. Right, Yi Bufan has the primordial sacred body, and he broke the fourth heavenly shackle of that body last time. The result is still up in the air. Upon hearing Yi Bufan's words, the disciples in Luoxing Square buzzed with discussion, their eyes blazing with excitement. Although Yi Bufan's strength and talent were astonishing, he was far too arrogant. Most disciples disliked him, and if not for their lack of power, many would have wanted to teach him a lesson in the 10,000 Beasts diagram. Many disciples believed Yi Bufan was merely humiliating himself, as Lu Chun was the holy son of the primordial sacred land and a renowned genius of the eastern domain whose strength and talent were not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lu Chun had already easily suppressed Yi Bufan once before. However, some felt that Yi Bufan had made rapid progress, recently breaking another shackle of his sacred body and shining brilliantly in the 10,000 Beasts diagram, giving him a decent chance to defeat Lu Chun. Yi Bufan's companions Qin Yuning and Yi Lingxi were both taken aback, never expecting that Yi Bufan would suddenly challenge Lu Chun. Brother, don't be impulsive. Lu Chen's strength is not to be underestimated. You should enhance your power first before. Yi Lingxi said anxiously, trying to dissuade Yi Bufan. Yi Lingxi had been in close contact with Lu Chen many times and knew him well. Although Yi Bufan's strength had greatly improved, she doubted her brother could match him. What, Lingxi, you have no faith in me? I'm different now. Oh, I won't lose to Lu Chun. Yi Bufan said, displeased by his sister's lack of confidence in his abilities. Master, please talk some sense into my brother. There's no need for him to challenge Lu Chen now. Yi Lingxi implored Chen Yuning, hoping her master's words would sway him. However, Chen Yuning narrowed her eyes, ignoring Yi Lingxi's plea, and said calmly, Bufan, go ahead and fight him if you wish. Your master trusts you. Whatever happens, he'll have your back. Hearing Chen Yuning's words, Yi Bufan's confidence soared. Yes, thank you, master. Yi Lingxi's expression darkened, and she involuntarily clenched her fists. Yi Bufan wants to challenge me. It seems the plot has changed, but not by much. Lu Chen mused, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes. In the original story, after the disciple competition ended and a month of training on Xianxia Peak, Yi Bufan had challenged Lu Chen. At that time, Yi Bufan was brimming with confidence and had grown immensely stronger. Yi Bufan's challenge had succeeded, defeating Lu Chen, and from then on Lu Chen's reputation in the Taichu sacred land plummeted, beginning his decline. I am no longer the same person, Lu Chen thought, watching Yi Bufan roar in the distance. His eyes narrowed, devoid of any fear. Ding, the host, has taken the fateful heroine Chu Bingyin as a disciple, causing Yi Bufan to completely break down and challenge the host, triggering a divine choice. Choice 1: refuse Yi Bufan's challenge, back down, and expel Chu Bingyin from the sect. Reward: Yi Bufan's favorability 10. Choice 2: accept Yi Bufan's challenge and deliberately lose to him. Reward: Spirit Stone X 10. Choice 3: accept Yi Bufan's challenge and decisively crush him. Reward: Imperial Fallen Dual Pupils. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Lu Chen's mind. His eyes lit up, another choice triggered. Indeed, only the protagonist and faithful heroines could trigger options so frequently. Lu Chen dismissed choices 1 and 2 outright. What use were Yi Bufan's favorability or a single spirit stone? He focused on choice 3. The Imperial Fallen Dual Pupils, another supreme physique capable of seeing through illusions and tracing origins no less formidable than his own supreme bone. In some aspects, it was even more powerful. If he could fuse the Imperial Fallen Dual Pupils, Lu Chen couldn't imagine how much his potential and foundation would soar. How could he miss such an incredible reward? After deciding on choice 3, Lu Chen said calmly, Very well, since you insist on seeking death, I, the Holy Sun, accept your challenge. But I warn you, I don't know my own strength, and the consequences are on you. Don't know your strength. Perfect, neither do I. When I defeat you, don't think about begging for mercy. I won't let you off. The humiliation you've brought me, I'll repay it all now. Yi Bufan snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Originally, he had planned to train longer, but Lu Chen's repeated interference had pushed him past his limit. Moreover, after his recent cultivation, he had reached the creation realm confident he could suppress Lu Chen. His original plan was to train for another month, but Lu Chen's excessive behavior made Yi Bufan feel he could no longer endure. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with icy, killing intent. Fine, then let's fight. If you're going to fight, do it in the martial arts arena, not here. The Peak Master of Tianyin Peak interjected, suggesting they move to the arena, as the Falling Star Square structures couldn't withstand the devastating impact. Both nodded and left the Falling Star Square for the martial arts arena. As they approached, the killing intent between them grew more terrifying, almost tangible. The many elders and disciples of the Falling Star Square also headed to the arena. After all, Yi Bufan's strength had increased significantly, and they were curious to see if he could overthrow the Holy Sun Lu Chen. Master, go for it. Chu Bingyin, who had just become Lu Chen's disciple, clenched her little fist in encouragement. Zhang Yuechan showed no worry, knowing full well how powerful Lu Chen was. Dealing with Yi Bufan would be no trouble at all. Seeing Lu Chen's seemingly resolute killing intent, Yi Lingxi, standing beside, Yi Bufan wore a worried expression. Then, as if making a decision, she cautiously sent a voice transmission to Lu Chen. Young Master Lu, please don't hold a grudge against my brother. I know he's gone too far, but you must spare his life. I beg you, I can cultivate with you for another day. Hearing Yi Lingxi's transmission, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. This girl had lost her mind, throwing herself at him recklessly. Could he actually kill Yi Bufan now? Although he had ruined Yi Bufan's reputation among the sacred land's high ranks, Yi Bufan was still a disciple of the sect. Not to mention that Chen Yuning was watching over Yi Bufan, and countless unseen eyes lurked in the shadows. Even going all out, Lu Chen couldn't truly slay him. However, since this little girl had come to him willingly, he couldn't let her off easily. He had to drain her completely. Various thoughts crossed Lu Chen's mind, and he coldly sent a voice transmission to Yi Lingxi. Is your brother's life worth just 1 day of cultivation? Had 10 days of cultivation, or else Yi Bufan won't leave the martial arts arena alive. Yi Lingxi, standing beside her brother, turned pale at Lu Chen's words. 10 days. This scoundrel wanted 10 days. 1 day alone had nearly broken her body. 10 days. The thought made Yi Lingxi's scalp tingle, and she trembled slightly. This would be the death of me. No, I can't agree. 10 days is too terrifying. But her brother. Yi Lingxi hesitated. Seeing Yi Bufan beside her heart ultimately softened. He was her brother after all. As long as he could survive, everything was worth it. Yi Lingxi sighed inwardly and finally accepted Lu Chen's demand. 10 days it would be all for her brother. Unbeknownst to her, after agreeing, a faint trace of anticipation and satisfaction stirred in her heart. Beside him, Yi Bufan remained utterly unaware that his younger sister had already struck a clandestine bargain with Lu Chen to save his life. His bearing remained haughty and self-assured as he strode confidently toward the martial training arena. Before long, both Yi Bufan and Lu Chen stepped into the martial training arena. Upon their entry, the isolation formation encircling the arena activated, gradually sealing the entire space within an impenetrable barrier to safeguard the surrounding structures. Outside the arena, numerous disciples from the sacred sects gathered, eyes gleaming with anticipation as they watched the imminent clash unfold. Even several senior elders of the sacred sects observed the impending duel, some deliberately, others seemingly by chance. Lu Chen, the humiliation you once inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold today. Die. Once both combatants assumed their positions, a cruel, venomous light flared in Yi Bufan's eyes. He then surged his spiritual energy to its absolute limit, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power that surged toward Lu Chen. At full power, Yi Bufan resembled an invincible war god, golden radiance blazing across his body as he blurred forward and closed the distance in an instant. Seeing Lu Chen appear motionless and unresponsive, Yi Bufan's gaze darkened with savage intent. Gathering every ounce of strength, he launched a crushing fist. Boom! A deafening, earth-shaking detonation erupted, the shockwave rippling through the air as Yi Bufan's fist slammed forward, igniting sonic booms across the surrounding space. The area where Lu Chen stood shattered instantly, spiritual energies scattering violently in all directions. What a... Yi Bufan has slain the Saint Prince in one move. The primordial saint body is truly terrifying. If he fully awakens, disaster. Now that Yi Bufan has arrogantly crushed the Saint Prince, his pride will soar beyond the heavens. The disciples surrounding the arena froze in stunned silence. None had anticipated such a swift, decisive outcome. Wait, no. The Saint Prince is unharmed. Soon a sharp-eyed observer noticed the anomaly. The shattered zone bore no trace of blood or gore. Worthless. Far too slow. You were given your chance, yet still failed utterly. While Yi Bufan basked in the illusion of having overpowered Lu Chen, a cold, detached voice pierced his ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before him the air tore open into utter void, and there, clad in pristine white robes, stood Lu Chen. Impossible. Seeing Lu Chen completely unscathed, Yi Bufan's heart lurched. He paled, his expression twisting into sheer disbelief. He simply could not comprehend how his devastating blow had left Lu Chen utterly untouched, a revelation that struck him with profound shock. As Yi Bufan stood frozen in bewilderment, Lu Chen wasted no time. His palm lashed out in a blistering slap. At the sight of that descending hand, terror seized Yi Bufan's core. Frantically, he tried to channel his spiritual energy to retreat. Yet an invisible, oppressive force seemed to bind him, crushing his limbs, stifling his movement. Has the gulf between us truly grown this vast? Despair flooded Yi Bufan's heart. Slap! In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's palm struck his face. A thunderous impact echoed. The blow landed with brutal finality. Yi Bufan's eyes bulged wide, burning with incandescent fury, only to drown moments later in hellish dread. For a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged from Lu Chen's palm into Yi Bufan's body, scouring his meridians and eroding his foundational cultivation. Yet at that very moment, Yi Bufan's primordial saint body awakened an enigmatic force, resisting the onslaught and shielding his meridians and core foundations from annihilation. No. With a futile roar of rage, Yi Bufan was hurled backward by overwhelming force, slamming hard against the arena's isolation formation. Indeed, the chosen of heaven would not fall so easily. Observing Yi Bufan's intact meridians and preserved foundation, Lu Chen felt a quiet pang of regret. Though his strike had appeared effortless, Lu Chen had in fact invoked the Tao patterns of his supreme bone, a power capable of slaying even saints. Yet it had failed to cripple Yi Bufan. Proof enough of the latter's staggering, unfathomable depth of cult. Still, Lu Chen had another stratagem prepared. His eyes narrowed faintly. Then, with imperceptible precision, a thread of spiritual energy flickered from his fingertip and slipped silently into Yi Bufan's body. I thought Yi Bufan might finally rise. But no, he crumbled just as easily. I knew it. He's trash, no match for the Saint Prince. How dull. Just one slap, and it's over. They're clearly on entirely different tiers. Hold on. I'd already bared myself only for this. Far too swift. Truly the Saint Prince reigns supreme. Though Yi Bufan possesses extraordinary talent beside the Saint Prince, he remains hopelessly outmatched. As Yi Bufan lay defeated, the disciples erupted in fervent commentary, their eyes alight with unrestrained admiration. Many high-ranking elders of the sacred sect likewise wore expressions of astonishment. They had expected at least a fierce, protracted contest. Yet Lu Chun had ended it with a single effortless strike, rendering the duel strangely anticlimactic. A system notification chimed within Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the choice and acquired the Emperor Fallen Dual Eyes. Would you like to fuse them now? The Emperor Fallen Dual Eyes had already been granted. Lu Chen chose to defer fusion. Now was not the time. Lu Chun, this was merely a sparring match among disciples. Was such severity truly necessary? Do you harbor no sense of brotherhood among fellow disciples? Qin Yuning, witnessing Yi Bufan nearly reduced to ruin, fixed Lu Chun with a glacial stare and demanded coldly. Unfazed, Lu Chun replied calmly, brotherhood. For a scoundrel who betrays his master and desecrates the Tao, merely sparing his life is already my mercy. You, Yi Bufan, is my disciple. Your brutality knows no bounds. Clearly I must discipline you in the Holy Master's stead. Qin Yuning refused to heed Lu Chen's words. Instantly she unleashed the awe-inspiring aura of a sage and shot toward the arena to deliver retribution. Boom! But Jiang Yuechan did not stand idle. In a flash she intercepted Qin Yuning midair, halting her advance. Yi Bufan challenged Lu Chun of his own volition, and who could have foreseen such abysmal weakness? He couldn't even withstand a single slap from Lu Chun. Facing off, Jiang Yuechan spoke icily. Lu Chun, gazing upon her poised figure shielding him, felt a gentle warmth stir within his chest. Though he himself held the key to healing her Dou injury, being thus protected by a woman of peerless beauty and exalted status still stirred deep, resonant emotion within him. Precisely. Yi Bufan brought this shame upon himself. Bluster without substance deserves no sympathy. Such vermin deserve harsh punishment. How dare he recklessly challenge the Saint Prince's authority? He spoke treasonously, daring to defy the Saint Prince's sovereignty. Failure demands consequence. All I can say is self-inflicted doom cannot be undone. Around the arena, disciples voiced unanimous support for Lu Chun. The sect's senior elders, appalled by Yi Bufan's heinous act of patricidal betrayal, held no sympathy for him. Yet mindful of Qin Yuning's rank, they withheld judgment, observing the scene in silent reserve. Yu, gazing upon these disciples, mere ants in her eyes, daring to defy her so brazenly, Qin Yuning's countenance twisted in fury. Before her the very air trembled violently, rippling like storm-tossed waves. The previous move had not been a mistake. Fortunately, he had first tarnished Yi Bufan's reputation, reducing some constraints on himself. Watching Qin Yuning standing isolated and without support, Lu Chun felt a hint of relief in his heart. Since the duel between the two is over, let each peak continue selecting disciples. At this moment, Li Daihong's voice echoed from afar, reaching the ears of every disciple. Upon hearing Li Daihong's words, the numerous elders and disciples said nothing more and returned to the Falling Star Square to continue choosing the main peak that suited them. Since the senior brother has spoken, so be it. Lu Chen, this matter is far from over. Qin Yuning's gaze was icy as she spoke indifferently. With that, Qin Yuning led Yi Lingxi and the mortally wounded Yi Bufan directly away from the training ground. Before leaving, Yi Lingxi cast a grateful glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen noticed Yi Lingxi's gaze and secretly transmitted his voice to her. If you want to express gratitude, come over tonight as soon as possible. Yi Lingxi's heart tightened. Biting her red lips, gently, her expression complex, she walked toward Xixia Peak. That damnable Qin Yuning. Does she really think I can't handle her just because she's from an imperial clan? Just wait. Soon I'll make you kneel before me. And watching the coldly beautiful Qin Yuning depart, Lu Chun murmured inwardly, a flash of brutality flickering in his eyes. Master, you're truly amazing. That Yi Bufan was defeated by your single slap. So cool. The mischievous and clever Chu Bingyan hopped toward Lu Chun, her silver twintails bouncing with each step of the young girl's advance. You little girl, your words are certainly sweet. Lu Chun looked at the twin-tailed lowly who had bounced to his side, unable to resist ruffling Chu Bingyan's hair as he spoke slowly. Master, you can't just touch my head. Do I want grow tall? Chu Bingyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke in a soft, sticky voice. As she spoke, Chu Bingyan hugged Lu Chen's arm, her impressively full curves gently pressing against his limb, sending subtle waves of unusual sensation through him. Looking at the petite, exquisitely pure, yet voluptuous Chu Bingyan beside him, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. This reincarnation of the ice ancestor was truly something else. If you can't grow tall, then so be it. This is fine as it is. Lu Chun said inexplicably, an idiom involuntarily surfacing in his mind. Truly a case of childlike, face-mature figure. Master, you're bullying me. I'm ignoring you. Chu Bingyan lowered her head in shyness, yet still clung tightly to Lu Chen's arm. Not far away, Jiang Yuechan and Yinger gazed wistfully at Chu Bingyan, who was holding Lu Chen tightly, their faces filled with complex emotions. Initially, they had thought Chu Bingyan was a timid, delicate, and innocent little loli. Now it seemed, both had been deceived by that harmless and innocent exterior. Ahem, Bingyan, after all, Lu Chen is your master. You should still mind your boundaries. After a long moment, Jiang Yuechan finally couldn't hold back. She approached Lu Chen and said, feigning nonchalance, is it not allowed for me to hold my own master's arm? Chu Bingyan looked utterly innocent, blinking her pure big eyes with a dazed expression. Looking at the seemingly naive Chu Bingyan before her, Jiang Yuechan felt inexplicably agitated. Sister, what is your relationship with master? Are you jealous? Chu Bingyan pressed on, continuing to ask in a bewildered tone. What are you saying? How could I be jealous? No, don't talk nonsense. I'm just warning you. I'm your master's friend and don't want to see him go astray. Jiang Yuechan bit her red lips lightly and quickly retorted. Oh, I see, sister. You're not jealous. I understand. Upon hearing this, Chu Bingyan released Lu Chen's arm and stood obediently by his side, the very picture of a well-behaved girl with no trace of her earlier mischievousness. Seeing Chu Bingyan immediately put distance between herself and Lu Chen, Jiang Yuechan felt as if she had punched cotton. Lu Chen, witnessing the subtle skirmish between the two women, found it quite intriguing. It seemed that Jiang Yuechan still had feelings for him, Lu Chen thought. Lu Chen, this Chu Bingyan of the Ice Spirit clan, is no easy mark. Don't let her fool you. Jiang Yuechan then stepped in front of Lu Chen, leaning close to his ear to whisper. Lu Chen quickly suppressed his thoughts and likewise leaned close to Jiang Yuechan's ear. I understand. Well, be careful. As he spoke, Lu Chen inadvertently brushed against Jiang Yuechan's earlobe, causing her face to flush deeply and her body to tremble. Since the challenge is over, I shall take my leave. I will be at Saint's Peak, always ready to welcome young master. Feeling her body about to go weak, Jiang Yuechan dared not linger any longer and vanished from the training ground in a beam of rainbow light. Yinger, continue recruiting disciples at the Falling Star Square. You can take in more promising ones to expand the influence of our Saint Sun Peak. After Jiang Yuechan left, Lu Chen then spoke to Yinger beside him. Among the disciples in this grand competition, besides Chu Bingyan and a few others, there were still many other good prospects. Lu Chen didn't mind recruiting more exceptionally talented prodigies. Yes, Your Highness, the Saint Sun. Leave it to me. After your awe-inspiring display of power in the training ground just now, many prodigies will surely be willing to join our Saint Sun Peak. Yinger revealed a confident smile as she spoke to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's decisive defeat of Yi Bufan, who possessed the primordial saint physique, had attracted the attention of many disciples, ensuring that he could recruit plenty of excellent pupils. Moreover, Lu Chen was already the saint son of the primordial sacred ground, with a great chance of eventually wielding its authority and becoming its sovereign. Joining Saint Sun Peak now undoubtedly offered a significant opportunity to enter the true center of power within the primordial sacred ground. After speaking, Yinger headed to the Falling Star Square to continue recruiting outstanding main peak disciples for Saint Sun Peak. Bingyan, let's return. I'll impart that secret technique to you. After Yinger left, Lu Chen said to Chu Bingyan beside him. Yes, thank you, master. Chu Bingyan immediately hugged Lu Chen's arm again, expressing her gratitude. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Looking at Chu Bingyan, who had once again wrapped her arms around his, Lu Chen recalled Jiang Yuechan's words. No, wait, I'm a transmigrator. What do I care about what's appropriate in this other world? Soon Lu Chen suppressed those superfluous thoughts and contentedly savored the ample softness. Master, is it soft? As the two slowly walked toward Saint Sun Peak, Chu Bingyan suddenly stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, and whispered softly. Lu Chen, Omega Omega, I am your master, mind your manners. Lu Chen's heart tightened, then he pinched Chu Bingyan's pure, delicate cheek, speaking with a hint of melancholy. He never expected the reincarnation of the Ice Ancestor to be so audacious. He seriously suspected that if he didn't keep this young girl in check in a couple of days, she might directly. Not to mention that they were master and disciple, but Chu Bingyan was the reincarnation of the Ice Ancestor. If anything were to happen between them, once she fully awakened her true spirit, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. He had plenty of alluring women around him who were easy to handle. There was no need to court such a major trouble. Yes, master, I understand. Chu Bingyan looked aggrieved, her pure large eyes glistening crystal clear. Then without another word they returned to the Holy Sun Peak. In the spiritual field of the Holy Sun Peak, Chu Bingyan sat cross-legged at the center of the field, the white mark on her forehead continuously shimmering with flowing light. This secret art is called the Celestial Spirit Mending Art. It is a spiritual mending technique I comprehended myself capable of perfectly compensating for the deficiency in your true spirit. Lu Chen stood before Chu Bingyin speaking to her as she sat cross-legged in the center. Master, can it truly perfectly compensate for the deficiency in my true spirit? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Bingyian's eyes were filled with anticipation as she asked incredulously. Chu Bingyin had come to the primordial sacred land to become a disciple precisely because her true spirit was deficient, severely affecting her cultivation. The many ancestors of the Ice Spirit clan had employed various methods and enlisted numerous top-tier experts, yet none could remedy her deficiency. The primordial sacred land's spirit mending art was renowned throughout the Eastern domain for its ability to repair spiritual nature, potentially compensating for part of her loss. Thus, under the guidance of her Ice Spirit clan ancestors, Chu Bingyin came to the primordial sacred land, hoping to become a main peak disciple and use the spirit mending art to repair her true spirit. Originally, she considered joining the Xianxia Peak, but upon encountering Lu Chen's secret art at the Falling Star Plaza, Chu Bingyin immediately changed her mind. Her intuition told her that the spirit mending art was inferior to the art Lu Chen possessed. Yet hearing Lu Chen claim that this secret art could perfectly mend her true spirit still shocked Chu Bingyin. Perfect mending and partial mending were worlds apart. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's true. Don't resist, I'll impart this secret art to you now, and you'll see for yourself." This secret art was comprehended by Lu Chen when he absorbed the celestial spirit body essence of Jiang Yuchan. When Jiang Yuchan's celestial spirit body essence was drawn out, it stirred the mysterious laws of heaven and earth, as if countless Tao opportunities and enigmatic spiritual natures were present. Thanks to his heaven-defying comprehension, Lu Chen understood this top-tier spiritual mending art while invoking the celestial laws. This celestial spirit mending art contained the mysteries of celestial spirit origin, capable of repairing the spiritual nature of all things, and was exceptionally powerful. Although Chu Bingyian's true spirit was mysterious, it could still be perfectly mended. Chu Bingyin said respectfully and excitedly, "Yes, Master, thank you for bestowing this art." With that, Lu Chen's fingertip touched the mark on Chu Bingyian's forehead, transmitting the celestial spirit mending art. The information of the celestial spirit mending art slowly flowed into Chu Bingyian's mind through her forehead. After half an hour, all the information was transmitted. Chu Bingyin digested the dense and esoteric knowledge in her mind, her eyes widening in excitement. At that moment, she felt that this secret art contained boundless mysteries. If she fully mastered it, she could indeed completely compensate for her deficient true spirit. "Thank you, Master, you are so good to me, imparting such a powerful secret art directly." Realizing the power of this art, Chu Bingyin could no longer contain herself. She quickly stood up, threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, nestled against his chest, and spoke with tear-streaked cheeks. After obtaining this art, Chu Bingyin deeply understood its potency. Although she had already become Lu Chen's disciple, she knew that their bond as master and disciple was not particularly deep. Lu Chen could have taught her this powerful art much later. He could even have imposed conditions in exchange for it, given that she was a prodigy of the Ice Spirit clan and possessed many treasures. But Lu Chen made no demands and imparted this art on the very first day, deeply moving Chu Bingyin. Watching Chu Bingyin, who was moved to tears, Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected the reincarnation of the Ice ancestor to be so innocent. The curve, completely at odds with her pure face, pressed heavily against Lu Chen's body, stirring his mind slightly. This little girl was surprisingly well endowed. "It's just a secret art, don't worry about it." Lu Chen patted Chu Bingyian's jade-like back, speaking in a gentle tone. "Master, I will repay you well in the future, MWA." Chu Bingyin then rose from Lu Chen's embrace and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, planted a kiss on his cheek. Lu Chen thought, "Is this how you repay your master? Are you trying to defy your master and ancestor?" Chu Bingyin seemed to realize her impropriety, blushing deeply as she quickly withdrew from Lu Chen's arms. After a while, Chu Bingyin calmed her excitement, though a faint blush still lingered on her face. She hadn't expected to act so impulsively. "Now cultivate well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me." Lu Chen then spoke to the twin-tailed young girl before him. "Yes, Master." Chu Bingyin nodded obediently. Then Lu Chen turned and left. He had yet to integrate the acquired Imperial Fallen double pupils and needed to do so as soon as possible. "Master, I'm going to cultivate. This is my apprenticeship gift, please accept it." Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, Chu Bingyin suddenly spoke, pressing a spatial ring into his hand, then quickly departed, leaving him no chance to refuse. "This little girl, there's really no need." Watching Chu Bingyin vanish from sight, Lu Chen was both amused and touched a warmth spreading in his heart. Since it was the girl's heartfelt gesture, he might as well see what was inside. Lu Chen was not one to be overly modest. He immediately opened the spatial ring and examined its contents. This little girl is far too wealthy. Is this the heritage of a super clan?" Seeing the contents of the spatial ring, Lu Chen's pupils contracted, and he felt a pang of shock. Inside the ring were countless translucent lustrous crystals full of color and radiating an exceptionally rich spiritual aura. Saint crystals, so many saint crystals. Gazing at the numerous crystals emitting dense spiritual energy, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. These crystals were saint crystals, a higher-grade spiritual crystal than spirit stones, containing extremely pure spiritual energy. They were typically used only by saint-level experts and were of astonishing value. In the divine wilderness continent, saint crystals were a strategic resource extremely rare. Most saint crystal mines were controlled by the top-tier powers. Spirit stones could be exchanged for saint crystals, but at a rate of 100,000 spirit stones per saint crystal, and even then they were scarce and hard to obtain. Lu Chen roughly estimated that the spatial ring contained over 30,000 saint crystals, meaning the ring held at least several billion spirit stones worth of value. Through certain special channels, if all were exchanged for spirit stones, it might even amount to 10 billion spirit stones, a colossal fortune. Apart from the sacred crystals, the spatial ring also contained numerous spiritual herbs, including several millennium-old ones, imbued with extremely precious spiritual essence. With these sacred crystals and millennium-old herbs, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a while. Lu Chen murmured inwardly as he gazed at the myriad treasures within the spatial ring. Originally, Lu Chen had planned to seek more opportunities outside, but with such an abundance of sacred crystals, it was no longer necessary. Those ordinary opportunities were hardly worth acquiring, only the top-tier ones needed to be seized. However, I can have Yinger and the Shadow Guard collect those lesser opportunities. Lu Chen pondered silently. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. If he wouldn't partake, his people could. He trusted Yinger and the Shadow Guard implicitly. In the original story, even when Lu Chen was despised by thousands and faced as an enemy by the entire sect, Yinger and the Shadow Guard stood firmly by his side. He decided to focus on fusing the double pupils first. Lu Chen suppressed his thoughts, intending to merge the double pupils before organizing the minor opportunities for Yinger and the Shadow Guard to handle. System: fuse the Imperial Fallen double pupils. Shortly after, Lu Chen returned to his room and began the fusion of the Imperial Fallen double pupils. Rumble. The moment his words fell, an immensely mysterious force emerged from the void, surging toward Lu Chen's eyes. The mysterious force swirled around his eyes, seemingly transforming his very foundation. As it flowed, Lu Chen felt his eyes begin to burn. In an instant, his deep pupils emitted a dazzling light, where death and life coexisted, black and white intertwined. Two divine rays burst from his eyes, dividing the world into black and white, plunging everything into silence. Behind Lu Chen, countless visions emerged. A true dragon soaring, a heavenly phoenix undergoing nirvana, a Qilin roaring. The entire room was enveloped by these myriad phenomena. After half an hour, Lu Chen's original black pupils transformed into a black and white taiji pattern with ancient and mysterious runes appearing upon them. These runes seemed to embody the great Tao of heaven and earth, containing the essence of all things, exuding an unfathomable aura. Moreover, with the fusion of the double pupils, Lu Chen felt his foundation undergoing a tremendous transformation. His spiritual essence, flesh, meridians, dantian, and soul all experienced a monumental change. Such powerful Imperial Fallen double pupils. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement as he sensed his Bodhis evolution. After fusing the Sovereign Bone and Immortal Spirit Source, Lu Chen's foundation had already become terrifying. Now, with the addition of the Imperial Fallen double pupils, it was transforming into a forbidden domain so formidable it nearly tore through space. Continue the fusion. Lu Chen suppressed his thoughts and resumed merging with the Imperial Fallen double pupils. Time flowed slowly as the sun set in the west. The selection of main peak disciples at Falling Star Square concluded, and those who passed the grand competition found suitable main peaks. Master, why must we return to Falling Star Square after the competition? Yi Bufan, his face pale and bloodless, asked Qin Yuning with a trembling voice. After returning to Xixia Peak and receiving some treatment, Qin Yuning brought Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi back to Falling Star Square. Not only Yi Bufan, but Chu Bingyin, who had already become Lu Chen's disciple, was also called back by Yinger. Qin Yuning said nothing more, merely stating, "You'll find out soon. The grand competition has concluded successfully. Now begins the spiritual energy infusion. Those who slayed beasts in the 10,000 beasts diagram will receive this blessing. The more beasts you killed, the greater the spiritual energy bestowed." After a while, when all the disciples were in place, Li Daihong's solemn voice echoed across Falling Star. Spiritual energy infusion. So that's why my master urged me to kill more beasts in the diagram. I understand his intentions now. Hearing Li Daihong's words from the platform, Yi Bufan's eyes lit up and a hint of excitement appeared on his pale face. After being easily defeated by Chen, Yi Bufan's desire to grow stronger had reached its peak. He yearned to ascend to the summit and reclaim his honor. This spiritual energy infusion would undoubtedly accelerate that process. Moreover, given his severe injuries, receiving this blessing would be immensely beneficial. Chen Yuning nodded and said to Yi Bufan, "Good, remember the humiliation you suffered today. Strive to enhance your strength. If you can't even surpass Chen, don't speak of treading the ultimate path." "Master, I understand. I will cultivate even harder. Chen, I will defeat him and make him taste the pain he inflicted on me," Yi Bufan declared firmly. Hearing this, Lingxi felt a wave of exhaustion. Why did her brother insist on opposing Chen, especially after suffering so many setbacks? "If it weren't for me, you would have." Thinking this, Lingxi felt even more weary. Begin the spiritual energy infusion. As they chatted, Li Daohong on the platform announced the start of the infusion. The disciples quickly sat cross-legged in Falling Star Square to receive the spiritual energy. Rush! The 10,000 beasts diagram in the sky spun continuously, and soon torrents of spiritual energy rained down upon the disciples in the square. The top powers in the Eastern Domain still have some depth possessing such a marvelous treasure. In the area of the Holy Sun Peak, Chu Bingyan with her childlike face and pure demeanor gazed at the massive whirlpool of spiritual energy above her eyes, filled with wonder. She could sense that this spiritual energy was exceptionally pure and possessed remarkable effects. But that Yi Bufan, beaten so badly by my master, still came for the infusion, unexpected. As Chu Bingyan absorbed the pure energy, she couldn't help but glance towards Xianxia Peak. Their two enormous whirlpools of spiritual energy swirled wildly. One was massive, nearly twice the size of hers. Chu Bingyan knew without looking that it belonged to Yi Bufan. Rumble. At Xianxia Peak, the whirlpool above Yi Bufan was immense with spiritual energy, crashing into him like mountains and seas pressing against his body. Awesome, so awesome. Haha, this is incredible. Feeling the ever-increasing spiritual energy within him, Yi Bufan couldn't help but shout, overwhelmed with pleasure. This sensation of spiritual energy swelling was utterly intoxicating. Chen, just wait. He'll soon trample you underfoot. Yi Bufan growled, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, what's with the yelling? Scared me half to death. Almost got chi deviation and fell into demonic cultivation. This idiot's so annoying, shouting again. Shut up. Why didn't the Holy Sun just finish him off? Gets a little power and acts so arrogant. Humph. The disciples around who were quietly receiving the infusion cursed upon hearing Yi Bufan's outburst. You trash, keep yapping, and he'll deal with each of you after I'm done. Yi Bufan, already in a fiery mood, couldn't stand the derogatory remarks and threatened coldly. Boom. But as soon as he spoke, a strange, subtle spiritual impulse surged within him. In an instant, this mysterious impulse swept like a storm toward his vulnerable meridians, which were in the midst of absorbing spiritual energy. No, how can this be? Sensing the sudden violent surge of spiritual energy within his body, Yi Bufan's expression turned extremely grim. Rip! Just as Yi Bufan attempted to do something, the violent surge of spiritual energy had already completely shattered his fragile meridians. After his meridians were destroyed, the dense spiritual energy within his body rapidly leaked out, surging towards the spiritual vortex above his head. The searing pain of his flesh being torn apart swiftly coursed through Yi Bufan's entire being, subjecting him to excruciating agony. It's Chen, that bastard, it must be him. Although Yi Bufan did not know what had happened, the first person who came to his mind was Chen. It had to be him. What's happening, Bufan? Chen Yuning, who had been closely observing Yi Bufan's spiritual energy infusion from a distance, immediately rushed to his side upon noticing his abnormality. However, by the time Chen Yuning reached him, it was already too late. After the meridians shattered under the immense pressure of the spiritual energy, Yi Bufan's contorted face had already fallen into unconsciousness. All meridians shattered, cultivation base lost. Bufan has become a cripple. After probing with her spiritual sense, Chen Yuning immediately realized the dire state of Yi Bufan's situation. Haha, acting tough, huh? Now you're a cripple. I'm dying of laughter. He was so arrogant just now, and now he's passed out. One shouldn't be too cocky. The Holy Sun is far stronger than him, and he never acted like this. The disciples undergoing the infusion nearby, upon hearing Chen Yuning's words, spoke up one after another, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Indeed, Yi Bufan was too insufferable, of very few disciples held any goodwill towards him. Moreover, he had just been showing off, making him even more detestable. Now that his meridians were shattered, and he had become a cripple, no one felt any pity for him. Master, what happened to my brother? Lingxi, who had been receiving the infusion nearby, also noticed Yi Bufan's disturbance, and quickly came to Chen Yuning and Yi Bufan's side, asking with concern. Chen Yuning's expression flickered uncertainly, ignoring Lingxi's words. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, her face turned cold, and she simply swept her sleeves and left, completely ignoring Yi Bufan lying on the ground. Master, please save my brother, I beg you. Seeing Qin Yuning leave with a flick of her sleeve, Yi Lingxi immediately pleaded with tears streaming down her face, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. But Qin Yuning still paid no heed, leaving with an icy expression. Brother. Watching the heartless Qin Yuning walk away, Yi Lingxi bit her lip so hard it bled, tears flowing uncontrollably. The jeers around her, the merciless departure of Qin Yuning, and her brother lying gravely wounded before her. These scenes made Yi Lingxi feel as though she had returned to the time before they had embarked on cultivation, when everyone bullied them, when they had no one to turn to, and were on the brink of despair. So after all our efforts, nothing has changed. We are still weak, still have nothing. A sense of confusion filled Yi Lingxi's heart as she let the surrounding spiritual energy batter her body, feeling the pain without even realizing it. Deep within the Xianxia peak, there was a cave sealed by a powerful forbidden formation. Inside the cave, spiritual energy swirled and numerous spiritual plants emitted a rich fragrance and spiritual essence. Dressed in a red palace gown with a voluptuous figure, Qin Yuning entered the cave and approached a mysterious altar deep within. Upon reaching the altar, Qin Yuning took out a red incense stick and quickly lit it. The red smoke slowly drifted away, and soon a majestic soul-light phantom radiating a terrifying aura appeared before Qin Yuning. The soul-light phantom was that of an ancient white-robed elder. Though aged, his eyes held boundless divine light, as if containing countless stars. After the phantom appeared, Qin Yuning immediately knelt before it, adopting a posture of extreme humility. The white-robed elder looked at the kneeling Qin Yuning with displeasure. Yuning, didn't I tell you not to use the soul-summoning incense until Yi Bufan's saint body had reached minor success? Ancestor, something has happened to Yi Bufan. It is of utmost importance, and I had no choice but to inform you. Qin Yuning quickly explained, fearing that her actions might incur the displeasure of the Qin clan ancestor. What could happen to Yi Bufan? He has already passed the most difficult stage. As long as he cultivates steadily, he can gradually reach the peak. The Qin clan ancestor frowned and asked. Ancestor, it's true. Just now, during the spiritual energy infusion from the primordial sacred land's 10,000 beasts diagram, a sudden spiritual energy upheaval within his body shattered his meridians, completely reducing him to a cripple. Qin Yuning continued, informing the Qin clan ancestor of Yi Bufan's situation. What did you say? Yi Bufan's meridians are all shattered, and he has become a cripple. What the hell have you been doing? After clearly hearing Qin Yuning's words, the Qin clan ancestor's expression turned extremely grim, his deep gaze fixed intently on Qin Yuning. The Qin clan ancestor's gaze carried the weight of an ancient divine mountain, imposing immense pressure on Qin Yuning, making her feel as if she were plunged into an endless abyss, with waves of terror surging in her heart. Ancestor, the situation was too urgent at the time, I didn't know. Qin Yuning bowed her head deeply, her body trembling incessantly. She knew how much the ancestor valued Yi Bufan. Now that Yi Bufan had become a cripple, Qin Yuning dared not imagine how the ancestor would punish her. Although she was a member of the Qin clan and Yi Bufan's aunt in the eyes of the Qin clan ancestor, she held no value, for the ancestor was the very heaven of the Qin clan. You now tell me everything about Yi Bufan during this period without omitting a single detail. The Qin clan ancestor stared coldly at Qin Yuning before him and spoke flatly. Qin Yuning replied tremblingly, yes, ancestor. Then Qin Yuning recounted everything that had happened during this period to the Qin clan ancestor in meticulous detail. Chen, the holy son of the primordial sacred land, defeated Yi Bufan twice. Upon hearing about the enmity between Chen and Yi Bufan, the Qin clan ancestor's expression shifted slightly, as if pondering something. After a long while, the Qin clan ancestor seemed to have figured something out, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes. All right, I understand now. This matter is indeed not your fault. Perhaps this is also fate. With these words, the ancestor of the Qin clan restrained his aura, which had been on the verge of tearing everything apart, and the nearly shattered space began to calm. Having received the ancestor's forgiveness, Qin Yuning felt a sudden relief, and her tense heart slowly settled. Regardless, as long as she kept her life, that was enough. After recovering somewhat, Qin Yuning continued to ask, Ancestor, what should I do next? Yi Bufan is already crippled. Should we? The Qin clan ancestor replied calmly, continue to look after Yi Bufan. Tomorrow, I will send a netherworld envoy to help him repair his meridians. Ancestor, must we involve the netherworld? They are the pawns of the dark races. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Qin Yuning's expression shifted and her voice trembled. Are you questioning my decision? The Qin clan ancestor's gaze fell upon Qin Yuning once more, and the entire cave seemed ready to stir up a tempest. Yuning would never dare. I shall obey the ancestor's decree. Chen Yuning hastily kowtowed several times, her voice quivering, utterly afraid to defy the ancestor. The Chen clan ancestor hummed in acknowledgement, then dissolved into countless fragments of spiritual light vanishing from the cave. Phew. After the ancestor departed, Chen Yuning let out a gentle sigh of relief, her body slumping to the ground. Facing the spectral projection of the ancestor was truly terrifying. The feeling of being nearly torn apart was something she never wished to experience again. I must first bring Yi Bufan back to Purple Mist Peak. I can't let him die there. Without resting, Chen Yuning rose and hurriedly dashed toward the Falling Star Square, in the room of the Saint Sun Peak. After several hours of fusion, the Emperor Fallen Heavy Pupils had fully integrated. Within Lu Chen's eyes there was an endless, profound divine light, and his black pupils seemed to contain a mysteriously immense power, pierced through illusions traced back to the origin. Lu Chen activated his Emperor Fallen Heavy Pupils, and his black pupils transformed into blackened white ones with mystical runes swirling within them. The entire world became exceptionally clear to Lu Chen. The laws of heaven and earth, previously imperceptible, and the spiritual essence of all things were now fully revealed before him. Coupled with his heaven-defying comprehension, Lu Chen could even sense the rules governing the world's operation. Though faint, he still managed to perceive a trace. There is also a supreme divine ability, the Annihilation Pupil Light. It is the ultimate art of the Emperor Fallen Heavy Pupils, containing the power to annihilate all. Lu Chen murmured, feeling the fearsome aura within his pupils. This fusion of the heavy pupils has greatly enhanced my foundation. Although my cultivation has only increased by 2 levels, my strength has surged more than tenfold. Now I can easily crush saints of the lower 3 realms, and even contend with those of the middle 3 realms. Lu Chen then turned his gaze inward to his dantian, where 6 golden Dao palaces floated above it, radiating an endless fearsome aura. More importantly, my mental energy has broken through the bottleneck of the heavenly peak, making me a mental energy saint. Within Lu Chen's sea of consciousness, boundless mental energy surged like an ocean, churning endlessly. At the center of the sea of consciousness stood a miniature golden soul figure identical to Lu Chen, a pocket-sized version of himself. This golden soul figure was Lu Chen's spirit infant, the hallmark of achieving sainthood through mental energy. I should also find some mental energy techniques to cultivate. Such powerful mental energy cannot go to waste. Feeling the surging mental energy in his sea of consciousness, Lu Chen couldn't help but think. As a mental energy saint, Lu Chen's mental power was immense. With it alone, he could suppress any cultivator below the saint realm. However, since he had not cultivated any mental energy techniques, he couldn't fully unleash the formidable strength of his mental power. Still, the spiritual energy infusion should be over by now. I wonder if Yi Bufan is satisfied with the gift I left for him. As if recalling something, Lu Chen stroked his chin and murmured softly, "Let's go see." With that, Lu Chen left his room. "Master, I am now a creation realm mid-stage cultivator. From now on, if anyone dares to challenge you, they must first get past me." Shortly after leaving his room, Lu Chen encountered Chu Bingyan, who had just returned from the Falling Star Square. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge from seclusion, she bounded over to him and declared proudly, "That's odd. You were only at the life and death realm's 6th heaven before. The spiritual energy infusion from slaying those beasts shouldn't have allowed you to break through to the creation realm's mid-stage." Looking at the pure and stunning girl beside him, whose charm was as vibrant as surging waves, Lu Chen asked with confusion. Although Chu Bingyan had remarkable talent and was a supreme prodigy of the Ice Spirit clan, her true spirit was incomplete. In the myriad beasts chart, she lacked the advantage that Yi Bufan had, so she didn't slay a particularly large number of beasts. In the original story, after the spiritual energy infusion, Chu Bingyan only advanced from the life and death realm's 6th heaven to the 9th heaven, never reaching the creation realm, let alone its mid-stage. Hee all thanks to you, master. That fellow Yi Bufan, after being thoroughly beaten by you, still dared to accept such a terrifying spiritual energy infusion. His meridians shattered completely, and he became a cripple. All his spiritual energy fell to me, the second-place winner. Chu Bingyan blinked her innocent big eyes and spoke with playful mischief, her delicate brows brimming with joy. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect you, little girl, to get lucky and scoop up the leftovers." Hearing Chu Bingyan's words, Lu Chen felt relieved. Yi Bufan had indeed fallen for his trap. In truth, the hidden scheme Lu Chen had set was not particularly sophisticated. If Yi Bufan had simply gone back to recover his body and refused the spiritual energy infusion, the hidden danger would have been completely eliminated after some time, leaving him unaffected. But Yi Bufan had to go ahead and accept the infusion. If it's not just luck. If I didn't have the strength to be second, how could I have picked up this windfall? I earned it through my own power, and with your help, master. Chu Bingyan raised her small pink fist, acting both fierce and adorable. All right, you win. Lu Chen gently stroked Chu Bingyan's hair and smiled. Pleased by Lu Chen's praise, Chu Bingyan revealed a pure smile, clinging to his arm and chattering about the matters of the Falling Star Plaza. Lu Chen savored this rare moment of leisure, feeling the soft warmth and refreshing fragrance of the young woman beside him. Through Chu Bingyan's narration, he pieced together what had happened after he left the training grounds. Master, there are parts of the celestial spirit mending art I still don't understand. Could you teach me? After finishing her tale of the Falling Star Plaza, Chu Bingyan looked at Lu Chen with sparkling eyes, her face full of anticipation. Of course. Lu Chen nodded, agreeing to her request. After all, he had created this technique himself and was thoroughly familiar with it, so teaching her posed no problem. Moreover, since Chu Bingyan was now his disciple, it was only right to guide her in her cultivation. Then come with me, master, let's go into the room. Chu Bingyan quickly took Lu Chen's hand and led him to the room that Yinger had arranged for her on the St. Peak. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was it necessary to go into a room just for some guidance on a technique? However, seeing how seriously Chu Bingyan took it, he said nothing and let her pull him forward. Soon Chu Bingyan led Lu Chen into her room. Since he had never planned to take on disciples before, the room was sparsely furnished, simple and unadorned, with only a white jade bed and a few basic pieces of furniture. They sat on the bed, and Chu Bingyan raised some questions about the secret art. Lu Chen answered them one by one. After half an hour, he had resolved all her doubts. Master, you're incredible. Even our Ice Spirit Clan's ancestor isn't as amazing as you. I'm so fortunate to have you as my teacher. Having solved her problems, Chu Bingyan gazed at Lu Chen with adoration, her eyes sparkling. Seeing Chu Bingyan's eyes filled entirely with him, Lu Chen felt a swell of pride. He had to admit this baby-faced disciple with her twin tails knew exactly how to speak, especially with her innocent features and that astonishing figure. Don't overthink it. I can't compare to your ancestor. I just have some unique insights into this art since I created it. Lu Chen shook his head and spoke slowly. The Ice Spirit Clan's ancestor was an invincible powerhouse who had stepped into the supreme realm. Though Lu Chen believed his future held great promise and that he had a strong chance of reaching the peak, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could rival such a titan now. That was simply unrealistic. He wasn't Yi Bufan, that fool. Chu Bingyan slowly lifted her head, her eyes bright, and said to Lu Chen, "In my heart, master is the greatest. Now try running the art and see if there are any issues." Lu Chen ignored her flattery and continued. Since she had grasped the technique well enough, it was time to test its effects. Yes, master. Chu Bingyan knew this wasn't the time for idle talk. Her master's time was precious and not to be wasted. Then Chu Bingyan activated the celestial spirit mending art. As the technique flowed, her body emitted a mystical aura, causing her silver-white hair to flutter gently in the breeze of spiritual energy. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen sensed that Chu Bingyan's true spirit had been mended by a fraction and her body showed no abnormalities. He nodded. It seems there's no problem. Mending the true spirit was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Even with a heaven-defying art like the celestial spirit mending art, it required a great deal of time and accumulation. Master. Chu Bingyan slowly opened her eyes, her face flushed with shyness. She stared intently at Lu Chen, a strange light flickering in the depths of her innocent gaze. What is it? Is there a problem? Lu Chen asked, noticing her slightly rosy cheeks. Master, it seems there is a problem. A hint of slyness flashed in Chu Bingyan's eyes as she spoke softly. Lu Chen was puzzled. He hadn't detected any issues. What problem? It hurts a little here. Chu Bingyan bit her red lip, gently took Lu Chen's hand and placed it over Lu Chen. The wondrously soft sensation left him feeling bewildered. It hurts here. Is there something wrong with the art? His voice turned slightly hoarse as he spoke, his hand moving unconsciously. This little girl's unpredictable behavior was too much for even him, the villainous saint, to handle. What kind of disciple had no sense of boundaries like this? No, it's heartache. Heartache that I didn't meet you sooner, master. Chu Bingyan's eyes shimmered with radiance as she gazed fixedly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, little girl, you dare to tease me. It seems you need a proper lesson. Hearing her words, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He decided to teach Chu Bingyan a lesson. Sweet-talking as she was, she showed too little respect for her master. A firm reprimand was necessary, lest she commit some grave transgression in the future. And so Lu Chen gave Chu Bingyan a thorough scolding. After giving Chu Bingyan a beating, Lu Chen promptly took his leave. Leaving her chamber, he made his way to the spiritual spring, summoning Yinger to prepare for a thorough cleansing of his body. Yinger, while assisting Lu Chen with his bath, relayed the events that had transpired in the Falling Star Square. Because Lu Chen had instructed Yinger to keep a close watch on Yi Bufan and Yi Lingxi, the siblings, the information she had was more detailed than what Chu Bingyan possessed. That Qin Yuning simply abandoned Yi Bufan, whose meridians were shattered, and left. She didn't even heed Yi Lingxi's desperate pleas. Upon hearing of Qin Yuning's abandonment of Yi Bufan, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting her to be so heartless. If that's the case, perhaps I can work through Yi Lingxi to deal with Qin Yuning. A thought flickered through Lu Chen's mind. Yes, Holy Sun. However, half an hour after she left, Qin Yuning returned and took Yi Bufan, and Yi Lingxi Yinger came to stand behind Lu Chun, informing him of the aftermath of Qin Yuning's abandonment of Yi Bufan. Is that so? Could it be she received new orders? Lu Chen pondered. Having read the original story, he knew that Qin Yuning was acting under the orders of the Qin family ancestor to assist Yi Bufan. Though Qin Yuning valued familial bonds, it was only when Yi Bufan possessed formidable talent. With his meridians crippled, Yi Bufan was utterly worthless. Someone like Qin Yuning would never return to reclaim the Yi Bufan she had discarded out of mere kinship. Others might have a change of heart or feel guilt, but that was never her style. Returning half an hour later to find Yi Bufan was most likely due to an order from the Qin family ancestor. The future has shifted again. Interesting, very interesting. This is how it should be. Everything going according to plan would be far too dull. Lu Chun murmured to himself. Now, having fused numerous top-tier physiques and possessing many hidden cards, he had little fear of any change. Holy Sun Yi Lingxi has arrived at the Holy Sun Peak and is waiting for you in the sacred cultivation ground. Just as Lu Chun was about to soak a while longer, a shadow flickered above the spiritual spring. A woman in a black, form-fitting outfit with a cold, icy demeanor and a voluptuous figure appeared beside the spring. This woman was Xianxia, another of the shadow guards, a loyal member who had followed Lu Chen for a long time. Yi Lingxi is here. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. He had thought that after crippling Yi Bufan, Yi Lingxi would be utterly despairing and would not bother with him at all. Unexpectedly, she still came. This truly caught him off guard. Since she's here, I'll go see her. Lu Chen quickly made up his mind. If she dared to come, he certainly wouldn't back down. In an antique-adorned room within the Holy Sun Peak, Yi Lingxi, clad in a light green long dress with a delicate figure and tear stains still fresh on her face, walked dazedly into the room. Like a marionette, she slipped off her embroidered white shoes, climbed onto the bed, wrapped her arms around her smooth pale knees, and bit her red lips, lost in thought. Before long, the door opened, and a gentle breeze swept in, lightly stirring Yi Lingxi's hair. Combined with her pitiable posture and exquisitely pure face, she was infinitely endearing, yet evoked a strong desire for destruction. I thought you weren't coming, Lu Chun said, closing the door and gazing at the pitiful, innocent girl before him with a complex expression. Even in such a state, she still came to keep their appointment. How adorable. I am a person of my word. I always keep my promises. Yi Lingxi sniffled and continued. Lu Chun gave her a long, searching look, but said nothing more. On Purple Cloud Peak, within a spiritual land brimming with dense spiritual energy, the sun rose from the east, casting its faint rays upon the ground, scattering a gentle warmth. At the center of the spiritual land, on a blood-colored lotus platform, lay Yi Bufan, his face pale, his meridians shattered. Beneath the blood-colored lotus platform, mysterious runes gathered the surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy, nourishing Yi Bufan's body. On the other side of the spiritual land, Qin Yuning, clad in a red palace dress, with a voluptuous figure, stared intently at Yi Bufan on the blood-colored lotus platform. The ancestor said the netherworld envoy would come. Why hasn't he arrived? If he delays any longer, even the blood heaven lotus won't be able to save Yi Bufan. Seeing no improvement in Yi Bufan's condition, a trace of worry appeared on Qin Yuning's face. After all, the ancestor had ordered her to continue caring for Yi Bufan. If the netherworld envoy didn't come and Yi Bufan died, she would certainly face punishment. Rest assured, the kid with the primordial sacred body has a tough life. He won't die so easily. Just then, a low, hoarse voice sounded in Qin Yuning's ear. The voice, like a sinister wind, invaded the entire spiritual land. Though it was daytime, it made Qin Yuning feel as if she had fallen into boundless darkness, with everything around her becoming indistinct. Along with the voice, a black mist appeared from nowhere and swept toward the blood-colored lotus platform. Then the black mist slowly dissipated, revealing a man wrapped in a black robe, a mysterious mask covering his face, standing before Qin Yuning. The mysterious man exuded an extremely terrifying aura, giving Qin Yuning a bone-deep sense of oppression. Qin family member Qin Yuning greets the netherworld envoy. May I ask which envoy of the netherworld you are? Qin Yuning quickly spoke with reverence, her eyes filled with fear. The netherworld was a force attached to the dark races, an extremely evil organization, a nightmare in the hearts of many. Legend had it that the netherworld had 36 envoys, each a pinnacle powerhouse in the realm of supreme saint, possessing immense strength. Some powerful netherworld envoys had even stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. You may call me Black Wind, the man said calmly, his gaze fixed on Qin Yuning, his profound eyes seeming to see through everything. Qin Yuning's heart trembled. The Netherworld's Black Wind Envoy was one of the few peerless experts who had entered the Quasi-Emperor realm with terrifying strength and a fearsome reputation within the Netherworld. After speaking, Black Wind paid no further attention to Chen Yuning and turned his gaze to Bufan on the blood-colored lotus platform. It's been a long time since I last saw a primordial sacred body that has broken the world's shackles, shattering 4 heavenly restraints. This fellow is quite impressive. No wonder old man Chen was willing to swallow his pride and ask me to intervene. Black Wind looked at the unconscious Bufan, his eyes filled with surprise. Saying this, Black Wind used his spiritual sense to probe Bufan's condition. Lord Blackwind, can you restore Bufan's body? After Blackwind finished his inspection, Chen Yuning hastily asked. Blackwind nodded. Of course. With a wave of his right hand, a black crystal containing an extreme black aura flew from his palm and hovered above Bufan. Then the black crystal released a dense black mist that surged violently toward Bufan. The blood-colored lotus platform beneath Bufan was instantly shattered by the terrifying impact. Countless black mists pierced through Bufan's body, causing a strange transformation. Alright, now tell me about the holy son of your primordial beginning sacred land. To reduce the primordial sacred body to this state, that fellow is quite interesting. Black Wind stroked his chin and spoke to Chen Yuning beside him. 15 days later, in the room of the Holy Sun Peak. The room was in disarray, as if a terrible battle had taken place. On the bed, Lingxi, her face pale and bloodless, seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, murmuring softly. On the other side of the room, Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, holding 2 sacred crystals that emitted a brilliant spiritual glow. Scattered around him were fragments of sacred crystals, indicating that Chen had absorbed a great many over these days. As he circulated the immortal eradication scripture, the spiritual energy of the sacred crystals surged wildly into his body. In Chen's Dantian 8 golden Dao palaces were already revolving continuously, emitting an exceptionally profound aura. After a while, as the sacred crystal's spiritual energy poured in, a 9th Dao palace rapidly coalesced within Chen's body. A breakthrough. 9 heavens of the Dao palace realm. Next, I must prepare to break through to the saint realm. Chen slowly opened his eyes, a look of delight shining in them. Over the past half-month, Chen's progress had been astonishing, with the enhancement effect of the Supreme Yin body pushed to its limit. 10 days of cultivation allowed him to break through to the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. Without resting, Chen pressed on with the power of the sacred crystals, breaking through in one go to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, now only a step away from the Saint realm. To break through to the Saint realm, I must first condense my body into a saintly body to bear the power of a saint. My foundation is too strong, making it extremely difficult to form a saintly body. It may take a long time. Chen pondered as he familiarized himself with his surging power. Breaking through to the saint realm first requires condensing a saintly body, a necessary step for any cultivator before becoming a saint. The time required to condense a saintly body varies. Some top prodigies can do it in a few months, while ordinary cultivators may need 3 to 5 years or even decades. Chen's foundation was too profound, and having cultivated a celestial technique, the difficulty multiplied geometrically. Even with sacred crystals, it would take a great deal of time. However, if I can obtain that item, it might greatly shorten the time needed to condense my saintly body. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a gleam of brilliance flickered in Chen's eyes. Chen recalled that in the Tianyang mountain range of the eastern domain, there was a sacred spirit pool that could aid cultivators in swiftly condensing a saintly body. Initially, Chen believed it would take considerable time to reach the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, so he had not investigated the sacred spirit pool. In the original narrative, the protagonist had already broken through to the saint realm by that point, so there was scant description of the sacred spirit pool. It seems I need to send someone to scout the sacred spirit pool now. Chen resolved inwardly, deciding to dispatch the shadow guards to investigate, preparing to hasten the condensation of his saintly body. Subsequently, Chen took out a transmission talisman and sent a command to Su Fu, instructing him to carry out his orders. If you're awake, then get up. Having sent the message, Chen was about to leave when he noticed something and spoke calmly. No, I'm not awake, Please go away. Lingxi quickly covered her head with a blanket on the bed, her voice soft. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched as he swiftly approached the bedside, lifted the thin blanket, and pinched her pale cheeks. Without saying much, Chen took Lingxi's hand and slowly activated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Rustle, rustle. As the divine art cycled, strands of nirvana force seeped into Lingxi's body, continuously mending her physique. This sudden surge of nirvana force slowly began to restore Lingxi's body. After 2 hours under the potent nirvana force of Chen's Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, Lingxi's body had largely recovered. Her once dull eyes regained their luster, and her pale face took on a rosy hue. Thank you, Master Lu. Feeling her restored body, Lingxi expressed her gratitude softly, as if oblivious that Lu Chen was the very cause of her plight. What use are mere words of thanks? Is there nothing more substantial? Lu Chen lifted her chin, gently speaking. What substantial gratitude does Master Lu desire? Lingxi looked at him timidly, her expression pitiful. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then said, how about cultivating with me for another month? Hearing his words, Lingxi's face turned pale. 10 days had already been this, trying a month would surely be lethal. Thinking this, Lingxi hastily replied, her voice trembling. No, absolutely not. 10 days is— Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, all right, deal. Lingxi was stunned. This big villain hadn't even barked. Had she been tricked? Lingxi felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Lingxi whispered, but I haven't fully recovered yet. I need to rest properly before I can help you cultivate again. Of course I'm not a demon. I'll give you ample time to rest, Lu Chen said slowly. Now that Lu Chen had reached the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, cultivating with Lingxi held little significance. It was better to save it for later after he broke through to the Saint realm. If you're not a demon, then who is? Lingxi muttered inwardly, though she dared not voice it. Then without further ado, Lu Chen led Lingxi to a spirit spring to bathe. Master Lu, I need to return to Xianxia Peak to check on my brother's recovery. After their playful bath, Lingxi changed into a new dress and spoke to Lu Chen. He nodded. During their cultivation session, Lu Chen had learned from Lingxi that Chen Yuning would find a way to heal Yibu. Lu Chen was unsurprised. After all, he was the destined protagonist. Mere shattered meridians wouldn't be his end. Lingxi nodded and walked out with unsteady steps. That Chen Yuning could have stopped you and your brother from fighting me, but didn't. After your brother's condition worsened, she abandoned you both. Don't you want revenge on that wretched woman? As Lingxi turned to leave, Lu Chen's indifferent voice echoed in her ears. Lingxi's steps faltered as she froze in place, her face twisted with inner conflict. If you want revenge, open this pouch. Lu Chen continued. With that, Lu Chen tossed a pouch that flew into Lingxi's hand. Without a word, she silently tucked it into a corner of her spatial ring and left the spirit spring. Holy Son, do you think that little girl will help you deal with Chen Yuning? After Lingxi departed, the voluptuous and enchanting Yinger entered the spring and embraced Lu Chen. I don't know either, Lu Chen said slowly, gazing in the direction Lingxi had gone. Don't know? That little girl has been so thoroughly conquered by you. Yinger asked, puzzled. Conquered? Only in cultivation. Don't underestimate that girl. She may seem naive and easy to bully, but she has her own principles. Lu Chen shook his head and spoke slowly. Your own persistence. A flicker of strange light passed through Yinger's eyes, and she nodded with a semblance of understanding. Since this Lingxi is uncertain, shall we give her a push and make her completely? Yinger continued to inquire. She knew that due to previous events, Lu Chen had lost all patience with Chen Yuning and was ready to make his move. Now that Lingxi was wavering, it was entirely feasible to employ some measures to spur her on. No need. Lingxi is merely a casual piece on the board. Useful or not, it matters little. Lu Chen rejected Yinger's proposal, a cold, savage gleam flashing in his eyes. He continued, as for Chen Yuning, I have 10,000 ways to deal with her. Yinger nodded. She had absolute trust in Lu Chen's words. If he said there were 10,000 ways, then there were 10,000 ways, even if the target was an elder of the Taichu Sacred Land or a member of the Central Domain's Imperial Clan. By the way, Your Highness the Saint, during your seclusion, Fairy Yuechan once again sent an envoy from Saintis Peak to invite you for a discussion on the Dao. As if recalling something, Yinger spoke slowly. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Is that little lady so impatient? Yinger beside him added softly. Your Highness, during the disciple competition, you seem to have promised to go after it ended. It seems so. Lu Chen's heart tightened. He remembered. It was indeed true. Then let's go and see. During the disciple competition, Jiang Yuechan had repeatedly stood by his side. Although Lu Chen did not need it, it still stirred a considerable sense of gratitude within him. Moreover, Jiang Yuechan was an exceptionally outstanding woman who had already entered the Saint realm. Lu Chen did not mind engaging in more Dao discussions with her. Within the spiritual land of Xianxia Peak, brimming with spiritual energy. At the center, Yi Bufan's body floated in midair. Above him, a black crystal continuously released black mist that flowed toward his form. After half a month of being scoured by the black mist, the shattered meridians within Yi Bufan's body had been completely reshaped. However, the originally golden meridians were now tinged with strands of black sinister qi, appearing exceedingly eerie. A faint, intangible air of malevolence also crept across Yi Bufan's handsome face. Beside the spiritual land, Heifeng and Chen Yuning both stared intently at Yi Bufan before them. 2 hours later, the power of the black crystal above was finally completely absorbed. Countless black mists swiftly enveloped Yi Bufan's entire body, accelerating the healing of his now restored meridians. Finally recovered. As expected of the primordial sacred body, it took a full 3 evil ancestor black crystals to fully repair the meridians. Heifeng spoke calmly as he watched Yi Bufan's body rapidly recuperate, a hint of surprise flickering. That black crystal was the evil ancestor black crystal containing the power of the supreme evil ancestor, an invaluable treasure for those of the nether realm. So all that's left is to wait for him to awaken. Qin Yuning asked, her gaze still captivated by Yi Bufan. She could sense that Yi Bufan's meridians were fully restored and that an extraordinarily terrifying aura had emerged within him. Heifeng nodded and said slowly, correct. Just wait for him to fully recover. Master is my brother, all right now. At that moment, Yi Lingxi, clad in a purple dress and radiating pure beauty, walked in from outside the spiritual land, her face etched with worry. Qin Yuning replied calmly to the pure young woman, Emmy's fine. Lingxi, don't worry. Lord Heifeng has everything under control. Hearing Qin Yuning's words, Yi Lingxi's tightly wounded heart gradually relaxed. Although she had known earlier that Qin Yuning would find someone to treat her brother, Yi Lingxi still lacked confidence, for Yi Bufan's injuries were far too severe. Thank you, Lord Heifeng. Yi Lingxi looked at the black-robed man not far away, her voice filled with gratitude. Heifeng glanced at Yi Lingxi, but paid her little heed. Yi Lingxi did not mind. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Bufan ahead. Then she used her spiritual sense to probe his condition. How? Brother? His body. After a thorough investigation, Yi Lingxi's face turned deathly pale and her body trembled slightly. She clearly sensed that her brother's body was filled with an eerie, evil aura, and even his soul seemed tainted by a strange, malevolent presence. These auras are from the evil spirit clan. Brother has been invaded by evil spirit energy. Soon Yi Lingxi realized what was happening. Her expression grew even more grim as she clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Lingxi was no stranger to the dark race, known as the Evil Spirit Clan. She and Yi Bufan had been adopted by a top-tier family as children, and they had been very happy. But those creatures of the Evil Spirit Clan passed by their family and annihilated everyone else. Yi Lingxi and Yi Bufan harbored an extreme hatred for the Evil Spirit Clan, an irreconcilable enmity. Yi Lingxi could not accept that her brother had been invaded by the power of the Evil Spirit Clan. The power of the Evil Spirit Clan was not something to be casually absorbed. It possessed a potent infectiousness that would assimilate cultivators into members of the clan. Qin Yuning stated matter-of-factly, seemingly unconcerned, of course. Your brother absorbed the power of the evil ancestor, the supreme being of the Evil Spirit Clan. How could he not have the clan's aura? No. Brother cannot absorb the power of the Evil Spirit Clan. No. Yi Lingxi gritted her teeth, and then channeled her own power, surging toward Yi Bufan in an attempt to expel the evil energy within him. What are you doing? Your brother barely recovered. Qin Yuning used her saintly might to suppress the nearly berserk Yi Lingxi, her tone displeased. No, brother must not absorb this power. Yi Lingxi bit her lip so hard it bled, frantically channeling her strength to resist. Qin Yuning unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, knocking Yi Lingxi unconscious. Someone, Lingxi is tired. Take her down to rest. Then Qin Yuning had a maidservant from Xianxia Peak take the unconscious Yi Lingxi away. After Yi Lingxi left, only Qin Yuning, Heifeng, and Yi Bufan remained in the spiritual land. By the way, the power of the sacred body and the power of the evil ancestor should be mutually antagonistic, right? Is it really all right for Yi Bufan like this? After a moment, as if a thought struck her, Qin Yuning slowly looked up and asked in confusion. The primordial saint body is a supreme physique possessing immense restraint against the dark races. Even the Evil Spirit Clan, a top-tier dark race, is no exception. In the past, the primordial saint body had slain countless dark races, earning a resounding reputation across the divine wilderness realm. Restraint. Perhaps, but restraint is never absolute. The extremes of saintly power and evil ancestral power may yet be fused. Heifeng remarked meaningfully, watching Yi Bufan undergo an unknown transformation. I too am curious to see what changes occur after this saint body lad fuses with the power of the evil ancestor. That evening, within an exquisite chamber on Xianxia Peak, Yi Lingxi, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. The tears she had held back could no longer be contained, streaming down her face in torrents. Master, why did you let my brother fuse with the power of the Evil Spirit Clan? That's the Evil Spirit Clan. Yi Lingxi's heart ached with grief, engulfed in boundless confusion. Yi Lingxi harbored an absolute loathing for the Evil Spirit Clan. She could not accept the reality of her brother fusing with their power. After an unknown span of time, Yi Lingxi slowly rose from the bed. She unclenched her fist, revealing a silk pouch resting in her delicate palm. Within the opulent palace of Xingnu Peak, Lu Chun and Jiang Yuechan sat, facing each other, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. Brother Lu is truly a prodigy. These days of discourse have been immensely rewarding. Yuechan thanks you once again. Jiang Yuechan rose from her spirit jade cushion and gave a slight bow to Lu Chun, her posture exceedingly alluring. At this moment, Jiang Yuechan was clad in a purple embroidered celestial dress, gentle and graceful, every movement exuding an aura of supreme nobility. Gazing at the breathtaking beauty before him, Lu Chun nodded slightly and said softly, "Mutual assistance, that's all. Miss Yuchan's insights on breakthrough have also benefited me greatly." After Yinger had cleansed Lu Chun, he proceeded to Xingnu Peak to engage in discourse, with Jiang Yuechan simultaneously assisting her in a second extraction of celestial spirit origin. After 7 days of extraction, 10 wisps of celestial spirit source qi, exuding a mysterious aura, had coalesced within Lu Chen's dantian. Moreover, their discourse had been exceedingly pleasant. After all, Jiang Yuechan was a princess of the imperial clan, privy to many secrets of the divine wilderness realm. Having long entered the sage domain, her own comprehension and talent were also top tier. During his discourse with her, Lu Chun had gained much, reaping numerous benefits. The hidden perils of his consecutive breakthroughs over this period had been completely eradicated, and his foundation had been greatly stabilized. More importantly, Jiang Yuechan shared many insights from her own breakthrough from the peak of the Dao Palace realm to the Sage realm, broadening Lu Chen's horizons and clarifying the path ahead. They exchanged a smile and continued to savor fine wine and delicacies within the palace, the atmosphere perfectly harmonious. After the feast, Lu Chun took his leave of Jiang Yuechan, as he had many other matters to attend to. Though Jiang Yuechan was reluctant and wished to spend more time with Lu Chun, she suppressed her emotions and bid him farewell. "Your Highness, you haven't truly fallen for the Holy Sun, have you? I've never seen you so relaxed and cheerful in anyone's company." At the palace gates, Yenner teased Jiang Yuechan, who was still gazing after Lu Chun, lost in thought. Yenner had served Jiang Yuechan since childhood. Due to her special status, Jiang Yuechan had been a peerless treasure, surrounded by admirers and held in the palms of countless hands since birth. After she embarked on the path of cultivation, displaying terrifying talent and flawless beauty, countless prodigies secretly pledged their hearts to her. It could be said that in the central domain, the number of prodigious cultivators enamored with Jiang Yuechan could fill the entire Taichu Holy Land. Among them were descendants of supreme beings, disciples of imperial families, and super prodigies from top holy lands and ancient clans. Yet despite their fervent pursuits, Jiang Yuechan showed them no favor or interest whatsoever. Her current demeanor in Taichu Holy Land, especially towards Lu Chun, was unprecedented. In love, Jiang Yuechan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if pondering something. Yenner looked at Jiang Yuechan with eager anticipation, waiting to hear her answer. After a long moment, Jiang Yuechan gently exhaled a turbid breath. "Perhaps. I don't know. But Brother Lu is indeed the most congenial person I have ever met." "Is that all?" Upon hearing Jiang Yuechan's reply, Yenner's mouth twitched. This answer was indeed very much in the style of Fairy Yuechan. "By the way, what happened when Brother Lu Chun was helping your Highness heal in the secret chamber? I thought I heard some strange—" Yenner suddenly recalled something and hastily asked Jiang Yuechan. As Yenner finished speaking, some strange images surfaced in Jiang Yuechan's mind. "You? That's none of your business. Don't ask." Jiang Yuechan bit her crimson lip, her perfect moving face instantly flushing, as if it would drip water, her pure eyes filled with panic and shyness. Then Jiang Yuechan hurriedly suppressed her thoughts, ignoring the stunned Yenner behind her. It's over, it's over. The Holy Maiden has truly fallen. If those prodigies of the central domain were to learn that the Holy Maiden has already, they would surely go mad." Yenner murmured softly, watching Jiang Yuechan flee in shy embarrassment. Holy Sun Yi Lingxi has agreed to the plan to deal with Qin Yuning. In the spiritual spring of Shengzi Peak, Yinger massaged Lu Chen's shoulders while reporting. "Oh, she agreed. Then we won't need to expend additional resources." Hearing Yinger's words, Lu Chen's heart stirred, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Originally, with Yi Lingxi's lack of response, Lu Chen had thought she did not wish to retaliate against Qin Yuning. He had prepared other measures to teach Qin Yuning a lesson. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingxi suddenly agreed. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then said to Yinger, "Since she has agreed, proceed with the original plan." Yinger nodded in agreement. "Yes, Holy Sun. How is the investigation of the sacred spirit pool in Tianyang mountain range? Any anomalies?" Having finalized the plan against Qin Yuning, Lu Chun continued his inquiry. After his discourse with Jiang Yuechan at Xingnu Peak, his cultivation at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm was completely stabilized. He could now begin to condense the sage body and charge into the sage realm. Holy Sun, the investigation is complete. The sacred spirit pool is indeed within the Tianyang mountain range. I have marked its location on this map. Yinger retrieved a map from her spatial ring and handed it to Lu Chen, speaking slowly. Lu Chen took the map and opened it for examination. He discovered that the map meticulously detailed the intelligence of various areas within the Tianyang mountain range. It included which locations harbored ferocious beasts where traps were set and where celestial treasures might exist. All such information was annotated with great precision. The location of the sacred spirit pool was also marked on it, highly conspicuous. Evidently, Yinger had put considerable effort into this matter. You've worked hard. Lu Chen gently touched Yinger's cheek and spoke softly. Yinger's eyes were filled with affection, and then she said in a clear voice, "It is my honor to serve the Holy Sun." Seeming to recall something, Yinger continued, "Holy Sun, recently many unfamiliar cultivators have gathered near the Tianyang mountain range. Should we postpone our journey there?" While investigating the relevant intelligence, Yinger and many shadow guards noticed a large number of cultivators converging on the Tianyang mountain range. Moreover, these cultivators were unfamiliar faces, and their strength was considerable. Although the Tianyang mountain range was a spiritual land abundant with celestial treasures, it was insignificant to the most elite cultivators. Generally, unfamiliar faces rarely entered the Tianyang mountain range, which was why Yinger had taken no need. I am determined to obtain the sacred spirit pool. It has not been exposed, so no exceptionally powerful grand cultivators will come. I can easily handle ordinary dangers. Lu Chen shook his head, rejecting Yinger's suggestion. He was now at the peak of the Dao Palace realm with a breakthrough imminent, so he naturally did not wish to waste time. Moreover, Lu Chen's strength had increased tremendously recently, and he possessed numerous trump cards. Even if he encountered a peak powerhouse of the Great Sage domain, he was confident he could escape, so he certainly did not fear a mere Tianyang mountain range. Besides, true peak-level experts would not bother with a small place like the Tianyang mountain range. The Holy Sun is sure to triumph in this endeavor. I was overthinking, Yinger quickly said. Lu Chen lifted Yinger's chin and said, "It's fine. However, the plan against Chen Yuning will have to be executed." Originally, Lu Chen had intended to personally participate in the plan against Chen Yuning. But now with a breakthrough imminent, he did not want to waste too much time. Although Chen Yuning was important, she was far less critical than enhancing his own strength. Lu Chen naturally would not put the cart before the horse. Yinger raised her head, her gaze resolute, and vowed, "Rest assured, I will complete it flawlessly. I believe you can do it." Lu Chen pondered for a moment and continued, "If my journey goes smoothly, I should make it back for the final step. By the way, there are some spiritual items in these areas of the Eastern Domain. Have the shadow guards collect them. They might be of great benefit to you." Lu Chen then shared some opportunities he had no use for, instructing Yinger to send people to gather them. Upon hearing the numerous locations of opportunities and hidden spiritual realms that Lu Chen revealed, Yinger was filled with astonishment and regarded him with even greater reverence. Yinger noted everything down and further refined the plan against Chen Yuning with Lu Chen. Once all preparations were complete, Lu Chen intended to head to the Tianyang mountain range to find the sacred spirit pool and forge his saintly body. However, Lu Chen decided to visit his little disciple first. He had been so busy with cultivation that he had hardly fulfilled his duties as a master. Now, on the eve of leaving the sacred ground, Lu Chen planned to instruct his young disciple. He quickly made his way to the room of his so-called cheap disciple Chu Bingyan. "Raise any remaining questions you have, and I will resolve them. After that, I will be leaving the primordial sacred ground for a while." Watching Chu Bingyan diligently cultivating, Lu Chen spoke slowly. "Master, are you leaving the sacred ground for fun? I want to go too." Chu Bingyan completely missed the first part of Lu Chen's words and latched onto the key phrase, "leaving the sacred ground." She immediately hugged Lu Chen's arm tightly, her face brimming with anticipation. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he pinched Chu Bingyan's cheek. "Your master has important matters to attend to. You focus on your cultivation at the Holy Sun Peak." Chu Bingyan stared at Lu Chen with her pure big eyes looking pitiful. Master, I've already been cultivating for so long. You're slacking off after such a short time. How will you ever become a supreme powerhouse?" Lu Chen snorted, his tone reproachful. Sensing that Lu Chen seemed somewhat annoyed, Chu Bingyan dared not say more, merely clinging tightly to his arm. Lu Chen decided to give a stern warning to this reincarnation of the ice ancestor. He put on a serious expression and said, "If I return and find that you haven't cultivated properly, your master will thoroughly discipline you." As he spoke, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Bingyan's curves, his face stern. Chu Bingyan was taken aback, as if realizing something, and her body trembled slightly. Seeing the seemingly frightened Chu Bingyan, Lu Chen felt a flicker of satisfaction. It seemed he still held some authority. After a moment, Chu Bingyan asked, her eyes both expectant and fearful, "Discipline? Like last time?" Lu Chen, "Anyway, just focus on your cultivation." Seeing his disciple becoming somewhat strange, Lu Chen flicked her forehead and spoke sternly. Chu Bingyan covered her forehead, looking aggrieved. Master, I understand. They'll cultivate properly. She then raised some questions about cultivation and Lu Chen resolved them one by one. Afterward, Lu Chen prepared everything and left the primordial sacred ground. Discipline. Discipline. Master's discipline. Watching Lu Chen depart, Chu Binjian's eyes shimmered with longing. The spiritual energy outside the sacred ground is indeed incomparable to that within the primordial sacred ground. High in the sky beyond the sacred ground, Lu Chen rode a flying boat, sensing the sparse spiritual energy around him. The eastern domain lay in the eastern part of the divine wasteland realm, where spiritual abundance was naturally inferior to that of the central domain, a premier region of unparalleled prosperity. Furthermore, the eastern domain was home to numerous sects and coexisting powers. These top powers occupied the finest spiritual lands, and most had supreme spirit-gathering arrays that absorbed the surrounding celestial energy. As a result, in areas outside these elite sects, the spiritual energy grew increasingly thin. At this speed, I should reach the Tianyang mountain range in about 7 hours. Lu Chen gauged the flying boat's speed and estimated the arrival time. Xiaohong, guard me from now on. I'm going to rest. Lu Chen then summoned his primordial phoenix Xiaohong. Since the sacred spirit pool was of utmost importance, he brought no helpers, only his spirit pet Xiaohong. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaohong, perched on Lu Chen's shoulder, nodded eagerly. Having spent much time at the Holy Sun Peak, Xiaohong had developed considerable intelligence, nearly on par with humans except for its inability to speak. Lu Chen stretched lazily and walked slowly toward the flying boat's cabin. Suddenly, massive black clouds surged across the distant sky. The overwhelming black clouds spread like a tidal wave swiftly, surrounding Lu Chen's flying boat. Is someone targeting me? Lu Chen looked up slowly, his gaze calm as he observed the swirling black clouds around him. These dark clouds tightly sealed off the airspace around the flying boat, their target clearly being Lu Chen. Who could be after me? I've been keeping a low profile, haven't I? Lu Chen squinted his eyes, murmuring softly to himself. Since arriving in this world, he had only dealt with Bufan and had not made a move against anyone else. Even this was his first time leaving the Holy Land. Lu Chen truly couldn't fathom who would want to harm him. He speculated inwardly, could it be because of Bufan? Lu Chen, you've finally shown yourself. We've been waiting for you. At that moment, a cold, raspy voice rang out. From within the sealed black mist, a group of cultivators clad in black robes emerged, passing through the haze and appearing before Lu Chen's flying boat. These cultivators wore eerie ghost masks, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence, and fixed their sinister gazes upon Lu Chen. Are you from the Netherworld Palace? Recognizing the iconic masks, Lu Chen immediately realized these individuals were from the Netherworld Palace. The Netherworld Palace was a top-tier force in the divine desolate realm, but unlike other powers, it colluded with the dark races, serving as their pawn and bridge within the realm. Moreover, these individuals emanated faint saintly might, indicating they were all supreme experts at the saint realm, numbering over 30 in total. Oh, how amusing. A mere ant at the Dao Palace realm can recognize us. The gray-haired leader spoke hoarsely, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Lu Chen. Though the Netherworld Palace was infamous in the divine desolate realm, very few could truly identify its. After all, the Netherworld Palace was an extreme evil force, meticulous in its security and concealment. I've been targeted by the Netherworld Palace. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. He couldn't understand why the Netherworld Palace would come after him. He said calmly, "What do you want with me? I should have no connection to you at all." In the original story, the current Lu Chen hadn't shown anything to attract the Netherworld Palace. That's none of your concern. Surrender obediently, and you'll suffer less pain. The gray-haired leader said, coldly indifferent to Lu Chen's confusion. It seems you'll have to resort to violence to solve this. Lu Chen shook his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Xiaohong, go. Then he immediately ordered Xiaohong on the flying boat to deal with these foes. Squawk, squawk, squawk. Receiving Lu Chen's command, Xiaohong transformed into a blazing phoenix, charging toward the surrounding Netherworld Palace cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying phoenix flames surged like divine fire that could burn the heavens and boil the seas, continuously spreading in all directions, drastically raising the temperature of the entire space. A phoenix? How is it possible? How could a mere holy sun from the eastern domain possess a divine phoenix beast? The Netherworld Palace cultivators, seeing the terrifying flames around them, felt their hair stand on end and exclaimed in terror. Many of the Netherworld Palace cultivators tried to evade the fearsome phoenix flames. But Xiaohong's flames were too terrifying, imbued with extreme heat, and in mere moments they engulfed a vast expanse. Nearly half of the Netherworld Palace cultivators were rapidly incinerated to ash by the dreadful flames, their life forces extinguished. Everyone be careful. This must be the legendary primeval phoenix. The gray-haired leader, realizing Xiaohong's terrifying power, immediately roared a warning. Then he quickly organized the remaining cultivators to engage in a fierce battle with Xiaohong. With their guard up, the remaining cultivators gradually managed to hold their own against Xiaohong as the sounds of spiritual mechanisms and explosions filled the air. Brothers, hold on. They'll capture Lu Chen first. Once that Lu Chen is dealt with, this damned phoenix will be no. Seeing the situation temporarily stabilized, the gray-haired leader quickly addressed his remaining comrades. With that, he immediately surged toward Lu Chen, intent on seizing him. Where is he? As the gray-haired leader charged toward Lu Chen, he suddenly noticed that Lu Chen was no longer on the flying boat. He escaped. Damn it. He got away. After losing so many men and failing the mission if the envoy finds out. The gray-haired leader's face turned grim as he muttered under his breath. The envoy. Which envoy of the Netherworld Palace wants me? At that moment, a calm voice echoed in the gray-haired leader's ear. Then the space before him twisted and Lu Chen emerged from the distortion, holding the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. You little wretch, you didn't run. Haha, wonderful. Seeing Lu Chen reappear, the gray-haired leader's worry turned to joy and he burst into laughter. Then, unleashing his full power, the gray-haired leader charged at Lu Chen, aiming to subdue him in one blow. However, before his power could reach Lu Chen, the gray-haired leader felt the space around him seem to freeze, and the spiritual energy within his body was locked by an unknown force, rendering him completely immobile. Lu Chen moved his figure, flashing rapidly before the gray-haired leader. You? What have you done? Seeing Lu Chen appear before him, the gray-haired leader's heart sank, overwhelmed by an indescribable fear. Without a word, Lu Chen raised the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and thrust it straight toward the gray-haired leader's dantian. The sword, imbued with the supreme sword intent, tore through the saintly might around the gray-haired leader like a divine light that rends all easily, piercing his formidable saintly body. No, don't. The pain of having his dantian pierced made the gray-haired leader let out a heart-wrenching scream. A saint at the 9th heaven, nothing more. Lu Chen murmured softly, his eyes brightening as he saw his sword easily penetrate the gray-haired leader's body. The power of the void ancient ring was truly terrifying, rendering a peak saint at the 9th heaven, an entire realm above Lu Chen, completely powerless. Coupled with the quasi-emperor weapon, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, he could effortlessly crush his enemies. No, what trick did you use? Why can an ant like you achieve this? What? Feeling his spiritual energy rapidly draining away, the gray-haired leader roared in fury. He couldn't understand how a mere Dao Palace cultivator could so easily suppress him, rendering his saintly might and saintly body utterly useless, as fragile as paper. He was a peak saint at the 9th heaven, while Lu Chen was clearly just an ant that could be crushed at will. That's none of your concern. Tell me which envoy wants to capture me. Cooperate, and you'll suffer less pain. Lu Chen looked calmly at the gray-haired leader before him. You? Hearing this threat that seemed somewhat familiar, the gray-haired man's face turned extremely grim. This was exactly the same threat he had used against Lu Chen moments ago, yet now in the blink of an eye, it was being turned back on him. The gray-haired cultivator gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Don't think you'll get a single word out of me." Lu Chen spoke calmly. "Oh, I hope you can maintain such resolve later. Death has never been the most terrifying thing." With that, Lu Chen unleashed his overwhelmingly vast spiritual power, surging toward the gray-haired cultivator's sea of consciousness. Lu Chen's spiritual power had long reached the saint level. Moreover, having merged with the immortal spirit source Qi, his soul was imbued with immortal energy, making it incredibly powerful and brimming with extraordinary might. Under the full force assault, the gray-haired cultivator could barely withstand it, letting out a piercing scream of agony. Lu Chen then activated the power of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, which had already pierced through the gray-haired cultivator's dantian. The violent supreme one sword, intent laden with a terrifying aura of destruction, tore through the gray-haired cultivator's physical body. The dual torment of soul and flesh plunged him into an agony akin to falling into the endless abyss. Not far away, the many netherworld cultivators locked in fierce battle, with Xiaohong turned pale upon hearing the gray-haired cultivator's screams. They realized their mission had likely failed and fled into the distance, preparing to escape. However, the surrounding space had already been sealed by Lu Chen's void ancient ring, leaving them no way out. Moreover, in their rush to leave, their carefully formed formation collapsed completely, leaving them utterly defenseless against Xiaohong's terrifying flames. One by one, the netherworld cultivators were picked off by Xiaohong, reduced to ashes. They'll talk. They'll talk. Stop, kill me. They'll talk. They'll tell you everything. After half an hour, the gray-haired cultivator could no longer bear the torment, trembling as he begged for mercy. If only you'd done this sooner. Why endure such prolonged suffering? Lu Chen shook his head slightly, And nevertheless, Lu Chen ceased torturing this netherworld saint-level 9th heaven cultivator as he still needed to learn which netherworld emissary had set their sights on him. Lu Chen asked, "Speak. Who is targeting me?" The gray-haired cultivator quickly replied, "It's Black Wind, Lord Black Wind. He wants to capture you. The netherworld's Black Wind emissary." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Lu Chen was no stranger to the Black Wind emissary. In the novel, Black Wind was an extraordinarily powerful netherworld emissary with astonishing methods, unpredictable moods, and a ruthless nature. Later, he even entered the quasi-emperor realm, becoming a sovereign-level figure in the netherworld. Lu Chen continued, "I have no grievances with him. Why is he after me? Lord Blackwind is treating Yi Bufan, the primordial sacred body, at the primordial sacred ground. He learned that you Lord Lu defeated Yi Bufan several times and became greatly interested. He wants to capture you for study." The gray-haired cultivator poured out everything like beans spilling from a sack. He also revealed his identity, Zhao Chuan, Black Wind's right-hand man. He's treating Yi Bufan and has taken an interest in me. Lu Chen's heart sank. Being targeted by a netherworld emissary was far from good, especially one like Black Wind, a top-ranked peak powerhouse who had entered the quasi-emperor realm. Though Lu Chen possessed many trump cards, he had yet to fully mature. Facing such a terrifying and invincible opponent would be extremely troublesome. If Black Wind intervened to treat Yi Bufan, the variables would be immense indeed. As expected of a destined protagonist able to draw the intervention of a top netherworld emissary, Lu Chen gained a new appreciation for the resilience of a destined protagonist. Initially, Lu Chen thought that Qin Yuning's arrangement to treat Yi Bufan would at least keep him subdued for months, allowing Lu Chen to leave him far behind with no chance of recovery. But with Black Wind's involvement, Yi Bufan's future had taken an unexpected turn. Lu Chen would not underestimate this top Black Wind emissary. However, the matter of Yi Bufan could wait. For now, dealing with the threat of Black Wind took precedence. In a brief moment, countless thoughts raced through Lu Chen's mind. By the way, to deal with Black Wind, perhaps he could leverage that individual. Suddenly, a curious idea flashed through Lu Chen's mind. "Kill me. Kill me. Don't torture me. I beg you." Zhao Chuan spoke, trembling, his eyes filled. The dual torment of body and soul had terrified Zhao Chuan, who feared Lu Chen would continue torturing him. "Do you want to live?" Lu Chen then looked at Zhao Chuan beside him, his expression calm. Zhao Chuan, utterly despairing, pleaded, "No, just kill me. It's too painful. I beg you, I only want a quick death." "Oh." Lu Chen's eyes sharpened as the seven-star dragon abyss sword in his hand released the supreme one sword, intent tearing through Zhao Chuan's body once more. Zhao Chuan, on the verge of tears, quickly stammered, "No, no, no. I want to live. I want to live." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and ceased releasing the violent supreme one sword intent. "As long as you accomplish what I task you with, your life remains yours. Perhaps you might even have a chance to be promoted to Netherworld General." A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he spoke slowly. Hearing this, Zhao Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Staring at Lu Chen in utter disbelief, he clearly doubted his words. Having just been brutally tortured and now being told that serving him could lead to promotion as a Netherworld General, who would believe that? Zhao Chuan quickly replied solemnly, "Lord Lu, give your orders. If there's anything I can do, I will spare no effort." A Netherworld General was the backbone of the Netherworld, stepping into its core, receiving the power of the Netherworld Lord, and gaining semi-mortal strength. However, becoming a Netherworld General required not only top-tier strength and deep seniority, but also full support from a Netherworld emissary. Thus, for these peripheral members of the Netherworld, becoming a general was exceedingly difficult. If there was even a sliver of a chance, Zhao Chuan wouldn't miss it. It was the power of semi-immortality, something countless lower-ranking Netherworld members craved, but could never attain. Hearing Zhao Chuan's response, Lu Chen nodded and asked, "There is a Blood Fiend emissary in your Netherworld, isn't?" Zhao Chuan answered honestly, "Yes, the Blood Fiend emissary is one of the top 3 super powerhouses among our Netherworld emissaries, with extraordinarily profound strength and foundation." Lu Chen then leaned in and whispered in Zhao Chuan's ear, "You only need to." "This? Lord Lu, are you serious?" After hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Chuan stood frozen, as if petrified, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. If what Lu Chen said was true, then becoming a Netherworld General might indeed not be impossible. With this thought, Zhao Chuan's heart was filled with both fear and anticipation. What terrified him was that this move would turn him from an ally into an enemy of the Black Wind envoy. What he anticipated was the possibility of leveraging this matter to ascend to the rank of a Nether General in the Netherworld. Lu Chen gazed at Zhao Chuan before him and said indifferently, "Of course it's true. What do you have that is worth my deception?" Zhao Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, it was so. Then, without any hesitation, Zhao Chuan agreed to Lu Chen's terms. It was a chance to both save his own life and gain the opportunity for promotion to Nether General. Why not take it? Lu Chen said calmly. However, to ensure you obey and act properly, I need to leave something with. With that, Lu Chen's right hand touched Zhao Chuan's forehead, and a stream of mystical radiance flowed from Lu Chen's fingertip into Zhao Chuan's sea of consciousness. With a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, a golden divine light appeared within Zhao Chuan's sea of consciousness. The golden divine light took deep root in Zhao Chuan's sea of consciousness, merging with his very soul. After a short while, the golden divine light fully integrated with Zhao Chuan's soul, instilling in him a profound sense of being completely controlled. The Lu Chen before him became an object of deep reverence, and he could muster no trace of resistance. Zhao Chuan pays homage to his master. Realizing what had happened, Zhao Chuan quickly knelt and spoke with deference. Excellent. This immortal soul radiance is indeed powerful, capable of utterly controlling a peak saint at the ninth heaven of the saint realm. Watching Zhao Chuan now completely subservient, Lu Chen felt immense satisfaction within. This immortal soul radiance was a soul-controlling technique Lu Chen had created himself. By fusing a soul imbued with immortal aura with that of the target cultivator, he could gain absolute control over their soul. Unless that person's soul had also entered the path of immortality, it would be nearly impossible for them to break free. However, the sole drawback of this technique was its immense consumption. At present, Lu Chen's soul had not yet fully transformed into a saint immortal soul, and his immortal aura was limited, preventing him from using it freely. Now go and do as I have instructed. Lu Chen then commanded Zhao Chuan, who was now under his control. Zhao Chuan agreed without any dissent, replying respectfully, "Yes, master. By the way, master, I have a treasure here. Originally, it was prepared by Black Wind as a gift for the Grand Preceptor's 30th birthday. Now I wish to present it to you." At that moment, as if recalling something, Zhao Chuan spoke slowly. "A birthday gift from Black Wind for the Netherworld Preceptor?" Lu Chen's eyes lit up, not expecting such a windfall. The Netherworld Preceptor was the sovereign ruler of the Netherworld, wielding immense power. The birthday gift prepared by Black Wind Envoy was undoubtedly a treasure of extraordinary value. With that, Zhao Chuan gently raised his right hand, and a beam of light flew from his spatial ring into his palm. "Master, what Black Wind prepared is a 300,000-year-old primordial divine herb, the Chaos Green Lotus." As the spiritual light in Zhao Chuan's hand slowly faded, a green lotus radiating boundless chaotic energy appeared before Lu Chen. This lotus bore extremely profound Tao laws, as if it were evolving the very heavens and earth, evoking a sense of transcending ancient vicissitudes and eternal boundlessness. On its lotus root were traces of the years, marks that signified its age. Each mark represented 10,000 years, and there were 30 such marks on the root, indicating that the Chaos Green Lotus had reached an age of 300,000 years. The Chaos Green Lotus. This Black Wind truly has a generous hand, willing to part with such a heaven-defying divine herb. Gazing at the lotus before him, Lu Chen's face was filled with astonishment. The Chaos Green Lotus was a top-tier primordial sacred herb of incalculable value, containing terrifyingly immense spiritual essence. Moreover, one could harness its power to comprehend the legendary Chaos Law. Could it be that the Netherworld Preceptor's Chaos Law was realized through this very Chaos Green Lotus? Lu Chen murmured softly as he touched the lotus in Zhao Chuan's hand. The power of laws was an essential force that one must master to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Laws also had their hierarchy. The top 10 laws were known as eternal laws, possessing terrifying power capable of easily overwhelming other ordinary laws. However, comprehending the eternal laws was exceedingly difficult, requiring exceptional insight and fortune. Throughout the countless ages of the divine wasteland realm, only a handful had managed to grasp them. Moreover, those cultivators who had comprehended the eternal laws invariably became the supreme powerhouses at the pinnacle of the divine wasteland realm. In the original story, the Netherworld Preceptor had displayed formidable chaos law in later battles, exhibiting terrifying strength, and even slaying a far more powerful supreme being. Now it seemed highly likely that the Netherworld Preceptor had comprehended the chaos law through this very Chaos Green Lotus. Lu Chen speculated inwardly. What a pity. My current cultivation level is too low to use the Chaos Green Lotus to comprehend the Chaos Law, Lu Chen lamented with regret. The power of laws was an extremely formidable force already touching upon the great Tao. One could only begin to comprehend it after entering the Saint King realm and forming the Saint King Dharma image, otherwise both body and soul would be torn apart by the immense law power. However, comprehending laws is only one use of the Chaos Green Lotus. It also has a lesser-known effect, forging an external incarnation. Moreover, an external incarnation forged from the Chaos Green Lotus is a natural primordial spirit. With sufficient spiritual essence, it can continuously break through to the great Emperor realm without any heavenly tribulation or bottlenecks. In other words, if I refine this chaos green lotus into my own external incarnation with enough spiritual essence, I could one day possess a great emperor-level clone. At this thought, Lu Chen's heart raced with excitement. The mere idea of a great emperor-level clone was thrilling. But for now, his cultivation was insufficient. He would need to at least break through to the Saint realm before he could begin the refinement. Soon Lu Chen suppressed the agitation within him. This item is indeed useful to me, so I'll accept it. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, then collected the chaos green lotus from Zhao Chuan's hand. To prevent Black Wind from having placed any undetectable mark on the chaos green lotus, Lu Chen directly stored it into his system space. Xiaohong, stop. Don't kill them all. Leave a few alive. After securing the chaos green lotus, Lu Chen ordered Xiaohong to cease the pursuit of the netherworld cultivators. Since he needed Zhao Chuan to carry out tasks, it was necessary to leave him some elite subordinates. And those who had survived this long under Xiaohong's onslaught were undoubtedly the cream of the crop, highly capable. Upon hearing Lu Chen's command, Xiaohong immediately halted the chase. Using the power of the Void Ancient Ring, Lu Chen completely sealed the remaining elites and tossed them beside Zhao Chuan. You should understand what to do next, shouldn't you? After handing over the remaining netherworld cultivators to Zhao Chuan, Lu Chen spoke indifferently. Zhao Chuan, being perceptive, replied, Master, I understand. Everything has nothing to do with you. Just wait for my good. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. With the presence of the immortal soul light, he had no fear of Zhao Chuan betraying him. Then, after extracting some crucial intelligence about the nether realm from Zhao Chuan, Lu Chen sent him and his elite subordinates away. Black Wind, why provoke anyone else? Why me? I hope you'll be pleased with this gift. Lu Chen gazed toward the direction of the primordial sacred ground, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Without further delay, Lu Chen boarded a flying vessel and sped toward the Tianyang mountain range. Along the way, he encountered no further dangers and arrived safely. Next, he'll head straight to the sacred spirit pool. Upon reaching the Tianyang mountain range, Lu Chen disembarked from the flying vessel, consulted a map to confirm his location, and immediately set off toward the sacred spirit pool. The Tianyang mountain range was a renowned mountain range in the eastern domain of the divine wasteland realm. Here, spiritual energy was abundant, the scenery was picturesque, and there were numerous spiritual creatures and heavenly treasures. Rumors often spread of cultivators obtaining rare treasures here. Consequently, many disciples of top-tier powers and countless rogue cultivators came to seek opportunities and enhance their strength. However, the area was also prowled by many formidable demonic beasts, making bloodshed and conflict common. In a lush wooded area south of the Tianyang mountain range, a stunning woman dressed in a golden brocade phoenix robe with exquisite makeup was racing through. She exuded an air of noble elegance, her brows revealing a sharp, confident edge. Yet her face was pale, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her splendid robe was stained with blood, presenting a tragically beautiful sight. Your Majesty, stop running. This forest is surrounded, you can't escape. Save your strength. As the woman fled desperately, a low, hoarse voice echoed through the woods. Not far away, a group of cultivators in blue robes chased after her, their faces burning with fervor. The woman stiffened, but continued forward, ignoring them. It seems you want to take the easy way out. The leading middle-aged cultivator in blue sneered, his expression turning icy. With that, he directed the others to launch a fierce assault. Waves of spiritual energy surged toward the stunning woman like a tidal wave. She tried to defend herself, but her injuries were too severe, her defenses were weak and easily torn apart by the terrifying spiritual energy. The torrent of spiritual energy struck her, sending her flying backward to crash violently against a disc. Your Majesty, I told you, you can't escape. Why force yourself to suffer? The blue-robed cultivator shook his head disdainfully. Gu Jinshan, what did the Night Emperor promise you to plot against me so relentlessly? With no retreat left, the woman's face darkened as she asked coldly. It turned out these blue-robed cultivators were from the Gu family, a great sage clan in the eastern domain. In ancient times, the Gu family was a top-tier imperial clan with immense influence, but later generations grew complacent. Now reduced to a great sage clan, they had taken up the trade of professional assassins. Hired by the Night Divine Dynasty's emperor, they were tasked with capturing the great Zhou Empress. Gu Jinshan replied calmly, Your Majesty, I have professional ethics. I won't reveal any client information. Double. Whatever the Night Emperor offered you, I'll pay double if you let me go this time. Seeing Gu Jinshan unmoved, the woman recalled their reputation and quickly promised a reward, hoping to sway them with payment. Sorry, Your Majesty, you can't afford double. Surrender quietly. No matter what you say, I won't let you go today. Gu Jinshan ignored her plea, speaking coldly with a fiery, bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. His predatory gaze seemed ready to devour the great Zhou Empress. The other Gu clan members also had red-rimmed eyes, licking their lips with eager anticipation. Seeing her words had no effect, the Empress' heart sank to the depths. It seems heaven wills my end, she murmured, inwardly preparing to ignite her sage origin for a final stand. Just then the Empress spotted a young man in a white robe, handsome and ethereal, passing by in the distance, but he showed no intention of approaching. Young master, I am Zhou Yuyao, Empress of the great Zhou divine dynasty. Please save my life. If you can rescue me, I will pay any price. Seeing the young man reluctant to come closer, even moving away, Zhou Yuyao called out, urgently clutching at this last straw of hope. The Empress of the great Zhou divine dynasty. Lu Chun, who was retreating, raised an eyebrow. The great Zhou divine dynasty was a powerful dynasty near the Tianyang mountain range. However, 2 years ago their emperor died unexpectedly. Without a will, the princes fought fiercely for the throne, plunging the dynasty into chaos. But unexpectedly, after the struggle, Princess Zhou Yuyao seized the opportunity and became the empress. The intelligence about the Tianyang mountain range prepared by Ying for Lu Chun included information on the great Zhou divine dynasty. Forget it. I'd better head straight to the sacred spirit pool. Those who can target the great Zhou empress are no pushovers. There's no need to invite trouble. Lu Chun quickly made up his mind to ignore the situation. Seeing him unmoved, the hope that had flickered in Zhou Yuyao's heart died out. Haha, your majesty, you've lost your mind. Begging for help from some random pretty boy? Do you really think the Gu family is to be trifled with? Gu Jianshan sneered, as Zhou Yuyao's plea failed, his eyes full of mockery. Heh, but that kid is really handsome. With that look and aura, if we send him to the ancestor. Yeah, I've never seen such a good-looking male cultivator. The ancestor will love him. Why not catch that pretty boy and offer him to the ancestor? Forget the ancestor, I'm smitten myself. We can have our fun first, the ancestor won't mind, might even get more excited. The cultivators around Gu Jianshan eyed the departing Lu Chun, licking their lips and chattering, their faces burning with even greater fervor. Damn it, you disgusting bastards. I wasn't going to meddle. Just then an icy voice rang through the moi. Upon hearing the icy voice, Gu Jianshan froze, his heart suddenly flooded with an unprecedented sense of dread. The other cultivators of the Gu family nearby also felt a jolt in their hearts, trembling slightly as their bodies stiffened in place. Caw, caw, caw. At that moment, another sharp phoenix cry echoed from afar. Not far away, a blazing fire phoenix appeared, spewing forth phoenix flames that seemed capable of melting everything, charging fiercely at the multitude of Gu family cultivators. As the phoenix flames erupted, the surrounding temperature soared. Before most of the Gu family cultivators could react, they were instantly reduced to ashes by the terrifying inferno. Protected by a top-tier spiritual treasure, Gu Jianshan managed to evade the deadly flames. However, his body was still enveloped by the residual blaze, charred completely black. Fools, you utter fools. If you hadn't spouted nonsense, would this have happened? Damn it. Having narrowly escaped death, Gu Jianshan looked at his fellow clansmen reduced to ashes around him, his expression turning exceedingly grim. If only these fools hadn't run their mouths, it wouldn't have come to this. He felt no pity for their lives, only resentment for being dragged down with them. Not far away, Zhou Yuyao stared blankly at the scene, stunned by the sudden reversal. At that moment, Lu Chen also walked over slowly, his face utterly cold. Xiao Hong retracted her phoenix form and perched once again on Lu Chen's shoulder. Senior, please spare me. It was all my clansmen's foul mouths. Since you've already slain them, I beg you to let me go. I have many treasures I can offer you. Gu Jianshan, seeing Lu Chen approaching swiftly, knelt and kowtowed, pleading for mercy. He realized he had misjudged this man. He was no pretty face, but a demon. They were your clansmen. After I killed so many of them, won't you seek revenge against me? Lu Chen stroked his chin and asked. Gu Jianshan continued, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, though he forced a strained smile. No, senior. These wretches deserve death. Even our family's ancestor would not blame you. Oh, if your ancestor won't mind, then you should die too. Lu Chen uttered, drew the 7-star dragon abyss sword and struck with a single slash. A sword light imbued with the supreme sword intent shot forth, hurtling toward Gu Jianshan's neck. Gu Jianshan's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that even after his reply, Lu Chen would still attack him. He wanted to say more, but it was too late. The terrifying sword light had already severed his neck. Gu Jianshan's head flew high, his terror-filled eyes staring down at the headless torso. Not far away, the Empress of the great Zhou divine dynasty witnessed the scene, swallowed hard, her face pale with fear. She hadn't anticipated that this young man, with his striking aura and exquisite features, would be so decisive and merciless in killing. More importantly, his strength was so terrifying that he had effortlessly annihilated the Gu family cultivators who had driven her to the brink. Master, thank you for saving my life. Zhou Yuyao quickly suppressed her surging emotions, stepped forward, and bowed slightly in gratitude. Lu Chen looked at the stunning woman before him and said flatly, I had no intention of saving you. In truth, Lu Chen hadn't planned to intervene, but those fools' mouths were too foul, forcing his hand. Zhou Yuyo's face paled. She sensed the coldness in Lu Chen's words, so different from those who usually fawned over her. With that thought, Zhou Yuyao bit her red lip and continued, "By slaying those men, you've granted me the greatest mercy. My earlier offer still stands. I can agree to any condition you have." "Any condition?" Lu Chen looked at the Empress with a half-smile, sizing her up. Though Zhou Yuyao was badly wounded, her noble and elegant demeanor, breathtaking beauty, and tall, graceful figure were undeniably alluring. Especially now with her hair disheveled and her face pale, the coldness in her eyes evoked a powerful urge to conquer. Seeing Lu Chen's slightly provocative gaze, Zhou Yuyo's cheeks flushed and her body trembled faintly. "As long as you do not take my virtue, everything I have is yours." Zhou Yuyao bit her silver teeth and added in a trembling whisper. Lu Chen frowned at her lack of sincerity, displeasure clear on his face. Not even that. Initially, Lu Chen had thought that since he was forced to save this Zhou Yuyao, he might sample some wild game and taste the Empress' allure. But now her refusal dampened his spirits. "Master, your servant is the Empress of the great Zhou divine dynasty. Before entering our dynasty's ancestral temple to receive the Divine Lord's legacy, I must not lose my virtue. If I do, I cannot inherit the legacy, and I may even be impeached by the elders and deposed as Empress." Zhou Yuyao explained further, her face pleading, evoking pity. Lu Chen's brow arched as he searched his memories regarding the great Zhou divine dynasty. Lu Chen stroked his chin and mused, "There does seem to be such a rule, and the Divine Lord's legacy of the great Zhou has some rather interesting aspects." Seeing Lu Chen's silent, Zhou Yuyao thought he was dissatisfied and gritted her teeth. "If you insist, I can still satisfy you." "No need. If you lose your position as Empress, you'd be worthless." Lu Chen shook his head, rejecting Zhou Yuyo's offer. Though he was intrigued by the Empress' body, it would be far better if she could realize greater value. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhou Yuyo's face lit up with joy, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Yes, thank you for your understanding, Master. But since you can't lose your virtue, you'll have to lose something else." Lu Chen stared intently at Zhou Yuyao before. Zhou Yuyao was perplexed, having lost something else. Lu Chen said indifferently, "Merge with this immortal soul light." Zhou Yuyo's face instantly turned deathly pale. She knew well that if she merged with it, she would lose all sense of self. But now did she have a choice? Bitterness filled her heart, yet she finally yielded. After implanting the immortal soul light into Zhou Yuyao, Lu Chen immediately left the forest and headed toward the sacred spirit pool. In the forest, Zhou Yuyao watched Lu Chen depart, her face a tapestry of complex emotions. The events in the Tianyang mountain range had been nothing short of breathtaking. First, she was hunted by cultivators from the Gu family, a relentless pursuit that pushed her to the brink of death multiple times and inflicted severe injuries upon her body. Finally, by a twist of fate, Lu Chen saved her and gained complete control over her. "Perhaps this is not only my crisis, but also my opportunity," Zhou Yuyao murmured in her heart, sensing the immortal soul light within her sea of consciousness. Soon Zhou Yuyao straightened her attire, restoring the majestic mien of a sovereign empress, and departed from the forest as well. 2 hours later, in a secluded valley within the Tianyang mountain range. At the valley's center lay a pool brimming with golden liquid radiating boundless spiritual essence and celestial energy. The valley around, nourished by the spiritual charm emanating from the golden pool, flourished with vitality and abundant qi, resembling a paradise on earth. "Is this the sacred spirit pool, eh?" Lu Chen gazed at the golden pool in the center, his face brimming with delight. The strands of celestial energy wafting from the pool were gradually absorbed by Lu Chen, causing his body to undergo a tremendous transformation, slowly evolving toward a saintly physique. "Excellent, it truly works. I hope this sacred spirit pool will help me forge a saintly body soon, and then enter the saint realm." Lu Chen took a deep breath and leaped directly into the pool. Upon plunging into the sacred spirit pool, Lu Chen quickly activated his immortal eternity scripture. The instant he did, his body seemed to turn into a black hole. Celestial energy and spiritual essence surged like a storm into Lu Chen's body. The sanctification of his physique accelerated dramatically. His originally fair and delicate skin began to shift toward a golden hue. Moreover, with the aid of the sacred spirit pool, his meridians and flesh underwent a unique transformation. "Now I shall devote myself entirely to forging the saintly body." Lu Chen then suppressed his wandering thoughts, centered his mind, and focused all his energy on absorbing the celestial energy and spiritual essence from the sacred spirit pool. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, Little Red, who had been roaming freely in the valley, noticed the commotion around Lu Chen and flew over to the sacred spirit pool. Watching Lu Chen absorb its essence, Little Red hesitated for a moment. Then, flapping its wings, it dove headfirst into the sacred spirit pool. 2 days later, in the eastern region of the Shenhuang realm, Qingzhou, the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan was a premier saintly aristocratic family in Qingzhou, standing tall for tens of thousands of years with immense influence. Patriarch, are we just going to let that fiend run rampant in our Zhao clan? In front of a luxurious palace within the clan, a middle-aged man in embroidered robes listened to the miserable screams coming from inside, his face dark and his voice low. This middle-aged man was Zhao Wenxi, an elder of the Zhao clan. Beside him, many other elders wore expressions of grief and indignation, veins bulging on their foreheads and bodies trembling incessantly. If not, what can we do? Even our patriarch was easily suppressed by him. If we don't meet his demands, our entire clan will be annihilated. The clan patriarch Zhao Donghai had bloodshot eyes, his pale face etched with helplessness. The elders beside him, seeing the patriarch's white hair, sighed softly and said nothing more. A day ago, the patriarch had still had black hair full of vigor and boundless authority. But ever since that loathsome creature arrived in the palace, he had turned white overnight, his vitality withered and frail. The Zhao clan, once the dominant power in Qingzhou, had been thrown into chaos. Haha, indeed, another man's wife is far more interesting. Come next. A gleeful voice rang out from the palace. The sound of that voice left the patriarch and many elders breathless. Feelings of powerlessness, humiliation, fear, and hatred intertwined, weighing heavily on the atmosphere before the palace. No one spoke. They clenched their fists, nearly driven mad by rage. After a long silence, a young elder finally could bear it no longer. His eyes bloodshot, he tremblingly said, "Patriarch, perhaps we should seek help from the Taichu Holy Land. That fiend is from the netherworld. The Taichu Holy Land will surely demand justice for us." The Taichu Holy Land. What can they do? Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Even if they come, what then? When two tigers fight, our Zhao clan. And even if the Taichu Holy Land could drive him away, can they protect us forever? The Taichu Holy Land won't always be here. A senior elder said hoarsely, as if resigned to the situation. Let's wait. Perhaps he will tire of this and leave. As long as we keep silent, the Zhao clan will remain the ruler of Qingzhou. Another white-haired elder, seeming to have seen through the vicissitudes of life, spoke in a dazed tone. Yes, let's wait. When he leaves, we will still be the rulers of Qingzhou. Many Zhao elders clenched their fists, speaking with a numb resolve. Rumble. A few hours later, a torrent of overwhelming aura suddenly surged from the sky. That fierce aura swept over the entire Zhao clan like a tidal wave. "Heifeng, you bastard, get out here. You dare to sleep with my woman. If I don't grind your bones to dust today, my name Bloodfiend will be written backward." Along with the surging aura came a voice so icy it seemed to tear everything apart. This voice rapidly spread to every corner of the Zhao residence, plunging all its occupants into a profound sense of mortal peril, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. Bloodfiend. Damn it, why is he here? How did he find out I slept with his wife? In the Zhao palace, a middle-aged man with a bare body, chiseled features, and a head of white hair wore a puzzled expression. I clearly erased his wife's memories. Only I in this world knew about it. Why did he discover it? This doesn't make sense. Did I let it slip? Impossible. What's going on? Heifeng frowned deeply, his expression shifting between uncertainty and gloom as he muttered to himself. Decades ago, Heifeng had used despicable means to take the body of Bloodfiend Envoy's wife, then erased her memories of the incident. He himself had always been extremely secretive about this matter, never speaking of it to anyone. Damn it, everything has been going wrong lately. I can't catch that holy sun. I lost the congratulatory gift for the Manor Lord, and now this cuckold Bloodfiend has come knocking on my door. In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Heifeng's mind. Simultaneously, the fierce aura around him had already torn through the palace's dome, rapidly constricting around Heifeng's body. Heifeng's body was violently suppressed by the terrifying aura, sinking into the ground. As he sank, the entire palace collapsed, leaving a massive crater in the earth with countless wisps of smoke swirling around. Under the impact of the violent spiritual energy, a deep pit appeared in the palace grounds. At its center, Heifeng gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood, his once composed face twisted with agony. Bang! Then a thunderous roar came from the sky as a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe shattered space with his fist, driving it directly toward Heifeng. Seeing this, Heifeng quickly mobilized all his power to erect a defense. The two forces collided violently, sending terrifying shockwaves in all directions, causing layers of space to collapse as if the world were ending. Heifeng, even if the Manor Lord himself comes today, he can't save you. Your life is mine. Bloodfiend's face was terrifyingly dark, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Heifeng below, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. Bloodfiend was surrounded by an extremely dense aura of blood and qi, as if it would corrupt the entire world. How, Bloodfiend, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Push me too far, and you won't have it easy either. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Bloodfiend, Heifeng's expression grew even more twisted as black energy surged within him on the verge of erupting. It seems I haven't acted in so long that you trash have forgotten my fearsome reputation. Today I'll show you why I rank among the top 3. Open your dog eyes wide, you waste. Blood realm limit. Blood Fiend's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming squeezed through clenched teeth, making the atmosphere in the area oppressively heavy, almost suffocating. As he spoke, even more blood and chi surged around Blood Fiend, an endless tide of it rushing outward, threatening to engulf the entire world. Do you think I'm a pushover? If you want my life, then come and try. Heifeng roared as the flesh on his body continuously shattered. By the way, there's something I should tell you, your wife. She's really something else. You bastard, shut up. Die. Bufan, how are you feeling? Is anything wrong? In the palace of Xianxia Peak, Qin Yuning looked worriedly at Yi Bufan, who was sitting cross-legged on a spirit jade mat. At this moment, Yi Bufan wore a dark robe, his appearance unchanged. Yet the arrogance and frivolity in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a newfound steadiness. Yi Bufan's expression was calm as he said flatly, Master, I'm fine. I've never felt better. My body is brimming with power. Looking at Yi Bufan, who seemed like a different person, Qin Yuning felt an inexplicable unease, as if something had slipped beyond her control. Yet Qin Yuning had just used her spiritual sense to thoroughly examine him and found no abnormalities. It was precisely this lack of any anomaly that unsettled her. Not long ago, Yi Bufan's body had fused with the power of the evil ancestor's crystal, causing strange runes to appear on him. Those runes were something Qin Yuning had never seen or heard of, yet they instilled in her a bone-deep terror. The runes flashed and vanished so quickly that she almost thought it was an illusion. But the lingering, profound fear told Qin Yuning it was no illusion. Later, Qin Yuning had also consulted envoy Heifeng, but even Heifeng didn't know, as it was his first time witnessing an ancient sacred body fusing with the evil ancestor's crystal. Heifeng said that when fusing with the evil ancestor's crystal, anything could happen, and there was no need to make a Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, I must thank you properly. If not for you, how could I have obtained such terrifying power and broken the heavenly shackles once more? Yi Bufan clenched his fist, and violent power surged wildly through his meridians. As the power within him churned, 10 heavenly shackles faintly appeared behind Yi Bufan, 5 of which were already completely shattered. Of the 10 shackles binding the ancient sacred body, only 5 remained. Bufan, don't act rashly. That Lu Chen is no simple opponent. There's no need to confront him heated right now. Hearing Yi Bufan's words, Qin Yuning's expression shifted slightly before she advised him. After the incident in the training ground earlier, Qin Yuning had come to realize that while Yi Bufan possessed unparalleled potential, his strength was still far inferior to Lu Chen's. The scene of that counterattack that killed Yi Bufan was still vivid in her mind. The ancestor of the Qin family valued Yi Bufan far more than she had imagined. She dared not imagine what punishment the ancestor would mete out if anything happened to Yi Bufan under her care. Yi Bufan smiled faintly, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Though I long to crush that wretch beneath my heel, now is not the time. I shall wait for the perfect moment. Qin Yuning was taken aback. Were these words truly from Yi Bufan? The transformation in him was far. Qin Yuning clearly remembered how arrogant Yi Bufan had been, acting as if heaven was second and he was first, looking down on everyone. Now he actually understood the value of biding his time. It seemed this failure was not entirely a bad thing for him, she mused inwardly. Brother, take your medicine. At that moment, from the other side of the hall, Yi Lingxi, dressed in a purple gown, pure and ethereally beautiful, carried a bowl of spirit medicine that had been brewed for 3 days and presented it to Yi Bufan. I'm not sick. Why should I take medicine? Take it away. Yi Bufan barked at Yi Lingxi, who had brought it. Hearing her brother's reprimand, Yi Lingxi was momentarily stunned. He had never spoken to her like this before. Biting her red lips softly, she gazed at her brother, feeling a profound sense of estrangement. I said take it away. Do you not understand? Yi Bufan's tone grew even icier as Yi Lingxi stood there dumbfounded. Qin Yuning, not far away, furrowed her brow slightly and said coolly, Lingxi, your brother has just recovered and needs rest. You should leave. Qin Yuning had naturally noticed the change in Yi Bufan, but what did it matter? As long as she could smoothly accomplish the ancestral elder's mission, that would suffice. Brother, I will bring you back. Yi Lingxi turned silently, clutching the medicine bowl, a resolute determination rising within her heart. Instead of leaving directly, Yi Lingxi walked over to Qin Yuning and addressed her. Master, a few days ago while on a mission, I discovered a Saint King rank lava giant in the Beast Mountain range. Qin Yuning, initially impatient with Yi Lingxi, brightened at these words. She quickly grasped Yi Lingxi's arm and asked eagerly, is it true? A Saint King rank lava giant? Yi Lingxi continued, Master, it's true. I saw it from afar. That lava giant even unleashed its lava domain, so I fled immediately. Excellent. Lingxi, you truly are my finest disciple. To have found traces of a lava giant. This means my breakthrough to the Saint King realm is within reach. Lingxi, come with me at once and lead me to that lava giant. Qin Yuning's face lit up with wild joy, and she spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. With that, she grabbed Yi Lingxi and began to drag her away, paying no heed to the pain in Yi Lingxi's hand or the aggrieved expression on her face. Yi Bufan watched the scene with indifference, merely sensing the surging spiritual power within his own body. Tianyang Mountain Range, a hidden valley. In the sacred spirit pool at the center of the valley, the once golden liquid had turned milky white, its spiritual essence nearly drained. Even so, the depleted liquid still contained an extremely rich concentration of spiritual energy. Inside the sacred spirit pool, Lu Chen was bare-chested, his body radiating golden light. The surrounding space trembled slightly, unable to withstand his terrifying aura. After a month of absorption, Lu Chen's body had fully transformed into a saintly body, wisps of saintly might emanating from his form. The saintly body is complete. Now it's time for the tribulation. Sensing the fearsome power within him, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. To have condensed a saintly body in just 2 months was a pleasant surprise for Lu Chen. He had assumed that given his profound foundation, even with the sacred spirit pool's aid, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. However, the immortal eradication scripture had brought him an unexpected boon. By cultivating the immortal eradication scripture, Lu Chen's physique was far superior to that of ordinary peak Dao Palace realm cultivators. His absorption of the sacred spirit pool's essence was remarkably swift, allowing him to fully form the saintly body in a single month. To break through to the saint realm, besides forming a saintly body, one must also endure the saintly heavenly tribulation. By harnessing the power of the tribulation to shatter the Dao Palace within and transform it into a spirit infant, one truly steps into the domain of sainthood. Sagehood tribulation come forth. Lu Chen then activated his immortal eradication scripture at full power. Boom, boom, boom. With the activation of the immortal eradication scripture, dark clouds stretching for hundreds of leagues gathered above the valley, with terrifying lightning surging within, casting a profound and suffocating pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning tribulation formed in an instant, bolts as thick as water buckets crashing down upon Lu Chen, unleashing a violent impact. This is far from enough. How can such weak lightning shatter my Dao Palace and help form my spirit infant? Lu Chen murmured and scathed after being struck by the massive bolts, a look of speechlessness on his face. He had heard that the saintly heavenly tribulation was fearsome, claiming nearly 80% of cultivators. Because of this, Lu Chen had prepared numerous tribulation-crossing treasures and elixirs. Now it seemed they were completely unnecessary. Since that's the case, I'll handle it myself. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, spiritual power erupting from his feet as he flew directly into the lightning. The lightning within the clouds was even more terrifying, imbued with an aura of utter annihilation. Yet before Lu Chen's myriad foundations and supreme physique, it still proved insufficient, posing no real threat. To shatter his Dao Palace more quickly, Lu Chen was forced to lower his defenses. Perseverance paid off. By deliberately reducing his defenses, Lu Chen's Dao Palace gradually began to crack, transforming toward a spirit infant. After several hours, the shattered Dao Palace within Lu Chen fully transformed into a golden spirit infant. An overwhelming saintly might radiated from his entire being. Finally, I've broken through to the saint realm. After condensing the spirit infant, Lu Chen let out a heavy sigh of relief. The difference between the saint realm and those below was like heaven and earth, a vast chasm. Transcending mortality to become a saint was no empty phrase. Now I can finally stand firm in the divine desolation realm. Lu Chen clenched his fist and murmured. After advancing to the saint realm, Lu Chen's various physiques and techniques had undergone a qualitative leap, increasing his overall strength by more than tenfold. Now Lu Chen felt utterly formidable. It's a pity about this valley. Given time, the sacred spirit pool's essence might have recovered, but not anymore. Lu Chen flew back to the edge of the sacred spirit pool, gazing at the valley shattered by the tribulation lightning and murmuring to himself. Not far away, Xiao Hong, who had absorbed some of the pool's essence, chirped twice, as if also lamenting. Huh, a sacred spirit pool. There's actually a sacred spirit pool here. Heaven helps me. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out from afar. Lu Chen gazed toward the source of the sound, where a group of cultivators in loose flowing robes were walking toward the valley. These cultivators were uniformly robust and muscular, their robes embroidered with ancient elephant patterns, exuding an immensely imposing aura. At the forefront was a tall, dark-skinned man. His robes were stained with crimson blood, and his massive frame resembled a giant beast, every movement carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. On the man's forehead was a white mark, as if some mysterious energy flowed across it. These fellows, are they from the giant elephant sacred sect? Seeing the distinctive elephant-patterned robes and bulky muscles, Lu Chen recognized them as disciples of the Giant Elephant Sacred Sect. The Giant Elephant Sacred Sect was a top-tier sacred ground in the eastern domain of the Divine Wasteland, on par with the primordial sacred land, wielding extraordinary influence in the region. They specialized in body refinement, possessing immensely powerful physical forms and vigorous blood energy, their terrifying strength rivaling that of ancient primordial beasts. Moreover, being human, they retained some intelligence, and with their numerous supreme divine abilities, their combat prowess was exceptionally fierce. However, they were extremely combative, adhering to one principle: wherever they went, never back down, just fight. At any opportunity, they would throw down first. From the supreme elders down to the ordinary disciples, every one of them had their noses in the air, itching to pick a fight with even a passing dog. Any faction found them troublesome to deal with. After all, unreasonable, yet terrifyingly powerful individuals always held a certain advantage wherever they went. Hey kid, I'm Wang Tongzhu, the holy son of the Iron Elephant Sacred Sect. We've taken a liking to the sacred spirit liquid in this pool and plan to take it all. Any objections? The leading man grinned, his gaze calm as he looked at Lu Chen not far away. Though he wore a smile, the light in his eyes carried an oppressive force. This fellow was the holy son of the Giant Elephant Sacred Sect, Wang Tongzhu. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He had heard of the Holy Son's reputation. It was said that Wang Tongzhu was originally just a villager from an ordinary village called Wang Family Village. At the tender age of 13, bandits raided his village, slaughtering everyone. On the brink of despair and madness, Wang Tongzhu awakened a powerful imperial bloodline, using it to slay all the bandits in retaliation. This was a living legend of sacrificing an entire village for one person's awakening, a tale still widely discussed across the Divine Wasteland. Afterward, Wang Tongzhu caught the attention of the Giant Elephant Sacred Sect, joined them, quickly rose to their core, and became their holy son. His youthful experiences forged an unyielding heart, and coupled with the strength of his imperial bloodline, despite missing the optimal age to begin cultivation, he soared ahead, becoming a top prodigy of the Eastern Domain in just over a decade. Even in the Central Domain, tales of the Giant Elephant Holy Son Wang Tongzhu were widespread. The Giant Elephant Holy Son Wang Tongzhu. Lu Chen gazed calmly at Wang Tongzhu ahead, sensing the terrifying, vast, saintly might emanating from him. Clearly, he had already stepped into the sage realm, possessing formidable foundational strength. So you know me. That saves me the trouble of explaining. So about this sacred spirit pool, I'm taking it. Any objections? Wang Tongzhu thumped his chest muscles with his fists, staring intently at Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the sacred spirit pool beside him, nearly drained of its spiritual essence, and mused inwardly, they even want my bathwater. The Giant Elephant Sacred Sect sure isn't picky. The pool was precious, and any faction would treasure it, but only Lu Chen would be so extravagant as to bathe in it. They hadn't noticed the pool had been used for bathing. Instead, they eyed it fervently, as if wanting to swallow all the sacred liquid. Given the brains of the Giant Elephant Sacred Sect disciples, they'd likely fail to detect anything unusual about the pool. Ahem, no problem at all, but since I found it first, you should offer some compensation if you want to take it all. I could give up the pool. Lu Chen hesitated, then spoke with some reluctance. As he spoke, Lu Chen fixed his gaze on Wang Tongzhu, his pupils seemingly brewing an extremely terrifying. Though Lu Chen didn't mind others using his bathwater, he wasn't about to hand it over for free. How dare you? We're from the Giant Elephant Sacred Sect. Exactly do you know the Giant Elephant Sacred Sect? You dare haggle with us? Looks like it's time to show you the strength of the Giant Elephant Sacred Sect. Before Lu Chen could finish, several disciples beside Wang Tongzhu couldn't hold back, speaking with arrogance and disdain. Before they could finish, Wang Tongzhu raised his hand, signaling them to be silent. Wang Tongzhu met Lu Chen's gaze, his bloodline surging within him to resist the terrifying aura from Lu Chen's eyes. In an instant, Wang Tongzhu felt an immense pressure, his back drenched in sweat. Just as Wang Tongzhu prepared to unleash more of his bloodline power, the might of Lu Chen's double-pupiled eyes vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed. Their brief clash lasted only a few breaths. The surrounding disciples, unaware of the silent exchange, assumed their holy son was merely pondering. After Lu Chen withdrew his aura, Wang Tongzhu clenched his fists, then noticed a small red bird beside Lu Chen. The bird's eyes looked at him with disdain, as if in utter contempt. Wang Tongzhu felt as though he had returned to his youth, facing those fearsome bandits. The same terror, well, not one to be trifled with. Wang Tongzhu instantly realized the person before him wasn't someone he could eat. You have a point. This is a sacred spirit pool after all, finder's share. After coming to this realization, Wang Tongzhu gave Lu Chen a deep look, then spoke with some fear. The surrounding Iron Elephant Sacred Sect disciples grew anxious at their holy son's apparent compromise. After all, their sect always acted with impunity, and with such numbers why yield to one person? But out of respect for Wang Tongji's authority, they dared not speak up. In that case, take this as compensation for your share of the sacred pool. After a moment's thought, Wang Tongju produced a box and tossed it to Lu Chen not far away. Lu Chen caught the box and opened it, revealing a surge of immense demonic power that burst forth, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Without even raising an eyelid, Lu Chen subtly stirred his saintly might, suppressing the demonic energy. A king beast inner core. Once the demonic energy was subdued, Lu Chen saw the contents clearly. A blood-red demon beast inner core, specifically one from a Saint King realm beast. Correct. This is a Saint King grade bloodthirsty flood dragon inner core, granted to me by our sacred grounds high elders a few days ago. Wang Tongji's eyes flickered with caution as he spoke solemnly. This bloodthirsty flood dragon king beast core was exceptionally precious, given to him for cultivation by the sacred grounds high elders. A Saint King grade bloodthirsty flood dragon core. Find this sacred pool is yours. Lu Chen nodded, accepting Wang Tongji's offer. A Saint King grade demon beast inner core was extraordinarily valuable, especially from a flood dragon clan. Trading his bathwater for it was a steal. Little Red, let's go. After the transaction, Lu Chen didn't linger, leaving the valley with Little Red. Holy Son, why did you give him the core? We're the giant elephant sacred sect. If he didn't yield, we could have just beat. After Lu Chen and Little Red left, the disciples around Wang Tongju couldn't hold back any longer, speaking with grievance. Their sect was always domineering and never acted this way. Wang Tongju gazed thoughtfully in the direction Lu Chen had gone and said honestly, he's strong. I don't think I could beat him. Holy Son, that can't be. You've reached the late sage realm in both physical cultivation and cultivation base, easily crushing peak sages. You couldn't handle that, pretty boy. The surrounding disciples were stunned by Wang Tongji's words. As fellow disciples of the giant elephant sacred sect, they knew well how terrifying Wang Tongji's strength was. His physical and cultivation prowess allowed him to effortlessly overpower peers and even seasoned peak sages. Now Wang Tongju claimed he couldn't defeat the Lu Chen they had just seen. How could this not shock them? Wang Tongju snorted, his voice deep. Of course. My instincts are sharp. Otherwise, if he dared negotiate with me, I'd have crushed him with one slap. A disciple who had also entered the sage realm said, Holy Son, aren't we here? We could help you too. You. Wang Tongju paused, then said flatly, you couldn't even beat that chicken beside him. With his imperial bloodline, Wang Tongju had exceptional perception, sensing that the small red bird beside Lu Chen was terrifying, something even his bloodline feared. His fellow disciples. They'd likely be mere fodder. The disciples were speechless. But this sacred pool seems newly formed, its spiritual essence hasn't matured. Trading a king beast core for it is too big a loss. Another disciple spoke with a strange expression. Although the giant elephant sacred sect loved fighting and disliked thinking, they still understood fair trades. This sacred pool clearly hadn't reached its peak. Though still abundant in spiritual energy, its essence was sparse, far inferior to the king beast core. They might not match the other party in strength, but with the backing of the giant elephant sacred sect, they shouldn't suffer such a loss. That guy's too strong. I can't beat him. If I don't offer something good, would he give it to us? Wang Tongju mused silently. But Wang Tongju didn't voice this. Instead, he snorted, covering up. How can you compare? The king beast core benefits only me, while the sacred pool can be shared by all. I know what's important. The disciples were moved by his words. Holy Son is so generous, trading his king beast core for the sacred pool for all of us. Holy Son, we won't let you down. They murmured with gratitude. Wang Tongju, originally a simple villager, had a pure nature and treated those around him well, which was why the giant elephant sacred sect disciples adored him. Enough, stop being so mushy. Let's check out this sacred pool. It's a good find. Wang Tongju waved his hand a bit awkwardly. Then they approached the sacred pool to inspect it. Holy Son, this pool has a strange smell. A disciple examining it exclaimed with surprise. The other disciples hurried over to check and indeed noticed an odd, slightly foul odor. Yet it still contained extremely rich spiritual energy. A disciple said with an awkward expression, this smell. Could someone have bathed in it? The others' faces changed, showing disgust. Wang Tongju looked at the pool, then cupped some water and gulped. After drinking, he noticed a strange taste, but nothing particularly nauseating. What's this black stuff? Looks like bodily impurities. Another disciple fished out some black matter from the pool. Since they all specialized in body refinement, they were familiar with the impurities expelled during tempering. Seeing the black substance, Wang Tongji's face darkened, turning grim. He clenched his fists, muscles slowly bulging as he released a mighty aura. Shut up. I traded a king beast core for this sacred pool. Are you questioning my judgment? There's nothing wrong. And have you ever drunk from a sacred pool before? This is divine liquid. What's a little sediment? Have you all lost your minds from body refinement? Wang Tongji's voice struck the disciples like a hammer, turning their faces pale as they trembled, frozen in fear. Drink. All of you drink. I say there's no problem, so there isn't. Anyone who dares not drink. Wang Tongji's cold gaze swept over them like blades. The disciples could only comply, drinking the pool water in silence. Afterward, Wang Tongju stood by the pool, his expression unreadable as he stared into the distance. Upon hearing Wang Tongji's words, the many disciples present shuddered, their bodies trembling slightly. Then they hurriedly prostrated themselves by the side of the sacred spirit pool, gulping down the liquid with a ton sound. The Holy Sun is right, there is nothing wrong with this sacred spirit pool. Indeed, the sacred spirit pool's essence is truly delicious. Wu, the Holy Sun is so kind to us, allowing us to drink such precious and delicious pool water. This is the best body-tempering divine liquid I've had today, absolutely amazing. The crowd spoke as they drank, their faces bearing expressions of flattered surprise. As they consumed the vast quantity of sacred spirit pool water, it slowly transformed their bodies, enhancing their physiques. Although most of the spiritual essence had been absorbed by Lu Chun, the residual essence that remained was still considered extremely precious to the disciples of the giant elephant sacred sect. Is it really that tasty? Could I have been mistaken? Watching the disciples drink with such enthusiasm, Wang Tongju was momentarily stunned, beginning to doubt his own earlier sensation. Then Wang Tongju cupped his hands and drank some more of the sacred spirit liquid. The moment it went down, his stomach churned violently, and he felt an overwhelming nausea. Wang Tongju's face changed color, and he swiftly dashed to the other side of the valley, vomiting profusely. Damn it, you idiots, you're utterly disgusting, trying to set me up. He cursed inwardly as he retched. He had completely forgotten that he was the one who declared it safe and forced his fellow disciples to drink. Are these giant elephant sacred sect disciples afflicted with some ailment? They were joyfully drinking moments ago, and now they're inducing vomiting. High in the distant sky above the mountain range, Lu Chun, having activated his Emperor Fallen dual pupils, observed the disciples vomiting by the sacred spirit pool, his face full of confusion. The Emperor Fallen dual pupils were a supreme super physique. When activated, they granted super long distance vision, allowing him to see scenes far away. After retreating to a distance, Lu Chun had employed this ability. He happened to witness Wang Tongju vomiting wildly on the other side of the valley, and shortly after Wang left, the other disciples who had been drinking so happily began to force themselves to vomit, as if trying to expel all the sacred spirit liquid they had just consumed. A rather peculiar scene. Could this be some unique cultivation method of the giant elephant sacred sect? Lu Chun stroked his chin. Well, never mind them as long as they don't cause any trouble. Lu Chun quickly retracted his dual pupils and ceased to pay attention to those bizarre, giant elephant sacred sect disciples. Xiaohong, let's go. There are still many treasures in this Tianyang mountain range. Let's go plunder them. He then spoke to Xiaohong, who was fluttering its wings not far away. This Tianyang mountain range was a premier treasure land in the eastern domain, teeming with numerous resources and spiritual objects. Now that Lu Chun had broken through to the Saint Realm, his strength had greatly increased, allowing him to acquire many resources that were previously beyond his grasp. Not to mention Xiaohong, who had also bathed in the sacred spirit pool with Lu Chun and significantly enhanced its power. Screech, screech, screech. Upon hearing Lu Chun's words, Xiaohong let out a long cry and transformed into a primordial phoenix radiating terrifying flames. Lu Chun lightly leaped onto its back, and together they soared across the Tianyang mountain range. Having now transcended to sainthood and entered a new realm, Lu Chun felt he no longer needed to be as low-key as before. Thus, the man and the phoenix ravaged numerous areas of the Tianyang mountain range, plundering vast resources. With Lu Chun's knowledge and formidable power, countless top-tier heavenly treasures and earthly rarities were gradually collected by him. 3 days later, in the Beast Mountain Range. In a desolate valley within the Beast Mountain Range, the ground was cluttered and chaotic, littered with shattered spiritual plant fragments and remnants of formations. A searing aura emanated from the area. Roar! At the center of the valley, a hideous colossal beast with skin like jagged rocks roared wildly. The beast's hide was thick and rugged, marked with indentations of varying depths from which an intense steaming aura exuded. Beast, I have expended such great effort to deal with you. Today, no matter what, I will seize your inner core to help me condense the 5 elements domain. Not far away, a stunningly beautiful woman in a palace dress, her figure graceful, held a spiritual sword, her gaze icy as she stared at the lava giant beast at the center. The lava giant beast ignored Chen Yuning's verbal threats, simply swinging its massive palm and charging. Chen Yuning also wielded her spiritual sword, unleashing terrifying sword Dao techniques, and engaged the lava giant beast in a fierce struggle. However, the lava giant beast was thick-skinned, despite enduring Chen Yuning's fierce assaults, it suffered no substantial damage, only minor wear and tear on its hide. No wonder it's a top-tier Earth-type king beast. Its defense is simply monstrous. Chen Yuning's expression darkened as she realized her sword techniques were ineffective against the beast. Under Yi Lingxi's guidance, Chen Yuning had located this lava giant beast in the Beast Mountain range half a month. This lava giant beast was among the most formidable of king beasts, and with its nearly invincible defense, killing it to seize its core was no less challenging than slaying a peak great saint. Nevertheless, to condense the 5 elements domain, Chen Yuning did not give up. Instead, she grew more intrigued. The more powerful this lava giant beast, the stronger the 5 elements domain formed from its core would be. Thus, over the past half-month, Chen Yuning had employed various methods to gradually weaken the lava giant beast, paying a tremendous price. She had thought that with the beast significantly weakened, she could easily subdue it, but it seemed it was still insufficient. It seems I must use my bloodline divine ability. If I delay any longer, all my efforts will be in vain. With the prolonged assault yielding no results, Chen Yuning's expression grew increasingly grim, her voice low. With that thought, she struck a heavy blow with her sword, using the impact from the collision between the sword and the beast's body to retreat to a distance. Once at a distance, Chen Yuning slashed her palm with her spiritual sword, and blood dripped from the wound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As her blood seeped in, the ordinary saint weapon seemed to gain sentience, emitting a Then Chen Yuning closed her eyes, muttered an incantation, and channeled all her sacred spiritual power with ferocious speed into the sword that was absorbing her blood. As her sacred spiritual power poured in, the aura of the spiritual sword grew even more terrifying, as if a fearsome ancient entity was awakening within it. With a thunderous roar, the distant lava giant, sensing that Chen Yuning was about to unleash a formidable divine ability, charged at her with terrifyingly immense power. But it was already too late. Before Chen Yuning, the spirit sword that had absorbed her blood and holy spiritual power abruptly shattered, splitting into countless golden sword lights. Like shooting stars, the myriad golden sword lights surged with breathtaking speed toward the attacking lava giant. Radiating an overwhelming aura, the golden sword lights tore through everything around them. The space itself could no longer withstand the force, emitting a series of sharp, explosive sonic booms. Moments later, with a continuous series of piercing sounds, the countless golden sword lights penetrated the lava giant, which possessed top-tier defenses. The ferocious lava giant became like a sieve, its body riddled with bleeding holes, blood streaming profusely. Then its colossal form crashed to the ground, completely devoid of life. Finally, it's over. Not far away, Chen Yuning's face was pale. Unable to hold on any longer, she dropped to one knee, her voice hoarse. Though the cost was immense, as long as I can condense the 5 elements domain, it will all be worth it. After a moment, Chen Yuning forced herself to stand and walked over slowly. Standing before the lava giant, Chen Yuning extracted the king beast inner core from its body. A top-grade earth element king beast inner core is in hand. No time to waste. I must condense the 5 elements domain and break through to the Saint King realm. Gazing at the inner core of the lava giant in her hand, a fervent light burned in Chen Yuning's eyes. Then her spatial ring flashed with spiritual light, and 4 more top-grade king beast inner cores appeared in her hand. These 4 inner cores, which Chen Yuning had collected earlier, were of the metal, wood, water, and fire elements. Combined with the earth element core in her hand, the 5 elements were complete, allowing her to form the 5 elements domain. Condensing a domain was the most crucial step toward entering the Saint King realm. Once one's holy spiritual power was honed to the perfection of the 9th level of the Saint realm, and a domain was formed, one could break through to the Saint King realm. The more powerful the domain, the stronger the Saint King would become upon breakthrough. As a member of the Imperial clan, Chen Yuning refused to be an ordinary Saint King cultivator. Thus, she had prepared for a long time, aiming to condense the 5 elements domain. Then Chen Yuning sat cross-legged beside the lava giant, ready to absorb the 5 king beast inner cores and condense the 5 elements domain. No danger. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Chen Yuning's expression shifted drastically. She swiftly dodged away. The moment she moved, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the spot she had just occupied with incredible speed, causing massive destruction. Seeing the sudden terrifying lightning, Chen Yuning's face turned extremely grim. At that moment, another blast of fearsome flame surged directly toward her as she retreated to the side. Unable to evade, Chen Yuning hastily summoned a treasure to block the devastating flame. Her treasure, quite mystical in nature, managed to withstand the attack. But before Chen Yuning could catch her breath, more bolts of lightning and torrents of flame surged from afar, madly converging upon her. The overwhelming power of lightning and flame caused the surrounding space to tear and melt. A Thunderflame Grand Array. A Saint-grade Thunderflame Grand Array. Who set this up here? At the sight of the terrifying lightning and flames, Chen Yuning's eyes widened and a bone-deep fear surged within her heart. This was a Thunderflame Grand Array, and at the Saint Grade at that, unleashing swift and fierce attacks of thunder and fire. Moreover, judging by the vast amount of lightning and flame around, at least 10 such arrays had been laid here. Could it be that someone set this up to hunt the lava giant? No, if so, it would have activated while I was fighting it. Now that I've just slain the beast, the array triggers. Someone wants to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They want to steal my prize. As Chen Yuning fended off the attacks with various treasures, countless thoughts raced through her mind. I am from the Chen family of the Central Domain Imperial Clan. You dare to try and snatch my gains. Do you wish to have your entire clan exterminated? Withdraw the array now, and I may forgive your ignorance. Realizing that someone might be lying in wait, Chen Yuning immediately invoked her identity, hoping to intimidate the hidden foe. After all, she had already expended many treasures and used her bloodline divine ability to deal with the lava giant. If this continued, she might truly fall here. Holy Sun, you've arrived just in time. Chen Yuning is trapped in our Thunderflame Grand Array. Well, soon outside the valley, Yinger spoke to Lu Chen, who had just arrived from the Tianyang mountain range. Well done. Once we return, I will surely reward you handsomely. Lu Chen nodded, looking at Yinger with approval. Hours earlier, after gathering many treasures in the Tianyang mountain range, he had received a message from Yinger that the plan to ensnare Chen Yuning was nearly complete. Thus, Lu Chen had immediately ridden Xiaohong to the demonic beast mountain range. Yes, thank you, Holy Sun. At Lu Chen's promise of a generous reward, Yinger's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. You've done well too, Lu Chen said, pinching the cheek of the nervous Yi Lingxi beside him, a smile on his face. Lu Chen's plan was to use the lava giant's inner core as bait, having Yi Lingxi lead Chen Yuning to deal with it, while Yinger set up numerous Thunderflame Grand Arrays in advance. Once Chen Yuning was weakened, the arrays would be activated against her. As it stood, the plan was proceeding smooth. Yi Lingxi bit her red lip, her body stiff. She turned her head to look at Chen Yuning, who was struggling desperately within the Thunderflame Grand Array. At that moment, battered by over a dozen Saint-grade Thunderflame Grand Arrays, Chen Yuning was in a sorry state. Her once elegant palace dress was torn in many places, revealing glimpses of fair, delicate skin beneath. Young Master Lu, could you please not kill Elder Chen? She is after all my master. I can accompany you in cultivation for a longer time. Yi Lingxi suddenly said softly. Kill Chen Yuning. Why would I kill her? If I wanted her dead, I wouldn't need such elaborate schemes. It would be far too simple. Lu Chen mused inwardly at Yi Lingxi's words. But this girl's words. Ahem, 1 month. On top of the 10 days from last time, accompany me in cultivation for another month, and he'll spare her life, Lu Chen said after a moment of deliberation, his expression serious. You know she is from the Imperial Clan. She's worth more. Yi Lingxi clenched her fists, glanced at the distant Chen Yuning, and finally nodded. Fine. Strange. It seems like after agreeing to the Holy Sun, this girl's mood actually improved. Yinger noted, sensing the subtle change in Yi Lingxi's emotions. Yinger, have you prepared what I asked for? Lu Chen's voice interrupted Yinger's thoughts. Holy Sun, it's ready. This is a spiritual liquid refined from Tinthasandir enchantment blossoms. Once consumed, even if Chen Yuning were a great saint realm cultivator, not just a saint, she would be driven utterly wild. Yinger smiled slightly, producing a jade bottle and handing it to Lu Chen. The spirit liquid refined from the 10,000-year passion flower. What a remarkable treasure you have acquired. Lu Chen gazed at the jade bottle in his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. Originally, Lu Chen only instructed Yinger to prepare some ordinary medicines, but he never expected her to procure such a formidable item directly. The passion flower is already a top-tier spirit herb that can shatter one's will, let alone this spirit liquid extracted from the 10,000-year passion flower. Its potency will undoubtedly not disappoint. Lu Chen began to anticipate how that lofty figure Chen Yuning would present herself after consuming this spirit liquid. Nearby, Yi Lingxi heard their words, and her complexion turned pale. She had also heard of the infamous reputation of the passion flower and knew of its uses. Stop. This time consider it my loss. Oh, I can surrender the inner core of the lava behemoth. Not only that, but I also possess other treasures that I can offer you. At that moment, a hasty voice came from within the Thunderfire Great Array belonging to Chen Yuning. Yi Lingxi ceased to think about the passion flower spirit liquid and instead looked at the valley surrounded by the 10 holy ranked Thunderfire formations. In the valley, Chen Yuning's red palace gown had torn even more, and the defensive treasure in her hand showed numerous cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yinger observed Chen Yuning in the valley and suggested, shall we seize the array, Your Highness? Chen Yuning has already revealed many of her trump cards to deal with the lava behemoth, and she likely has very few means left now. I know Lu Chen wishes to capture Chen Yuning alive, so I remind him not to accidentally kill her. Yi Lingxi with a worried expression spoke up, indeed my master must be at her wit's end. If she had any means left, she would have used them by now. You two are still too young. Do not be deceived by Chen Yuning. She is not that simple. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, speaking with profound significance. In the original work, Qin Yuning was an extraordinarily cunning character. Although she had always been in the Taichu Holy Land, she benefited greatly from her identity as a member of the imperial Qin family. Moreover, she had entered the sight of the ancestors of the Qin family, which allowed her to obtain many trump cards within the family. Lingxi continued, but Lu Chen calmly glanced at Lingxi beside him and said, "No need to say more. I have said I want kill her, and I want." Lingxi, upon hearing this, dared not say anything further. Damn it, who dares to disregard my imperial? In the valley, seeing that she had already submitted, Qin Yuning panicked, as the person behind her still did not reveal themselves. Could it be that this person truly intends to kill me? How dare they? The thunderous power and fierce flames released by the Thunderfire Great Array plunged Qin Yuning into deeper despair, forcing her to summon a top-tier treasure, her heart sinking nearly to the bottom of the valley. Want to kill me? Then I will let you die first. Realizing her increasing peril, Qin Yuning could no longer contain herself, shouting in anger. Then Qin Yuning unleashed a bloodline divine ability, her blood igniting as if boundless imperial might surged within her, causing the surrounding space to collapse continuously. After a while, it seemed the bloodline within Qin Yuning had reached an extreme state. A dazzling golden light surged forth from her bloodline, shooting outwards in all directions, causing the surrounding space and the Thunderfire Great Array to shatter, as if the entire valley was about to be utterly destroyed. The rapidly unleashed aura easily dismantled the surrounding dozen or so great arrays, the fierce energy continuing to wreak havoc. "Your Highness, it's dangerous. We should flee." Yinger's expression shifted as she witnessed that terrifying power, urgently advising. Lingxi beside her was also shocked, not expecting Qin Yuning to possess such a fearsome means. "Don't worry, I have been prepared." Lu Chen smiled slightly, then embraced the two women, and with a flash of the ancient ring of void in his hand, their group tore through space, disappearing from the spot. Boom. Surrounding Qin Yuning, the area continued to collapse, the violent aura like a storm utterly destroying everything around. After a while, the territory within several dozen miles around Qin Yuning had turned to ruins. She sat on the ground, her face pale, her spiritual power completely exhausted, yet her eyes still revealed a sense of satisfaction. "You want to kill me? Did you ever think you would be counter-killed by me? Just wait. Having paid such a painful price, even if you are already dead, I will find everything related to you and erase it all." Qin Yuning gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. "Oh, who told you that I am already dead?" At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in her ears. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. Qin Yuning's body stiffened, feeling as if she had heard this voice before. Crack. Suddenly, the surrounding void twisted and an ancient divine sword gleaming with brilliant spirit light shot out from the distorted space, piercing directly towards Qin Yuning's abdomen. Qin Yuning's eyes widened in despair. "Lu Chen, it's you," she exclaimed in confusion, suddenly recalling that this voice belonged to Lu Chen. However, before Qin Yuning could ponder further, she was directly pinned to a nearby ruinous boulder by the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword. "If you cannot even withstand the attack of an imperial weapon, it seems you have no trump cards left." The space around them twisted again, and the figures of Lu Chen and his companions appeared before Qin Yuning. "It really is you, Lu Chen." Blood flowed continuously from Qin Yuning's mouth, her eyes fixated on Lu Chen, seemingly wanting to devour him. Just moments ago, Qin Yuning had realized that it sounded like Lu Chen's voice, but was not entirely sure. Now, upon seeing his figure, her certainty was immediate. "And you little vixen, when did you get involved with Lu Chen?" Qin Yuning then looked at Lingxi beside Lu Chen, her face filled with disbelief. She never expected that this seemingly naive Lingxi would actually be together with Lu Chen, and it seemed she had participated in plotting against her. "With that in mind, it appears that all of this was aimed at me." Lingxi, under Qin Yuning's gaze, lowered her head deeply, not daring to look at Qin Yuning. "Even at this end, you still dare to pretend before me? Who gave you the courage? Do you think this is still the Taichu Holy Land, or your central domain imperial clan?" Seeing that Qin Yuning had already been captured by him, yet still dared to act so arrogantly, Lu Chen coldly remarked. After saying this, he directly grasped Qin Yuning's chin, his gaze icy. "Ha, if you have the guts, kill me. Today I fell into your hands, consider it my misfortune." Qin Yuning showed no fear, seemingly unafraid of Lu Chen killing her, and appeared to be deliberately provoking him, wanting him to end her. "Oh, you wish to die, but I won't let you have your way." Lu Chen gently shook his head and spoke calmly. "Do you think I'm unaware of the imperial clan's tricks?" Lu Chen naturally knew what Qin Yuning was plotting. The Qin family possessed a supreme bloodline divine ability reserved only for their core members. It could preserve their true spirit after death, and the Qin family had prepared vessels ready to facilitate. Qin Yuning believed she was trapped in a hopeless situation and intended to use that ultimate bloodline divine ability. Though Lu Chun had means to counter it, he saw no need. His goal was never her life. You? What do you want? Hearing Lu Chen's icy voice, Chen Yuning's heart skipped a beat. A bone-deep chill crept through her, and her weakened body couldn't help but tremble. Lu Chen shook his head and said slowly, what do I want? You'll find out soon enough. I fear not even death. Do you think I'd be afraid of your tricks? Bring on whatever you have or I won't yield. Chen Yuning snorted coldly, forcibly, suppressing her discomfort, her voice low. Let's see if your tongue remains so sharp later. Lu Chun gazed deeply at Chen Yuning ahead, speaking blandly. With that, he produced the spiritual liquid refined from the 10,000-year enchantment flower and forcibly poured it into her mouth. Watching Chen Yuning being doused with the enchantment flower's spiritual liquid, Lingxi and Ying both shook. The 10,000-year enchantment flower's spiritual liquid was supreme, capable of shredding the rationality even of great sage realm cultivators with just a few drops. Lu Chen poured an entire small bottle into Chen Yuning, driving her to utter madness. Soon the whole bottle of enchantment flower liquid was forced into her. Is that all? It tastes sweet. Lu Chen, are these your only tricks? I bear the imperial clan bloodline, immune to all poisons. This is child's play. Having consumed the enchantment flower liquid, Chen Yuning remained stubbornly defiant, unaware of the severity. The liquid also contained pure spiritual essence, slightly restoring her injuries and spiritual energy. Poison? This isn't poison. Don't beg for my help later. Lu Chen smiled faintly, pulling out the 7-star dragon abyss sword that had pierced Chen Yuning's abdomen. Lu Chen knew well that the Chen imperial clan's bloodline granted immunity to all poisons. That's why he chose the spiritual liquid. Beg for your help. Hi, Chen Yuning would rather die than beg you for help. She sneered, her face full of disdain. But no sooner had she spoken than a scorching surge erupted within her, utterly uncontrollable. This blazing force tore through her entire being. Chen Yuning felt her will crumbling as an unprecedented mystical sensation shot straight to her crown. Her perception sharpened to crystal clarity, every subtle flow of blood and energy now exquisitely sensed. No, it can't be. She could no longer stand, her body seized by a strange, overwhelming force. Even the imperial bloodline couldn't suppress this dominion. All right, savor the coming sensations. This is a state countless yearn for, but can never attain. Seeing the liquid taking effect, Lu Chen addressed Ying and Lingxi nearby. Ying replied respectfully, yes, holy son. Lingxi turned away, unable to bear Chen Yuning's plight. After one last glance at Chen Yuning, Lu Chen led the two out of the valley. Know you want control me, but Chen Yuning. Ignoring their departure, she teetered on the brink of collapse, roaring in anguish. Countless flames seemed to blaze within her, consuming everything. This liquid is too potent. That Chen Yuning is a spiritual sage king, yet her will crumbled so easily. From afar, Ying watched as Chen Yuning, now utterly insane, marveled. Chen Yuning was a prodigy of the imperial clan with formidable talent and power, her spiritual cultivation having long reached the sage king realm, her will exceptionally strong. Had she not been focused on condensing the 5 elements domain, she would have entered the sage king realm much earlier. With her sage king level spiritual power and peak Saint Ninth Heaven cultivation, Chen Yuning's strength was terrifying. Over the past half-month, Ying had witnessed Chen Yuning's prowess firsthand. Facing the lava giant beast whose defense was unmatched among sage kings, she had struggled endlessly, enduring countless failures, yet persevering. Though Ying disliked Chen Yuning, she couldn't help but admire her willpower. Yet even that indomitable will dissolved instantly under the mystical liquid's effect. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and said slowly, of course. Had her will not been so strong, why would the Chen ancestor entrust her with such a vital mission? Lingxi still couldn't bear to look at Chen Yuning in the valley and turned away. Help me, Lu Chen, please, save me. Before long, Chen Yuning could no longer endure and pleaded in agony. Enough. Ying Yu and Xiaohong, stand guard. I'm going in. Seeing Chen Yuning finally relent, Lu Chen said to Ying. Ying replied reverently, yes, holy son. Stop hiding. It's time to go in. Lu Chen then looked at Lingxi. Lingxi, you need to help too. Lu Chen said calmly, looking at the bewildered Lingxi beside him. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lingxi felt her mind buzzing. After all, she is my master. I cannot let her die here. I must save her. Soon Lingxi grasped her own resolve and spoke with righteous conviction. As expected of Lingxi, you've seen reason so quickly. Lu Chen remarked, his gaze peculiar as he looked at the young girl. Then Lu Chen pulled Lingxi into his embrace, and the void ancient ring in his hand flashed with a brilliant light. In an instant, the two vanished from outside the valley. Save me, Lu Chen, I beg you, save me. In the valley, Chen Yuning was utterly disheveled, the power of the spiritual liquid having completely shattered her sanity. Though her reason was in tatters, Chen Yuning still recognized Lu Chen before her. Lu Chen said with a mocking tone, Didn't you say you'd rather die than ask for my help? I was wrong, Lu Chen. Save me quickly. They'll do whatever you say from now on. Please save me, or I'm truly dying. To secure Lu Chen's aid, Qin Yuning had cast aside all pride, pleading desperately. I can save you, but first you must merge with this. Lu Chen said calmly, then condensed a beam of immortal soul light, which floated before Qin Yuning. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuning absorbed the immortal soul light into her sea of consciousness, acting without any deliberation. With Qin Yuning's full cooperation, the immortal soul light was quickly and completely integrated, taking root within her mind. Seeing that his immortal soul light had easily subdued Qin Yuning, Lu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. The spiritual liquid was truly a fine thing. This lofty woman from the imperial clan was finally under his control. Master, can you save me now? Controlled by the immortal soul light, Qin Yuning spoke with a trembling voice, now fully aware of her situation. Her address for Lu Chen had already changed. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Since I am already your master, of course I can save you. At the training ground of the primordial sacred ground. At that moment, a fierce battle was raging in the training ground. 3 top inner disciples of the primordial sacred ground were besieging a young man with a clear, handsome face, his body radiating golden light. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with vast waves of spiritual power erupting and surging forth, radiating a steaming aura that made the atmosphere in the area extremely heated. Around the training ground, many disciples of the primordial sacred ground were watching the fight. Wretches, haven't you worthless lot eaten? Trash like you dares to call yourselves inner disciples. Go home and sleep it off. On the training ground, Yi Bufan, like a golden war god, sneered at the retreating inner disciples, his eyes filled with contempt. The faces of the few inner disciples besieging Yi Bufan turned extremely ugly. They wanted to retort, but looking at the situation before them, they had no ground for argument. Damn it, this Yi Bufan is so disgusting. He was quiet for a while, and now he's jumping out again. TCH. Isn't he just a bit strong? What's all the noise? Have you forgotten how the Holy Sun beat you like a dog? When the cat's away, the mice will play. With the Holy Sun absent, he thinks he's something. Exactly. He can only bark when the Holy Sun isn't around. But this Yi Bufan is really like a cockroach. Crushed so many times by the Holy Sun, yet he still bounces back. Hearing Yi Bufan's words, the surrounding disciples erupted in a frenzy, spewing insults and constantly belittling him. It turned out that not long ago, after Yi Bufan's strength had greatly increased, he began challenging many inner disciples of the primordial sacred ground. Starting with unknown duels, he achieved a streak of victories, overwhelming many veteran inner disciples. Subsequently, he defeated many in 2-known matches. Now he had even moved on to 3-known. But even outnumbered 3-1, they seemed unable to suppress the arrogant Yi Bufan. You lot of useless trash, you can only shout from the sidelines. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks around him, Yi Bufan said in a deep voice, his eyes full of disdain. The surrounding disciples responded with even fiercer criticism. Yi Bufan paid them no heed, instead unleashing all his power on the 3 veteran inner disciples on the training ground, as if venting all his anger on them. The several veteran inner disciples fighting Yi Bufan were in great distress, and were soon beaten until they had no strength left to resist, blasted out of the training ground. Anyone else want to step up? After defeating the 3 veteran inner disciples, Yi Bufan said calmly, his expression supremely arrogant, as if he had become invincible under heaven. Boom! Just then a violent and tremendous roar sounded from the depths of the primordial sacred ground. The sound of the bell spread like a tide, flooding every corner of the primordial sacred ground, stunning all the disciples and causing the spiritual energy within them to tremble. Not only the many disciples, but even quite a few elders felt their spiritual power seethe. In the sky above the primordial sacred ground, streaks of spiritual light, as resplendent as rainbows, surged continuously toward the depths. This power. It's the primordial divine tower. Someone has reached above the 70th floor of the primordial divine tower and received its divine power baptism. At that moment, a cry of surprise rang out. It truly is the primordial divine tower. Just who could have broken through to the 70th layer? A top-tier elder of the spiritual saint realm seemed to sense something, his face filled with astonishment. The primordial divine tower was a sacred trial ground of the primordial sacred land, standing tall for countless ages. No one knew the origins of this primordial divine tower. It had stood in the depths for as long as the primordial sacred land had existed. The name of the primordial sacred land itself was derived from this divine tower. The primordial divine tower was a supreme trial site imbued with its own sentience, comprising a full 100 floors. Each floor conquered granted the challenger gifts from the tower, enhancing their strength. Moreover, the tower imposed an age restriction, allowing only cultivators under 100 years old to enter. However, continuously advancing to higher floors was exceedingly difficult. The tower set obstacles on every level with difficulty multiplying geometrically as one ascended. Upon breaching the 70th floor, one would receive the tower's divine baptism, reaping immense benefits. Throughout the long history of the primordial sacred land, only a handful had ever reached beyond the 70th floor. Yet every one of them became a titan of the divine desolate realm, their fame resounding far and wide. It's the saintess who has entered the 70th floor. At that moment, a disciple delivered the news. Holy crap, it's the saintess. The saintess is terrifyingly powerful. She made it to the 70th floor. Let's go see the saintess. Yi Bufan is a fool. Whoever wants to fight him can know it's boring. Yi Bufan is nothing but a clown. With a bit of strength, he gets so arrogant. The Holy Sun and Saintess are top prodigies. Have they ever acted like this? Exactly, let's go watch the saintess conquer the tower. Let him keep barking here. Upon learning that Zhang Yuechan had reached the 70th floor, the crowd of disciples immediately abandoned the arena, ignoring the domineering Yi Bufan standing there. Soon only Yi Bufan remained in the entire arena. At this moment, Yi Bufan paid no heed to the departing disciples or their scorn. Instead, his gaze fixed on the direction of the primordial divine tower. Yuechan, you've reached the 70th floor. Not bad. Only a woman like you is worthy of me. Gazing at the dazzling radiance in the distance, Yi Bufan licked his lips, a flicker of fervent desire flashing in his eyes. Can't you just cultivate quietly? Why must you jump out and fight those worthless opponents? What's the point? Are you not conspicuous enough already? At that moment, a low, hoarse voice sounded in Yi Bufan's ear. From Yi Bufan's palm, a wisp of black smoke slowly rose, coalescing into a sinister, evil spirit that floated beside him. What do you mean? Are you trying to teach me how to act? Yi Bufan frowned slightly, speaking indifferently, as if utterly unconcerned with the evil spirit's mood. You am doing this for your own good. Do you want to be discovered for tainting yourself with the power of our evil spirit clan? Damn it. Why did I have to parasitize such an imbecile? Seeing that Yi Bufan showed no intention of changing, the evil spirit roared in fury. This sinister evil spirit had entered Yi Bufan's body when the evil ancestor's crystal. Initially, when Yi Bufan was still weak, he heeded the evil spirit's advice, staying low-key and diligently cultivating to improve his strength. But once his power recovered and even surpassed its former peak, he fully revealed his true nature, uncontrollable even by the evil spirit. He no longer cared about any consequences, becoming as arrogant and ostentatious as possible, leaving the evil spirit at its wit's end. Now the evil spirit deeply regretted its decision. It had chosen Yi Bufan because of his primordial saint physique, hoping to nurture him and rise to greatness together. But witnessing Yi Bufan's current behavior, the evil spirit began to suspect it had made the worst mistake of its existence. If this continued, they wouldn't rise to greatness. They'd likely be annihilated before they knew it. Old thing, don't you dare yap in front of me. If you keep squawking, I'll kill you on the spot. Yi Bufan sneered, issuing a threat. You dare threaten me? Do you know who I am? Back when I ruled the divine desolate realm, your Yi family. The evil spirit, having been rebuked, so harshly lost its composure, its face twisted with ferocity, eyes blazing with malice. Get back in there. If you say another word, I'll annihilate you right now. Yi Bufan grabbed the evil spirit and forcefully shoved it back into his body. Damn it. Is this brat really going to be the end of me? The evil spirit, utterly humiliated, was promptly pressed back into Yi Bufan's body. Finally, some peace and quiet. Yi Bufan exhaled a turbid breath, his gaze turning toward the depths of the primordial divine tower. Fairy Yuechan, wait for me. I will soon crush that Lu Chen beneath my feet and show you who the true prodigy of the primordial sacred land is. We are meant to be together. 30 days later, in the Beast Mountain range within a nearly ruined valley. Inside the valley, a handsome, ethereal youth sat cross-legged on a spirit jade cushion. The youth was bare-chested, his body marked with strange red strawberry-like imprints and scattered bite marks. Around him lay numerous saint crystals, seemingly arranged into a mystical formation, continuously channeling pure, refined saint spiritual energy into his body. As the saint crystal's energy poured in, the youth's aura swelled and grew, increasingly terrifying. Several hours later, a thunderous roar erupted, and the youth's aura became even more fearsome, nearly warping everything around him. I've broken through, Sage Realm, Third Heaven. Soon Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with joy. On the spiritual infant within Lu Chen's dantian, 3 mysterious Dao patterns had appeared. These patterns signified the Sage Realm, and the 3 patterns indicated that his cultivation had reached the Sage Realm's 3rd heaven. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. At that moment, Qin Yuning, clad in a red palace dress, approached, her face beaming with flattery as she looked at Lu Chen. After Lu Chen's assistance over these days, Qin Yuning's spiritual liquid had been completely dissolved. She had once again become the noble and proud imperial daughter, as haughty as a white swan. Only in front of Lu Chen would she become as docile as a little kitten, harmless and innocent. During these days, Lu Chen's cultivation had also improved considerably. Moreover, this time Lu Chen had created a new cultivation art, the Taiyin He Dao Sutra, which could better enhance his cultivation. This art was extremely powerful, containing the profound mysteries of the great Tao, and thanks to Lu Chen's unparalleled comprehension, it was perfectly refined without any side effects. It possessed many wondrous qualities, no less than those top-tier divine abilities and secret techniques. Before long, Chen Yuning recovered somewhat and began to tell Lu Chen about Yi Bufan. She informed Lu Chen of everything, including how Yi Bufan had fused with the evil ancestor's mystic crystal and broken another shackle. Fusing with the evil ancestor's mystic crystal and breaking another shackle. This Yi Bufan is indeed troublesome. Upon learning that Yi Bufan had repaired his meridians, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The tenacity of a destined protagonist exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. However, he did not dwell on it too much, though as long as he continued to grow, no matter what tricks Yi Bufan pulled, he could easily suppress them in the future. Moreover, Lu Chen was amassing more and more trump cards, leaving fewer opportunities for Yi Bufan. Young Master Yi Bufan has already fused with the power of the evil spirit clan, and he is no longer the person he once was. If we spread this news, there will be plenty of people willing to deal with him without us lifting a finger. Knowing that Lu Chen wanted to deal with Yi Bufan, Chen Yuning offered him this advice. After being implanted with the immortal soul's radiance, she had completely devoted herself to Lu Chen, thinking only of his interests. Lu Chen nodded. The evil spirit clan was an extraterrestrial evil race that had once invaded the divine desolate realm, launching a full-scale incursion, and the two sides had long harbored an irreconcilable enmity. Furthermore, the power of the evil spirit clan was overbearing and tyrannical. Many of humanity's top experts had fallen under its influence, becoming slaves to the evil spirit clan. If this matter were to spread, even Yi Bufan, with his primordial sacred body, would not be spared. The major powers of the divine desolate realm would never tolerate it. Yi Bufan would be in great trouble. Master, is my brother truly beyond saving? Yi Lingxi, who was nearby, heard Lu Chen discussing Yi Bufan and quickly asked, her face full of worry. Yi Lingxi naturally knew about her brother's situation, but she still clung to a sliver of hope, wishing that he could. You still remember that I am your master. Chen Yuning shot Yi Lingxi a glare and snorted, her heart filled with displeasure. She had already realized that this naive little apprentice had a hand in everything. If it weren't for Yi Lingxi, she would never have ended up in this situation. Seeing that Chen Yuning did not answer, Yi Lingxi turned her pitiful gaze to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked calmly ahead and said flatly, "Remember your place." "Yes, I understand." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Yuning felt a wave of weariness and frustration and replied softly. She knew that although she had completely given her heart to Lu Chen, in his eyes her status was still far inferior to that of her foolish apprentice. Lu Chen then calmly looked at Chen Yuning before him and said indifferently, "Think carefully before answering Lingxi's question." Chen Yuning cast a charming glance at Lu Chen, signaling her understanding. Chen Yuning pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Lingxi, the power of the evil spirit clan is irreversible. Although your brother possesses the primordial sacred body, his cultivation is too low. Only if he achieves the great completion of the sacred body, or enters the sovereign domain, would there be a chance to reverse it." Hearing Chen Yuning's words, Yi Lingxi was stunned. She felt as if something within her was crumbling, her face turning deathly pale. Chen Yuning continued, "However, if we could kill your brother and separate his true spirit from the evil spirit clan's power, there might be a chance for him to be resurrected." The sorrow on Yi Lingxi's face diminished considerably as she asked tremblingly, "Are you telling the truth?" Chen Yuning nodded emphatically, "Of course it's true." "All right then, let's go kill my brother quickly." Yi Lingxi wiped away her tears and urged. Lu Chen stood there utterly shocked. Yinger, who had just woken up, was completely bewildered. What's wrong with this girl? I only took a nap, and now Yi Lingxi wants to sacrifice her own kin. Lingxi, this matter cannot be rushed. Your brother is under the protection of our Chen family's ancestor, and behind him lies an even more terrifying force. He's not so easy to kill. Chen Yuning spoke slowly. As a member of the Imperial Chen clan, she naturally understood Yi Bufan's situation better than most. Yi Lingxi looked confused. My brother has an even more terrifying force behind him. I didn't know that. Lu Chen pinched her cheek gently. Lingxi, don't worry. Leave your brother to me. I will definitely take care of him. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yi Lingxi felt a surge of security and quickly expressed her gratitude. Yes, thank you, Holy Son. Then she suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Lu Chen's cheek. All right, since everything here is settled, let's return to the Holy Land. Lu Chen addressed the group. Master, should we spread the news about Yi Bufan fusing with the evil spirit clan's power? Qin Yuning asked. Lu Chen replied without hesitation, spread it far and wide. The more people who know, the better. Such detrimental news about Yi Bufan should indeed be disseminated as broadly as possible. By the way, there's a desolate Heaven Tyrant Body clan in the central domain, isn't there? Make sure they are the first to hear this news. Lu Chen seemed to recall something and instructed Qin Yuning. The desolate Heaven Tyrant Body clan were the sworn enemies of the primordial sacred body, having clashed with it numerous times in the distant past. If they caught wind of this news, they would surely seize the opportunity to trample Yi Bufan. Yes, Master, Qin Yuning nodded without further questions, respectfully accepting Lu Chen's orders. Lu Chen said, arrange the dissemination of the news, and we'll head back first. As he finished speaking, Xiaohong, who had been guarding nearby, transformed into a blazing flame phoenix and knelt before Lu Chen. Lu Chen carried the exhausted Yinger and Yi Lingxi onto Xiaohong's back. Xiaohong let out a long cry, flapped its enormous wings, and shot off swiftly toward the primordial Holy Land. Having bathed in the sacred spirit pool earlier, Xiaohong's strength had greatly increased. Moreover, Lu Chen had never been stingy with Xiaohong's cultivation, feeding it various heavenly treasures and top-tier spiritual items. Now Xiaohong had reached the late Saint realm, making its speed even more terrifying. In just a few hours, it flew from the demonic beast mountain range back to the primordial Holy Land. What's happened? The primordial Holy Land feels. As he approached, Lu Chen sensed something unusual in the atmosphere. An extremely gloomy aura seemed to pervade the primordial Holy Land, noticeable even before he drew. Frowning slightly, Lu Chen immediately went to the Mountain Gate disciple and asked, has something gone wrong in the Holy Land? Holy Son, it's the White Bone Holy Sect. Their supreme elder, the Golden Bone Grand Saint, seeks to seize our Holy Land's primordial divine tower. Our sect master is resisting with all his might to protect our divine artifact. The disciple quickly informed Lu Chen of the situation. The Golden Bone Grand Saint of the White Bone Holy Sect wants to take our primordial divine tower. I see. Lu Chen's heart tightened. The White Bone Holy Sect was a top demonic force in the Eastern Domain with terrifying strength and heritage, boasting several peak Grand Saints. It stood among the highest echelons in the Eastern Domain of the Divine Desolate Realm. Although the primordial Holy Land was powerful, it was no match for the White Bone Holy Sect. Lu Chen then recalled that in the original story there was indeed such a plot. The Golden Bone Grand Saint, learning of the primordial divine tower's wonders, sought to claim it as a treasure for his sect. I understand. He'll go in and take a look, Lu Chen said calmly. Despite the Golden Bone Grand Saint being a top-tier veteran Grand Saint, Lu Chen was not flustered. After all, their sect master was Li Daohong, someone who could barely suppress even a sovereign. A Grand Saint posed no cause for concern. The one who should worry was the White Bone Holy Sect, wondering what they would have to offer to appease Li Daohong's wrath. Lu Chen then led Yinger and Yi Lingxi into the primordial Holy Land. At the edge of the primordial divine tower, an elder in a green robe wielding a golden bone blade floated midair like an omnipotent sovereign, gazing arrogantly down at the many high-ranking members of the primordial Holy Land. He'll give you one more chance. Hand over the primordial divine tower, or the primordial Holy Land will cease to exist today. The Golden Bone Grand Saint declared, hands behind his back. The high-ranking members below trembled, overwhelmed by the Golden Bone Grand Saint's terrifying pressure. Sect Master, what should we do? That old fiend wants to seize our divine tower. Let's fight him. That's our heritage. We can't just hand it over. Yes, the primordial Holy Land has its pride. Many high-ranking members gritted their teeth and spoke. Seeing their determination to fight, Li Daohong adopted a resolute stance. Since you all have such spirit, I'll risk my old life to make that old fiend pay. Let him know the primordial Holy Land is no pushover. Sacred Lord, I never expected you to be so courageous. Indeed, Sacred Lord, I have wronged you. I thought you were always timid, but when trouble came you didn't flinch. Sacred Lord, be careful. That Golden Bone Great Sage is not to be underestimated. Sacred Lord, may you fare well. The surrounding high-ranking members of the Sacred Lands, witnessing the Sacred Lord's rare display of boldness, murmured among themselves, their eyes now filled with admiration for Li Daohong. Previously, Li Daohong had always been perceived as cautious and prudent. Though he occasionally showed firmness, he was mostly amiable and played the role of a good-natured peacemaker. Moreover, he usually hung back when conflict arose. Facing a formidable foe like the Golden Bone Great Sage and choosing to confront him head-on was completely unexpected. Can't you all wish me well? Li Daohong's lips twitched slightly as he muttered. Nevertheless, Li Daohong said no more and soared into the air, staring warily at the overbearing Golden Bone Great Sage before him. Finally, someone worthy appears. Have you decided? Hand over the divine tower to preserve your sacred land's legacy or perish alongside it. The Golden Bone Great Sage, without even lifting his eyelids, spoke indifferently to the hesitant Li Daohong. This junior dares to test your divine abilities, senior. Li Daohong took a deep breath, channeled his spiritual energy, and fixed a resolute gaze upon the Golden Bone Great Sage. Oh, did I hear correctly? You wish to test my divine abilities. Hearing Li Daohong's words, the Golden Bone Great Sage was taken aback, seemingly surprised by the audacity. Li Daohong scratched his head, feigning innocence. Senior, you heard right. This junior wishes to test your abilities. What kind of fool is this? Does he not know my reputation? Seeing Li Daohong's somewhat dull expression, the Golden Bone Great Sage almost felt embarrassed. Very well, since you're polite, I'll give you a chance. He'll let you strike 3 times, so no one accuses me of bullying. The Golden Bone Great Sage raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly, as if he had forgotten his mission to seize the primordial divine tower from the Taichu sacred land. Li Daohong bowed solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, senior. This junior will respectfully comply." The Golden Bone Great Sage felt gratified by Li Daohong's continued politeness. At that moment, Li Daohong had already gathered his strength and charged forward with ferocious speed. Boom! His power, carrying immense force, slammed into the Golden Bone Great Sage. Yet the impact left no mark on the Golden Bone Great Sage, not even causing him to stir. Instead, Li Daohong was sent flying by the powerful recoil. Brave but pitifully weak. The Golden Bone Great Sage shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. The flung Li Daohong gritted his teeth, gathered all his strength again, and struck the Golden Bone Great Sage with even greater force. The Great Sage neither dodged nor blocked, enduring the noticeably stronger blow. Bam! With a violent collision, Li Daohong was once again repelled by the recoil. However, this time the Golden Bone Great Sage was pushed back a step. Not bad. Improvement. Feeling his retreat, a flicker of surprise crossed the Golden Bone Great Sage's face. Li Daohong clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and rasped, "One more strike. Enough, I won't waste time with a junior. Let's end this here." The Golden Bone Great Sage said wearily, losing interest in Li Daohong. "No, we agreed on 3 strikes. Not one less." Li Daohong suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed intently on the distant Golden Bone Great Sage, his face brimming with seriousness. "You insolent brat. Give you an inch, and you take a mile. I am the Golden Bone Great Sage. Do you know what that means?" The Golden Bone Great Sage's expression darkened, his aura turning icy. But before he could finish, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Li Daohong's gaze seemed to carry the thunderous force of divine opportunity, momentarily freezing the Golden Bone Great Sage. "Fine, one more strike." Driven by survival instinct under that thunderous intimidation, the Golden Bone Great Sage reluctantly agreed. The moment he agreed, the overwhelming pressure vanished as if it had never existed. Was that an illusion? He's just a sacred king. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Damn it, bargaining with me. After I endure the 3rd strike, it'll make you wish for death. The Golden Bone Great Sage muttered inwardly, his goodwill toward Li Daohong replaced by a fear he himself had yet to acknowledge. "Senior, receive my 3rd strike, burning the source ultimate blow." Li Daohong roared, his spiritual energy surging as if to tear the heavens apart. "Wah, our sacred lord. He's burning his own source to protect our tower. I'm in tears. The sacred lord is so noble, sacrificing for the tower. Sacred lord, I'll be your disciple in the next life. Born a disciple of the Taichu sacred land, dead a spirit of the Taichu sacred land." The high-ranking members and disciples below were overwhelmed with emotion, their reverence and recognition for the sacred lord reaching its peak. "A mere trick. A sacred king dares to challenge me. I said I'd let you strike 3 times, but I never said I wouldn't dodge." The Golden Bone Great Sage sneered at Li Daohong's apparent sacrifice. Though the gap in their cultivation levels was vast, enduring such a devastating blow would still cause considerable injury. Thus the Golden Bone Great Sage decided not to take it heeded. He began channeling his spiritual energy to evade. Whooshed! But just as he prepared to move, black spiritual light erupted from the spots where Li Daohong had struck him earlier. In an instant, the black light engulfed the Golden Bone Great Sage, paralyzing him completely. "What the? You used poison. Are all juniors nowadays so dishonorable? I let you strike 3 times, not poison me." Feeling the potent toxicity, the Golden Bone Great Sage's face darkened, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as events spiraled beyond his control. The overbearing toxicity had sealed off everything within him. Even with the pinnacle strength of a great saint, he could not break free. Moreover, this poison seemed to instantly dismantle all his defenses, leaving him utterly unprotected. If that were the case, he was truly in peril. "You disregard martial virtue. You come to seize our sacred land's divine weapon, and you speak of martial virtue." Li Daohong roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he charged forward with overwhelmingly fierce power. "No. I regret allowing you those 3 moves. The Golden Bone Great Saint's eyes widened, feeling a bone-deep terror and chill. At this moment, the Golden Bone Great Saint was filled with regret. He had come to seize another sacred weapon, so why had he insisted on that 3-move pact? Wasn't that pure foolishness? But no matter how much the Golden Bone Great Saint lamented, it was too late. Li Daohong, having burned all his essence, had already reached him. A fist imbued with ultimate power slammed heavily into the Golden Bone Great Saint's body. With a thunderous explosion, the Golden Bone Great Saint, stripped of all defenses, was pierced through by Li Daohong's fist. His towering form fell stiffly, landing beside the primordial divine tower, completely unconscious. Li Daohong's body also collapsed nearby, his life force flickering as if on the verge of extinguishing. The Saint Lord has protected our primordial divine tower, but he... Wailing in grief, we bid farewell to the Saint Lord. Oh, another hero joins the Yellow Springs. May the Saint Lord walk. Well, we will burn plenty of spirit stones for you. Farewell, Saint Lord, may you prosper in the underworld. The surrounding elders and disciples wailed loudly, their voices filled with sorrow. Cough, cough, what's all this noise? I'm not dead yet. From a nearby pile of rubble, Li Daohong struggled to climb out, speaking weakly. Seeing that Li Daohong had survived, the elders and disciples turned from grief to joy, rushing to his side to attend to him. This time it must be the blessing of our sacred land's ancestors that allowed me to prevail and protect our tower. After recovering slightly, Li Daohong bowed solemnly toward the cluster of tombstones deep within the primordial sacred land, his expression grave. The surrounding disciples followed suit, bowing toward the tombstones. This is so like Li Daohong. Another narrow victory. If not for my Emperor Fallen dual pupils, I'd think the original story was fake. Not far away, Lu Chun, who had just arrived and witnessed everything, murmured to himself. With his Emperor Fallen dual pupils fully activated, Lu Chun could clearly see that Li Daohong, who seemed on the verge of death, possessed an incredibly vigorous life force within. That surging vitality far surpassed that of the Golden Bone Great Saint at his peak. Master, you're finally back. Bingyan missed you so much. At that moment, a crisp, melodious voice sounded in Lu Chen's ear. A girl with delicate features, a petite figure, and a voluptuous form threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. You haven't slacked off in your training these days, have you? Feeling the softness in his arms, Lu Chun stroked Chu Bingyan's hair. No, Bingyan has been playing all day. Master, please punish me. Chu Bingyan buried her face in Lu Chen's chest, her voice gentle and soft. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Had she not been training properly? He then took Chu Bingyan's delicate hand and sensed her cultivation, finding that she had reached the peak of the creation realm and could break through to the Dao Palace realm at any moment. Clearly, she had never neglected her training. Lu Chun was about to praise her, but his words turned into some progress, but still a bit lax. When we return to the Saint Sun Peak, they'll have to give you a proper lesson. Hearing this, Chu Bingyan trembled slightly in his arms, as if both afraid and eager, her body seeming to want to melt into his. After checking her progress, Lu Chun went to Li Daohong and paid his respects. It's good that you're back. Li Daohong smiled at Lu Chun, who seemed to have made considerable breakthroughs in his cultivation. Then the group went to where the Golden Bone Great Saint lay. His body was now covered in countless cracks, his essence dissipating, and he was utterly defenseless. Saint Lord, how should we deal with the holy son of the White Bone Saint sect? After securing the Golden Bone Great Saint, an elder dragged a young man in a white robe with a gloomy demeanor before the crowd. This young man was Xianxia, the holy son of the White Bone Saint sect. He had come with the Golden Bone Great Saint to the primordial sacred land, hoping to witness the latter's invincible might and terrifying power. After all, the Golden Bone Great Saint was a veteran top-tier Great Saint who had once single-handedly suppressed a leading sacred land. He had thought seizing a mere tower from the primordial sacred land would be effortless. Unexpectedly, Li Daohong was so fearsome. With 3 unvirtuous moves, he as a Saint King had utterly crushed the veteran Great Saint. Xianxia was still in a daze. Not long ago, the Golden Bone Great Saint had been arrogant and invincible. Now he lay like a dead dog, a prisoner of the primordial sacred land. And he himself had been caught up in it. Thinking of this, Xianxia wished he could die. He should never have come with the Golden Bone Great Saint to flaunt their power. He wasn't worried about his life being in danger, but being captured by the primordial sacred land would tarnish his reputation. If I were you, I'd return the Golden Bone Great Saint and me to the White Bone Saint sect. Otherwise, the wrath of our sect is something your primordial sacred land cannot bear. Xianxia gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions, and continued. Hearing Xianxia's words, the joy on the faces of the elders and disciples froze, replaced by a hint of wariness. They all knew how terrifying the White Bone Saint sect was. Though both were sacred lands, they were not on the same level. Moreover, after the recent battle, their Saint Lord was essentially incapacitated. If the White Bone Saint sect truly attacked the primordial sacred land, At this thought, everyone turned to look at the weakened Li Daohong. Lu Chen, what do you think? Li Daohong didn't answer, but turned to Lu Chen instead. Lu Chen, standing nearby, was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Daohong to seek his opinion. Although Lu Chen was the holy son of the Taichu sacred land, he lacked the nearly invincible background that Jiang Yuechan possessed, and his talent and strength were not exceptionally outstanding in the eastern domain of the Shenhuang realm. The reason he became the holy son of the Taichu sacred land was simply that the sacred land had no other particularly outstanding disciples. Thus, Lu Chen's status within the Taichu sacred land was far inferior to that of the holy maiden Jiang Yuechan. Li Daohong had never paid much attention to Lu Chen before. In the original story, Li Daohong similarly showed no interference or regard for Lu Chen as the holy son. Now suddenly asking for his opinion on such a matter truly surprised Lu Chen. It seemed that Li Daohong must have discovered something. In that brief moment, countless thoughts raced through Lu Chen's mind. This sacred lord, who in the original story could barely suppress anyone, was clearly no simple figure. Nevertheless, Lu Chen did not mind, as this nominal sacred lord bore no hostility toward him. Because of Li Daohong's words, the many elders and disciples from other sacred lands turned their gaze toward the holy son who had recently risen to prominence. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I think. Before he could finish, his figure had already flashed before Yangshan, and his fist imbued with terrifying power slammed into Yangshan's dantian. No, how dare you? Yangshan's heart skipped a beat, his face turning deathly pale as he cried out in extreme terror. Boom! With a violent collision, Yangshan's dantian was completely shattered, rendering him utterly useless. Those who offend our Taichu's sacred land, though far away, shall be punished. Lu Chen's voice rang in everyone's ears. The crowd felt thunderstruck and deeply ashamed, although the sacred lord had already demonstrated the courage of their sacred land through his actions. Yet fear still lingered in their hearts, failing to match the sacred lord's heroic display. Li Daohong looked at Lu Chen with great admiration and said, Excellent, worthy of being the holy son of our Taichu's sacred land. Those who offend our Taichu's sacred land, though far away, shall be punished. Those who offend our Taichu's sacred land, though far away, shall be punished. Then the many disciples and elders present roared in unison, their voices soaring into the sky. At that moment, the cohesion of the Taichu sacred land reached a new height. Not far away, the Taichu divine tower also radiated a brilliant light, as if responding to the shouts of the disciples. Li Daohong silenced the crowd, and then said to them, Good, I am very pleased with this morale. However, now is not the time for a heated confrontation. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Go and cultivate for now. Improving your strength is what you should do. Yes, sacred lord. The crowd replied respectfully, then departed to cultivate. They understood that their strength was indeed insufficient to decide anything, so it was better to focus on enhancing their power to contribute more effectively in the future. Soon only Li Daohong, Lu Chen, and a few core high-ranking members of the sacred land remained in the area. You dare to cripple me. You're finished, and so is the Taichu's sacred land. Yangshan, pale-faced, and with bloodshot eyes, trembled as he issued his threat. Slap! Before Yangshan could finish, Lu Chen struck him across the face again, leaving him dizzy. After a long while, Yangshan finally regained some clarity. Now fully aware of his predicament, he dared not act rashly anymore, lying quietly on the ground, hoping these people would grant him some dignity. Do you want to live? If you cooperate obediently, we might spare your life. At that moment, Li Daohong approached Yangshan and said calmly, Spare my life. Hearing Li Daohong's words, Yangshan, who had been utterly despondent, felt a glimmer of hope. Who would choose death if they could live? Lu Chen made no move to express his opinion, knowing that Li Daohong would handle everything. Yangshan's expression shifted uncertainly as he tentatively asked, You, what do you want me to do? Li Daohong then spoke slowly, It's simple. I want you to return to the Whitebone sacred sect and deliver a message to your high-ranking members. Yangshan was stunned and asked incredulously, Just deliver a message to our sect's high-ranking members? That's right. Your sect's Golden Bone Great Sage ran rampant in our Taichu sacred land, destroying dozens of our spirit veins and shattering several quasi-emperor weapons. Our sacred land's supreme spiritual treasure, the sect-protecting artifact, was also broken into pieces, draining our foundation. This matter cannot be let go lightly. A compensation must be made. Li Daohong said with indignation, his tone filled with deep grief, as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. Yangshan. Upon hearing Li Daohong's words, Yangshan was dumbfounded. What the hell? Dozens of spirit veins. Shattered several quasi-emperor weapons. A supreme spiritual treasure. Did your sacred land even have that many things? You're just a sacred land after all. Senior, I can accept the spirit veins, but I truly didn't see any quasi-emperor weapons or a supreme spiritual treasure level sect-protecting artifact. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said tremblingly. Indeed, there were some spirit veins near the Taichu Divine Tower that had been shattered in the recent battle, but he had genuinely not seen any quasi-emperor weapons or a supreme spiritual treasure-level sect-protecting artifact. If they were all shattered, so how could you see them? Li Daohong furrowed his brow and said with displeasure. Hearing Li Daohong's words, Xianxia's mouth twitched. How had he never noticed before that this seemingly honest and simple-minded leader of the Taichu sacred land was so skilled at spinning tales? Senior, even if I deliver the message, our sect's high-ranking members won't agree. Xianxia felt utterly exhausted and said helplessly, "Oh, that's fine. If they refuse to compensate, well, just have to temporarily keep your sect's Golden Bone Great Sage here." Li Daohong said calmly, bringing the completely sealed Golden Bone Great Sage before Xianxia. Looking at the dying Golden Bone Great Sage before him, Xianxia's heart sank. The Golden Bone Great Sage was a supreme elder of their White Bone Sacred Sect, holding a uniquely esteemed position. If he were dead, the White Bone Sacred Sect would surely raise the Taichu sacred land in revenge. But in this half-dead state, barely clinging to life, it actually made it difficult for their White Bone Sacred Sect to handle, because the reason they had become the most powerful demonic sacred land in the Eastern Domain was their reliance on a code of loyalty. If they allowed the Golden Bone Great Sage to remain in the Taichu sacred land, the impact on their White Bone Sacred Sect would be immense. They'll try. After grasping the key point, Xianxia sighed and said helplessly, "Oh, I just remembered there was also an exceptionally large spiritual herb garden that was destroyed. That needs compensation too." As Xianxia agreed, Li Daohong's voice echoed in his ears again. Xianxia, gazing at the territory utterly devoid of any spiritual soil, Xianxia was once again dumbfounded. Where was the so-called spirit herb garden? There wasn't even a patch of spiritual soil. How could this be called a super-large spirit herb garden? With a look of utter despair, Xianxia wearily said, "A super-large spirit herb garden. Senior, don't be absurd. Where is the spirit herb garden here? Look, isn't that it? But your Golden Bone Great Sage was too powerful. He destroyed all the spiritual essence of the garden. You see, this was once a 10th sandier spirit herb, but now its spiritual energy is gone, reduced to this." Li Daohong picked up a nearby weed and said with great anguish, as if this weed had truly been a precious 10th sandier spirit herb. Witnessing the scene before him, Xianxia felt his entire worldview violently shattered. Could it really be? For a moment, Xianxia even doubted which faction was truly the demonic sect. Lu Chen, standing nearby, was also slightly stunned. He thought the shattered quasi-emperor weapon from earlier was already absurd enough, but he hadn't expected Li Daohong to have even more ruthless moves. "Senior, then what compensation do you propose?" Xianxia, now too weary to think further, gritted his teeth and asked. "Alas, I don't ask for much. After all, I'm an honest man. Just compensate me with 100 spiritual veins and 3 quasi-emperor weapons. As for the supreme spiritual treasures, consider it our bad luck. I won't ask for those. Just give us 6 more quasi-emperor weapons instead. As for the spirit herb garden, the loss is immeasurable, so just symbolically compensate with 200 10th sandier spirit herbs." Li Daohong sighed, speaking with a look of grievance. "Not asking for much. You call that not asking for much?" Hearing Li Daohong's words, Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. This wasn't asking for much. You're practically emptying our sacred land. No, even if you emptied the entire sacred land, we might not be able to afford it. Thinking this, Xianxia felt like crying, but had no tears, and said wearily, "Senior, this is truly too much. Our sacred land simply cannot produce such items. You might as well just rob us." Li Daohong looked at Xianxia as if he were a fool, as if to say, "Isn't that what I'm doing? I know your White Bone Sacred Sect recently discovered a sacred crystal vein. With some effort, you can still come up with these things." Li Daohong spoke slowly, counting on his fingers, as if calculating whether the White Bone Sacred Sect's sacred crystal vein was sufficient. "How do you know about that?" Hearing this, Xianxia was even more shocked, completely dumbfounded. This was the highest secret of the White Bone Sacred Sect, known only to the top echelons. He himself had only learned of it accidentally from his drunken master. Sacred crystals as a strategic cultivation resource for Saint Realm cultivators had always been extremely precious and rare. Moreover, after countless years of development in the divine desolate realm, most sacred crystal veins were monopolized by the colossal powers. Wild sacred crystal veins had virtually disappeared, and finding an unmined sacred crystal vein was as difficult as ascending to heaven. This was precisely why the White Bone Sacred Sect had guarded the secret of their discovered sacred crystal vein so tightly. Although they were a top demonic power in the Eastern Domain, if the news leaked, the colossal powers of the Central Domain, including the powerful imperial clans and hidden sects, would never allow this vein to remain in the hands of the White Bone Sacred Sect. That's none of your concern. I also know that this vein was discovered by the Golden Bone Great Sage. Just deliver the message obediently. Li Daohong added in a somber tone, his gaze mockingly fixed on Oyangshan before him. So the compensation isn't just this. There's also the matter of the sacred crystal vein. If I'm not satisfied, I don't know what might happen. Oyangshan opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he only managed a feeble eye. I understand. Lu Chen, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Daohong with a gaze full of astonishment. This Li Daohong was truly not simple. Even Lu Chen hadn't known about this matter. In the original story, no one had discovered it. The White Bone Sacred Sect had simply developed in silence. At this moment, Lu Chen also understood why the White Bone Sacred Sect had developed so rapidly, later on ascending to become a top-tier superpower in the divine desolate realm. Originally, Lu Chen thought it was due to their ruthless methods and skilled management, but it turned out they had found a sacred crystal vein. Furthermore, your sacred land's golden bone great sage struck me, causing my origin to collapse and leaving me gravely wounded, plunging our sacred land into extreme danger. The compensation just mentioned isn't enough. You must also compensate me with 100 bottles of supreme grade. After Oyangshan agreed, Li Daohong continued, speaking with extreme grievance and weakness. Oyangshan, still more? Will this ever end? Furious and frantic, Oyangshan spat out a mouthful of blood. But Li Daohong's demands for compensation were all justified, citing the sacred land's development, his severe injuries, his willingness to take a loss, and the threat of the sacred land's destruction. He claimed he wasn't asking for much. With such rhetoric, Oyangshan found no grounds to refuse. In the end, through Li Daohong's amicable negotiations, the compensation items were increased by a little more. Oyangshan was completely dazed, his mind hazy, as he had no idea how he managed to leave. At that moment, his mind was still immersed in the astronomical compensation that Li Daohong had demanded. He simply couldn't understand why, after their Golden Bone Great Sage merely attempted to seize the primordial divine tower and fought a barely decisive battle with the primordial sacred lord, their sacred land was now inexplicably saddled with a debt that would make even a quasi-emperor's scalp tingle. It seems the sacred lord has been too pinned up for too long. Now he's squeezing blood out of a stone. Witnessing all this, Lu Chen thought to himself darkly. He gained a deeper understanding of this sacred lord who seemed barely dominant against anyone. Even with the sacred crystal vein for the White Bone Sacred Sect, to fully pay this compensation would be deeply crippling. However, Lu Chen understood that with Li Daohong holding the Golden Bone Great Sage as a hostage and possessing knowledge of the sacred crystal vein, the White Bone Sacred Sect likely had few options. At this moment, as if struck by a thought, Li Daohong sighed, alas, I'm still too honest. After suffering such a great loss, I only asked for this much compensation. I should have. Not far away, the dazed Oyangshan heard Li Daohong's words, stiffened, and instinctively fled at top speed, heedless of the blood gushing from his abdomen. Watching Oyangshan flee into the distance, the corners of the mouths of several high-ranking figures from the sacred land twitched slightly. They had never imagined that their own honest and simple sacred lord could possess such a remarkable side. For the development of our sacred land, the sacred lord has truly labored tirelessly. A senior elder of the sacred land remarked with deep emotion. Indeed, the sacred lord has worked so hard. Even at a time like this, he exhausts his mind and efforts for our sacred land's growth. Several other elders chimed in, one after another, their eyes brimming with admiration as they looked at Li Daohong. Though Li Daohong's recent behavior struck them as somewhat unfamiliar, it instilled in them a profound sense of security. Compared to the previous sacred lord, they seemed to find this honest and simple one far better. Next, I will go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. The sacred land is in your hands. Li Daohong swallowed a healing pill and addressed the core elders of the sacred land nearby. The surrounding core elders of the sacred land spoke in unison. Yes, sacred lord. Rest and heal with peace of mind. Oh, we will take care of the sacred land. With that, at Li Daohong's gesture, the crowd departed, leaving only Li Daohong and Lu Chen in the area. Sacred lord, may I ask what important matter you have kept me here for? Lu Chen asked directly. He knew that the sacred lord must have something to arrange by keeping him behind. Nothing of great import. Merely reflecting that it has been a long time since the primordial sacred land produced a top-tier prodigy who could pass the 70th floor of the primordial divine tower. I feel somewhat unworthy of our sacred land's ancestors. Li Daohong gazed at the primordial divine tower standing deep in the distance, his eyes filled with complex emotions. A hint of confusion crossed Lu Chen's face as he asked, Sacred Lord, didn't the sacred maiden already pass the 70th floor not long ago? Shortly after returning to the primordial sacred land, a shadow guard from the Sacred Sun Peak had come to Lu Chen's side, reporting recent events within the sacred land. This included Jiang Yuchan's successful passage through the 70th floor of the primordial divine tower and her receipt of the tower's divine power baptism. Thus Lu Chun was puzzled why the Sacred Lord claimed no such prodigy had emerged given that Jiang Yuechan had already accomplished it. The Sacred Maiden. She is indeed exceptionally talented, but unfortunately she ultimately does not belong to our primordial sacred land. Li Daohong sighed, then spoke with profound meaning. As expected, this Sacred Lord knows everything. Hearing Li Daohong's words, Lu Chen's heart jolted. Just moments ago, when Li Daohong revealed that the bone-white sacred sect possessed a sacred crystal vein, Lu Chun had sensed that this Sacred Lord seemed to know too much. Now with such words, it was clear he understood that Jiang Yuchan's motives for joining the primordial sacred land were not pure. Though she had become the Sacred Maiden, her heart had never truly belonged here. As a reader well-versed in the original story, Lu Chun naturally knew that Jiang Yuchan's goal in joining the primordial sacred land was the Bronze Immortal Key. This key unlocked the legendary Bronze Immortal Palace, said to hold the secret to immortality. The ancestor of the Jiang family, using the art of celestial divination, had deduced that the Bronze Immortal Key was most likely hidden within the primordial sacred land. Thus they arranged for Jiang Yuechan to enter the sacred land and secretly search for it. Jiang Yuechan was not alone. Other forces had also sent their agents. Even Qin Yuning had been placed as a casual move by the Qin family ancestor. However, the Qin family ancestor did not instruct Qin Yuning to directly seek the Bronze Immortal Key. Since his celestial divination skills were inferior to those of the Jiang family ancestor, he instead tasked Qin Yuning with closely monitoring Jiang Yuechan. He aimed to have Qin Yuning capitalize on Jiang Yuchan's efforts. Lu Chun pondered for a moment, then asked, "Since the Sacred Lord already knows, why did you allow Jiang Yuechan to join our primordial sacred land?" Li Daohong replied calmly, "I had no choice." Indeed, Li Daohong had no alternative. The Jiang family was a supreme behemoth in the central domain, and Li Daohong simply could not refuse. At this moment, Lu Chun seemed to grasp why Li Daohong, despite possessing such formidable strength, chose to appear so inept. Clearly, he harbored significant secrets. After a long silence, Lu Chun spoke slowly. "What does the Sacred Lord wish for me to do?" "I would ask you to challenge the primordial divine tower. If in my lifetime I could witness our sacred land produce a super prodigy who passes the 70th floor, I would die without regret. You know, the recent battle cost me too much of my origin, and my time is short." Li Daohong continued, slowly voicing his request. Time short? If it weren't for my imperial fallen heavy pupils seeing the astonishingly vigorous life force within you, I might have believed it. I open my heart to you, and you play mind games with me." Lu Chen's thoughts stalled, and he suddenly wondered if this Sacred Lord simply wanted to lie low for fun. Should he or should he not take the challenge? Lu Chen hesitated inwardly. Lu Chen, the path of cultivation demands bold and relentless progress, fully unleashing one's talent and potential. Only then can you vie with those supreme prodigies and tread the true pinnacle of the Tao. Sensing Lu Chen's hesitation, Li Daohong spoke earnestly, gazing at him with fervent hope. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. "You've been hiding like a turtle, and now you tell me to be bold and show my talent. Impossible. I will not go to the Divine Tower to reveal my potential. I'd sooner." Ding. The host's rapid progress has caught the attention of the primordial Sacred Lord, who requests the host to challenge the primordial Divine Tower, triggering a divine-level choice. Choice 1. Accept the Sacred Lord's request. Challenge the primordial Divine Tower and deliberately fail below the 70th floor while concealing your true strength. Reward: Li Daohong's Favorability 10. Choice 2. Claim insufficient strength and decline the Sacred Lord's request. Reward: Spirit Stones 10. Choice 3. Accept the Sacred Lord's request and pass the 70th floor. Reward: Purifying Annihilation Divine Flame. At that moment, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. A choice triggered. Lu Chen instinctively glanced at the third option. Purifying Annihilation Divine Flame. It's actually the Purifying Annihilation Divine Flame. Upon seeing it, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, his heart brimming with joy. The Purifying Annihilation Divine Flame was a supreme divine-grade strange fire possessing the power to incinerate seas and boil oceans, immensely formidable. Moreover, it contained an extreme purifying and annihilating force, offering powerful countermeasures against extraterrestrial races. It could even be called the bane of the evil clans. With this Purifying Annihilation Divine Flame, combined with my various other abilities, even the top protectors of the Netherworld would find it hard to easily subdue me. My safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Lu Chen murmured to himself, myriad thoughts flashing through his mind. Though he had temporarily resolved the threat of the Black Wind Envoy, he knew that troublesome fellow was tenacious and had already set his sights on him. Once he calmed down, he would surely devise ways to deal with Lu Chen. With the Purifying Soul Divine Flame, Lu Chen's ability to counter him would be significantly greater. Li Daohong still gazed at Lu Chen with earnest anticipation, his eyes brimming with hope. All right, I'll give it a try, but I'm not certain I can make it through. Lu Chen finally came to his senses and agreed. With the reward of the soul-purifying divine flame at stake, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip. Seeing Lu Chen accept his request, Li Daohong revealed a satisfied smile. Without further delay, Lu Chen dashed toward the primordial divine tower ahead. The primordial divine tower stood deep within the sacred land, like an ancient mountain peak proudly erect. Its surface was etched with archaic Tao patterns, appearing profoundly mystical and exuding an overwhelmingly majestic aura. Tao guarding disciples had once stood before the tower, but due to the arrival of the Golden Bone Grand Sage, they had all withdrawn. So this is the primordial divine tower. Truly wondrous. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment as he beheld the towering and majestic structure before him. Lu Chen's spiritual sense had long reached the saint rank, allowing him to clearly perceive the terrifying aura within the primordial divine tower, no less formidable than his own 7-star dragon abyss sword. Moreover, its spiritual essence far surpassed that of the sword. They'll just head in and challenge the tower. Lu Chen quickly suppressed his myriad thoughts and entered the tower. The moment he stepped into the primordial divine tower, Lu Chen sensed a surge of spiritual energy akin to a vast ocean. The dense spiritual energy rushed violently into his body, subjecting him to an unprecedented sense of pressure. Lu Chen stood silently within the tower, absorbing the surging spiritual energy around him, aware that this was the tower's spiritual pressure. This pressure was designed to protect trial takers. Every cultivator entering the primordial divine tower for the first time underwent this baptism of spiritual pressure. Once adapted, the formal challenge began. Lu Chen gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, fully immersing himself in the overwhelming spiritual. After a few breaths, his body fully acclimated. The vast spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and a chilling puppet materialized before him. The first floor is the simplest, a 4th-tier puppet comparable to a divine sea realm cultivator. Lu Chen remarked calmly, unleashing his formidable spiritual sense to instantly obliterate the puppet. Upon the puppet's destruction, a trace of mystical spiritual energy surged into Lu Chen's body, slightly enhancing his own spiritual power. Lu Chen understood this was the primordial divine tower's boon. Each cleared floor granted the cultivator a gift to elevate their cultivation. The higher the floor, the greater the reward. At the 70th floor, one could receive the baptism of primordial divine power, gaining unimaginable benefits. Impressive, adapting to the tower's spiritual pressure in mere moments. It seems my judgment was correct. Lu Chen's talent and strength surpass even Zhang Yuchan's. Outside the tower, Li Daohong watched with sparkling eyes as Lu Chen began his challenge, his gaze filled with anticipation. On the 2nd floor, 2 4th-tier puppets, annihilated. The 3rd floor, 4 4th-tier puppets, annihilated. By the 10th floor, over 1,000 4th-tier puppets stood before him, yet they too were obliterated. On higher floors, Lu Chen encountered various foes: savage beasts, evil clans, demons, ancient cultivators, and primordial spirits. For others, these challenges would be arduous and time-consuming. But for Lu Chen, armed with numerous skills, there were no surprises. Annihilation, annihilation, all annihilated without exception. As he continuously broke through the floors, his cultivation rapidly advanced. In a short time, he surged from the peak of the 3rd heaven of the Saint Realm to the 4th heaven. Moreover, the tower's power stabilized his foundation, making it even more robust. Exhilarating, exhilarating, truly exhilarating. This pace of advancement is incredible. On the 60th floor, Lu Chen annihilated several powerful Saint-rank savage beasts, absorbing the tower's gift with a face full of joy. The sensation of boosting his cultivation merely by slaying enemies was utterly delightful. If I could go straight to the 100th floor, I might swiftly reach the Saint King realm, or even the Grand Sage level. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at the surging spiritual energy around him. Yet he knew that reaching the 100th floor was unrealistic. The tower prohibited the use of external aids. Cultivators could rely only on their own strength, without pills, divine weapons, or spirit pets. Thus, many of Lu Chen's abilities were rendered unusable. Furthermore, beyond the 60th floor, the enemies grew increasingly terrifying, no longer so easily dispatched. At the peak of the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm, one more floor should elevate me to the 5th heaven. The higher the floor, the more abundant the spiritual energy granted. Even at the 60th floor, the gift was immense, pushing Lu Chen to the peak of the 4th Saint Heaven. Had his foundation not been so profound, requiring far more spiritual energy than an ordinary cultivator, he might have already reached the late Saint Realm, or even higher. Let's press on and see the marvel of the divine baptism on the 70th floor, which Li Daohong insisted I undergo in this primordial divine tower. Having absorbed the gift, a glint of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and he charged toward the 61st floor. As he relentlessly challenged the tower, news of his swift progress gradually spread. Driven by curiosity, many disciples and elders of the primordial sacred land flocked to the tower. They yearned to see how far their sacred son could ascend. At Purple Cloud Peak, within a luxurious palace, a young man with a refined countenance and an arrogant demeanor sat cross-legged on a spirit jade cushion, absorbing ambient spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. "Senior brother, Yi the sacred son has returned." At that moment, a disciple of Purple Cloud Peak entered the palace and reported respectfully. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. This fellow has finally returned. This time I will trample him beneath my feet and wash away all the humiliation I've suffered." Hearing the disciple's words, Yi Bufan slowly opened his eyes, a savage gleam of ferocity flashing within them, as if ready to tear everything apart. "Senior brother Yi, it's not possible right now. The Holy Sun is challenging the primordial divine tower, and I heard he has already passed the 60th floor in less than a quarter of an hour." The disciple beside him seemed unsurprised by Yi Bufan's profound hatred for Lu Chen and continued, "Oh, that waste is challenging the primordial divine tower. He has passed the 60th floor in less than half a quarter of an hour." Hearing this, Yi Bufan's brows furrowed slightly. After Jiang Yuechan had challenged the primordial divine tower, Yi Bufan naturally attempted this wondrous tower himself. However, to his dismay, even after exhausting all his means, spending a great deal of time, and even tapping into his sacred physique's origin, he only barely managed to pass the 60th floor. And now Lu Chun had passed the 60th floor in less than half a quarter of an hour. Clearly his strength far surpassed Yi Bufan's. Damn it, what has this guy been doing to improve so much? Realizing he still couldn't deal with Lu Chun, Yi Bufan's heart was filled with frustration, grinding his teeth in anger. During this time, having acquired the power of the sinister spirit and other opportunities, Yi Bufan had believed he could utterly crush Lu Chun. Unexpectedly, Lu Chun returned and made a grand display, leaving Yi Bufan with no desire to show his face. Then let's go take a look, figure out his secrets, and deal with him better later. Soon Yi Bufan suppressed his thoughts and spoke slowly. With that, he ceased his cultivation and headed toward the primordial divine tower. Around the primordial divine tower, many disciples had gathered to watch, their eyes blazing as they observed Lu Chen's continuous breakthroughs. The Holy Sun is truly formidable. Even after entering the 60th floor, he still breaks through rapidly. Indeed, it takes me days to break through the 30th floor, but the Holy Sun passes the 60th as easily as eating and drinking. The gap between people is larger than that between humans and dogs. Unstoppable. His breakthrough speed is far faster than the Holy Maiden's last time. So fast. And the Holy Sun is so low-key with such talent, yet so humble. Exactly unlike that sacred physique fool who barks all day with a bit of talent, utterly disgusting. The crowd spoke, their faces full of reverence for Lu Chun. Many disciples also thought of Yi Bufan and dragged him into comparison. Yi Bufan, who had just arrived at the tower, heard someone mention him, and his expression turned extremely grim. But since the disciple hadn't named him directly, and with many high-ranking figures present, Yi Bufan couldn't lose his temper. He silently noted those who had been speaking recklessly, planning to deal with them when the opportunity arose. Holy Maiden, Mr. Lu's progress is truly astonishing. His current strength must surely place him among the top prodigies of the divine wasteland. Under a shady tree at the edge of the primordial divine tower, the charming Yenner watched Lu Chun swiftly passing the 65th floor of the tower and spoke softly. Beside her, the peerlessly beautiful Jiang Yuechan, dressed in a purple gown, stood with an elegant posture and a noble aura, every movement exuding grace. Indeed, now he might truly be qualified to contend with those super prodigies. Jiang Yuechan gently clenched her delicate fists, her enchanting eyes shimmering with brilliance. He's passed again. The 68th floor took only 8 breaths. Perhaps Mr. Lu has a chance to reach the 80th floor. At that moment, Lu Chun broke through the 68th floor and entered the 69th. The astonishment in Yenner's eyes deepened. Earlier, she had witnessed Jiang Yuechan's tower challenge from outside. Although Jiang Yuechan had passed the 70th floor, her speed was incomparable to Lu Chen's. After passing the 70th floor, Jiang Yuechan had managed a few more breakthroughs, but ultimately exhausted all her means and stopped at the 76th floor, still 4 floors shy of the 80th. Lu Chen maintained such a rapid pace, making it highly likely he would reach the 80th floor. Jiang Yuechan remained silent, her gaze cool, as she stared at the distant primordial divine tower. Inside the 69th floor of the primordial divine tower, Lu Chen's body was adorned with brilliant starlight, his undying spiritual energy blazing like golden divine light, nearly annihilating the entire area. Before Lu Chen, 3 ferocious beasts at the Saint King realm engaged in a fierce battle with him. His undying spiritual energy, carrying an immensely terrifying aura, clung to the beasts like a parasitic curse, violently tearing through their bodies. Boom! After a while, a thunderous roar echoed as the three Saint King beasts were utterly obliterated by Lu Chen's undying spiritual energy, turning into a mist of blood. The indestructible immortal scripture is truly powerful. Its undying spiritual energy is inexhaustible, and these beasts' defenses are like paper before it. Watching the beasts reduced to blood mist, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. The indestructible immortal scripture was a celestial-grade cultivation method. As Lu Chen's realm advanced, his spiritual energy's intensity would continuously increase, and its undying attribute inflicted terrifying damage on physical forms. Even the top-tier Saint King beasts, whose realms far surpassed Lu Chen's, could not withstand this domineering, undying spiritual energy. Thus, without even using his supreme bone or dual pupils, Lu Chen had already passed the 69th floor, relying solely on his stellar Tao physique and the undying spiritual energy of the indestructible immortal scripture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Chen withdrew his stellar Tao physique and undying spiritual energy. After the three beasts were slain, dense, pure spiritual energy surged into his body, enhancing his cultivation. The next floor should have 7 Saint King beasts, Lu Chen said while absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The next floor, the 70th, was particularly challenging, with 7 top-tier beasts. Passing it would grant the divine baptism of the primordial divine tower. Time passed slowly, and soon half a quarter of an hour elapsed. Lu Chen fully absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Peak of the 5th level of the Saint Realm, 7 beasts, here I come. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, the aura of the peak 5th level of the Saint Realm radiating from him. Boom. Simultaneously, Lu Chen flew toward the next floor, entering the 70th. Roar, roar. Upon entering the 70th floor, a deafening roar echoed in Lu Chen's ears, sending terrifying sound waves rippling through the air. Lu Chen looked around and saw 7 ferocious flood dragons exuding overwhelming kingly might coiling around him. These flood dragon beasts surrounded Lu Chen completely, their crimson eyes nearly tearing everything apart. Flood dragon beasts, let's see if you can withstand my undying spiritual energy. Without a trace of fear, Lu Chen activated his stellar Tao physique and the indestructible immortal scripture, charging fiercely into battle. Although these Dragon King beasts are merely fierce creatures at the early stage of the Holy King realm, their tough skin and flesh, along with the bloodline of the dragon race within them, grant them an extraordinarily terrifying offensive power. The menacing aura they emanated seemed to tear apart the very fabric of the surrounding space. Especially with the combined efforts of the 7 King beasts, the entire area was engulfed in a sense of destruction. It seems that after the recovery of her immortal spirit body, Jiang Yuchan's strength has significantly increased as she managed to slay the 7 Dragon King beasts. With the activation of the Star Path body and the indestructible immortal scripture, Lu Chen appeared as an unparalleled war god, battling the 7 King beasts without showing any signs of falling behind. Moreover, due to the presence of the Phoenix Nirvana scripture, Lu Chen's recovery ability is astonishingly formidable, rendering him unafraid of any injuries. I wonder how long it will take Lu Chen to pass through the 70th level. At this moment, Li Daohong outside the Taichu Divine Tower was fixated on Lu Chen, who was challenging the tower, firmly believing that Lu Chen could indeed pass the 70th level, as it was merely a matter of time given such strength. The betting has begun. The princess of the Holy Maiden Hall has spent 2 hours. How long will the Holy Sun take to pass the 70th level? Within half an hour, 10 to 1 odds. If over half an hour to 1 hour, it's 1 to 10. Do we even need to choose? I acknowledge that the Holy Sun is impressive, but I don't believe he can pass the 70th level in half an hour. The previous fastest record was an hour. I'll gladly take your spirit stones. Yes, although it's 10 to 1, a mosquito is still meat. I bet over half an hour. I refuse to accept this, taking a gamble. The Holy Sun is unmatched. I bet he passes within half an hour. It all depends on you, Holy Sun. Go for it. Fool, can't you think? 10 to 1, can you really earn spirit stones with this? It's better to honestly take the 10 to 1 benefits. You wouldn't even take spirit stones offered for free. Even if you have faith in the Holy Sun, you should have some common sense. With the elders' opening of the betting, many disciples eagerly participated, placing their bets. The vast majority of people bet on more than half an hour. After all, the Taichu Divine Tower has stood in the Taichu Holy Land for many years, and the fastest time recorded for successfully passing the 70th level was also 1 hour. Passing in half an hour is evidently improbable. However, some disciples wanted to take a chance, as the temptation of 10 to 1 odds is simply too great. Just as the atmosphere became more intense, a thunderous roar erupted from the Taichu Divine Tower not far away. This sound surged like a tidal wave, spreading around the Taichu Divine Tower momentarily, leaving all the elders and disciples around dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on the Taichu Divine Tower. Then in the sky above the Taichu Divine Tower, brilliant streams of spiritual energy like rainbows surged towards the tower. The dazzling spiritual energy was incredibly eye-catching. This? Has he succeeded? What the? Are you kidding me? I haven't even placed my bet yet. Damn, this is outrageous. How long has it been? The Holy Sun has passed the 70th level. My heavens, all my assets are going down the drain. Damn, I was just about to bet everything on him passing within half an hour. Can't the Holy Sun go a bit slower? 10 to 1. This is 10 to 1. Woo-woo, my spirit stones, my spiritual treasures, my elixirs. No, I shouldn't have listened to those guys. Oh, Divine Tower, if you are damaged, just let me know. I'll come fix you right away. Sigh, had I known I would have acted decisively earlier. I once had a 10 to 1 opportunity before me and didn't cherish it, if only. Long live the Holy Sun, my 10 to 1. What a rush, haha. As the Divine Power Baptism phenomenon appeared, all the disciples around the Divine Tower were left stunned. They never expected Lu Chen would so swiftly break through the 70th level, causing countless individuals to pound their chests in regret. Many disciples who took a gamble rejoiced, shouting, "Long live the Holy Sun." This? How long has it been? Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? Not far away, Yi Bufan, watching the Divine Power Baptism phenomenon, turned pale. His body almost froze in disbelief. Previously, Yi Bufan had already found out that the guardian of the 70th level was the 7 King Beasts, the top-tier 7 King Beasts. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen had slain the 7 King Beasts, and this was achieved without any external aid, utterly shattering Yi Bufan's pride. At this moment, he understood that even though he was reluctant to believe it, Lu Chen's strength was indeed far beyond his own, leaving him with no qualifications to even look up to. Thinking of this, Yi Bufan felt suffocated, clenching his fists, his body trembling incessantly. Could it be that I really can only take that one path? Yi Bufan murmured to himself, a terrifying thought rising in his heart. In the Taichu Divine Tower's 70th level, mysterious Dao patterns continuously shimmered on Lu Chen's chest, an overwhelming aura of destruction lingering around him. Not far away, the dragon heads of the 7 Dragon King Beasts were completely shattered, leaving only 7 dragon corpses seemingly affected by the terrifying destructive aura. Supreme Bone, terrifying indeed, no wonder it is a super physique. Looking at the 7 King Beasts whose heads had been completely obliterated by the power of his Supreme Bone, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with joy. It turned out that after dozens of rounds of struggle, unable to eliminate these 7 King Beasts, Lu Chen decided to test the power of his Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone had fully merged into Lu Chen's body, belonging to his own power, which could be utilized within the Taichu Divine Tower. This Supreme Bone did not disappoint Lu Chen, easily slaying the terrifying 7 King Beasts that had obstructed him. Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, then gazed at the colorful divine power coalescing above. Next, it's the Divine Power Baptism. I hope this Divine Power Baptism will not let me down. Lu Chen could sense that this rainbow-like divine power contained extremely profound strength, which would bring him unimaginable benefits. The Divine Power Baptism is a unique opportunity exclusive to the Taichu Divine Tower, containing the mysteries of the Great Tao. Over countless years, many top talents have successfully traversed the 70th level of the Taichu Divine Tower. Every cultivator who passes the 70th level of the Taichu Divine Tower undergoes a significant transformation after the Divine Power Baptism, establishing a powerful foundation and potential. However, the transformation each person experiences during the Divine Power Baptism is different. This baptism targets specific aspects of different cultivators. I wonder what aspect of transformation will the Divine Power Baptism of the Taichu Divine Tower bring to me? Lu Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Currently, he possessed the Star Path Body, Supreme Bone, and Emperor's Fallen Pupil, and he had also practiced techniques like the Immortal Sutra, achieving an unimaginable level of foundation. Lu Chen was uncertain how the Divine Power Baptism of the Taichu Divine Tower would transform him. At this moment, the surging, colorful divine power from above had already gathered successfully, forming an incredibly pure sphere of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then the light of this sphere dispersed and streamed directly towards Lu Chen below. Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the 70th level, slowly absorbing the divine light emanating from the sphere into his body. The divine light circulated within Lu Chen's body, seemingly searching for areas where his foundation was lacking to compensate. Lu Chen did not stop it, he merely allowed the divine light to continue flowing. Before long, the divine light appeared to penetrate Lu Chen's entire body, ultimately resting on the essence of his Star Path Body. Has the Star Path Body become my weak point? Realizing that the Taichu Divine Power had determined the Star Path Body was his weakness, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Star Path Body was originally the strongest reliance of his original self, but now due to Lu Chen's constant transformation, it had surprisingly become his weak point. I wonder how this divine power will transform my star path body. Lu Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. The star path body was top-notch, though it could not compare to the Supreme Bone Emperor's fallen pupil or the primordial holy body. Nevertheless, it was still considered a top-tier physique. The divine power baptism might transform the star path body into one of those top-tier super physiques. Boom. At this moment, the surrounding divine power was continually merging into Lu Chen's body, targeting the essence of his star path body. Having received the divine power baptism, the essence of Lu Chen's star path body was undergoing an even more mysterious transformation, with the power of the stars evolving into something more profound. This transformation. Sensing the mysterious transformation within Lu Chen's heart, filled with astonishment, he could feel his star path body absorbing the divine power and undergoing a more powerful transformation. However, this transformation had no guiding path, merely continuously strengthening the essence of the star path body. Perhaps I can use spiritual objects to guide the direction of this divine power baptism transformation. Feeling the ever-strengthening essence of the stars within, a thought emerged in Lu Chen's mind. This divine power baptism was more about replenishing the foundation, and it could definitely be guided, but it required top-notch spiritual objects that were no less than the divine power. This spiritual object, perhaps that chaotic blue lotus, could be of use. Chaos itself is an ultimate power. If I can transform the essence of the stars into chaos essence, then. Upon thinking this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up and a wave of joy surged in his heart. The chaotic blue lotus that Lu Chen possessed was an innate holy medicine that had reached an age of 300,000 years, and its chaotic power was not inferior to the divine power. It could be used to guide the transformation of the essence of the star path body. If that's the case, then let's give it a try. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen took out the chaotic blue lotus that he had stored in the system space. Initially, Lu Chen intended to use this chaotic blue lotus to refine an external incarnation. However, now that he had an opportunity for his physique to undergo another transformation, he naturally would not let it slip by. As for the external incarnation, he could only give it up. Then Lu Chen gripped the chaotic blue lotus in his right hand, guiding the power within it slowly toward the area where the essence of his star path body resided. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the power of the chaotic blue lotus surged and combined with the divine power baptism, the stars within Lu Chen seemed to have gained a new direction of transformation. The resplendent starlight became even more sacred and ethereal, as if infused with the endless mechanisms of the great Tao. Indeed effective, under the baptism of the chaotic blue lotus and divine power, my star essence is evolving toward chaos essence. Seeing the immense transformation within his body, Lu Chen's face was filled with joy. Next, he would fully absorb the chaotic blue lotus and divine power. Lu Chen suppressed all his thoughts and continued to absorb these terrifying powers. His essence was undergoing constant transformation. In the divine wasteland realm, eastern region, in a rarely visited picturesque forest filled with rampant demonic energy. This is the territory of the demon race, known as the xianxia forest, where powerful demon creatures roam, and the sounds of roars and howls frequently echo throughout the forest. Many demon creatures can be seen wandering in the forest, either battling, plundering, or during the day, wanton slaughter and fierce competition are the main themes of the xianxia forest. Boom! Just as many demon creatures in the xianxia forest were engaged in their daily leisure games, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy rushed down from the sky. Filled with a blood-colored aura, the spiritual energy quickly crashed into the xianxia forest, instantly turning this demon sanctuary into a blood-red wasteland with countless crimson energies pervading the ruins. Are you out of your mind? Is it really necessary to chase me for several months just because I slept with your wife for half a month? In the sky, a rugged-faced, middle-aged man in disarray landed in the ruins, his face twisted with rage. The middle-aged man was Haifeng, who had been pursued by xianxia after being targeted by him at the Zhao family. The two had fought fiercely, but ultimately Haifeng was no match for xianxia and had to flee in embarrassment. However, xianxia was relentless and had pursued Haifeng for several months. Haifeng, I told you I will kill you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will make sure you have no place to die. Not far away, xianxia, dressed in a blood-colored robe, had piercing eyes, and the killing intent within them showed no signs of weakening. Hee, we both possess the power of the Mansion Lord, so spare me the killing. If you insist on continuing to entangle with me, then I can only accompany you. On the other side, Haifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. Both were top emissaries of the underworld, belonging to the core personnel of the underworld, protected by the powers of the underworld lord, wielding semi-mortal strength. Perhaps they could be defeated, but truly killing them was no easier than slaying an ordinary supreme. I don't care, I just want to kill you. xianxia seemed to have completely lost his rationality, shouting madly. You? Seeing Shueisha's obsession, Heifeng felt a bit speechless. At this moment he was filled with regret. Had he known this guy was so obsessive, he shouldn't have touched his wife. If he had to, he should have waited until his strength surpassed his. In that case, Heifeng took a deep breath, preparing to flee again. Not good, my chaotic blue lotus. At that moment Heifeng suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. Heifeng had left some marks within the chaos azure lotus he had prepared, allowing him to sense its spiritual essence. Previously, although the chaos azure lotus had been lost, Heifeng knew its spiritual essence still remained. As long as he reached a safe place, he had means to retrieve it, so Heifeng was not anxious. However, now that the spiritual essence of the chaos azure lotus was fading, Heifeng could no longer remain calm. If the spiritual essence of the chaos azure lotus vanished completely, even his invincible methods would be useless. Thinking of this, Heifeng wished he could immediately use a secret technique to retrieve the chaos azure lotus. But the blood fiend not far away. Enough, blood fiend, I'll let you sleep with my wife for half a month, and well, let this matter rest, all right. Thinking of this, Heifeng in a flash of wit quickly said. After Heifeng's words, blood fiend frowned slightly, seemingly contemplating the matter. After all, killing Heifeng outright was unrealistic. Blood fiend mused for a moment, then said, 3 months. If you let me sleep with your wife for 3 months, I'll let this matter go. Without even blinking, Heifeng agreed. Fine, no problem. Blood fiend sneered, his eyes filled with cruelty. Then hand over your wife. I want to do it in front of you. Heifeng blinked, and then said, I'm afraid that's not possible. I don't have a wife yet. I'll find one, and then give her to you. How about that? You're fucking with me. If you don't have a wife, what the hell were you talking about? Blood fiend's face darkened upon hearing Heifeng's words, and he roared. The corner of Heifeng's mouth twitched. Having done such things so many times, how could he dare to have a wife? Then blood fiend was about to launch another fierce attack, refusing to reconcile with Heifeng. Enough. This farce has been going on for months. It's time to end it. If you keep fighting, the entire divine wilderness realm will laugh at our netherworld mansion. Just as the battle was about to erupt again, a low, hoarse voice echoed in both their ears. The space not far away twisted, and a thin, white-haired elder in a black robe stepped out from the distorted space. Greetings, third elder. Heifeng and blood fiend quickly bowed. This was the third elder of their netherworld mansion, a figure of high authority, far above their status as protectors. Blood fiend said coldly, Third elder, don't meddle in this matter. I will never let Heifeng off, or else what dignity will I, blood fiend, have left? Heifeng, standing by, looked helpless, his eyes pleading with the third elder. Blood fiend, what are women? Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. We all work for the lord of the mansion. We must broaden our horizons. How can we let such a trivial matter harm the harmony among the brothers of our netherworld mansion? The third elder spoke with righteous indignation, his voice resounding and powerful. Exactly, blood fiend, broaden your horizons. What's a woman? In the future, when I go out to have fun, I'll take you along, and you can experience that kind of pleasure too. Heifeng nodded vigorously beside him, fully agreeing with the third elder's words. Oh, third elder, there's something you might not know. Perhaps I should tell you. Blood fiend then turned to the third elder, his face calm. Hearing blood fiend's words, Heifeng's heart skipped a beat. He sensed something ominous was about to happen, and the smile on his face seemed to stiffen. The third elder looked puzzled, but still said proudly, Tell me, what is it? Whatever it is, remember, broaden your horizons. The reason our netherworld mansion has grown to this point is all because of our broad vision. Blood fiend then said in a low voice, Third elder, that bastard Heifeng has slept with your wife too, and for a whole month. How does he know everything? I almost forgot about this myself. Blood fiend's words made Heifeng break out in a cold sweat. His scalp tingled, and his face instantly froze. My wife too. And for a whole month. The third elder was stunned for a moment, then looked at Heifeng beside him. When he noticed Heifeng's expression, he immediately realized it was true. Once he understood the key point, the third elder's calm and proud face instantly darkened. He roared furiously, Heifeng, I will kill you. The third elder's spiritual power erupted violently, surging in all directions. His terrifying aura seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Broaden your horizons, third elder, broaden your horizons. Feeling the third elder's nearly invincible momentum, Heifeng's face turned green. He quickly spoke, trying to dissuade the third elder. Broaden your horizons. To hell with your horizons. Die. I wonder what kind of transformation young Master Lu will undergo after receiving the baptism of the primordial divine power. Outside the primordial divine tower, Jiang Yuechan watched the primordial divine power continuously gathering above the tower, her eyes filled with curiosity. Previously, after passing the 70th floor of the primordial divine tower, Jiang Yuechan had undergone a tremendous transformation. The flaws in her immortal spirit body had been somewhat mended, and her soul had been greatly strengthened by the power of the immortal spirit body. Now watching the primordial divine power gathering continuously far denser than what she had experienced, Jiang Yuechan was very curious. What kind of transformation could trigger such terrifying primordial divine power? Not only Jiang Yuechan but the other disciples around were also full of anticipation. They wanted to see what kind of transformation Lu Chen, already immensely powerful, would undergo after receiving the baptism of the primordial divine power. Half an hour later, the primordial divine power in the sky was completely absorbed. After the absorption was complete, terrifying visions appeared all around the primordial divine tower. Chaos splitting the heavens, the great Tao resonating in unison, the eternal azure lotus, an immortal king, descending upon the 9 heavens, order and nothingness intertwining. Countless visions interwove, filling the surroundings of the primordial divine tower with surging spiritual power. Everyone felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Such terrifying visions. The Holy Sun is likely condensing a superphysique. Our sacred land is about to produce a supreme prodigy. An experienced elder realized what was happening and quickly spoke, his face full of delight. The birth of a superphysique is usually accompanied by visions. The more terrifying the physique, the more powerful the visions. These numerous terrifying visions intertwining clearly indicated that a super physique was about to be born. Thinking of this, all the surrounding disciples and elders were thrilled. Their sacred land was about to produce another supreme prodigy with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle. Damn it. Damn it. It's so damnable. That Lu Chen, why does he deserve it? How can a guy like him condense a super physique? What? On the other side of the primordial divine tower, Yi Bufan ground his molars in envy, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the distant structure. Having been repeatedly defeated by Lu Chen, Yi Bufan now harbored a deep wariness toward him. Yet even so, he still held on to the confidence that he could one day trample Lu Chen underfoot. But now, with Lu Chen on the verge of forging a supreme physique, everything had changed. This meant that Yi Bufan's prized primordial sacred body would no longer be his advantage. He could no longer rely on this supreme physique to fuel his hopes. Lu Chen was already terrifying enough. Allowing him to forge a supreme physique would ensure that Yi Bufan, no matter how arrogant, would be forced to remain perpetually beneath his heel. How could he, with his unyielding pride, ever accept this? Calm down, Yi Bufan, calm down. Weren't you always so arrogantly confident? It's just a supreme physique. Where is your invincible conviction? Has it crumbled completely just because it's Lu Chen? Pull yourself together. A physique doesn't decide everything. If merely relying on a physique could lead to the pinnacle of the Tao, then no one would need to cultivate. They'd just compare their physiques. The eerie evil spirit within Yi Bufan sensed his Tao heart on the verge of collapse, and disregarding the risk of exposure, hurriedly consoled him. Right. A physique doesn't decide everything. I possess the primordial sacred body, destined to rule over the heavens. Yi Bufan's body trembled slightly, his eyes reddened, and his words became incoherent. Damn it. This fool with the primordial sacred body is doomed. Why did I end up with such a waste? At that moment, the eerie evil spirit within Yi Bufan was equally speechless, gazing enviously at Lu Chen within the primordial divine tower, who was forging his supreme physique. In its view, Lu Chen was the perfect host. Though his talent had been weak before, now with a supreme physique and a formidable will, his future would far surpass that of this primordial sacred body. But the eerie evil spirit had no choice left. Its fate was bound to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan, don't worry. You still have me. Even if Lu Chen forges a supreme physique, does he have guidance from a master of my caliber? Rest assured, I will help you. The eerie evil spirit continued to soothe Yi Bufan, restoring his confidence. Have I truly stumbled upon a supreme prodigy? Not far away, Li Daohong also fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, who was forging his supreme physique. Inside the 70th floor of the primordial divine tower. By now, the primordial divine power within the tower had fully merged into Lu Chen's body. The origin of his stellar Tao body, guided by the interplay of primordial divine power and the chaos green lotus, had transformed into chaos origin. Countless Tao essences evolved within Lu Chen's body, causing his flesh and blood to undergo mysterious and unfathomable changes. Rumble. After another half hour, Lu Chen's body, flesh, and origin fully entered a new realm. He felt his body become profoundly attuned to the Tao. Though his cultivation remained at the peak of the 5th level of the Saint realm, his body had undergone earth-shattering transformations, brimming with boundless power within. His realm had not advanced, yet his strength, spiritual energy, soul power, every aspect, had achieved a qualitative leap. Lu Chen estimated that his overall combat power had increased several-fold. If he now faced the 7-headed dragon clan king beast again, Lu Chen was confident he could crush it with his bare fists without relying on his formidable supreme bone. The chaos Tao body. Guided by the primordial divine power, and the chaos green lotus, my stellar Tao body, has undergone chaos transformation, becoming the chaos Tao body. Lu Chen scattered the chaos green lotus, now reduced to fragments of essence at the base of the tower. The chaos Tao body is a supreme physique imbued with chaos origin, ranking among the foremost of all supreme physiques. Innate proximity to the Tao, it faces no bottlenecks before entering the immortal realm. Cultivated to its zenith, it can evolve myriad Taos, possessing countless miraculous wonders. Moreover, the strength, speed, and spiritual energy intensity of the chaos Tao body are exceptionally formidable among supreme physiques. The chaos origin within the chaos Tao body is also extraordinarily fearsome, harboring immense destructive power. With the chaos Tao body, I finally have the foundation to overwhelm the true monstrous prodigies of the divine desolate realm. Lu Chen slowly retracted the power of his chaos Tao body, a sense of security filling his heart. Previously, though Lu Chen possessed the supreme bone and the fallen emperor's dual pupils, these two supreme endowments only provided unilateral enhancements, lacking the comprehensive foundation of a full-body physique. Now with the chaos Tao body, everything was different. It enabled a holistic transformation, forging a truly near-invincible foundation for attaining the Tao. From now on, at least until I enter the immortal realm, my path is clear and unobstructed. As the power of the chaos Tao body receded, the myriad phenomena around Lu Chen gradually dissipated, leaving only his deep, confident eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Reward: purifying divine flame. Withdraw now? At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The purifying divine flame was his. He withdrew it. Whoosh whoosh. With a thought, a pure radiant blue-purple flame appeared before Lu Chen, emitting an intense light. So this is the purifying divine flame. Lu Chen toyed with the flame in his hand, his eyes gleamed. He could sense the terrifying aura within the purifying divine flame, far surpassing the phoenix flame of the ancient phoenix, Xiaohong, incredibly formidable. Moreover, the origin of this flame seemed to have been completely imprinted with Lu Chen's mark, fully under his control and ready to be wielded at will. Next, let's continue climbing. I wonder what rewards lie ahead in the primordial divine tower. After familiarizing himself with the purifying divine flame's power, Lu Chen decided to advance to the next floor. Soon Lu Chen swiftly reached the 71st floor. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As soon as he arrived, he was enveloped by a deep swirling mist that seemed to possess a corrosive force constantly churning. It's the Outer Realm Evil Clan. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, immediately recognizing the power of the Outer Realm Evil Clan. Then a Saint King Realm evil being, like a specter, launched a relentless assault on Lu Chen. The Evil Clan's power was profoundly sinister. While their strength might not match that of top-tier beasts, their insidious techniques caught one off guard. Many cultivators in the divine desolate realm would rather face a siege of beasts than confront a single Outer Realm Evil Clan member. Fast, but unfortunately you've met me. Lu Chen spoke calmly as the blue-purple purifying divine flame erupted in an instant. With a violent burst of flames, the specter-like Outer Realm Evil Clan member was instantly annihilated by the purifying divine flame, leaving not even a trace behind. Indeed, this extinguishing divine fire already bears my mark. It belongs to my power and can be wielded within the Taichu Divine Tower. Looking at the slowly dispersing mist around him, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Although the Taichu Divine Tower forbids the use of external items, the extinguishing divine fire, which has merged with Lu Chen's mark, is his own power and can be utilized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the mist dissipated, waves of pure soul power surged into Lu Chen's sea of consciousness, enhancing his spiritual strength. Lu Chen slowly said, "It seems my spiritual power has increased." Not long after, this power was fully absorbed by Lu Chen, significantly boosting his spiritual strength. Then let's continue and see what rewards await. The next levels from 71 to 80 should mostly be the extraterrestrial evil clan. Let's see how I can swiftly pass using the extinguishing divine fire. After absorbing the power, Lu Chen wasted no time and continued to charge toward the next level. As expected, the subsequent levels were primarily filled with the extraterrestrial evil clan. In front of Lu Chen, who possessed the extinguishing divine fire, these holy king-level extraterrestrial evil beings were utterly no match. Lu Chen had no intention of confronting them with his own strength. After all, with the extinguishing divine fire, why would he engage in a heated clash with these extraterrestrial evildoers? That would be insanity. While Lu Chen continued his rapid ascent, everyone outside was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes, as they witnessed the Taichu Divine Tower being constantly breached. What the hell, this is absurd. How can the Holy Sun break through the 70th level with even more ease than before? Am I dreaming? Could it be that it has become easier beyond the 70th level? That can't be. The Holy Maiden took a long time to pass through that. "Oh Taichu Divine Tower, if you're going to break down, just say something, I'll come fix you." The Holy Sun is terrifying, having gathered a super physique. His foundational strength must be on par with those top-notch prodigies. Top-notch prodigies. Are they able to pass through the Taichu Divine Tower at such speed? They aren't even worthy to be the Holy Sun's shoe shine. The Holy Sun is unparalleled in the world. Lu Chen's continuous rapid ascent left many disciples and elders around discussing in astonishment. No, it's impossible. He's merely gathered a super physique. Why has he become so terrifying? On the other side, Bufan, who had just calmed down from the strange evil spirit, felt his mind collapsing again, overwhelmed by boundless fear as his body trembled continuously. The strange evil spirit within Bufan was also completely dumbfounded. He knew the difficulty of the Taichu Divine Tower, and to break through so swiftly was simply monstrous. "Why don't we just give up? You are no match for such a monster," the strange evil spirit mused. However, the strange evil spirit did not voice this thought. He knew that with Bufan's temperament, he would likely explode in frustration. Then the strange evil spirit could only comfort Bufan again, urging him to stay calm, as there was still hope, even though he himself found it hard to believe. On the other side, Jiang Yuechan remained silent. She had experienced the Taichu Divine Tower after the 70th level and knew its difficulty very well. Lu Chen's speed was utterly shattering her worldview, making her feel like a failure. The Holy Master remains calm. Even in the face of such a monstrous talent in our sect, he is still so composed. No wonder our ancestor has such high hopes for him. Jiang Yuechan looked toward the unflinchingly calm Li Daohong not far away. At this moment, Li Daohong showed no expression, his gaze fixed intently on the continuously breached Taichu Divine Tower. "Wow, we actually have such a monster in our holy land. I spent quite a few moments to pass through over 70 levels myself, yet this kid just annihilates it. You good. I let you challenge the Taichu Divine Tower, not to speed through it. Those ancient freaks said I was an unparalleled prodigy in the Taichu Holy Land, but isn't this just a joke? If I am an unparalleled prodigy, then what is Lu Chen?" Li Daohong's heart raced, waves of shock surging within him as the spiritual energy within him threatened to explode, clearly indicating that the calmness was just superficial. 80 levels. My heavens. The Holy Sun surpassed from 71 to 80 levels in less than half a quarter of an hour. What kind of monster is this? Are we truly in the same world? After a while, as a bright light flashed from the Taichu Divine Tower, Lu Chen had already breached the 79th level and directly reached the 80th level. All the disciples surrounding the Taichu Divine Tower were stunned. They expected this, but the speed was simply... This was the 80th level after all. The higher the level in the Taichu Divine Tower, the more difficult it became. Lu Chen's rapid breakthrough left everyone in shock, unable to believe their eyes. However, the reality lay before them, leaving no room for disbelief. I wonder if the Holy Sun can swiftly pass the 80th level. After all, that level's difficulty has increased many times over. That can't be. Although the Holy Sun is incredibly terrifying, but that is the 80th level. Seeing Lu Chen had already reached the 80th level, many disciples speculated whether he could swiftly pass through it. At this moment, within the 80th level, 3 half-step, great saint-level evil clan experts stared coldly at Lu Chen, who had just entered. Endless evil spirit power surged like a tide, flooding the entire 80th level, completely interfering with Lu Chen's vision. Damn. Playing such tricks, I won't play along. Chaos Tao Body Supreme Bone Imperial Descent Heavy, I extinguishing divine fire explode for me. Realizing the troublesome nature of the evil spirits in the 80th level, Lu Chen did not hesitate and unleashed all his trump cards. Waves of terrifying auras instantly engulfed the entire 80th level. Boom. With a tremendous roar, the 3 half-step, great saint-level evil spirits on the 80th level were completely obliterated. Annihilated. What? This is the 80th level. Am I going crazy, or is this world insane? Isn't it supposed to be harder at higher levels? Why is the Holy Sun getting faster and faster? Damn it, Holy Sun, just stop. This is boring, really boring. I don't care anymore. From now on, the Holy Sun is the strongest prodigy in my heart. Those super prodigies, supreme prodigies, can just crawl away. Me too. 1. Seeing the 80th level being swiftly breached, the surrounding disciples were once again utterly shocked. Holy Maiden, the Holy Sun has passed through the 80th level. Then, that thing, could it be? Next to Jiang Yuechan, Yenner's expression changed slightly as she spoke softly. Jiang Yuechan's gaze was fixed intently on the 80th floor of the primordial divine tower, an extraordinarily brilliant gleam flashing in her eyes as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. He might be more worthy than I to control that thing. After a long moment, Jiang Yuechan took a deep breath, suppressing the stormy emotions within her like a tsunami. Her eyes turned clear as she spoke slowly. Yenner bit her crimson lips, a hint of anxiety on her face. Holy maiden, but… Jiang Yuechan interrupted her voice icy enough. There's no need for further discussion. I know what I'm doing. Seeing Jiang Yuchan's irritation, Yenner quickly said, yes, holy maiden, I understand. My Dao heart is still not steady enough. I must learn more from the sacred lord. Jiang Yuechan then turned her gaze toward Li Daohong, who remained composed and undisturbed by external distractions in the distance. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? How can such a monster exist in this world? The divine tower might truly be broken. Li Daohong's eyes were vacant, a myriad of complex thoughts stirring within his mind. 80 floors instant kill, eh? At the edge of the primordial divine tower, Yi Bufan's body stiffened, his heart sinking to the depths, as if crushed by an ancient divine mountain. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Whatever happens, happens. I don't want to console anyone anymore. Damn, what a waste. Within Yi Bufan's body, the eerie evil spirit was also utterly despairing. Maybe I should find a way to trick Yi Bufan into becoming Lu Chen's dog. That way I might get more opportunities. Since Yi Bufan was utterly hopeless, it was better to take a different path and seek a better way out. A bizarre thought arose in the eerie evil spirit's mind. Yi Bufan, you ancient sacred body bastard, get the hell out here. I've finally found you. Let's see how I finish you off this time. Just then a deep, low voice echoed from outside the primordial sacred land. In the sky not far away, a streak of light flashed like a meteor. Then a young man clad in a black brocade robe stepped out from the dissipating meteor. The young man bore a mysterious mark on his brow with a burly frame and a cold expression. Grayish-black spiritual energy emanated from his body, tearing wildly at everything around him like a ferocious beast. It's someone from the central domain's desolate heaven tyrant physique lineage. Why are they here at our primordial sacred land? It must be because of Yi Bufan, the ancient sacred body. The tyrant physique lineage and the ancient sacred body are sworn enemies. Besides this, Yi Bufan is too arrogant. If I were the tyrant physique lineage, I'd want to crush him too. I recognize him. He seems to be Zhou Dongyang, a prodigy of the tyrant physique lineage. I heard he has good talent. Though his cultivation level isn't high, his combat prowess is terrifying. He's already cultivated the tyrant physique's innate secret art, the tyrant divine form, to the 6th level. Exactly. He's also the most favored young master of the tyrant physique lineage, a notoriously arrogant and domineering fellow. As the young man appeared, the crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with surprise. Many disciples recognized him as Zhou Dongyang of the Central Domain's tyrant physique lineage, a rising prodigy among the younger generation. The desolate heaven tyrant physique was a supreme super physique with terrifying physical strength imbued with domineering power, vast and formidable, capable of suppressing all. Moreover, it possessed unique tyrant physique secret arts that could drastically enhance combat strength. Though Zhou Dongyang had yet to enter the top tier, his exceptional talent and battle prowess had already spread far and wide. Additionally, as the young master of the tyrant physique lineage, many of its ancestors held him in high regard. People from the tyrant physique lineage. Not far away, Yi Bufan, pale-faced and trembling, furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze locked tightly on the approaching Zhou Dongyang. After Zhou Dongyang's appearance, Yi Bufan's ancient sacred body seemed to be stimulated, simmering gently. The fear of Lu Chen in his heart even dissipated somewhat at that moment. Seeing Yi Bufan dazed, pale, and trembling, Zhou Dongyang assumed he was terrified. He clenched his fist and sneered. Humph, kneel and beg for mercy now. Shout 3 times that the ancient sacred body is useless, and I might grant you the chance to be my slave. Otherwise, you'll soon know what cruelty means. Beg for mercy. Damn it, who do you think you are? Lu Chen trampling on me is one thing, but what right do you, a waste, have to yap in front of me? Screw you. Die. Yi Bufan's face twisted with rage as he roared in response. With that, Yi Bufan pushed his power to the limit, unleashing the full force of his ancient sacred body. Like a golden war god, he swiftly struck towards Zhou Dongyang. Due to the constant pressure from Lu Chen, Yi Bufan's heart had long accumulated a massive amount of negative emotions. Zhou Dongyang's arrival now provided an outlet for his fury. Yi Bufan went completely berserk, channeling his myriad powers and great divine abilities to their fullest, boosting his combat strength substantially. As Yi Bufan's full power erupted, Zhou Dongyang, caught off guard, instantly fell into a disadvantage, completely suppressed with little means to counter. What's wrong with this ancient sacred body, Yi Bufan? Wasn't he just scared silly by me? How can he still be so strong? Struggling to withstand Yi Bufan's terrifying assault, Zhou Dongyang's face turned ashen. The berserk Yi Bufan was incredibly fearsome, imposing an unprecedented pressure on him. Moreover, once the sacred body suppressed the tyrant physique, the bloodline-induced pressure was extremely intense, placing Zhou Dongyang under immense strain. Yet he simply couldn't understand why Yi Bufan, who seemed terrified by his aura moments ago, had become so terrifying in an instant. It was utterly shocking. Both were cultivators at the Dao Palace realm. Why was there such a vast gap in their strength? At this point, Zhou Dongyang was beginning to doubt whether he was truly a top prodigy. Damn it, if I can't deal with Lu Chen, can I handle a useless tyrant physique like you? What tyrant physique? All of you die. The berserk Bufan vented his rage wildly, every move radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Completely overwhelmed, Zhou Dongyang saw Bufan growing fiercer and turned green with fury. Tyrant Divine Form 6th level activate. Without further hesitation, Zhou Dongyang immediately unleashed his Tyrant Divine Form at the 6th level. The Tyrant Divine Form was the innate secret art of the Tyrant physique lineage. Once activated, it granted the power of the Divine Form, sharply boosting combat strength. However, it consumed the user's Tyrant physique origin. Thus, those of the Tyrant physique lineage would not easily activate their Tyrant Divine Form unless in critical. After all, the consumption of one's origin requires greater power to replenish. If depleted excessively, it would affect one's very foundation. As Zhou Dongyang activated his Overlord Divine Form, streams of profound and mysterious Divine Form power surged upon him, causing his aura to skyrocket. What nonsense, Overlord Divine Form. Break for me, Primordial Saint Fist. Bufan, now truly enraged, channeled all his saintly physique power and unleashed a domineering punch. In an instant, before the Overlord Divine Form could fully materialize, Bufan's fist had already hurtled toward Zhou Dongyang. With a thunderous collision, Zhou Dongyang's Overlord Divine Form was utterly shattered by Bufan's fist. Zhou Dongyang's body was sent flying, crashing into the ground and forming a massive crater, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Damn, I gotta say, this Bufan, though arrogant, actually has some skill. That central domain Overlord prodigy is getting dominated the whole way, no temper left. Yeah, this Overlord is kinda weak, getting beaten down by that trashy Bufan. I'm thinking maybe I could do it too. Right, I could do it too. That Overlord is a real piece of trash. Alright, stop talking big. Do you really think Bufan is weak? If you think about it, he's not bad at all. Except when he gets humbled by the Saint's son, he's been running rampant everywhere else. You're right, but that doesn't change the fact that he's still trash in front of the Saint's son. Exactly, so Bufan is still trash. Trash 1. After Bufan decisively crushed Zhou Dongyang, the nearby disciples murmured among themselves, looking contemptuously at Zhou Dongyang, who lay sprawled like a dead dog. They had initially hoped that Zhou Dongyang would severely dampen Bufan's arrogance. Unexpectedly, he was so fragile. What Overlord prodigy? He was merely paper-thin, no match. Having decisively defeated Zhou Dongyang, Bufan had thought he would earn the admiration of the disciples by showcasing his strength, only to find himself still labeled as trash in their words. Yet their words left him with no retort. No matter how strong he was before Lu Chen, he was no different from. At this thought, the anger that Bufan had just vented by beating Zhou Dongyang surged anew. Damn bastard. Since I can't beat Lu Chen, I'll just keep taking it out on you. Bufan then cast an icy glare at Zhou Dongyang in the crater, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You what? What are you trying to do? I'm an Overlord. What do you want? Zhou Dongyang, who had just caught his breath in the crater, turned pale at Bufan's cold stare. At this moment, he regretted his actions, deeply wishing he had been better prepared. What am I doing? Weren't you just so arrogant? Scared now? Bufan's gaze was chilling as he continued, the golden divine light on his body radiating a terror. Zhou Dongyang's pupils contracted as he stammered, his body trembling. Calm down, Bufan, if you act rashly. Calm. I'm perfectly calm. Right now, I just want to beat you to death. Bufan's aura grew even more fearsome as he rapidly charged toward Zhou Dongyang in the crater. Saintly body, brat, you've gone too far, colluding with the evil race and daring to kill an Overlord lineage prodigy. Who gave you the nerve? Just then a cold, heavy voice rang out. Along with this voice came an overwhelming aura, like a tidal wave surging forth and pressing down upon everyone around the Primordial Divine Tower. On the 80th floor of the Primordial Divine Tower, the dense spiritual energy slowly dissipated. Lu Chen gazed calmly ahead, where in the area where the spiritual energy had scattered, an ancient black jar appeared. The jar floated in the air, its surface adorned with mysterious Tao patterns, exuding an ancient and vicissitudinous aura, as if it had endured endless eons. The reward for passing the 80th floor is a jar. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, then stepped forward and took the jar in his hands. The spiritual essence on this is even more terrifying than that of my 7-star dragon abyss. Upon touching the black jar, Lu Chen immediately sensed its extraordinarily fearsome spiritual essence, surpassing even that of his quasi-emperor weapon, the 7-star dragon abyss sword. Clearly, regardless of its power, the material of this jar alone was immensely formidable. It was highly likely crafted from materials capable of forging an emperor weapon. In other words, this jar was likely an emperor weapon. Inside the jar was a batch of pitch-black soil rich with the essence of the 5 elements, emanating a refreshing fragrance, as if imbued with abundant vitality. 5 elements soil. This is 5 elements soil. Gazing at the dark soil before him, Lu Chen recognized it at once. It was the legendary 5 elements soil. 5 elements soil, a spiritual earth containing the essence of the 5 elements, was hailed as a universal soil source capable of nurturing all top-tier spiritual herbs and plants. Many spiritual herbs with demanding growth conditions, as well as numerous sacred herbs, could thrive in 5 elements soil, which also possessed a powerful growth-accelerating effect. Legend had it that 5 elements soil could even be used to cultivate the immortal divine medicine, making it one of the most extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. At the center of the 5 elements soil lay a damaged, mysterious seed. The seed's surface was withered, appearing completely devoid of life, yet it bore mysterious Tao patterns that seemed to resonate with the origin of heaven and earth, exuding an air of profound mystery. The origin of the surrounding world and the mystical spiritual power within the 5 elements soil slowly flowed into the mysterious seed, sustaining its faint vitality. What kind of seed is this to be born by an emperor weapon and nurtured by the heavenly treasure 5 elements soil to maintain its vitality? Lu Chen stared intently at the mysterious seed before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Moreover, Lu Chen faintly sensed a trace of an elusive supreme Tao might from the black jar. This black jar was very likely a supreme Tao emperor weapon. A supreme Tao emperor weapon and 5 elements soil. Both were priceless treasures of the divine desolate realm, yet they were now used solely to sustain this seemingly damaged mysterious seed. What exactly is this mysterious seed? Lu Chen then urged his spiritual sense, surging it violently toward the jar. Having previously fused a considerable amount of celestial spirit source energy, Lu Chen's spiritual sense had also acquired some attributes of celestial spirit power, becoming extremely formidable. Coupled with the abundant pure soul power rewarded by the supreme beginning divine tower during his traversal from the 71st to the 79th floor, Lu Chen's spiritual sense had already reached the pinnacle of the saint rank. Although Lu Chen's spiritual sense realm was still at the saint rank, its intensity was no weaker than that of some saint king rank spiritual sense experts. Soon Lu Chen's powerful spiritual sense surged into it. However, this mysterious seed was like a boundless black hole. Though it was only the size of a bean, Lu Chen's spiritual sense disappeared into it, like a clay ox sinking into the sea without stirring a single ripple. Can't probe it clearly. Forget it, I'll just accept it for now. Perhaps my current strength is insufficient. After probing for a long time without result, Lu Chen abandoned the idea of further investigation. After all, the item was already in his possession, there would always be an opportunity to uncover its mysteries later. Immediately after, Lu Chen stored the black jar along with the 5-element earth and the mysterious seed into his system space. Let's check the 81st floor and see if I can further enhance my cultivation. On the 70th floors, passing certain levels also rewarded some pure cultivation power, allowing Lu Chen's realm to break through the bottleneck of the Saint 5th heaven and enter the Saint 6th heaven. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen then flew directly toward the 81st floor. As soon as he entered, he sensed a demonic energy of overwhelming intensity. That surging demonic energy, like an all-pervading spiritual force, swiftly filled every area around Lu Chen, subjecting him to an unprecedented sense of oppression. Forcing down the pressure in his heart, Lu Chen looked toward the source of the demonic energy. At the center of an endless storm of demonic power stood a massive, ferocious, wolf-shaped demon beast. A great demon's true form. It's a great saint-rank, moon-howling demon wolf. Seeing that terrifying beast, Lu Chen's pupils contracted and his body trembled slightly. At the center of the distant demonic storm was a top-tier great saint-rank demon. After reaching the great saint-rank, demon beasts could manifest their great demon true form akin to a human's great saint dharma idol, enhancing all their abilities comprehensively. At that moment, the great saint-rank moon-howling demon wolf seemed to notice Lu Chen's presence, turned its head, and let out a furious roar. Instantly, a terrifying sound wave, nearly tearing everything apart, surged toward Lu Chen's location. The space around him collapsed instantly. Before Lu Chen could react, he was utterly overwhelmed by the horrific roar of the demon wolf, his body sent flying. So this is a top-tier demon beast at the Great Saint Realm. Truly terrifying beyond measure. It seems I've underestimated the power of Great Saint Realm experts. Without the use of quasi-emperor weapons and the void ancient ring, it's truly impossible to contend. In the marginal space of the 81st floor, Lu Chen, still shaken, murmured softly. Originally, Lu Chen believed that after reaching the Saint's 6th heaven with his numerous advantages, even if he couldn't defeat a great Saint Realm expert, he could at least withstand a few moves. Now it was clear he had been completely presumptuous, greatly underestimating the strength of great saint experts. Lu Chen could rely on his formidable background and divine abilities to forcibly erase the gap with the domain controlled by Saint King experts. But the great Saint Dharma idol was a limit enhancement of one's own power. Even though Lu Chen's foundational abilities were exceptionally terrifying, he simply couldn't bridge the chasm-like gulf through his own strength. After reaching the saint realm, the gap between each heaven was immense. Not to mention Lu Chen was only at the saint's sixth heaven, separated from the great saint realm by two major realms. Since I can't get past the 81st floor, I'll leave after recovering from my injuries. Lu Chen then suppressed his thoughts and began using the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to heal his wounds. The roar of the moon-howling demon wolf had been immensely powerful, inflicting considerable damage even on Lu Chen, who possessed the Chaos Tao body. Time passed slowly. After a quarter of an hour under the healing power of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, Lu Chen's injuries were finally fully restored, and his state's spiritual power and soul reached their peak. Next time he'll need to wait until at least the Saint King realm to challenge the later floors. Lu Chen looked up at the 81st floor and murmured softly. The pure spiritual power and soul force rewarded by the supreme, beginning divine tower at each level were exceptionally rich, rapidly enhancing Lu Chen's cultivation and soul strength. Moreover, the higher the floor, the greater the rewards, so Lu Chen naturally wouldn't miss out. With a thought, his figure vanished from the supreme, beginning divine tower, leaving it. The atmosphere here feels off. After leaving the tower, Lu Chen sensed two unusually terrifying auras like storms pervading every corner around him. This sensation was even more frightening than facing the great demon true form of the moon-howling demon wolf inside the tower, preventing Lu Chen's soul power from unfolding and leaving him unaware of the outside situation. Lu Chen, well done, well done. You've conquered the 80th floor. At that moment, Li Daohong appeared beside Lu Chen, looking at him with a gentle expression. After Li Daohong appeared, a warm aura emanated from him, shielding Lu Chen. Sacred Lord, what happened? Why is it so? With Li Daohong's protective power, Lu Chen could finally see the scene outside. Not far from the supreme, beginning divine tower, high in the sky, stood a middle-aged man clad in a black gold python robe, exuding a majestic aura. Behind the middle-aged man loomed a massive black Dharma idol, like a tide of darkness, radiating an extremely terrifying presence. That's Zhou Qingshan, an elder of the Overlord body lineage, a peak expert at the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. Looking at the man in the sky, Li Daohong explained to Lu Chen, an elder of the Overlord body lineage. Could it be because of the primordial sacred body? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at Zhou Qingshan, who dominated the sky like a sovereign. Yes, they came for Yi Bufan. Not long ago, Zhou Dongyang, a prodigy of the Overlord body lineage, suddenly came to our sacred land to trouble Yi Bufan. Zhou Dongyang was utterly crushed by Yi Bufan, and in the end, when Yi Bufan tried to kill him, the Overlord body elder intervened. Li Daohong then recounted the full sequence of events to Lu Chen. The Overlord body lineage was incredibly efficient. Right after I had Qin Yuning spread the news, they came to cause trouble. Truly fitting as mortal enemies, Lu Chen thought to himself. It seemed they had received the news and rushed over immediately. So did the Overlord body elder Zhou Qingshan not harm Bufan? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lu Chen asked further. Zhou Qingshan was a supreme expert at the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. Since he had appeared, Yi Bufan surely wouldn't have had an easy time. That old fiend has always harbored deep hatred for the sacred body, so of course he struck, nearly killing Yi Bufan. But someone didn't want Yi Bufan to perish just like that. Li Daohong shrugged, and then looked in another direction, speaking slowly. Lu Chen then looked toward the area where Yi Bufan was. Not far away, in front of a severely wounded Yi Bufan, stood an old man in a white Taoist robe. The old man appeared aged and frail with a weathered face, yet he possessed an ethereal temperament and deep, profound eyes exuding a sense of transcendence. The old man stood silently before Yi Bufan, confronting Zhou Qingshan, who had stepped into the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm from a distance in the sky. Indeed, subduing this heaven-chosen protagonist was no simple task. Even a sovereign saint at the pinnacle of cultivation could not utterly annihilate him. Gazing upon the elderly Taoist priest not far away, Lu Chen's eyes brimmed with solemn gravity. Though he did not know the elder's identity, the fact that the man had effortlessly withstood Zhou Qingshan's sovereign saint divine manifestation spoke volumes. Clearly he was at least a sovereign saint of the highest echelon, or perhaps even stronger. Lu Chen then asked, "Sect Master, do you know who he is?" No, Li Daohong shook his head, then added, "I do not know either, but he has grasped a sliver of the Tao's fundamental laws and stands with one foot already within the threshold of a quasi-emperor. A peak sovereign saint on the verge of quasi-emperorhood." Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. relief flooding through him that he had not rashly attempted to slay Yi Bufan. Sovereign saints at the apex were already among the most formidable beings in the Shenhuang realm. A quasi-emperor who commanded the Tao's fundamental laws was terrifyingly powerful. Even with all his extraordinary methods, Chen knew he would scarcely find an opening to act before such an existence. That elder must be Lingxi, a hermit of the Piaomiao sect. At that moment, Jiang Yuechan, elegant, aloof, and draped in a flowing gown, glided gracefully to their side and spoke softly. The Piaomiao sect. A chill settled deep within Lu Chen's heart. Their appearance was premature. The Piaomiao sect was a reclusive, profoundly mysterious, and immensely powerful sect of the Shenhuang realm, its lineage devoted across millennia to safeguarding the primordial saint body. They were in essence the primordial saint body's eternal guardians. In the original chronicle, the Piaomiao sect only emerged after the protagonist entered the Saint King realm. On that first appearance, it was also Lingxi, a hermit who resolved Yi Bufan's crisis, an ancient cultivator whose feet straddled the threshold of quasi-emperorhood. So everything truly had changed. His own grasp over destiny, now slipping beyond control, Lu Chen mused inwardly. Master Lu, I never imagined you would shatter through 80 levels of the divine tower in one ascent. What manner of beast guarded the 80th level? Might you tell me? Jiang Yuechan gently took Lu Chen's hand, her gaze unwavering, eyes alight with quiet curiosity. The beast of the 80th level. Lu Chen paused momentarily, stunned, not expecting Jiang Yuechan to seize his hand so boldly in this setting. Li Daohong interjected, several half-step sovereign saints of the evil clans. Sect master, did you not fail even at the 70th level? Jiang Yuechan turned toward Li Daohong, brow faintly furrowed in puzzlement. Li Daohong seemed to realize he'd spoken out of turn. Ahem. Well, I am patriarch of our holy land after all. This came from accounts passed down by elders of our sect long ago. Lu Chen then asked, and does the sect master know what dwells on the 99th level? Of course, Li Daohong blurted instinctively, then abruptly halted, shifting tone with grave solemnity. No, I do not. The last time anyone breached the 99th level was centuries past. How could I possibly recall? Both Jiang Yuechan and Lu Chen gazed at him silently. Something about his words rang distinctly hollow. Enough. Elder Lingxi, a hermit, is about to speak. We must show due reverence and refrain from idle chatter here. Li Daohong hastily declared, sensing their piercing scrutiny. A faint twitch tugged at Lu Chen's lips. Reverence for elders. Let that reverence be genuine. Yi Bufan contends with your Bawu clan's prodigies as peers, yet you, an elder of several thousand years, stoop to bully a youth. Is the entire Bawu lineage nothing but cowards who prey upon juniors? Lingxi, a hermit, regarded Zhou Qingshan above, arrogant, self-assured, radiating sovereign authority, and spoke with unruffled calm. Who, pray tell, are you? Does the ancient enmity between Bawu and saint bodies concern you? Step aside, now, if you value your dignity. Otherwise, do not blame me for what follows. Zhou Qingshan retorted coldly, his sovereign saint divine manifestation, surging with overwhelming heaven-shaking might. Uncle Third, slay that saint body brat. Tear him limb from limb. From afar, Zhou Danyang, weak breath ragged, spat the words, eyes burning with venomous hatred. Still insolent, even now. It seems I must discipline this impudent whelp on behalf of your Zhou clan. Lingxi, a hermit's brow furrowed slightly. With a flick of his finger, a luminous palm of spiritual energy shot forth toward Zhou Danyang. Discipline our Bawu science. How laughable. Zhou Qingshan sneered, then unleashed a celestial art aimed squarely at the radiant palm. Crack, yet his technique shattered effortlessly beneath the luminous palm, striking Zhou Danyang full across the face, sending him hurtling backward to crash unconscious against a distant boulder. That was the Tao's fundamental law? Who are you, and which sect do you serve? Zhou Qingshan's expression hardened instantly, realizing with chilling clarity that he faced a peerless master who wielded the Tao's primal laws. He stood little chance. This one is Lingxi, a hermit of the Piaomiao sect. But first, you shall consider restitution. Should my young friend behind me remain unsatisfied, neither of you leaves this place alive. Lingxi, a hermit, spoke with quiet finality. Then profound, ineffable laws of the Tao began emanating from his being, engulfing the entire region in an oppressive, suffocating weight. The Piaomiao sect. Lingxi, a hermit. The surge of Daoic law struck Zhou Qingshan like ice water. He knew the sect's name, well, its reclusive power legendary. His Bawa lineage's renown would carry no weight before such a figure. Zhou Qingshan drew a slow, steadying breath and said carefully, Elder, I know you cherish talent, but Yi Bufan is unworthy. Lingxi, a hermit, shook his head, voice cool and unyielding. Unworthy. A primordial saint body who has shattered 5 celestial shackles. Is he unworthy? Then who is worthy? Perhaps that ill-mannered wretch from your Bawa line. As he spoke, Lingxi hermit's Daoic law intensified, crushing waves of pressure rolling relentlessly toward Zhou Qingshan. Of course I know Yi Bufan's talent is extraordinary. Zhou Qingshan, overwhelmed by unprecedented pressure, hurried on, but Yi Bufan is different. He has been tainted by the evil clan's corruption. His primordial saint body has fallen into darkness. Zhou Qingshan's voice spread like a tidal wave, swiftly reaching every corner of the surrounding area. In an instant, the entire region fell into a hushed silence, everyone staring in disbelief at Zhou Qingshan in the distance. The primordial sacred body was an extraordinarily powerful physique, possessing an immense suppressive ability against the extraterrestrial demonic tribes. Throughout history, many bearers of the primordial sacred body, upon reaching their peak, had slain countless members of the extraterrestrial demonic tribes, instilling such fear that many demonic clans trembled at their name. In particular, a fully matured primordial sacred body had slaughtered demonic tribes on such a scale that numbers became meaningless. Some weaker clans were even completely annihilated by the great sacred body. To the demonic tribes, such a being was even more terrifying than an ordinary extreme Dao emperor. That was why, upon hearing Zhou Qingshan claim that the primordial sacred body had fallen to the demonic side, the surrounding cultivators fell into such a deathly stillness. No way. Though Yi Bufan is truly despicable, falling to the demonic side. That can't be. Exactly, the primordial sacred body. The primordial sacred body. Are you joking? It must be a lie. How could the primordial sacred body fall to the demonic side? I must have misheard. That's the great sacred body that once shattered the demonic tribes. After a brief moment of silence, the disciples of the primordial beginning sacred land murmured among themselves. Even though they held no goodwill toward Yi Bufan, the primordial sacred body was a physique that suppressed the demonic tribes. The claim that it had fallen to their side was simply too hard to believe. Do you realize what you're saying? The sacred body falling to the demonic side. What a ridiculous joke. Lingxi Sanren's gaze was like a blazing torch, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Zhou Qingshan in the distance. His profound stare, like a divine pillar supporting the heavens, pressed heavily upon Zhou Qingshan's heart, nearly suffocating him. Senior, I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. Zhou Qingshan's face turned pale as he hurriedly spoke. Lingxi Sanren gave Zhou Qingshan a long, hard look, then turned to Yi Bufan and said, "He claims you have already fallen to the demonic side." Lingxi Sanren's gaze was unfathomably deep, as if it could pierce through all illusions, making Yi Bufan feel as though he were plummeting into an abyss. As senior, please see clearly. I hold an irreconcilable, deep-seated hatred for the extraterrestrial demonic tribes. There is no way I could ever fall to their side. That man is slandering me. If I had truly fallen, may I die a miserable death and be struck down by heaven and earth. Yi Bufan's body trembled, his face filled with fury as he continued, I beg you to conduct a thorough investigation and clear my name. This little wretch is actually volunteering to be examined and swearing such a vicious oath. What is he up to? Could the information be false? Hearing Yi Bufan's words and seeing the expression on his face, Zhou Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had come to the primordial beginning sacred land with the news that the primordial sacred body had fallen to the demonic side, intending to slay Yi Bufan. He cared little for the accuracy of the information, for he merely needed an excuse to kill Yi Bufan. But the appearance of Lingxi Sanren from the Misty Cloud sect changed everything. He had come to protect the primordial sacred body. If the news were false, he would surely pay a heavy price today. After all, this was a peak powerhouse who had mastered the laws of power. Though he didn't know how far Lingxi Sanren was from the quasi-emperor realm, mastering the laws alone meant he was no match for him. Thinking this, Zhou Qingshan felt a pang of regret. He should not have been so hasty. Could Yi Bufan have some means to conceal the demonic power within him? Lu Chen, standing beside Li Daohong and hearing Yi Bufan's words, furrowed his brow. He had obtained this information from Qin Yuning and Yi Lingxi. Its accuracy was beyond doubt. Very well then, I shall conduct a thorough examination to clear your name. Lingxi Sanren cast an approving glance at Yi Bufan. I naturally believe in you as well, but some rumors must be shattered with facts. With that, Lingxi Sanren unleashed his soul power, forcefully entering Yi Bufan's body. Yi Bufan did not resist, allowing the soul power to probe within him. Excellent, excellent. Your foundation is solid, your body is pure, and neither your spiritual energy nor your soul shows any trace of demonic power. After the examination, a smile spread across Lingxi Sanren's face, and he turned a cold gaze toward Zhou Qingshan in the distance. At that moment, the power of Yi Bufan's primordial sacred body was also activated. Endless golden radiance blazed around him, the boundless light, so sacred and pure, as if he were an immaculate, true immortal. I knew it. Yi Bufan, though disgusting, wouldn't stoop to siding with the demonic tribes. Exactly. This elder of the tyrant body lineage is utterly brainless to believe such a thing. Who the hell made him an elder? Now he can't back down. Yi Bufan has a senior protecting him. That Zhou family elder is in for trouble. Damn it, why do I feel a little disappointed? Yi Bufan. Ah, forget it. If it weren't for his primordial sacred body ID, swear he was a demon. The sacred light stirred murmurs among the surrounding disciples. Such pure power could never be associated with the demonic tribes. Moreover, there was Lingxi Sanren's word. Nothing. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so reckless. How could I have believed such an obviously false rumor? Even if I wanted to kill the sacred body, I didn't need to rush. Staring at the dazzling pure light, the last shred of hope in Zhou Qingshan's heart evaporated completely. Senior, I was deceived and misled by a petty villain into believing such an absurd lie. Zhou Qingshan gritted his teeth, all his arrogance gone, replaced by an obsequious and humble demeanor. Deceived by a petty villain. Can't you even discern such an obvious falsehood? Lingxi Sanren's gaze grew even colder as he said flatly, enough. I am not one to press a point unreasonably, but since you have erred, you must pay the price. Tell me, how do you intend to satisfy me and the young friend behind me? Senior, since the misunderstanding has been cleared, perhaps we can let it go. Elder Zhou is after all an elder of the tyrant body lineage, while I am merely a humble primordial sacred body. It wouldn't be appropriate. At this moment, Yi Bufan, who usually acted arrogantly, spoke with a hint of fear. This Yi Bufan isn't half bad. He actually speaks up for me. Since he's being so sensible, next time I deal with him. Zhou Qingshan felt a flicker of relief, his opinion of Yi Bufan shifting slightly. Bufan, don't speak for him. An elder of the tyrant body lineage bullying a sacred body who hasn't even broken through to the sage realm. If he doesn't give a satisfactory account today, he'll make sure they all die here. Before Yi Bufan could finish his sentence, Lingxi Sanren's voice rang out again, this time even colder, as if it would freeze everything. Damn it. That little wretch did it on purpose, trying to stoke Lingxi Sanren's fury even more. Hearing this, Zhou Qingshan suddenly understood Yi Bufan wasn't speaking up for him at all. He was deliberately provoking Lingxi Sanren's anger. Zhou Qingshan looked toward Yi Bufan, who stood behind Lingxi Sanren, and indeed caught a faint cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! At that moment, the void beside Yi Bufan suddenly twisted, and a blue-purple flame of extreme heat flew out from the distorted space. Its scorching temperature threatened to incinerate everything around. Damn it! Whose nether purification divine fire is that? Scared the hell out of me. Put it away. The moment the blue-purple flame appeared, a voice cursing loudly echoed from within Yi Bufan's body. Then a black spiritual entity emerged from within Yi Bufan's body. After emerging, the black spiritual entity quickly hid in Yi Bufan's arms, trembling with fear and shouting, Yi Bufan, quickly get this divine flame of purification away from me, or he'll really die. Watching the black spiritual entity hiding in his arms, Yi Bufan's face darkened, his gaze fixed on it, with murderous intent almost tangible. Damn it, why did you have to come out when you were hiding so well? Senior thighs should be a spiritual entity of the evil clan, right? Zhou Qingshan, standing not far away, looked at the black spiritual entity in Yi Bufan's arms, slightly stunned, and said uncertainly. Not only Zhou Qingshan, but many other elders and disciples of the primordial sacred ground were also staring in shock at the black spiritual entity in Yi Bufan's arms. Silence! Lingxi Sanren roared, unleashing a torrent of law energy toward Zhou Qingshan. Zhou Qingshan was struck by the law energy and sent crashing down onto a nearby boulder. Bufan, what is the meaning of this? Lingxi Sanren asked, his voice hoarse and his eyes filled with grief as he looked at Yi Bufan. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that the black spiritual entity in Yi Bufan's arms belonged to the evil spirit clan. Moreover, this entity was ancient and seemed to possess extraordinary power. Senior, please let me explain this. Yi Bufan's face turned pale and his voice trembled. Yi Bufan, can't you see I'm scared to death? Save me, that's the divine flame of purification, get it away from me. At that moment, the black spiritual entity in Yi Bufan's arms cried out in terror again. What the hell are you? Die! Seeing the black spiritual entity still shouting, Yi Bufan could no longer contain himself and roared. With that, Yi Bufan raised his right hand slightly, and a domineering black spiritual energy appeared, swiftly grabbing the black spiritual entity in his arms and crushing it. The black spiritual entity was crushed, scattering countless black spiritual lights around. The originally pure and radiant golden divine light around Yi Bufan had somehow transformed into a black golden aura filled with evil energy, exuding a terrifying presence. Bufan, why have you sullied yourself with the power of the evil spirit clan? Why? Lingxi Sanren looked at Yi Bufan, now surrounded by black energy, utterly despairing, his eyes red with grief. Lingxi Sanren spoke as he walked toward Yi Bufan, his law energy surging, causing the space around him to tremble on the verge of collapse. Why, you ask me why? It's all because of that damned Lu Chen. If it weren't for him defeating and humiliating me time and again, I wouldn't have come to this. It's all Lu Chen's fault. Yi Bufan roared, the black energy around him surging violently, exuding an evil aura. Lu Chen, just because of a few minor defeats and some humiliation, you would fall to the evil clan. Lingxi Sanren was dazed, thinking he had misheard, and asked in disbelief. Minor defeats and humiliation. Lu Chen dared to humiliate me repeatedly. This is a mortal enmity that cannot be shared under the same sky. It's either him or me. Lingxi Sanren's words seemed to sting Yi Bufan, twisting his face in rage. Bufan, you have disappointed me deeply. Lingxi Sanren closed his eyes, his voice heavy with exhaustion. He had thought that although Yi Bufan was somewhat arrogant, his nature was still good. He never expected that a few failures and setbacks would drive Yi Bufan into the evil clan, making Lingxi Sanren question himself. Perhaps he had misjudged Yi Bufan. Shocking. The primordial sacred body, Yi Bufan, falls to the evil clan, all because the Holy Sun is too powerful. Sigh, the untold story between the sacred body Yi Bufan and the Holy Sun. I knew it that Yi Bufan was never any good. He's fallen to the evil clan. What a waste of the primordial sacred body. A few failures and he's like this. Such a disgrace. Don't ever call him a disciple of our primordial sacred ground again. He makes me sick. The sacred body was supposed to be the bane of the evil clan, and now he's become one of them. The surrounding disciples murmured among themselves, looking at Yi Bufan with disgust. Initially, because he was the primordial sacred body, even though he was arrogant and overbearing, the disciples had shown him some tolerance. But now Yi Bufan's fall to the evil clan over a few failures had completely erased any goodwill the disciples had for him, replacing it with intense loathing. It seems that young Master Lu's pressure on Yi Bufan was indeed immense, driving him to fall completely into the evil clan. Beside the primordial divine tower, Jiang Yuechan looked at Yi Bufan, now shrouded in black golden energy, then turned to Lu Chen beside her expression strange. How was I to know he was so fragile? Besides, he always came looking for trouble like a clown. Oh, I never paid him. Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. Jiang Yuchan's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment of thought, she said seriously, It seems so. You never really paid Yi Bufan any attention. Jiang Yuechan naturally had her own sources of information about the affairs of the primordial sacred ground, and knew that things were just as Lu Chen had said. It had always been Yi Bufan who stirred up trouble. Bufan, as I said, wrongdoings must be paid for. Since you have fallen to the evil clan, I must cleanse the sect. Otherwise, how could I face the eternal merits of our sacred body ancestors on the battlefield against the evil clan? The glory of the primordial sacred body must not be stained. Lingxi Sanren opened his eyes, gazing calmly at Yi Bufan, his law energy boiling fiercely. The glory of the sacred body. What does it have to do with me? Do you have any idea how I've lived these years? Yi Bufan shouted hoarsely, his eyes glaring red with resentment as he stared at Lingxi Sanren. Back then, when my sacred body was still shackled, everyone regarded me as a useless person enduring humiliation and insults. What help could the glory of the sacred body provide me? After I unlocked the shackles, how many truly stood by my side? You, he, and them, including all the others. How many really cared about the glory of the sacred body? What nonsense glory? That is merely reverence for power. The glory of the sacred body has never existed. Don't use those empty things to bind me. I will rely on my own strength step by step to reach the pinnacle. No one, absolutely no one, can stop me. Yi Bufan slowly raised his head, the black aura within him erupting completely, his pupils turning entirely black, and his entire body seemingly transformed into a black gold demon god. But have you ever thought, if it weren't for the glory of the sacred body, could you really have made it this far so smoothly? Lingxi Sanren's eyes were filled with fatigue and disappointment as he spoke softly. How could he not know of the setbacks Yi Bufan faced? He had originally thought these setbacks would serve as stepping stones for Yi Bufan's ascent to greatness. Unexpectedly, Yi Bufan proved to be so incapable, and instead, because of these setbacks, he succumbed to weakness tainted by the powers of the evil clan. This sacred body kid, I'm not wronging him. He really has been tainted by the powers of the evil clan. What a fool, clearly with a bright future, yet he insists on doing such foolish things. But perhaps it's for the best. A fallen sacred body of the evil clan is truly interesting. Not far away, Zhou Qingshan, who had fallen into the ruins, was also gazing intently at Yi Bufan from a distance, his eyes filled with mockery. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction, originally thinking he would have to pay a huge price. Unexpectedly, this Yi Bufan suddenly erupted again, causing his emotions to fluctuate wildly. Zhou Qingshan found it hard to comprehend. This Yi Bufan had a sacred body, yet was tainted by the powers of the evil clan, truly incomprehensible. If he had known this sacred body was so foolish, he would not have needed to step in. Zhou Qingshan thought. I have come this far entirely on my own. Yi Bufan at this moment no longer wished to think too much, his body completely shrouded by countless black auras, the dense evil spirit power nearly drowning out the radiance of his sacred body. Stubborn and unyielding, it seems I can only send you on your way personally. Lingxi Sanren took a deep breath, the pain and despair in his eyes completely dissipating, replaced by profound killing intent. The Piaomiao sect has always existed to protect the ancient sacred body. Originally, he thought perhaps there was some misunderstanding and hoped to salvage the situation. However, the ancient sacred body had completely fallen. Although Lingxi Sanren had high hopes for the sacred body, he would not be merciful. Having said that, Lingxi Sanren unleashed all his power, condensing the force of the laws to the limit, rushing towards Yi Bufan with incredible speed. In an instant, Lingxi Sanren appeared before Yi Bufan. Looking at this young sacred body whom he had high hopes for yet was tainted by the powers of the evil clan, Lingxi Sanren closed his eyes and delivered a heavy punch. Boom! Lingxi Sanren's fist, imbued with immense law power, struck like a world-destroying divine fist, causing the endless black aura surrounding Yi Bufan along with everything about him to collapse continuously. Going on the road impossible. I will not die, though I must step into the supreme realm. Evil spirit power, come to me. Seeing everything about to collapse, Yi Bufan let out a great roar, a surge of even more terrifying evil spirit power suddenly erupting from within him. Within Yi Bufan's body, there was faintly a black crystal emanating an extraordinarily sinister aura. Under the power radiating from that black crystal, Yi Bufan's body surprisingly halted its collapse. Yi Bufan, you have finally come to realize that our evil spirit clan is your best home. These hypocritical human beings do not deserve to possess a genius like you. At this moment, a low and cold voice echoed. Following that, in front of Yi Bufan, space began to warp and a towering figure clad in a black robe, his face shrouded in chaos, appeared before him. This man seemed not to be made of flesh and blood, but rather condensed from countless spiritual essences. However, even so, he still emanated a terrifying aura that pressured the heavens, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at him. After the man appeared, he raised his right hand slightly, and a stream of black spiritual power surged towards Lingxi Sanren with incredible speed. Lingxi Sanren's pupils constricted as he displayed even more powerful divine abilities. However, this black spiritual power was overwhelmingly tyrannical and easily repelled Lingxi Sanren. You are the lord of the underworld. The repelled Lingxi Sanren trembled slightly, his eyes filled with a grave and wary expression. Oh, I didn't expect there would be someone who could recognize me. Indeed, I am the lord of the underworld, but merely an incarnation. The incarnation of the lord of the underworld. Upon hearing the words of the towering figure, Lingxi Sanren's face turned extremely grim. As a member of the Piaomiao sect, he naturally knew of the underworld's formidable power, but he never imagined that the lord of the underworld's strength was so terrifying, with just an incarnation wielding such fearsome might. After the appearance of the lord of the underworld's incarnation, the many disciples and elders of the Taichu sacred land, including Zhou Qingshan, were all firmly suppressed. That terrifying aura completely overwhelmed them, making it impossible for them to even lift their heads, the voice containing such terrifying energy resonating like heavenly thunder, deafening. The protagonist is indeed the protagonist. Even having fallen into the evil clan, there are still many who support him. Truly, he is unreasonably strong. At the edge of the divine tower, Lu Chun watched the incarnation of the lord of the underworld beside Yi Bufan, muttering to himself. Just now, Lu Chen almost thought that after Lingxi Sanren took action, he would completely crush Yi Bufan. Unexpectedly, another incarnation of the lord of the underworld appeared. It seems that this Yi Bufan's taint with the power of the evil clan was probably influenced by the lord of the underworld, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared at such a critical moment. However, Lu Chun did not mind. The greatest reliance of the ancient sacred body was its endless background, much of which belonged to the top forces of the divine wilderness realm. Most of those forces were righteous, standing in opposition to the evil clan. Although Yi Bufan seemed to have gained the support of the lord of the underworld, significantly boosting his underlying strength, in reality, he had lost far too much. Lingxi Sanren was right. The glory of the sacred body was indeed very important, but unfortunately Yi Bufan did not understand this. With such words, it would undoubtedly be much easier to deal with Yi Bufan in the future, and even to completely erase him. Can you handle the incarnation of the lord of the underworld, holy master? At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to think of something and asked the pale-faced Li Daohong beside him. Moi, what kind of joke is that? Such a powerful being could crush me with a single slap, and you want me to deal with him? I want to live a few more years. Li Daohong murmured, his face filled with trepidation. However, a trace of seemingly imperceptible disdain flashed in his eyes, but this disdain was quickly suppressed, as if it had never appeared. Chen blinked, saying nothing more, and merely cast his gaze once again toward the distant incarnation of the Manor Lord. Beside him, Jiang Yuechan looked at Chen with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why he would ask such a question. Though the sect leader was considered a top-tier expert in the Eastern Domain, the opponent was the Manor Lord of the Nether Manor, a pinnacle powerhouse across the entire divine desolate realm. The two were simply not on the same level. I intend to take you Bufan away. Do you have any objections? The incarnation of the Nether Manor Lord gazed down at the repelled Lingxi, a Sanren, with an air of unparalleled arrogance. A fallen sacred body is a great enemy of our human race. Even if it costs me my old life, I will thoroughly annihilate him here. Lingxi Sanren's eyes blazed with unwavering determination. Immediately, he gathered all his strength and charged forward, seeking to obliterate you Bufan. Foolish. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant your wish. The Manor Lord's incarnation sneered, his spiritual energy surging incessantly. In an instant, it coalesced into a black blade that sliced directly toward Lingxi Sanren. The black blade carried an immensely destructive force, nearly warping everything around it. Despite his terrifying power, Lingxi Sanren was utterly helpless against the overwhelming onslaught, collapsing layer by layer. Enough. This is the territory of our primordial sacred land. Do not dare to run rampant here. At that moment, the primordial divine pagoda emitted a voice of immense authority. Accompanying the voice was a colossal handprint that shot forth with incredible speed, effortlessly shattering the black blade unleashed by the Manor Lord's incarnation. Then a massive white spiritual body emerged from the pagoda, exuding an aura of supreme majesty and invincibility. A mere minor sacred land in the Eastern Domain actually possesses such hidden means. Seeing his black blade shattered, the Manor Lord's incarnation's expression shifted slightly as he gazed warily at the suddenly appearing white spiritual body. Once the white spiritual body appeared, the aura it emitted subtly suppressed the power of the Manor Lord's incarnation. The oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the entire region completely dissipated, and the suppressed disciples and elders were restored to their normal state. What the hell? Am I seeing things? This is our sacred land's hidden foundation. Our sacred land actually has a means to contend with the Nether Manor Lord's incarnation. I knew it. Our sacred land has existed for so long, it can't be simple. Can someone with a brain explain what's going on? Let me ask again. Are we really just a top-tier force in the Eastern Domain and not some reclusive behemoth? After recovering, the numerous disciples of the primordial sacred land began to discuss among themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had never expected their own sect to possess such a profound foundation. After all, that was the Manor Lord of the Nether Manor. Though merely an incarnation, it was still enough to sweep through the vast majority of top-tier sacred lands. Yet within their primordial sacred land, it was somehow being suppressed. This was truly baffling. It gave them the feeling that they had entered what seemed like an ordinary sacred land, only to discover that their sect was far from simple. Sect leader. Beside the pagoda, Jiang Yuechan stared at Li Daohong in utter bewilderment. She was extremely familiar with the primordial sacred land and had never anticipated such a hidden card. Ahem, well this. Li Daohong cleared his throat lightly, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, Li Daohong continued, this is the artifact spirit of our primordial divine pagoda. Yes, that's it, the artifact spirit of the pagoda. The primordial divine pagoda has an artifact spirit. Jiang Yuechan looked at Li Daohong with suspicion. The Jiang family had investigated the primordial divine pagoda countless times. Though it was profoundly mysterious, they had never discovered any artifact spirit. Li Daohong said with a straight face, of course. I am the sect leader and I say it exists, so it does. Chen remained silent, but a thought struck him. He had vaguely sensed that Li Daohong had actually separated a strand of his divine soul and sent it into the primordial divine pagoda. What artifact spirit? Nonsense. It was clearly his own power. Jiang Yuechan did not press further, only murmuring inwardly. It seems the primordial sacred land is truly extraordinary, possessing such a hidden foundation. Playing tricks. I refuse to believe that a minor sacred land in the Eastern Domain actually has any terrifying means. Not far away, the Manor Lord's incarnation's expression shifted between gloom and brightness. Then he erupted with terrifying power and charged forward. Boom. In an instant, the Manor Lord's incarnation and the white spiritual body clashed. Within a short span, they exchanged dozens of blows, and the entire region was flooded with a heaven-shaking aura, as if divine might were bringing about the end of the world. Yet no matter how powerful the divine abilities unleashed by the Nether Manor Lord's incarnation, the white spiritual body effortlessly suppressed him. Damn it, who the hell is this? So infuriating. Finding himself seemingly restrained, the Manor Lord's incarnation felt deeply aggrieved but helpless. The white spiritual body didn't feel overwhelmingly strong, yet it was always just a bit stronger than him. A truly agonizing sensation. Not far away, Lingxi Sanren and Zhou Qingshan were also trembling uncontrollably. Since neither of them belonged to the primordial sacred land, the spiritual body did not extend its protective power to them, leaving them to directly face the terrifying aura generated by the battle. Could it be that my choice was truly wrong? On the other side, the fully corrupted Bufan's expression shifted slightly. He had never expected the primordial sacred land to possess such a hidden card. Originally, he had thought that by defecting to the Nether Manor, he would receive the Manor Lord's guidance and achieve better prospects. But now the Manor Lord's incarnation was actually no match for an unfamiliar spiritual body from the primordial sacred land. A sense of confusion crept into Bufan's heart, as if he had lost something incredibly precious. No, the Nether Manor Lord is a supreme powerhouse of the divine desolate realm. I cannot be wrong. Bufan gritted his teeth and reassured himself inwardly. Damn it, I'm done playing. If I can't win, can I just retreat? Bufan, let's withdraw first. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with these bastards later. After a prolonged stalemate, the Nether Manor Lord grew weary of the fight. After all his objective had been achieved, there was no need to waste more energy here. With that, the Manor Lord's incarnation swept up the nearby Bufan and tore through the void to escape. Think you can leave? Do you believe my primordial sacred land is a place you can come and go as you please?